Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Multi-Fire Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was a great mother. She would never claim to be a great person, and she would certainly never claim to be a hero, but she always strove to be the strongest pillar of love, care, and support that her darling little Izuku could ever need. So, it naturally made the predicament she was currently in that much more tenuous. Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless earlier that day. She had her suspicions about the diagnosis primarily because her estranged brother had been a late bloomer, and the idea of judging potential quirk status on the presence of a toe joint was always ridiculous to her. Regardless, however, her son was crushed, and the ride home was nothing short of melancholic. Izuku sequestered himself in his room, and Inko gave him the space he non-verbally requested. After a little while, she made her way to his room to check on him, and her heart constricted at the sight. Izuku was watching his favorite video of his idol, All Might, rescuing dozens of civilians from a burning building with a triumphant smile. It was a kind of smile that she was experienced enough to know was fake. But her son didn't know that. All he saw was the immutable confidence of an unstoppable and unwavering paragon. Inko supposed that was the point, but it only served to embolden the jaded feelings she had towards the glitz and glam of the hero industry, hiding the horrible underbelly that lay underneath. No, she wasn't going to travel down that tired rabbit hole again. Her son needed her, and she would be there for him. Hearing her come in, he looked back at her with tears threatening to pour from his eyes. In a tone that was much too broken for any child, he asked, "Can I be a hero, too?" while pointing to All Might in the video. And that was the core problem, wasn't it? How was she going to tell her son that she couldn't support him? How was she going to explain to her son that she didn't believe that he could? Not because he was quirkless, but because she didn't believe in heroics anymore. How could she properly articulate that she wanted to keep her son as far away from heroics as she could because she had already seen the worst of what that part of society had to offer, and she needed to spare her child from it all? How was she going to keep her dear Izuku from becoming as jaded as she was? He could probably see the consternation on her face, because his own face sunk and the tears began to fall. Refusing to see her son fall into such despair, she made her decision. It was a decision she would either come to regret later on or potentially look back on fondly. But she would leave that to future Inko. She quickly made her way to her son and wrapped him in the warmest embrace she could manage, running her hand through the soft, wild curls that she loved so much while whispering quiet assurances to him. It was now or never. "Izuku, look at me," she softly began, wiping away the tears from his face with her thumb when he complied. "You are a kind, courageous, and brilliant boy with a heart for helping anyone and everyone in need. I truly believe that you could become a fantastic hero." Izuku froze when he heard that, and he could only stare at his mother with wide and hopeful eyes. Inko could also see suspicion in those eyes. His gaze was searching, taking in every detail on her face while his brain was hard at work running over each of her words along with the tone she said them in. She could tell that he really wanted to believe her, that he really wanted to grab onto the hope burning inside of him and take it as far as it would go. However, she could also tell that something was stopping him. There's a but to this, isn't there? And there it was. She loved and hated how smart her son was at the age of 5. He was, frankly, unnaturally smart, a trait he likely got from his grandfather on his father's side. Apparently, Hisashi's father had a ridiculous intelligence quirk that was practically a complete brain mutation, and he passed part of that mutation onto Hisashi alongside weak, mildly uncontrollable fire breathing from Hisashi's mother's dragon quirk. It was a little unprecedented for quirks to interact like that in offspring, and it added to her suspicions about Izuku's quirkless status because Hisashi clearly imparted a lot of that intelligence onto his son. She wished her side of the family was that cool. She could vaguely remember her biological mother being able to float before she had to give her and her brother up for adoption, and she had no idea how attraction of small objects resulted from floating and minor telekinesis. Quirk science was weird, so there was no telling exactly what quirk factors could have come together in Izuku and how they'd even express themselves if they had. She'd have to research more on the subject. She felt Izuku's hand softly caressing her cheek, bringing her out of her internal ramblings. She sheepishly grimaced, knowing she had gone off on another one of her mental tangents. Her son, having mumble storms of his own for as long as he could talk, only softly smiled with more patience than any 5-year-old should have. Smiling back, she picked him up and carried him out of his room into her own bedroom. Izuku, while clearly confused, said nothing as Inko sat him down on her bed and walked towards her closet. She reached for the door and hesitated, having second thoughts about going through with her plan. She couldn't have any second thoughts. She was doing this, and she was going to see it through. Pushing forward, she slid open her closet door and moved the hanging clothes to the side before reaching for the wall behind them and pushing on a secret panel. part of the wall caved in and revealed another compartment within, and she stepped to the side to show Izuku an old hero costume hanging in the space where the wall previously stood. It was a simple black spandex suit with a green V on the torso, accompanied with boots, gloves, and a mask in the same shade of green. She turned to her starstruck son who was looking at the costume and with a mix of incredulity and wonder. She smiled sadly as his eyes finally fixed on her. "You're a pro hero, but I've never seen you go on patrol. Are you an underground hero? How do you fight criminals? You have such a fantastic quirk, so I suppose it does make sense. Even if you couldn't move people with your quirk, you could easily attract and manipulate small, heavy objects around to direct them in combat or rescue operations." "Izu, breathe," she instructed with a more genuine smile. When he stopped his mutter spree, she sat down on the bed next to him and readied herself for the conversation that she never wanted to have. "To answer your questions, yes, I was a pro hero. I was underground, so I wasn't too popular with the general public. But I made a decent name for myself in underground circles. You're on the right track about how I used my quirk for both combat and rescue operations, but I mostly used my quirk to supplement my hand-to-hand combat. I'm showing and telling you all of this to answer your but question from earlier. I truly do believe that you can become a hero. But I don't think you can become a hero like All Might." She could see the pain and hurt in his eyes before they gave way to a pleading ferocity. "But All Might is the greatest hero." "That's mostly true," she began, "and that's part of the problem. All Might is like a god amongst men. He sets an impeccable standard for heroes everywhere, one that most people may not be able to attain because they're just not as absurdly powerful as him. Are you following so far?" At his nod, she continued, "All Might can do things that most heroes could only dream of doing, and that's with quirks of their own. For now, you don't have one of your own, and that will make your journey to becoming a hero significantly harder. You will have to work at least twice as hard as everyone else just to catch up with them, and even then, you may only receive less than half of the credit when the job is done." Inko wasn't going to pretend that Izuku wouldn't face any discrimination for being quirkless. It was something that he was better off knowing right away than finding out later in a less favorable manner. She paused to ensure that he was still paying attention. When she confirmed that he was, she pressed on. "It will not be an easy task, Izuku. You will have to dedicate a sizable portion of your time and energy to training and preparing for this, both physically and mentally. There's also no real guarantee that it will work out, and that's even with a quirk." She sighed. "There's the elephant in the room that you currently don't have a quirk, and while that may seem like a death sentence, it isn't in the grand scheme. Not everyone has a combat-applicable quirk, so those heroes that don't must work around that limitation to keep up with other heroes that do, as well as villains with powerful and dangerous quirks. You'll need to know how to defend yourself, how to combat any potential enemy, how to prepare for any and every situation, and when to take a step back and call for help." Seeing that he was hanging off her every word, she gave him a warm, challenging smile. "Luckily for you, you happen to have a retired pro living in your home that will happily train her son into the ground until he's the best damn hero this city has ever produced." "You said a swear," Izuku said with a smile forming onto his face that was positively infectious. She knew she made the right decision as she watched Izuku's hope return and the light in his eyes brighten in real time. "Are you ready for the sheer amount of hard work that you will have to put in to become a hero without a quirk?" She asked her son with a deadly serious tone before kneeling down to directly meet his gaze. "It's okay to say no, honey. No matter what you do, no matter what you decide on, no matter what path you take, I will always love you and be in your corner to the very end. You have my unconditional support, always." Izuku teared up again at the declaration, but they weren't pain tears like they were before. Inko could see a steely determination form from the hope in those watery eyes of his, and she had all the answer she needed. She knew that she would soon have to test his resolve, but for now, she knew she made the right decision. "I'm gonna be the best damn hero this city has ever seen," her son declared. "You're goddamn right you are," she answered with equal fervor before pinching his nose shut. "And no swearing." The two fell into laughter, and Izuku leaped into his mother's arms to give her the tightest hug he could. "Thank you, Mom," he muttered. "Of course, my little Izu," she responded. She felt him go still in her embrace for a moment before pulling away to gaze curiously at her. "You said a few times that I don't currently have a quirk, as if that might change. What did you mean by that?" And Ko could see the gears working in his brain even before she could give him an answer. He was probably already onto a few lines of thought and just wanted a potential nudge in the right direction. "Well, it's possible that you're a late bloomer or that you have a quirk that's more latent in nature than other quirks. I'm sure you've noticed that you're considerably smarter than everyone around you at your preschool." And he had definitely noticed if the way his eyes suspiciously could not meet hers in embarrassment was any indication. "The other kids just call me weird. I notice that I sometimes make the adults uncomfortable when I'm around them. I just figured I was ahead because you used to let me sit on your lap while doing work on the computer. Children should not be able to use and navigate the internet as well as you do, Izuku, nor should they be able to proofread and spell-check official documents, she said with an amused smile. Izuku's reddening cheeks were icing on the cake. However, she could feel the heat coming off of his face at his blush as if it were a fever. As quickly as she noticed it, though, it went away. She filed it away for later. There was also the fact that she'd sometimes notice faint, white wisps coming from Izuku's hair when he was really concentrated on something. But that could have just been her imagination. She'd keep a close eye on it nonetheless. Anyway, she continued, I'll have to do a bit more research on quirk science and investigate some things in our family before I can give you a definitive answer. For now, I'll handle your training without any quirks in mind. Okay, Mom, he replied before his eyes lit up again. Why did you retire, anyway? She should have expected that question. She tried to brush over the fact that she no longer did hero work and put the idea of her training him into his head as quickly as possible so that he'd focus on the training and not the other details. But she should have known better. Her son wouldn't just miss details like that. Unfortunately, she'd be sure to immerse him in the world of informatics and investigation as part of his training. Another time, sweetie, she said with a grimace. How about I make you some katsudon to celebrate your training? Izuku's eyes narrowed at her, but he reluctantly accepted the bribe to drop the subject, at least for now. She knew she wouldn't get off that easily, though. She'd have to come clean about everything later on, but she would hold out for as long as she could until he was old enough to handle it. For now, she'd sharpen him into a blade ready to deal with the most dangerous parts of heroics, both villain and hero alike. Izuku felt nothing but pain. In fact, pain was the thing he had become most familiar with over the years. For the last half-decade, Izuku's mother had, in no uncertain terms, beaten the dogshit out of him 5 days out of the week. He had undergone ruthless physical training in combat, stealth, cardio, weight training, a bit of gymnastics, and even parkour for when it would inevitably become necessary. And Izuku loved every minute of it. At age 5, Izuku was started off with something relatively light, dodge training. Inko called in a favor that an old associate from her time as a pro owed her, and she managed to secure a small training room in the city as well as a frightening amount of small, rubber balls. Izuku's objective was simple: dodge the oncoming projectiles that his mother would launch at him with an unsettling grin. It seemed simple enough until he realized that his mother had impeccable aim and the arm of a major league pitcher. What she did not tell him was that she'd be yoinking the balls behind him back into her grasp with her quirk, and he'd have to dodge those, too. It doubled as training in situational awareness. Strangely, Izuku would occasionally feel an unnatural heat in his body, usually congregating in his chest. When that heat made its appearance, Izuku felt as if the world had slowed down a bit, and the balls were suddenly easier to dodge. Those strange bursts didn't last for very long, usually for a few seconds at most, and he tended to feel even more worn out in the aftermath. He chalked it up to bursts of adrenaline until he had further information. He didn't notice the sparks and flickers of yellow that appeared in his hair when the phenomena happened, but his mother had, and she made note of them every time they did with a vindicated grin. She wouldn't tell him what she was smiling about, though. At age 10, Izuku learned firsthand what it truly meant to be quirkless, regardless of his suspicions of the accuracy of his status. This lesson came in the form of 2 distinct incidents happening on the same day, one being more pleasant than the other. The first incident began with a regular day at school for Izuku. That was, if regular involved him jumping in front of his sort of friend, Katsuki Bakugo, before the explosive blonde could continue tormenting another boy cowering on the ground. Izuku would have liked to believe that it wasn't a regular occurrence, but, "The hell are you doing, Deku?" The ash blonde growled at him with eyes filled with more annoyance than anger. "You can't just beat people down like this, Kaken." Izuku responded with a tinge of exasperation. "You've made your point already." Whatever point that even was to begin with. That, in Izuku's estimation, may not have been the right thing to say. "Oh, really?" Bakugo growled in a low, dangerous tone. "You think you're better than me, huh? What the hell can you even do about it, you quirkless Deku?" Izuku didn't particularly want this to end in violence, but he knew that it was becoming unavoidable. A quick glance around showed that they were beginning to attract a crowd of other students, and he saw a teacher wander over to see what the ruckus was about. By then, the kid who was previously cowering had long since made his escape while Bakugo and company were distracted, so all the teacher saw was Bakugo and 2 others surrounding the unsettling kid who didn't have a quirk. So, he did what any other reasonable adult would do in that situation. He turned around and walked away. That's gotta be illegal, right? Izuku thought with a deadpan frown. He didn't dwell on it, however, as he had a more pressing issue to deal with in the form of a pissed-off Bakugo and his 2 lackeys making their way toward him. He really did not want to fight them, but it seemed inevitable. He just hoped his mother wouldn't be too upset with him. If I have to stop you myself, that's exactly what I'll do, he said with a measure of conviction that took Bakugo slightly aback. It's what a hero would do. And that, Izuku learned, was definitely not the right thing to say. You looking down on me, you silly, worthless nerd. Bakugo almost screamed. Guess I'll have to finally put you in your place and remind you of the goddamn pebble you are. And without any further preamble, Bakugo threw a right hook at Izuku, his fist crackling with small explosions from his quirk, resigning himself to his fate. Izuku quickly sidestepped the punch and snapped a firm hold onto the blonde's arm, flipping him over his hip and slamming Bakugo to the ground with a thud. Bakugo was frozen. Deku, the weak, defenseless nerd, had actually reversed his attack. Deku could actually defend himself. It was a shock to his system and caused him to freeze and only stare up at the boy above him, and he did not like what he saw. Meanwhile, Izuku has felt the world slow down once again. The familiar heat was making itself known in his chest, but it also felt like twinges of it were spreading throughout his body. That was certainly new. He'd think about that later, though. In his periphery, he saw several grotesquely long fingers lunge for him at a crawling pace. Sidestepping once more, he seized the boy's long fingers and employed one of the tactics his mother had drilled into him. Ruthlessly attack joints if your opponent was dumb enough to leave them exposed, and with a pop that made everyone in the area wince. That was exactly what he did. He still could not rest, though, as his final opponent was trying to lunge at him from his other side. The portly boy with minimally effective wings tried to use the barest of glides his quirk allowed to get the drop on Izuku. The heat in his chest left him, but the heat in the rest of his body remained. Turning around to face the winged boy head-on, he swung his arm out to clothesline the boy and kill any momentum he had. That was the intention, anyway. What actually happened was that the boy slammed into Izuku's arm as if it was a wall, and Izuku inadvertently launched the larger boy into the crowd with the follow-through of his swing. Yes, that was certainly a new development. While Izuku was stuck contemplating what exactly happened amidst the deathly silent and awestruck crowd, Bakugo was focused on what he had seen. Particularly, he was stuck on the small flames that protruded from Izuku's hair for mere moments at a time, one yellow and one green. Deku's got a effing quirk, and he's been lying about it. While Bakugo silently seethed at the perceived injustice, the teacher from earlier had finally returned to handle the ruckus. However, he was met with a silent collection of children all staring in tangible wonder and fear at Izuku. Midoriya, what have you done to these boys? The teacher immediately accused with a stern glare at the young greenhead. A part of Izuku wanted to flinch and cower at the glare he was receiving, but a larger part found the man horribly lacking an intimidation factor compared to frightening taskmaster that was his mother. However, the older man did not even give Izuku a chance to speak before he quickly disregarded him entirely. I don't want to hear any of your lies, he said before turning to a bystander. What did Midoriya do to those boys? Said bystander, a brunette with a heavy chameleon mutation, looked as if he was about to speak before one of his eyes fell on Izuku. The chameleon boy subconsciously flinched at the gaze, regardless of how non-threatening it actually was. Nothing, he quickly answered. He did nothing. The teacher raised an eyebrow, not terribly convinced. Oh, really? He asked, now turning his gaze to the crowd at large. Did Midoriya truly do nothing? The choruses of yep, yeah, and I'm not a rat surprised the teacher. It was very unusual for anyone to go to bat for the little, quirkless weirdo, much less an entire crowd of bystanders who had clearly just watched a fight. Realizing he couldn't reprimand him without any proof, he scanned the area to find even the smallest thing to pin on the boy. His eyes landed on one of the students on the ground, clutching his fingers as if they had been broken. A cruel smirk finally finding its way onto his face. He walked over to the boy and kneeled down beside him. Did Midoriya do this to you? He asked as gently as he could manage. The boy briefly looked up at the man through the pane before his gaze flickered to the aforementioned boy, and he immediately clammed up. I fell, he quickly stuttered out before shutting his mouth again. The man was now positively beside himself. He could not fathom what the hell the boy had done to command such fear. Was it fear coming from the other children? It certainly wasn't respect or anything positive in nature. The man made a mental note that Midoriya needed to be watched by the faculty, and potentially some other parties. Before he could travel any further down that thread, the boy of the hour hesitantly stepped forward. Izuku weathered the weary and fearful looks of the other children as well as the heated glares from the teacher and Bakugo before stopping in front of the kid whose fingers he, as his mother would say, forcefully readjusted. Izuku didn't know what exactly compelled him to step forward, but he could feel an even newer sensation of warmth, this time in his palms. This time, he couldn't ignore the faint pink glow they sported while everyone took notice of the small flickers of pink flames that sprouted from Izuku's hair. Bakugo was again reduced to a snarling rage as Izuku kneeled down and took the injured boy's fingers into his hands, allowing the warm, pink glow to bathe over the kid's fingers. Within seconds, the previously broken fingers reset themselves and straightened back up, looking no worse for wear. The crowd of onlookers had assumed that they could not have been any more surprised by the day's event. But the blatant display of a quirk from the quirkless kid after he had handily defeated the class tough guy and his cronies was a little much for those in attendance. Many had decided to just walk away from the scene to process everything somewhere else, while many others, such as the chameleon boy, made mental notes not to mess with Midoriya, lest they get their fingers broken as well. Bakugo's two cronies scampered away to lick their wounds and think about their life choices. Bakugo, on the other hand, had festered into vicious glowering, trying to will the greenhead to melt with his glare. It wasn't yielding any success, which only served to strengthen the blonde's glare. The teacher, meanwhile, had a notable glimmer in his eye as if he had come to a profound realization. Midoriya, detention after school for quirk usage during school hours, is all he said before walking away from the scene. Izuku, stuck in the reverie of his mom apparently being correct about him being a late bloomer, was ripped out of said reverie when he processed the teacher's statement. "Are you fool?" Izuku could only sigh in a mixture of frustration and resignation as he walked home from school after his detention. He was looking forward to giving his mother the news, although he was curious as to how it would affect his training. His mother had specifically not accounted for quirk usage in any of the combat and movement training they had done, so he supposed that she would figure out ways to incorporate his quirk in the routines and stances in a way similar to her own fighting style. Of course, that would have to come after they figured out exactly what his quirk even was. He was certain that the warmth he periodically felt during training had something to do with it rather than just being adrenaline. And he at least knew that he could heal people's injuries with whatever caused the warm sensations in his palms. Maybe his quirk was similar to Kaken's in that way. Speaking of which, Deku, he had sensed a presence waiting around the school when he left, and the presence followed him on his path home. If it weren't for the shock of ash blonde in his periphery whenever he glanced over, he would have been worried and taken a different route. Stopping and turning to face his sort of friend who had been following him, he took stock of the absolutely livid snarl his face contorted into. "This is probably about my quirk," he thought with a sigh. "Hi Kek, where the F do you get off looking down on me, huh?" Bakugo interrupted Izuku with violently crackling palms. He grabbed the scruff of Izuku's gakurin and pulled the boy into an adjacent alleyway before roughly tossing him into it. "Looking down on you?" Izuku ventured in confusion as he stood and dusted himself off. He hadn't been looking down on Bakugo at all. Sure, he thought the boy was in a hole more times than should be necessary, but he didn't think any less of him, especially not in comparison to himself. Up until that afternoon, Bakugo had a quirk and Izuku didn't, and that automatically made him superior to Izuku in the eyes of society. Izuku was well aware of that. "You've been hiding your city-ass quirk all this time to laugh at me behind my back, haven't you, you city-effing Deku?" Bakugo interrupted Izuku's internal musings with more screaming. Izuku was perplexed. That was more vitriol than Bakugo had ever spewed to anyone. Where did it even come from? "You think you're so effing cool that you have some city quirk to heal the extras? You're a effing pebble in my path to greatness. A worthless effing scrub that needs to remember his goddamn place. You hear me, effing Deku?" Izuku had begun to suspect that the teacher had gotten to Bakugo sometime before they left. The things he was saying were absurd, and Izuku knew that nothing productive would come from the conversation should it continue. "Sure, Kaken, I'll stay out of your way," Izuku dully said before brushing past Bakugo and continuing on his way home. He didn't mean to come off as dismissive, but he wanted to placate the angry blonde, and he wouldn't dare grovel or cower to his attempts at intimidation to do that. Unfortunately, Bakugo took that as another slight against him from the boy he believed was acting above his station to personally insult him, and his temper that was already hanging by a thread had been lost. He roughly grabbed Izuku and launched him deeper into the alley before igniting his palm and blowing the boy back even further. Bakugo was seeing red, and he would be sure to remind Deku of his place in a way that he'd never forget. Izuku, on the other hand, was not in the mood for this sit. Bakugo had already tried to attack him earlier that day, and that became a whole thing that landed him in detention with a teacher who clearly hated him and probably put Bakugo up to this very encounter. He watched Bakugo approach with a vicious gleam in his eyes that promised nothing but pain, and he could already feel his body rapidly heating up again. However, it was much greater than normal, as he could see thin wisps of smoke steaming from his skin. When Bakugo took a step within a yard's distance of Izuku, something within him snapped, and the familiar warmth became a shocking yet comfortable haze of heat that washed over the entire alley. What followed was an explosion of vibrant colors, turning the dank alley into a mosaic of flames kissing every end of the rainbow. Bakugo was momentarily pulled out of his rage by the sight of his classmate standing in front of him wreathed in flames of every color. His normally green hair was spattered with the colored tips of flames moving to the beat of their own drums. His breath hitched at the way Izuku's eyes glowed a threatening shade of green. Bakugo, for the second time that day, had frozen. He could do nothing but watch in alarm as Izuku slowly raised his right hand and pointed his palm at him. The way Izuku's violently emerald eyes narrowed with contempt at him made his stomach drop, and he truly did not know if he would make it out of that alley in one piece. In an instant, a bright flash erupted from Izuku's palm, and Bakugo clamped his eyes shut in a vice grip, awaiting the inevitable burns to wash over him. But they never did. He waited at least 5 seconds for something to happen, only opening his eyes to assess the situation when it was clear that nothing would be happening. Izuku was gone. The only evidence that he was even there being the glossy rainbow burned into the concrete where he once stood. Bakugo took a moment to catch his breath before quickly leaving the alley and making a beeline for his home, pushing past the nosy extras who came to investigate the explosions. Izuku sat on the fire escape of one of the buildings looking down at the alley. He would have given himself a rightful pat on the back for using a fake blast as a diversion to make his escape up the walls and out of the sight. But he was still reeling from the, he supposed, true activation of his quirk. He stared down at his right hand, eyes fixed on the beautiful fire that encased it. It was like nothing he'd ever seen before. Endeavor's powerful, sun-like flames were one thing, but the malleable stained glass portrait in his hand was breathtaking. The warmth and inexplicable bouts of speed and strength now also made a great deal more sense. Putting the flames out, he hurried up to the roof of the building and down the fire escape on the other side to book it home and show his mother. She was right all along about his quirk. And now, a whole new dimension had been added to both his arsenal and the kind of training they could do together. Finally arriving at his complex, he bounded up the stairs and giddily reached for his front door, practically throwing himself inside in his excitement. "Mom, you were right. I have a..." He paused at the sight of 2 policemen and a man in a beige trench coat in his living room. His mother was sitting on their couch and looked more exhausted than Izuku had ever seen her. "Izuku, welcome home, honey," his mother said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "What's going on?" he questioned, carefully examining the police in his home. Said policeman and the man in the trench coat looked to Inko, and she nodded. Taking that as his cue, the man in the trench coat looked back toward Izuku. "Hello Midoriya, I'm Detective Tsukachi. We were only here to verify the events of what transpired here earlier today. It's a blessing that you weren't home for it." Inko cut back in before Izuku's worry could start to overtake him. "Your father came home. That was good, bad?" Izuku wasn't entirely sure given the context of their current situation. He hadn't seen his father since shortly before his diagnosis. As far as he knew, his father worked overseas and sent money back every month. "Is he okay? Did he do something?" Izuku hazarded. Inko let loose a mirthless chuckle. "Oh, he did something, all right. He came back with the intention to kill you for being quirkless." The room was engulfed in a silence that was equal parts heavy and awkward. No one said a word as Izuku was left to process that fun little nugget. He opened his mouth to speak, but he closed it, not finding the right words. He repeated the process for several minutes until he uttered the only thing that came to mind. "Would you believe I just awakened my quirk? Would you believe I just awakened my quirk?" The tension in the room shattered like glass as his mother couldn't help the small smile and chuckle that escaped her. The 2 officers and detective in the room appeared to relax as well, although there was an air of curiosity around them regarding the boy that was apparently a late bloomer at the most hilariously convenient of times. "I thought that was already a foregone conclusion, Izuku," Inko asked with a smirk. "What do you mean?" "You're 10 years old with the brain of a college student," she replied, maintaining her amusement. "Even if those sparks in your hair turned out to be nothing significant, I think we can safely say that your brain power certainly isn't natural." "Wait, the sparks in my hair. I just found out about those today." "You knew about them?" Inko raised an eyebrow at her son. "You didn't." Izuku was sliding further into incredulity the longer the conversation went on. His mother knew about the sparks in his hair that he could now surmise were connected to the warmth he felt on occasion. His mother was straight up telling him that she knew about them and hadn't mentioned it. Sure, both she and he were highly suspicious about his quirk status given the evidence at their disposal, but she proceeded with his training as if he didn't have one. Being dubious is one thing, but she had verifiable proof of the contrary. Why hadn't she said anything? "I didn't want you to become complacent," she spoke up. Izuku was taken aback at first until it dawned on him that he likely muttered that whole thing aloud without realizing. Again, shaking off his embarrassment and ignoring the amused smiles of the police and detective, he fixed his mother with a frown. "You thought I would become complacent if I knew I had a quirk?" Inko's face softened. "Izuku, the basis of your training was to prepare you for the arduous task of becoming a pro hero without the use of a quirk. If the extent of your quirk was enhanced intelligence and sparky hair, that objective wouldn't have changed, but your motivation to improve despite lacking a quirk may have been truncated, even if only subconsciously." Her smirk returned. "Besides, I've been teaching you to use your brain in a fight. And going by how scuffed your Gakurin looks, it seems to be coming in handy." Okay, Izuku could concede that point. He didn't have to like it, but he did understand. "If I may interrupt," Detective Tsukachi spoke up. Not wanting to ruin the frankly, entertaining discussion between mother and son but still needing to conclude his business there. Had your husband, ex-husband now, ever expressed any overtly or suspiciously quirkish sympathies before today? Ex-husband? What do you mean by ex? Izuku hesitantly queried. If his father truly returned with the express intentions of killing him, he'd understand why his mother would preemptively declare him as her ex-husband before even filing for. Oh, honey, Hisashi doesn't exist anymore, Inko softly answered. Okay, what? He quickly composed himself and locked eyes with his mother. You mean, he's dead? Izuku couldn't decide on feeling relief or grief at the revelation. A little more than dead, one of the police officers mumbled just loudly enough for everyone to hear. His partner elbowed him in the ribs and shot him a glare, to which he shot a deadpan stare in return. Am I wrong? What would you call someone literally being torn apart by their atoms and then dispersed into the open air? Yeah, but you could at least be tactful about it, the second officer hissed back. The kid just lost his father, a father who was trying to kill him. The officer maintained his deadpan. The sound of the detective clearing his throat and the venomous glare he was shooting them ended the bickering before it could continue any further. Meanwhile, Izuku had effectively blue-screened at the details of his father Hisashi's death. His bewildered eyes met the green of his mother's in a silent conversation between the two. She solemnly nodded to confirm that he did indeed hear them correctly. You atomized him. He finally managed to get out. He was threatening you. Izuku waited for any further explanation, but one never came. Right. He knew she was ruthless, especially during training, and he knew of her past as an underground pro-hero. But that newest bit of information only confirmed one thing to him. His mother was effing terrifying. He was thankfully saved by the detective rising from his seat and speaking up again. I think we can conclude things here, for now. We've gotten all the information we need, and you no doubt want to spend some time with your son. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Midoriya. We'll contact you again if we need to go over anything else. With a bow, the detective left with the two policemen in tow, leaving the Midoriya duo to themselves in their living room. Izuku sighed and melted into the couch next to his mother, and he leaned into her touch when she softly ran her hand through his hair. How are you feeling, son? She asked with a hint of trepidation. Izuku exhaled, feeling as though he was releasing all of the events of the day. In a word, exhausted. That's certainly understandable, she said with a soft smile. Why don't you tell me about your quirk? It was as if a switch was flipped within the boy as his eyes lit up with excitement. He practically launched off of the couch and started moving to the coffee table and any other wooden piece of furniture a healthy distance away from him. Standing in the middle of the room, he reached for the familiar warmth inside of him, and he ignited in a pillar of multicolored flames. Inko was mesmerized at the sight. She hadn't anticipated his quirk to be so beautiful, she mumbled aloud without taking her eyes off of him. Izuku preened at the praise, and his flames began to take on a crimson hue across the board. That was surprising enough to the duo, but the resulting increase in temperature alarmed them. Izuku panicked when he saw the footprints he was burning into the carpet, and he quickly cut off his quirk. He had no idea what had happened. When he first awakened the quirk, the flames were brilliant and powerful, but he was also actively projecting them to keep Bakugo at bay. They weren't burning nearly as brightly just then, but they transitioned to a solid red when his mother complimented them, and they felt even hotter than they were earlier that day without even increasing in size. Were the flames tied to his emotions? It seemed like too much of a hair trigger to be the case, and why transition to purely red when he was feeling happy? Could he access other colors individually? Would it make a difference? The red flames were demonstrably hotter than the multicolored fire. Would that be the case with the others? He was snapped out of his thoughts by his mother struggling to suppress her giggle fit. It immediately dawned on him what happened. I said all of that out loud, didn't I? He asked with a sheepish scratch to the back of his head. You really are my son, she said with a warm smile, noting the white embers wafting from his hair. The smile then tightened into a thin line. There was one thing you said, though, about projecting your flames to keep Bakugo at bay. What did you mean by that, exactly? Izuku, now knowing his mother could literally atomize a human and sensing potential danger, told her about everything that happened that day. He told her about the initial scuffle with Bakugo. He told her about his teacher's blatant bigotry. He told her about Bakugo hunting him down and his suspicions that the teacher orchestrated it, and he told her about his quirk's activation. The blankness of her face after he finished deeply unsettled him. He could see a ravenous fury in her gaze that contrasted with the careful nothingness, and it had him sweating bullets. It may not have been a very heroic thought, but he was just glad to not be the target of her wrath and prayed for a quick demise to anyone that was. Across town, the teacher in question was reading a copy of Meta Liberation War in his study when a chill ran up his spine. For the briefest of moments, he felt as if the eyes of the Grim Reaper itself were bearing down on him. Probably Midoriya's fault. The principal is already on the ship, but the sooner I can get the rest of the faculty on board with Destro's ideals, the better. Back in the apartment, Izuku was nervous about what his mother would do to anyone who had even accidentally wronged him in his life. Mom, why, you're not going to tear Bakugo apart and then reassemble him into a pig or something, right? He truly hoped he did not doom his sort of friend to a horrible fate. Inko was broken out of whatever unholy machinations she was conjuring in her mind. Oh, no, I'm certain that Katsuki learned his lesson and won't be bothering you for a while. Besides, I can't reassemble someone after taking them apart. There's no going back for them. Anyway, I'll be sure to have a talk with Mitsuki about him soon. Her eyes darkened and the bloodthirsty grin she usually reserved for training made its way back onto her face. I'm more concerned with your teacher who thought it acceptable to put my baby in harm's way. And then, in a flash, her grin disappeared and the bloodlust vanished alongside it, and she was back to sporting the loving smile he was familiar with. You mentioned being able to heal someone's fingers after they were forcefully readjusted. The color was pink, right? At his nod, she hummed and stroked her chin, going by the yellow embers you sported when dodging and the white embers that appear when you're thinking hard over something. It's likely that your flames each have individual properties to them, and they come together to create an inferno that functions similarly to Endeavor's. The way she spoke Endeavor's name with such utter disdain surprised Izuku. He didn't know that they knew each other. It was also possible that she just knew of him and disliked him for one reason or another. He wouldn't really blame her if that was the case. Questions for later, though. For now, freshen up and get ready for dinner. I'll make you some more celebratory katsudon for awakening your quirk, Inko declared and darted into the kitchen. Izuku sighed. He was more than familiar with the katsudon bribe. Guess Endeavor is a sore subject for her. The next morning, Izuku rolled out of bed to prepare for the usual light spar and informatics training that happened on Saturdays. However, a knock at their door surprised them, as Inko wasn't expecting anyone that day. Opening the door, a short, white-furred animal in a suit stood on two legs in front of her with a smile. Nezu, Inko asked in shock. Mrs. Midoriya, how lovely it is to see you again. Nezu chirps. Or, shall you return to being Ms. Akatani, given that the remains of your husband have likely entered the lower atmosphere? Inko's eyes widened before narrowing at the animal of indeterminable origin. How did you find out about that already? It literally happened yesterday. She paused, and then she slumped in resignation. You know what? Of course, you found out about it. You're Nezu. That I am. The creature agreed with grin that just bordered on predatory. I'd ask you why you're here. Inko began before stepping aside and motioning for him to enter, but the fact that you tracked me down and came in person means that you have a good reason, and I probably won't like it. Nezu's smile faltered as they entered the living room. You're correct, unfortunately. I wish we could have met again under better circumstances, but alas, it is not to be. Inko sighed and nodded, turning her head to her son who was attempting to be inconspicuous and eavesdrop on them without being seen. Izuku, come meet an old acquaintance of mine. Izuku blanched at being detected, and he dejectedly meandered into the living room while his mother mirthfully shook her head. Izuku, this is Nezu. We worked a few cases together when I was still active, Inko explained to the boy who had already set his analytical gaze onto the furry creature, who in turn had given Izuku one of his own. Why, hello, young Midoriya. Am I a mouse? Am I a dog? Am I a bear? You're a chimera. Although the specifics of what animals compose your DNA is a bit tricky. Your snout is too pointed to be that of a dog or a bear, but your paws and tail aren't reminiscent of mice, at least none that I'm familiar with. Even so, your general appearance does suggest rodent of some kind, but that could also just as easily be a marsupial's appearance. That would explain why your tail has fur and isn't bushy, but it still wouldn't explain the nature of your paws. Izuku only paused to accept the cup of tea handed to him by his mother, who had taken the opportunity afforded to her by Izuku's mumble storm to make tea. Then again, I suppose you wouldn't be much of a chimera if the lion's share of your DNA came from a singular animal. Not necessarily true, but you are certainly on the right track, oh dear. Your hair has combusted, Nezu commented before taking a sip of his tea. Oh my, you remembered my favorite blend after a decade. How lovely. You've saved my life directly or otherwise on several occasions, Inko softly responded. You're also one of the few people in heroics that I trust implicitly. It's the least I could do. Izuku had abandoned his muttering about Nezu's species when he pointed out that his hair was on fire. He reached up to investigate, and he found pure white flames in his hands that quickly died out. His head ached a tad, and he was certain that it was part of his quirk, but he filed it away for the moment. His mother had just mentioned her time as a pro, and she never went into detail about that around him. He still didn't even know why she retired in the first place, but he had been able to gather that she retired shortly before he was born. Something must have happened or had been happening for a while before I was born to make her so jaded. Her hatred for Endeavor feels almost personal, so maybe that has something to do with it. So, Nezu, what's the crisis? Inko finally asked. I don't believe it has reached crisis levels as of yet, Nezu began with a thoughtful hum. But I've recently come across evidence pointing towards the reformation of a long-thought-dead terrorist ideology. It was thought to be dead on an official capacity, at least. Inko frowned. A terrorist still doesn't sound like something you'd contact me for. It does when it involves the reason your now-departed husband returned to attack your son, Nezu solemnly replied. Inko's gaze hardened into stone. So that's what the bastard was talking about, then? What do you mean? Izuku hesitantly inquired. Inko sighed. Hisashi was content with staying out of our lives when I informed him of your diagnosis. For years, I didn't even want to tell him that I was training you despite your status, but I felt he had the right to know. So, I called him and got him up to speed. He hung up on me the minute I made it clear that I supported you following your desires despite your quirk status, and I didn't hear a word from him after that. That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, when Hisashi showed up, he went on a rant about the quirkless being unevolved blights on mankind and that we should all have the rights to wield our meta abilities freely. And having those without meta abilities around only fills the need for laws restricting people's freedoms. He then said that he wouldn't stand for having a null rise above his station. It was around the time he spat a fireball at me and tried to break down your bedroom door that I handled him. Oh, was Izuku's simple reply. He did not know what to say to that. He was abrasive and rather opinionated when I met him, but blatantly spouting heavily quirkish sentiments is a new development. Although, maybe I shouldn't be surprised since he did back out when he thought he had a quirkless son. True colors, and all that. It's the terminology you say that he used that worries me, Nezu stated. It's straight from Destro's Meta Liberation War and the movements it spawned. I thought Destro wrote that book after he was imprisoned? Inko asked. He did, and the bulk of his army was rounded up either and imprisoned or killed officially. Anyway, but many of the sentiments surrounding quirk liberation in his biography remained in a portion of society. That portion has only grown and festered over the years. While not outright supporters of Destro, there are several factions that align themselves with the basic premise of the original Meta Liberation Army. For the moment, there's small pockets of pro-quirk activists, small-time villains, and terrorists leading indoctrination campaigns to bolster their numbers. And you think Hisashi fell victim to one of those? It is a possibility, I'm afraid. Inko sighed once more and ran a hand through her hair. Just great. Things can't ever be so simple. She paused, and she refocused her gaze onto the chimera. So, a collection of potential terrorists and cultists are festering around the country. That does sound concerning, but I wouldn't imagine it would be alarming for you. I've had some of my employees and some other unaffiliated heroes go undercover in a few of those cells, and they all came back with information that suggests a common thread between them, a singular benefactor sponsoring each cell, Nezu responded. Anyone of note? Potentially too much note. How so? They all led back to disposable shell companies of Detnerat, and with that, Inko was stressed. Her stress level had steadily been climbing over the course of the conversation. And the revelation that Quirk supremacists were being funded by the already shady lifestyle support company worth billions didn't help matters one bit. However, something else stuck out to the former pro-hero. Earlier, you specified that they align with the ideals of the original Meta Liberation Army. Is there another Meta Liberation Army that we should know about? Inko hesitantly ventured. Nezu did not immediately respond, choosing instead to take a sip of his tea. Inko did not like that at all, as it was one of the creature's tells that he was stressed as well. Anything that had Nezu stressed was a high-priority threat that needed to be dealt with. I have my suspicions, Nezu carefully started. There has been a notable presence of Detnerat within Deka City as of late, and the CEO himself has spent quite a bit of time there. Not enough time to draw suspicion, but enough time to draw a few disturbing conclusions if you know what to look for. Deka, Inko tried to jog her memory. That's the weird city up in the sticks, right? Tens of thousands of people there who tend not to move out to anywhere else. Inko paled. Potentially tens of thousands of isolated people living within an MLA indoctrination camp? Nezu answered with a solemn nod. An army being gathered right under our noses. A heavy silence followed as the horrifying implications were readily apparent to all occupants, Izuku included. His brain was in overdrive trying to account for any and all possibilities and any ways to prevent a war from starting. His thoughts sped up, and he started running through several ideas, theories, and plans at a ridiculous pace. Young Midoriya, your hair has combusted again. Izuku did not flinch this time, as the white flame encompassed even more of his hair. Inko was mildly alarmed while Nezu was curious at the development. Izuku, paying no mind to either, mentally rewinded several instances at his school where the adults openly praised strong quirks and promoted a might-makes-right mentality while shunning and paying less attention to those with weaker quirks or anyone deemed to have less potential. How they treated him, the only quirkless student, went without saying. Looking up, the white-hot fire sitting atop his head flared a brief moment before Izuku met the gaze of the two adults. I think our school district is one of these indoctrination zones, he bluntly stated. Inko's eyes widened at the declaration, and Nezu hummed in consideration. How did you come to that conclusion, Midoriya? One of my teachers likely put a student with a strong quirk up to assaulting me after giving me detention yesterday. It was, ironically, why I wasn't home for my fat Hisashi's return. Inko's eyes widened even further as it sank in for her as well. You believe that man is part of this whole operation? He's a cog in a larger machine, but yes, I've caught glimpses of what's in his and others' teachers' desks. And I might have seen a copy of Metal Liberation War in one or two of them, but that might just be confirmation bias at work. I can't say for sure. What I can say, however, is that in instances where I'm sent to the principal's office for one fabricated reason or another, I've seen some of the things he has on display. I doubt he keeps anything truly incriminating in his office, but he does have a strange mask that only goes over your eyes on his desk. I asked him about it once, and he said that it was a memento of an old revolutionary he studied in graduate school. He didn't explain any further, but he likely believed that a child as young as I am wouldn't ever be able to put the pieces together, so he didn't seem too bothered about letting that much slip. Can you draw the mask? Nezu asked. Yes, Izuku answered. I'll go grab a notebook before whatever is going on with my quirk dies down and I get the worst migraine of my life. He left to his room, and in no time at all, he returned with a notebook and quickly began sketching away. Nezu tilted his head to read what was written in the cover, and the phrase hero analyzes for the future Vol. 8 grabbed his attention. Izuku looked to be finishing up, so he elected to put a pin in that thought for the moment. Upon finishing, he handed the notebook over to Nezu. And sure enough, it was Destro's mask exactly as it was printed on Metal Liberation War. He and Inko shared a glance and had a silent conversation. Izuku, meanwhile, immediately felt the effects of his quirk when the white fire on his head finally petered out, and the searing migraine came in with an ungodly vengeance. He slumped over on the couch and clutched at his head, causing his mother to leap from her seat and rush to his side. Izuku, are you all right? She worriedly prodded. Yes, he managed before taking a breath. I just need to not think for a bit. You overexerted your quirk. She fretted over him while Nezu took a look through the rest of the notebook, a growing look of intrigue developing on his face. The young boy had detailed analysis of pro heroes and their quirks, including their strengths, weaknesses, how they could cover those weaknesses, and what improvements they could make with their quirks or support gear to think about trying out. A disturbing smile twisted onto the animal hybrid's face. Inko momentarily stilled, feeling the unrestrained glee in her comrade. That was never a good sign. And turning around to see her son's hero analysis notebook in his paws made her heart drop. Dear God, please don't let him turn my son into a mini-me. When Izuku managed to get back to a sitting position, Inko sat down next to him and ran her hand through his hair before focusing back on the chimera who sported a chilling smile. So, with all of that distressing information in mind, what did you need of me, specifically? Inko questioned. For now, I'm gathering allies and getting them up to speed. For the moment, I cannot be certain which pros are or are not sympathetic to the MLAS message, but I want to be prepared in case I need to create another war council anytime soon. Does the Commission or the national government know about any of this? The Commission is, to my knowledge, aware of the existence of a reforming MLA, but directly attacking Detonarat and all its connections would do considerable damage to the Japanese economy, so there is a tentative stalemate in place. The national government is not aware of any of this, otherwise the JSDF would be storming Deka City as we speak. Should we? Inko ventured with hopeful gleam. I wouldn't recommend it. It would likely plunge the nation into a civil war that society isn't ready for, regardless of who comes out on top, Nezu verbally responded before sparing a glance at Izuku. The boy was still nursing his migraine and had his eyes closed, but he was clearly listening. Nezu silently signed to Inko in an old code developed on the field. Supervillain attack. All might out of commission. Duration indeterminable. Inko's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and she nodded in understanding. Things truly just could not have been simple. Exhaling, she pressed on. Anything else? Nezu's smile returned, and Inko already did not like where this was headed. I would like to offer you a job at UA, of course. Izuku's eyes shot open at the animal hybrid's declaration, and his mouth was left agape. Inko wasn't faring any better. Excuse me, she choked out. Did I forget to mention that I am the principal of UA? He cheekily responded. Yes, that may have slipped your mind, dear friend, Inko responded through gritted teeth. It was a development that occurred during your absence from heroics, Nezu began. It's my way of shaping future generations of heroes away from the Commission's influence, and, hopefully, to create less situations where fantastic heroes like yourself become too disillusioned with the ugly truth. Inko's glare softened, and she took a minute to gather the right words to respond to Nezu. To do that, you'd have to clean up the ugly truth that's hidden away. Oh, don't fret. Taking down the hero commission is next on my list after the MLA, Nezu happily responded. Inko couldn't help the chuckle that escaped her. Never change, rat. I also presume you will be pulling Izuku from his current school. Given the knowledge that it is likely an MLA indoctrination center, he continued, might I suggest my services in handling Izuku's schooling personally until he's old enough to take the UA entrance exam. Inko did not need to look at her son to know that he had practically melted at the offer. She refused to look in his direction so that she wouldn't fall victim to the puppy eyes that he'd almost certainly be wielding against her. She would not fall victim to it, she would not. She would not. Goddammit, she did. Concurrently, Izuku was doing his very best to contain his excitement. He really did not want to accidentally activate the red flames of his quirk and torch the apartment. Throwing his best application of the puppy eyes with tears included, he silently pleaded with his mother to take the offer. She didn't even need to look at him to fall victim to his efforts if her resigned sigh was any indication. If I say yes, will you ensure that my son is in good, capable hands? Inko asked. She knew that she didn't need to ask that, as Nezu was probably the most capable person she knew for this task. She just needed confirmation for herself that re-entering the hero sphere was the right decision. Of course, Nezu assured. A mind as brilliant as his truly deserves the best cultivation possible. You just want to groom him to be your successor for your world domination plots. I will neither confirm nor deny that statement. Ugh, fine, I accept. Hell yeah. Izuku shouted, speaking up for the first time since his quirk deactivated and launching himself at his mother for a vice grip of a hug. Gladly returning it, she shot her guest a curious glance. What would I even be teaching? I've been thinking of creating an underground heroics course for the second and third years interested in going that route. We already have the space in the building, and, with you on board, I'll have an instructor for it. You won't begin until next school year, so you'll have this time until then to earn your certifications, Nezu explained. Inko nodded, wrangling her positively hyper son who was going on and on about attending UA, studying under the principal himself, and potentially learning from his own mother in an official capacity. That was until something dawned on him. Wait, what does this mean for my training? He asked, slightly worried that the new routine would throw off his training schedule. Your current training should not be hampered, Nezu answered. In fact, you will have more opportunities to train even harder since you'll have access to UA's training facility. Izuku brightened at this initially, however. A chill crawled up his spine when he glanced at his mother. The vicious, toothy grin she was sending his way made his blood run cold. And for a single moment, Izuku wondered if he made a mistake. Well then, I'd like to humbly welcome you to our UA staff, Verdant, Nezu said after getting up from his chair and extending a paw. Inko flinched at the use of her hero name before sighing and shaking Nezu's offered paw. I suppose I have to get used to hearing that name again. One condition, though. Name it. I get to deal with Izuku's teacher personally. Only if I get to knock the school building down with a wrecking ball after flushing out the vermin. Deal. The soft sound of snickering made her turn to her son with an annoyed glare. Verdant, really? Izuku managed through giggles. It was original at the time. Inko defended. And you have no room to poke fun, Mr. Small Might. Touché, Izuku conceded with a smile. Inko did not waste any time withdrawing Izuku from his school come Monday morning. The principal put on a convincing act by wishing her son and herself well for the future, but she could see in his eyes that he was ecstatic to be rid of the quirkless boy. Apparently, Izuku's teacher did not inform his boss of the news after witnessing Izuku's healing act, or he hadn't had the opportunity to inform him yet. It didn't really matter to Inko. The school would burn and that teacher would feel her wrath all the same. She did use that meeting as an opportunity to scope out anything incriminating in the principal's office, though. It was a little more Spartan than her son had described, which was likely a result of her presence. The replica of Destro's mask was still present in a display case, though, so either he was too proud to hide that, or he was confident that a worrywart housewife wouldn't recognize it or pay it much attention. She'd have to make sure she got a picture of his face when everything came crashing down on him. No one fed with her son. Speaking of, she still needed to call Mitsuki about what happened between their respective sons. She didn't know if Katsuki had mentioned anything about it to her, but she hadn't called or texted her about it at all, so Inko figured that Katsuki's pride was a little wounded. She didn't want to hold anything against her best friend's son. Well, one of her best friend's sons, but that bastard Endeavor refused to let her help. She killed that train of thought and took a deep breath. Exhaling, she promised herself that she wouldn't think about that right then. The Katsuki matter was more crucial, especially if he's being exposed to MLA indoctrination. Finding her friend at the top of her contacts, she called her up. Hey, Inkai, what's up? You don't usually call during business hours. Must be important. Hi, Mitsuki, did Katsuki tell you about what happened? There was a pause on the line, and Inko could tell that Mitsuki was hesitant to respond. Katsuki's been quiet these last few days. He's been more irritable than normal, too. And he spent all of his time in his room and wouldn't come out, not even to eat. I don't know what happened on Friday. He wouldn't tell me. I think I know what's causing that. He and Izuku got into a bit of a scuffle, and Izuku manifested his quirk. A powerful one, too. Wait, that's it. The little Sid isn't top dog anymore, and he's nursing his pride. Serves him right. Hope this humbles him a little. Inko sighed into the phone. Yeah, but I wish that were the end of it. Did something happen to little Izu? Inko's voice became as hard as steel. No, the school, though, is a different story. There was another silence on the line. You're bringing out the hero voice. This must be serious. Izuku told me that Katsuki tried to viciously assault him in an alleyway after detention. After hearing Mitsuki gasp, she quickly continued. He thinks that one of the teachers specifically influenced Katsuki to do it, and I have reason to believe him. Oh my god, Inko, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that it was this bad. Inko filed that strange comment away for later. It's fine, Mitsuki. I mean, it isn't, and I wish it hadn't happened. But I don't blame Katsuki, at least not entirely. It's the main reason I'm calling, actually. The school district is poisoned. What do you mean? It's a rather long story, but let's just say that a collection of old-school quirk supremacists are trying to amass a considerable following in the country, and they've got hands in a bunch of places, school districts included, to start converting impressionable people. Our school district is one of them. Holy Sid, do I even want to know how you got that information? Oh Sid, is Verdun coming out of retirement? Mitsuki, I know, I'm sorry, but this sounds like really serious business. If there was ever a time for the silent, green assassin to return, do not ever call me that, again. Still a sore subject, gotcha. I'm sorry. Inko sighed once more. No, it's fine. You're not even wrong. I just haven't accepted it, yet. Regardless, we're getting off track. Right. Should I move Katsuki to a new district? That would be best for now. We still need to figure out just how far this influence has spread, though. I doubt this district is the only one in the city in need of a purge. So keep an eye out for anything fishy, and I'll keep an ear to the ground for any further developments. I'll follow your lead, Pro. Inko's long-suffering sigh only vindicated Mitsuki's smirk. I'll just tell him the principal's a pedo if he asks questions. What are you planning to do for Izuku? Can't say. Better that I don't say. Actually, hero business and all that. So you are getting back into the game? Reluctantly, and only in an educator's capacity, but yes. At Mitsuki's inquisitive hum, she explained, I was offered a job by the principal of UA. Given current events and potential future events, it was better than I took it. Ominous statements aside, I'm happy for you, Inko. She hesitated. I'm sure she would be, too. She's not dead, Mitsuki. I know. But I also know that you're not going to tell her any of this. Are you? Only if you want me to. I see her every month, you know. There was another pause. She misses you, and I know you miss her too. You should go see her. A much longer silence fell over them. I'll consider it. That's all I ask. If he shows up, I'll disintegrate him like I did to Hasashi. You did what? Realizing what she had revealed, Inko face-palmed. Right, you probably wouldn't have heard. Funny story, actually. Learning under Nezu was nothing short of exciting for Izuku. Not only was he being taught directly by an active pro-hero, but, for what felt like the first time, he had seemingly met a true intellectual superior. He supposed he was smart, and he would even agree that his unnatural intelligence heavily contributed to his ostracism in school because quirkless kids aren't supposed to be that smart. But Nezu was on a completely different level. The first thing they did when Izuku arrived at UA was play a game of chess at Nezu's insistence. The Chimera had seen his analytical skills at work, but he wanted to see if the boy had any knack for strategy and if he could plan on the fly if necessary. Izuku had never played before, but Nezu assured him that he would learn as he went. And he did. He didn't win, of course. They played 6 games and Nezu handily defeated him each time. But each game was progressively more challenging for the super genius animal. He would even admit to second-guessing a move on 1 or 2 occasions. Nezu very much enjoyed picking Izuku's brain afterward, giving him hypothetical scenarios and mock investigations to work through. He also formulated a plan for continuing the informatics training that the boy's mother started him on and potentially getting him some practical experience in the field. Creating a general middle school curriculum for him to complete was child's play, and he'd be sure to have Izuku complete it way ahead of schedule just for the official documentation. One thing that stood out to Izuku, however, was Nezu's insistence on him wearing quirk suppressant cuffs during every session. Nezu had a theory that he wanted to test out, and the best way to do that was to gauge Izuku's unassisted IQ. What they found was that Izuku, even without the white flames, was still mentally exceptional. He was not as capable as he would be otherwise, but he was still well ahead of his peers. It gave credence to Nezu's theory that Izuku's quirk was an emitter with qualities of a mutation, which fascinated the Chimera. It potentially meant that at least a few aspects of his quirk came with a distinct mutation to handle the upper limits more easily. It made Izuku a natural quirk Frankenstein of sorts. He made a decision during one such session to outline the possibilities. Izuku, tell me each aspect of your quirk that you currently know of, Nezu instructed. Oh, all right. Do you want a full breakdown or just what I suspect the individual flames can do? Izuku asked. Just the flames. I have a theory I want to test. Well, the base form of the quirk seems to be the conglomerate of all the flames. I registered it as kaleidoscopic fire for simplicity's sake. They're colorful and hotter than average, and they burn rainbows into concrete when I'm projecting hard enough. My mom told me to keep it at that and to not go into detail about each aspect on the record. A wise decision. Continue. Well, so far, I know of red, yellow, white, pink, and green flames. The red flames have thus far been triggered by happiness or excitement when my quirk is active. It acts as a sort of supercharged version of the base form. They're significantly hotter than any other flame I've tried out so far. I have a natural resistance to fire. And even I can really feel the heat when the red flames are at full blast. And my mom has to stand at least 10 feet away from me when we're training the upper limits of it. I've burned many outfits to ashes in the process. Interesting. Nezu spoke before taking a sip of tea from a cup he certainly did not have a second ago. Please, continue. Getting over his confusion at the phantom cup, Izuku moved forward with his explanation. The white, yellow, and green flames, I've surmised, can be classified in the same group. The white flames enhance my brain power, the yellow flames enhance my speed in short bursts, and the green flames give me a pretty remarkable boost in strength. The downsides are that overusing them give me a migraine, strain my heart, and tear up my muscles, respectively. They all function like supercharged adrenaline. Fascinating. And the pink. I can heal injuries at the cost of my stamina. I've only had one opportunity to try it out on someone else, and it was just mending a few broken fingers, but I didn't notice any scarring or anything to suggest advanced healing. In fact, his fingers sort of straightened themselves back to their prior state as if the damage was being reversed rather than healed. It's sort of like the inverse of Recovery Girl's quirk, I guess. Nezu considered that point for a moment. Do you believe it to be within your capabilities to rebuild organs? Currently, no. It was a delayed reaction, but even healing those fingers took a lot out of me later on. Tending to the pain that the 3 other flames cause me takes more stamina than I'd like to admit, as well. I'd probably drain myself of everything I have and drop dead before I make any significant progress in an operation like that, at least right now. Nezu nodded and hummed in thought. I believe your quirk comes with a set of mutations that allow you to handle the strain of the individual flames better than most would. Pushing your limits and strengthening your endurance for each flame would be the most effective way to reduce the strain it causes you. I'll be sure to inform your mother about it so she can incorporate it into your training. Izuku maintained a calm facade on the outside, but he was internally sweating bullets. If Nezu was able to see through the mask, he didn't mention it. On a similar note, I'll set up some time for you to shadow Recovery Girl during the day so that you get some practice with the healing aspect of your fire. There are not nearly enough field medics in heroics today. Is that because healing quirks are rare? Or is it that those with healing quirks usually just end up going into medicine rather than heroics? Izuku asked. A little of both. Recovery Girl is an anomaly amongst anomalies. Nezu chirped with a smile, and then his eyes flickered to a screen at the edge of his desk. He's right on time. Before Izuku could ask what the principal meant, there was a knock at the door. One enthusiastic "come in" from the Chimera later, and the door opened to reveal a scraggly man with long black hair, a solid black outfit, and a long, white scarf. The man's eyes found Izuku immediately, and they narrowed in confusion. Aizawa, I'm glad you could make it, Nezu said with his trademark unsettling smile. You were expecting me? Aizawa queried, and then he immediately deflated. Of course you were. Why am I even asking? It's good to ask logical questions, Aizawa. There are never any logical answers when you're involved. Aizawa huffed before pointing to Izuku. Who's the kid? He's my newest student, Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa narrowed his eyes even further at Izuku, seemingly trying to dissect him for everything he was worth. Izuku tried not to squirm under his gaze. He really did. He seems a little young to be a student here, Aizawa blandly pointed out. That's because he isn't yet. He still has a few more years until he can apply and become my official protege, Nezu answered. I doubt that's why you came here, however. Sparring a final glance at Izuku as if he were trying to remember a vaguely familiar face, Aizawa turned back to his boss. You hired a new teacher halfway through the year. I just wanted to figure out why. I haven't met them yet, before you ask. Nezu took a sip of tea from a cup that Aizawa swore he did not have just a second prior. Things are happening out in our small world, and it's important to prepare for potential worst-case scenarios. Cryptic, and doesn't tell me anything, Aizawa grunted. Does the name Verdant mean anything to you? Nezu posed. The sudden widening of Aizawa's eyes told Nezu and Izuku that it did. Now, Izuku was interested. His mom told him that she wasn't particularly popular publicly, but she was known well enough in the underground. Izuku didn't really recognize the man in front of him, but he knew that pro heroes taught at UA, so he assumed that he was an underground hero as well. Maybe they worked together in the past. She's part of why I even got into underground heroics. She dropped off the face of the planet a little over a decade ago, and a lot of people assume that she's dead. Why? Inspiration. It's cool that she inspired people as an underground pro. I wonder if she had merch. I assure you that she's very much alive. Izuku can attest to that. Aizawa bored into Izuku even harder than before. Try as he might. The boy fidgeted under the intense gaze until he was saved by said gaze flickering to Nezu in suspicion. That reprieve was short-lived, however, as the man's eyes returned to him and planted him in his seat. Recognition soon blossomed within Aizawa, and he faced Nezu with more emotion than the man thought possible. You've got to be sitting me. Over the following years, Izuku's training had ramped up considerably on several fronts. He had long since completed middle school with Nezu and focused primarily on improving his strategy and tactical acumen as well as his analytical prowess. When they weren't discussing potential wartime scenarios, Nezu was even getting Izuku's opinions on how to improve UAS security to avoid potential villain attacks or infiltration. Over time, Nezu found that he was running out of things to teach the hero hopeful, and that made him positively ecstatic. The feeling was not shared amongst the UA faculty, whom all lamented in despair at the prospect of having two Nezus when Izuku officially started attending the school. Power Loader in particular wanted to be as far away from Izuku as possible. The boy wasn't a support technician by any means, but when that cursed white fire made an appearance whenever he was in or near the development studio for whatever reason, the schematics for support items he'd whip up made the man both salivate and shudder in fear. Anyone who could conceptualize a pair of nail clippers that somehow managed to violate the Geneva Conventions didn't need to be anywhere near a support lab. His experiences with the other faculty were varied. Aizawa maintained a healthy distance from him out of respect of his mother, but he was largely cordial otherwise. Present Mike, after hearing his best friend recount the story of Verdun ending a hostage situation by taking the villain's gun with her quirk and literally shooting him in the foot with it, decided to exercise the same amount of caution. But he still offered Izuku a bright and overly loud greeting when they saw each other. Midnight, however, had taken to him the fastest, positioning herself as the cool aunt when she saw his analysis of her and her quirk when they first met. Izuku's idea of using her quirk to create somnambulous smoke bombs solidified his place as her favorite unofficial student. Physical training had intensified the most. When he started to get older and began approaching the age in which he'd attempt the entrance exam, his mother decided that it was time to take the kid gloves off. Izuku didn't believe her at first because he never once got the impression that she was ever going easy on him. She quickly dispelled that notion in their next spar, and the next one, and the one after that, and every spar after that. That led Izuku, now 14 years old, to his current predicament. You're gonna have to be a lot faster than that if you hope to land a hit. Izuku huffed in frustration at his mother's taunt. They'd been at it for 15 minutes, and he had yet to land a single hit on her. They had been training in ground beta on a set to ensure they had the place to themselves, and Izuku was tasked with landing 5 hits on Inko. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be such an arduous task. Over the years, Izuku had begun to catch up with his mother in height and strength, so with a simple application of yellow flames to even the playing field in speed, he could keep pace with her in a traditional spar. This was not a traditional spar. Izuku was instructed to only attack from a distance by using his kaleidoscopic fire in projectile form. He was allowed to stream it, launch fireballs, create colorful explosions, etc. He could use any techniques or applications of his flames at his disposal so long as he landed 5 hits. It was the reverse of the dodge training that still haunted Izuku's nightmares 9 years later. The problem was that his mother was not holding back anymore. She didn't attack, sure, but she had decades of training and real-world experience on him, and she was using every bit of it to remain just out of Izuku's reach every time. He'd launch a fireball at her and she'd dodge it with minimal effort. He'd immerse both hands in fire and unleash a barrage of fireballs in a single area to pepper her with burns, and she'd narrowly escape being tagged by the slimmest of margins by employing some, frankly, bullshit feats of athleticism and flexibility. He'd engulf each arm in a brilliant blaze and launch twin waves of Mosaic Inferno that converged to create a violently colorful sea of fire for no other reason than to remove any places that she could escape to. In response, she'd kick through a car window and use the newly unlocked car door as cover from the Inferno before ultimately escaping through the other side of the car and up the fire escape of a building, all without so much as a burn on her. It was truly maddening for the teen. Think, Izuku, you're not using your head in fights anymore, she shouted at him from atop a building overlooking the colorful sea of fire. Her comments were also not helping matters at all. Izuku had no idea how to even approach a problem like that. He couldn't touch her if she only focused on evasion. His flames just weren't fast enough, apparently, and she can weasel her way out of just about any trap he tried to rope her into. What the hell do you do when you can't get so much as a glancing blow on your opponent? You certainly don't stand around and mutter while your opponent sneaks up behind you. Izuku jumped out of his skin when he heard her voice next to his ear, unconsciously turning a bright crimson and nearly igniting the red flames in all directions. He got a hold of himself before he could actually do any damage, and he was stuck as a panting mess with his hands on his knees. "Let's break here," Inko said softly. "You did really well." Izuku looked up at her, his face practically dripping with incredulity. "I didn't land a single hit on you. You weren't supposed to." At his puzzled expression, she explained, "This exercise was meant to both humble you and gauge your current maximum. You're good, really good for someone your age, certainly. And the fact that I had to try as hard as I did only proved that. But that said, being around pros all the time that complement your abilities and progress might have inflated your ego a little bit. What happened today was to remind you that there's a massive gulf between where you are currently and anyone with a decent amount of actual experience." Izuku took the explanation with a constipated expression. He knew that, logically, she was right, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. She had been keeping away from every single one of his attacks and making it look easy. Had she ever actually decided to attack, he wouldn't have stood a chance. That fact really ate at him. On the other hand, he was specifically limited in what he could do by the rules of the exercise. But he supposed that she limited herself as well by never going on the offensive. As a pure test of his ability to hit a constantly moving target, it was a fair one. Right. Had he been able to move in and attack from close range, he would have scored a hit and done much better. Right. He was pulled out of his spiral by a hand on his shoulder and his mother's concerned expression. "Are you okay?" she asked with a hint of worry in her voice. Izuku took a few seconds to gather his thoughts. He nodded, and his face became resolute with determination. "Yeah, I'm good. I just need to get better. I need to get stronger. I need to improve. I need to prove that training me wasn't a waste of your time." Unaware of his errant thought, Inko gave him a warm smile. "And you will. I truly believe that." A few days had passed since the reality check training session, and Inko had been away in Mai to investigate a lead on a trigger operation for Nezu. Having the house to himself and given the day off by Nezu, Izuku found himself alone with only his thoughts. The training session and following discussion kept replaying in his mind, and each time, the conclusion left an even more bitter taste in his mouth. Almost a decade of training, and I'm still nothing in comparison to her. To any pro, he lamented while sitting on the edge of his bed. Clenching his fists, he could feel the heat within him pulse in response to his emotions. It wasn't anything he was unfamiliar with since his quirk had periodically hummed and fluctuated with his mood in the past. However, something else was there. It was only for a moment, but Izuku felt a brief spark of darkness. He struggled to find any other words to describe the sensation. But he felt a twinge of black within the spark. It was gone as soon as it appeared, and it did not feel particularly inviting to him, which made him wary. With a huff, he decided to go for a jog through the neighborhood to clear his mind of any self-doubt and quirk-related nonsense. Not having any particular destination in mind, he set off into the cool, spring morning. He ended up slowing down near Dagaba Beach, and on a whim, he changed direction and entered the unofficial dumping grounds. Meandering through the piles of trash for a few minutes, he took in the sorry state of the polluted beach. He then exited the garbage fortress and returned to the roadside, getting an overview of the place. Anyone wanting a nice view of the ocean would be sorely disappointed. Someone really needs to come clean this place, he muttered to no one. They really do, spoke a voice next to him. It took everything Izuku had to not jump out of his skin. He turned his head and fixed the new arrival with a pointed glare. Either my situational awareness has really become piss poor, or you have experience sneaking up on young teenagers, Izuku said with a little more bite than was probably necessary. The man proceeded to hack a concerning amount of blood at Izuku's statement. "Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you so badly that I'd harm you. Are you okay? Here, let me help." Izuku frantically sputtered out while trying to apply a hand bathed in pink fire to the man's chest. The man tried to assure Izuku that he was fine, sparing curious glances at the strange fire in the boy's hand. Izuku was finally able to get a good look at the guy that snuck up on him. He was a tall, rail-thin man with blonde hair and sunken blue eyes. He had a handkerchief in hand with older bloodstains on it, so Izuku assumed that he had some sort of condition and was used to the occurrence. "What's a youngster like you doing out here on this beach?" the man asked him. "I was out for a jog to clear my head, and I just kinda ended up here, I guess," Izuku answered. "Trouble at home?" "No, well, not entirely. Would you like to talk about it? That usually helps. It's nothing major, really. I've just been training for a while, and I don't know if I'm living up to expectations." The blonde man nodded and motioned for him to sit on a nearby bench. "What are you training for, if I may?" the man asked as the two sat down. A faint smile made its way to Izuku's face. "To be a hero. I've wanted to be one for as long as I could form complete sentences. The man hummed approvingly, his blonde hair billowing in his face with the breeze. Why do you want to be a hero, young man? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but he paused, and he remained silent for a few moments to really think about the question. His first instinct was to say that he wanted to be the best damn hero to come out of Musutafu like he declared when he was 5. But why? When I was really young, I idolized All Might. He did not notice the slight twitch from the older man at the mention of All Might. Hell, I still kinda do. He's so ridiculously powerful and heroic. And I wanted to be just like him. I wanted to be a hero and save people with a blinding smile just like he does. Then, I was diagnosed as quirkless. The man's eyes slightly widened and he raised an eyebrow. And you're still training to be a hero. Well, that's the thing. I was either misdiagnosed, or I was just a late bloomer, Izuku answered with a chuckle. Either way, I have a quirk now. But even back when I thought I didn't, my mother was willing to train me to become a hero without one. She wanted to help me follow my dream, quirk status be damned. She sounds like a great mother. Well, I don't really have any other mothers to compare her to, so I'll have to agree for now, Izuku joked. The man chuckled, and his eyes became somewhat vacant while he looked over Izuku, as if he was seeing someone else. Shaking it off, he allowed the boy to continue. I trained with her for years and everything she thought I'd need to know to become a competent hero without any inherent advantages. I learned how to defend myself, evade danger, investigate, and how to defuse situations, all without the use of a quirk. And then my quirk came in, and everything changed, I guess. I could no longer become the best quirkless hero ever, so I had to pivot to just being the best hero ever. But why? I still want to save people with a smile and instill a sense of hope with my presence like All Might. But isn't that something every hero should aspire to do? He paused. I guess I really want to be a pillar for those at the bottom of society, like the quirkless and the mistreated. But can I really live up to a goal like that when I don't even know if I can live up to my own mom's legacy? Legacy? His mom must be a retired pro, then. I wonder if I've heard of her, the man mused to himself. Izuku sighed. What am I even training for, you know? Sometimes I feel like I'm making no tangible progress, while the end goal still feels as nebulous as ever. I don't want the effort my mom put into me to go to waste. And I want to feel like I'm doing all of this for something, you know. I do, the man softly replied. I'm certain that your mother would be proud of you regardless of what kind of hero you become. Yeah, Izuku conceded with a chuckle, she would. She always would. I just don't often feel like I deserve it these last few years. He stood up from the bench and started to stretch his back and shoulders. Well, I have 10 months until the UA entrance exam. I guess I have until then to figure it out. You will, the man assured him with a smile. I'm sure of it. You already have the makings of an excellent hero if you're asking these questions now rather than later on. Izuku, for some reason he couldn't at all identify, momentarily felt weightless at the praise. It was strange, but he paid it no further mind. Thank you, you can call me Yagi. Okay, thank you Mr. Yagi. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Keep an eye out for that name in the future. Feeling reinvigorated, Izuku waved a small goodbye and continued his jog back in the direction of his home. Yagi watched him leave with a small, fond smile. That boy reminds me so much of Sensei. I wonder if he's the one. Internally, Yagi could feel one for all seemingly hum in agreement. And longing, Inko stood with Nezu on her shoulder across the street from a school that was swarmed by a collection of police, curious civilians, and the media. The duo of retired pro hero and Chimera watched as another set of teachers was escorted from the building in handcuffs. The reporters on scene scrambling to get statements from anyone they could about the developing series of school districts that had been infiltrated by quirkless terrorists. The two were drinking celebratory slushies at another MLA scheme foiled. This school was the last of the 12th district across Japan that had been seized, and they were beginning to realize just how insidious the issue had truly been. Once one went down, several more accidentally revealed themselves by going on high alert. Occasionally, some teachers that either weren't buying into the scheme or had suspicions of a conspiracy going on within the faculty sent in anonymous reports about their schools. The former led to a lot more indoctrination plots being revealed, whereas the latter still brought some to light but often unearthed even more unsavory happenings. There was one particular school in Hiroshima that was discovered to not be a quirk supremacy racket, but it instead groomed those with decently powerful quirks toward the path of heroics. And then if they failed the entrance exam to their school of choice, they would be kidnapped and sold off to a mystery buyer. Nezu had yet to identify who was buying the kids, try as he might. The two watched on as the media converged on another set of police with guilty staff members in tow. We're working our way up to Deka, right? Inko asked, taking another sip from her slushie. Eventually, Nezu confirmed. I don't doubt that attacking the small cells of extremists and the school districts they've infected have tipped them off, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've sequestered themselves in Deka and ramped up their timeline. Do we have to worry about any stragglers making their way over there to join their ranks? Inko questioned. Not likely, Nezu began. So far, interrogations haven't revealed anything about Detonaret or any modern iterations of the MLA. Those who have been questioned only revealed their connections to various quirk supremacy groups. Some even had ties to the creature rejection clan of all things. And as such, the crackdowns appear as a nationwide move against quirk discrimination of any kind rather than a specific move against a terrorist group. And that's the story the media is running with, in co-side. It appears so. So, no great loss for the MLA either way. At least we took down their undercover immersive propaganda machine. Although, I'm curious as to what the point of it all was if they weren't creating soldiers with it. Nezu hummed in consideration while taking a sip from his tea slushy. Staging an insurrection and sparking an inevitable civil war for an antiquated ideology is one thing. Doing so with a population who are already sympathetic to the fundamental principles of that ideology is another thing entirely. These indoctrination camps were just set up to preemptively get the populace amenable to their cause for when they do decide to move. It makes it a much more difficult battle for the government to fight. Well, I suppose anti-discrimination isn't exactly quirk liberation, so they're no closer now to that goal than they were before our crusade, Inko concluded. Perhaps, but I'm not naive enough to think that they can't work with this. Fighting discrimination against mutation quirks is somewhat tangential to quirk liberation. There's enough of a thread there to latch onto if they have a competent PR team. Let's hope they don't. Inko slumped, finishing her slushy. We all done here. Indeed, let us return to UA. The entrance exam needs planning. The Chimera excitedly chirped. About that, Inko began and she started the trek back to UA with her boss still on her shoulder. Is Izuku taking the recommendation exam? Nezu hummed in consideration once more at the question. I considered it at first given his circumstances, but his admittance into the hero course is a foregone conclusion at this point. There are only 4 available spots for recommended applicants. So it would be wasteful to cut it down to 3 right off the bat and boot an applicant down to the general exam whom otherwise would have qualified. That's strangely considerate of you, Inko replied with narrowed eyes and suspicion coloring her voice. I also wouldn't get to throw scores of robots at him in the recommendation exam, he joyfully added. Ah, there it is, she dryly replied. Even though he had spent the better part of 5 years at UA, walking through the gates for the entrance exam was still a surreal feeling for Izuku. The first step to starting his pro-hero career was upon him, and he was going to grab it by the horns. He was going to seize the moment. He was, F out of my way, extra, falling, he was falling, so surprised by the shockingly familiar voice and ash-blonde head of hair on the boy who shoved past him. He almost forgot to right himself to avoid eating sit before he even made it into the building. However, a hand hurriedly slapped his shoulder before he could stop his fall, and he felt gravity leave him. The end result was Izuku floating just above the ground in a perpetual loop of front flips due to the inertia he carried with him. Oh no, a high-pitched voice beside him intoned before his steady path toward the building was halted. Izuku saw the upside-down figure of a girl with auburn brown, shoulder-length hair attempting to right him. Upon doing so, she tapped her fingertips together, and Izuku felt gravity return to him. What a fascinating quirk, he thought while appraising the girl. Sorry, I hope you don't mind me using my quirk on you. It would have been a bad omen if you fell, is all. I didn't notice you already had it covered, though, she nervously sped out with a sheepish smile. It's fine, Izuku absent-mindedly responded. Your quirk is so cool, how does it work? Oh, the girl was a little flustered at the excitement she could see in his eyes directed at her, or, more likely, her quirk. It's called zero gravity. I can remove the gravity of anything I touch with 5 fingers and then restore it by putting my fingers on both hands together. My name's Ochako Uraraka, by the way. Ochako was not anticipating her day to begin like this. She was simultaneously pumped and cripplingly nervous about taking the entrance exam for the best hero school in the nation. And when she left her mostly bare apartment that morning, she didn't know what to expect. Obviously, she'd be taking a written test and some sort of physical exam. But she didn't know what it entailed, what kind of people she'd meet, or if she'd potentially make any friends. She was certainly not expecting an admittedly cute boy to stare directly into her soul with childlike wonder as she explained her quirk and then mutter up a storm about the possible applications of her quirk in the field and how great of a hero she could become. It was actually pretty nice in her opinion, in a weird sort of way. She could feel some of the dread in her stomach diminish as he spoke. He seemed to realize that he was muttering and quickly clamped his mouth shut, much to her slight dismay. Sorry, that sometimes happens when I encounter something cool. Or complex, or peculiar. It happens a lot, okay. Izuku was saved any more embarrassment by Ochako's giggling. We should really get going to the exam. We wouldn't want to be late. My name's Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Ochako nodded in acquiescence with a smile. already feeling much better than she had been when she arrived. The two entered the building and registered, making light conversation along the way to the testing rooms, which primarily consisted of Ochako carrying the brunt of the conversation, with Izuku stumbling along as best as he could. If she noticed, she didn't mention it, and Izuku was grateful. She was bubbly enough for the both of them. Along the way, Ochako noticed that he hadn't once looked at the map they were given to get to the testing rooms. "Have you been here before? You know your way around pretty well," she asked, with curiosity coloring her already rosy cheeks. Izuku was not prepared for that question, and it must have shown in his face because Ochako quickly tried to backpedal. "Oh, you don't have to say if you don't want to," she said while frantically waving her hands. No, it's fine," he clumsily assured. He did not expect to have to reveal the fact that he was trained at UA already. Frankly, he wasn't planning on saying anything about it unless it came up, and he really didn't want to potentially scare away the first person his age that he had spoken more than a few words to in years. But he felt that taking the out she gave him and not answering the question would be a little suspicious. Screw it. My mom works here," Izuku simply stated. "Really? That's so cool." Ochako piped up, and they both left it at that. Reaching the testing areas, they wished each other luck and parted ways. Izuku entered the room and found his seat, noticing ectoplasm in the front of the classroom with a stack of papers. He held in his excitement over a pro-hero administering the exam despite the fact that he had met ectoplasm several times before, and he waited for the testing to begin. They had 2 hours to answer 100 questions and an opinion piece essay on what they believed a hero should be. He figured that it would have been more challenging than that, but he didn't complain. When he finished, he checked the clock and saw that only 45 minutes had passed. He didn't even need to wave ectoplasm over, as one of his clones appeared beside his desk to collect his test. "Principal Nezu figured you'd finish early," the hero said in his deep, vaguely mechanical voice. Izuku still found it so cool. "You can hang out in the courtyard until it's time for the practical." Izuku nodded and pointedly ignored the stares and glances he received as he left the room. Closing the door, he let go of the deep breath he had unknowingly been holding. Being around other kids was something he'd really have to get used to again. Finding a bench to sit down on in the courtyard, Izuku decided to kill the next hour and 15 minutes by reading hero news. He saw the usual stuff: recent debuts, big takedowns of villains and other criminals, gossip surrounding heroes in the top 10, etc. However, one particular headline caught his eye: "Sludge villain still at large in Musutafu." His interest piqued. He read the article that detailed a criminal made of sludge who robbed a store and evaded capture from All Might's in Musutafu. Continuing to read, the article went on to explain that the sludge villain, as they're calling him, escaped detection by entering the body of a civilian and disappearing into the crowd, likely killing them in the process. Since then, there was a string of robberies and murders that police were connecting to the sludge villain, using the body of his victim and potentially swapping into others when necessary. "Well, that's comforting," Izuku sardonically said to himself. "I'll tell Mom to be on the lookout." He scrolled a little further and another headline caught his attention: "Is UA parading child soldiers rather than creating heroes?" "The F?" he questioned, skimming through the article for its author and publisher, Shidos Kazuki, Shueisha Publishing. "Should I tell Nezu about this?" He considered it for a moment before shaking his head. No, he's probably already seen this. If not, I shouldn't trouble him with some random hit piece. Getting lost in the hero news for the next hour was easy enough, and the time for him to make his way towards the auditorium was approaching. Looking up from his phone, he unconsciously activated his quirk and lit his hand ablaze with the familiar rainbow of flame. Manipulating and fanning the flame in his hands to kill a little more time, he felt a pair of eyes on him, and he turned to the left to see someone else with him in the courtyard. She had black, shoulder-length hair that was similar in style to Uraraka's but longer. She wore a stoic expression, but Izuku could somewhat make out a bit of curiosity in her gaze. I guess she wasn't expecting anyone else to finish early either, he thought as they returned each other's unblinking stare. Oddly enough, there wasn't any awkward tension amid the silence. Her eyes traveled to his hand, and they fixed themselves on the unique fire he wielded. Conversely, his eyes traveled to her right hand to see a handful of what he could make out to be sand. He noticed her eyes on his hand and she realized that his eyes were on hers, and they came to a silent agreement. Izuku fanned and brightened the flame. Meanwhile, the girl picked up a small rock with her left hand and enlarged it to the point where it barely fit in her hand. Pocketing the sand, the girl shrunk the rock back to its original size and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then she nodded to herself and approached Izuku with her phone in hand. Curious about her intentions, he killed the flame and watched her make her way toward him. She stopped beside the bench, sat down on the edge with a measure of distance between them, and she handed him her phone with the new contact page open. Izuku was momentarily dumbstruck before everything clicked, and he gingerly took the phone and added himself to her contacts before handing it back to her. She silently took it, and then she flew into the fastest, most furious texting speed that Izuku had ever witnessed. His phone vibrated, and he saw that he had a text from an unknown number. "Hi, I'm Yui Kodai. Sorry about all of this. I'm not great with social interaction. Your quirk is really cool." Izuku was taken aback for the 4th time since he got to the courtyard, but he didn't mind it this time around. Rather than answering her verbally and potentially make her feel awkward or obligated to speak up, he responded to her text in kind. "It's nice to meet you too, Kodai. Don't worry, I was pretty much homeschooled, so my social skills aren't the best, either. Your quirk is amazing. Is that what the sand in your pocket is for?" Yui's phone vibrated, and a small smile broke through her stoic visage. She replied to his text within seconds. Izuku really needed to learn how the hell she typed so quickly. "Thank you, and yes, I can enlarge the grains to create a barrage of projectiles, or I could just toss sand in someone's eyes. Depends on how I'm feeling." Failing to fight back a snort at her text, Izuku checked the time and saw that they only had 10 minutes to make it to the auditorium. "We should start heading back to the building. The practical will be starting soon." She simply responded in agreement. She stood up to make her way back, but she stopped and appeared to deliberate something in her head. Making up her mind, she turned around to face him. "You can call me Yui," she finally said before turning away once more and walking back into the building. Izuku stared in mild shock at the development before the same small smile formed onto his own face. Upon reaching the auditorium, Izuku checked the note card that had his seat number, and he found it in the back next to a boy with purple hair even wilder than his own and bags under his eyes to a level he had only seen on Mr. Aizawa. The boy spared him a lazy, cold glance before refocusing on the stage. Izuku thought about saying hi and potentially making a third friend that day, but the other boy didn't look like he was in the mood. He kept his excitement in check when Present Mike showed up, and he made sure not to mutter aloud to keep from annoying the boy next to him. Pretty soon, the rules were explained and the examinees were loaded up onto buses to be sent off to the exam zones. Izuku was trying to keep the nerves at bay to varying degrees of success. He knew that he wasn't unprepared, but the idea of everything he trained all those years for finally coming to a head in the coming exam naturally put him on edge a bit. He hoped that Uraraka or Yui were doing okay. At the starting zone of their exam, Izuku was running through his stretches when he spotted Uraraka on the other side warming up as well. She was slightly trembling, so it was clear to him that she wasn't doing any better than him on the nervousness front. He elected to go over and attempt to ease her nerves, but movement in his periphery made him tense up. Certain that it wasn't a threat, he allowed the hand of a taller boy with glasses to clamp down onto his shoulder. Giving the taller boy a curious look, he saw the other boy looking down at him with a stern countenance. "That girl looks like she's busy preparing for the exam," the boy started, his glare tightening on Izuku. "Do you intend to distract her and the other real participants here? Are you perhaps an impediment planted by the school to hinder us during the exam?" Taking a moment to recognize the boy as the one from the auditorium that interrupted Present Mike, Izuku quirked an eyebrow at him. "Do you see the worst in everyone, or are you just really intense?" At the taller boy's aghast sputtering, he continued, ignoring the many pairs of eyes that were watching the scene unfold. "I know the girl over there, she's a friend. She seemed nervous, so I was going to try to help ease her mind for the exam. Also," he pried the boy's hand off of his shoulder, "I saw you coming, and I figured you weren't a threat, so I didn't do anything to you when you grabbed me. Had I not seen you, I can't promise that the bones in your hand would still be in working order. Don't sneak up on people in a bid to intimidate them. It's bad for your health. Now, I'm going to go encourage my friend to do her best on this exam. Is that okay with you?" Not waiting for a reply from the completely mortified boy, Izuku turned back around and walked away from him and the wide-eyed stares of the other participants. He had no idea where the hell all that even came from. He figured that he'd spent way too much time with his mother over the years. "Start," blared the voice of Present Mike over the intercom as the gate to the training ground swung open. Izuku flew into action, darting toward Uraraka and tapping her on the back to snap her out of the shared stupor that everyone was in at the sudden announcement. "What are you all waiting for?" Present Mike came over the intercom again. "There are no countdowns in the real world. Those two up front have the right idea." The collection of examinees looked to see Izuku blasting off in a vibrant blaze with Ochako hurriedly bounding in behind him before they all rushed in themselves. Izuku, bathed in the familiar heat of his quirk, launched himself toward a group of one-pointers and blasted each one with a fireball, quickly disabling them before bounding off again into the heart of the city. Scores of foe villains attempted to intercept him in all manner of ways, but Izuku was ready for them. Pausing his base flames and igniting a bright yellow, he dodged and weaved through the rubber bullets, claws, pincers, and the occasional missile with Nezu's face on it. He'd be sure to have a talk with the principal after the exam about that last one. Letting green fire overtake his arms, he launched himself toward the robots and cleaved right through them, not paying any particular attention to their point values. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a large panel from one of the robots he'd taken down and batted another robot away with it. Then he pivoted to block a third foe villain's attack from behind with that same panel, pushing the panel into the robot. The emerald flames engulfed his legs for him to jump and drive his heel into the head of the machine, disabling it in an explosion. Reaching the ground, he let the green flames die down and swallowed the pain he began to feel in his muscles, igniting his base flames again to relax some of the pain away for the moment. It was then that he noticed that the other examinees had made their way into the city as well, attempting to keep clear of him and the carnage in his wake. In a dark control room, a group of adults watched over the exam with careful scrutiny. The many screens showed different vantage points of each exam area, and they got to see the various approaches that the participants took. One screen showed a blonde blowing the robots to kingdom come while laughing maniacally and sporting an equally maniacal gleam in his eye. That boy warranted further observation. Another screen displayed the tall boy who had the unfortunate run-in with Izuku kicking through the robots with ease. He then used the engines in his legs to blast off to the next one, though he seemed careful to stay out of the way of the trail of colorful fire ahead of him. On another, a duo of three-pointers had cornered a girl with pale gray hair covering one of her eyes until a barrage of giant grains of sand intercepted them and took down one of the three-pointers, allowing for the gray-haired girl to telekinetically smack the remaining robot with the pieces of the former. The two gave each other a silent thumbs up and nod before heading off in different directions. Good crop this year, Midnight spoke up. A lot of hot-blooded action around. Behave, Aizawa tiredly commanded, also keeping a close eye on the screen, or, rather, one screen in particular. He wasn't the only one, either. 3 other people had an eye on one particular screen, and that screen showed Izuku leaving a trail of mangled parts and whimsical fire in his wake. Nezu watched on with his usual smile. Yagi watched quietly and attentively, and Inko watched with an unmistakable smile full of pride for her son. That pride grew even more when he seemingly bounced from building to building onto a light post before diving into the middle of a group of foe villains that were ganging up on a short boy with purple balls for hair. The boy was clearly being overwhelmed, and when one of them opened fire with rubber bullets on the boy's blind spot, Izuku leaped in and blocked the boy from harm with his own body. If that wasn't crazy enough, Izuku's colorful fire had become a solid orange and flattened out into a seemingly solid barrier that the bullets bounced right off of. That's new, Inko said loudly enough for the others to hear. Indeed, Nezu agreed. I've never seen his fire become a solid orange. It must have manifested recently. You know that boy? Yagi asked the principal. He hadn't been around for very long, so he was surprised that Nezu knew the boy he remembered from Dagaba Beach. Why, of course. He's my protege, Nezu answered. Yagi did not expect that at all. He considered Izuku even more carefully, now more sure of his feeling that the boy might be the right candidate to be his successor if he had already gotten the super genius Chimera's attention. He watched as the boy stared quizzically at the wall of orange flames surrounding him for a moment before shrugging and rolling with it, turning to say something to the shorter boy that was staring back up at him with something akin to reverence. They spoke back and forth before seeming to come to an agreement, and Izuku kneeled down for the short boy to hop onto his back. The orange wall dissipated, and the newly formed duo leaped above the robots onto a street light. The shorter boy on Izuku's back then started pulling the balls from his head and throwing them at the robots, sticking them to the ground and getting into their joints to stall them so that Izuku could launch a powerful fireball at the vulnerable group, destroying them. Suffice to say, all of the faculty in the command center were pleased at the scene for both examinees. Midnight, in particular, had a few comments. Ugh, such a magnificent display of selflessness and ingenuity. It gets me hot, she began before stopping when she felt death trickle up her spine. Looking over, she saw Inko side-eyeing her across the room, much too still for the R-rated heroine's comfort. Go ahead, Inko calmly said. Finish that sentence. Midnight did not, in fact, finish that sentence, and she fearfully shrunk back into her seat. I warned you to behave, Aizawa chided, the vindicated smirk he sported hidden behind his scarf. Unbeknownst to Aizawa and Midnight, Yagi had shrunk into his seat as well. The aura of murder that Inko radiated reminded him too much of his former senseis when she'd get angry. One for all seemed to agree as well, as he felt the quirk buzzing even more than when he encountered Izuku. He'd have to investigate it further later on. I think it's time to unleash the final obstacle, Nezu remarked and pressed a big, red button. Izuku would gladly admit that he was truly having fun. He hadn't ever gotten the chance to cut loose like this before, as he didn't often unleash the full brunt of his flames while training with his mom, and if he did, they never hit their target. Now, however, Izuku could do all the damage he wanted to disposable targets and practically fly around the testing area without fear of an S-rank threat kicking him in the jaw. He even discovered a new aspect of his quirk. Apparently, the orange part of his flames acted as a protective barrier that he only needed to concentrate on to maintain. That meant that he now had access to red, white, yellow, green, pink, and orange. It was such a fascinating development that he couldn't help but analyze the possibilities. The ground began to shake, snapping him out of his muttering and toward the edge of the city. In the distance was a behemoth of a machine, dwarfing the buildings and completely towering over the examinees. Izuku took a long look at the Goliath ahead, and he turned to give a flat glare at the camera bot conveniently standing beside him. He knew Nezu was watching him, and he hoped that he got his message across with the glare before he could turn and leave with the other participants. He spotted something odd a good ways ahead. Under a pile of rubble, he saw someone struggling against the ground. Hurrying forward to help them out, he grew alarmed when he recognized that it was Uraraka pinned under the rubble. Igniting his yellow flames, he bolted past the fleeing participants towards the zero-pointer. Arriving in no time, he assessed the situation. His new and one of only 2 friends was stuck, and she couldn't reach the concrete on her ankle to make it weightless. Without a second thought, he pushed the ever-looming zero-pointer from his mind and ignited in a flash of green, quickly grabbing and tossing the concrete off of her before picking her up into a bridal carry. "Midoriya, what are you doing?" she asked as her usually rosy cheeks flushed with even more color. "Getting you out of here," Izuku answered, ignoring if she could walk or not before blasting off wreathed in yellow. The heat curiously did not seem to affect the girl at all, almost blanketing her alongside him. "Besides, I'm not dumb enough to fight that thing," he continued, feeling even more of the familiar strain in his chest as well as his muscles. As if responding directly to his comment, the zero-pointer smacked the top of a building, sending chunks of concrete, metal, and glass directly in their path. Izuku stopped on a dime as the wreckage slammed into the ground rather harmlessly, only serving to separate the 2 of them from the rest of the applicants. "Looks like I don't have a choice in the matter," Izuku sighed with a mixture of frustration and resignation. "Stay here, and don't put pressure on your ankle," he ordered the girl who stared back at him with wide eyes. "You're not seriously going to fight that thing, are you?" she shouted. "If we leave it unattended, it might harm the others," he responded with urgency. "Can you make me weightless?" She reluctantly removed his gravity while also curious as to what he'd do with it, and then he ignited his kaleidoscopic fire and blasted off toward the head of the robot. This time, she had actually had time to look at and appreciate the unique flames. They were pretty effing rad in her opinion. She had to remind herself to get his number after the exam ended. Back with Izuku, he was practically over the moon to be simulating unassisted flight with the propulsion of flames, but got a hold of himself and refocused on the task at hand. He weaved through the swipes of the giant robot and projected his flames to full blast on his way toward the head, lighting his right arm with as much green fire as he could manage. Consequences be damned. He threw a punch with all of his might and slammed it into the face of the zero-pointer, blasting it backward and practically off the body of the robot. The rest of the machine soon followed suit, and it tipped over to slam into the ground behind it, luckily only flattening empty buildings. Izuku, meanwhile, was running on the barest of fumes, and he just barely righted himself and slowly began the process of lowering himself to the ground until the last bit of strength left him and he passed out mid-flight. He was left approaching the ground with his inertia carrying him the rest of the way until Ochako hobbled toward him and guided him back within arm's reach. She cancelled her quirk and tried her best to catch him, but he was heavier than he looked and his dead weight came crashing down on her right as Present Mike's voice blared over the city. "And that's time. The test is over." The other examinees only barely heard him, as they were too focused on the sight they just witnessed. The tall boy was especially floored. The green-haired boy he had wrongly accosted before the exam had gone back into the heart of danger to rescue a fellow examinee from the zero-pointer. Then he turned around and destroyed the giant robot with what appeared to be shocking ease. He had accused the boy of having nefarious intentions, only for the boy to have the most heroic heart and spirit of everyone there. He had a lot to think about when he returned home. Recovery Girl was rather displeased with Nezu. The brutishness of the exam that encouraged reckless kids to be even more reckless was one thing, but she knew the chaotic gremlin had a hand in the destructiveness of this particular zone's zero-pointer. He wanted to make it entertaining for himself and for Midoriya, and it would certainly give poor Inko a heart attack. She just hoped she would make it back in time to see the mama bear throttling the chimera for his stunt. Making her way through the crowd and healing injuries where they were present, she found the man of the hour himself. Or, rather, she found him passed out laying across another examinee who was practically dying from her blush. Shaking her head in amusement, the youthful heroine made her way towards the duo. "Are you youngsters okay?" the old woman asked Ochako, who looked relieved to have literally anything else to focus on. "I think I twisted my ankle under some debris. He passed out though, you should look at him first." She worriedly fretted over the unconscious boy. Kneeling to examine him, she noted that he was breathing normally but felt even warmer than usual. Don't worry, it's just quirk exhaustion. It happens when he overuses his flames. I can't do much for it, though. Hand me your hand so I can fix up your ankle." The younger girl complied, and Recovery Girl kissed her on the hand, zapping her of whatever energy she had left while mending her busted ankle. Ochako would have stumbled had she not still been pinned under the unconscious Izuku, so she only laid her head back on the ground and absent-mindedly took the gummies the medic handed her. Meanwhile, a team of medic bots came with a stretcher, and they lifted the boy off of her and onto the stretcher to cart him away. Recovery Girl quickly followed behind them. Maybe if she was fast, she could catch the end of the beatdown. You furry little dipshit. What in the 9 levels of F were you thinking? The faculty of UA were hiding behind the farthest table away from the livid mother, unleashing hell on their principal, and rightfully so. He knowingly endangered her son with a giant robot to test him. Do you have any idea just how badly hurt he could have gotten? Inko broke her throttling of her boss and comrade to allow him to respond. His snout returned to its original white from the blue it had been previously, and he cleared his throat. I wouldn't have orchestrated it if I didn't think he could handle it, but the other examinees could have been caught in the crossfire. Unlikely, as the zero-pointer was specifically programmed to neglect the other examinees and focus on Midoriya when it spotted him. That doesn't make it any better. In fact, that actually makes it worse. Yagi, against his better judgment, decided to interrupt to take some of the heat away from the principal's admittedly worrying decision. If I may. No, you may not. Inko silenced him, and he quickly returned to his place next to an absolutely quivering power loader. He suspected that she would find out that Power Loader had been the one to actually program the zero-pointer under Nezu's direction any minute now. Izuku awoke to nothing but pain. For a scant few seconds, he assumed he was back training with his mom since waking up in pain was a familiar occurrence afterward. However, the white walls and ceiling he woke up to told him that he wasn't in his room. You're awake. An old, familiar voice came from beside him. He looked over to see the short frame of Recovery Girl next to his bed giving him a kind smile. That smile vanished and a stern frown took its place. I should be scolding you for overdoing it again, but I can't fault you entirely since Nezu intentionally put you in position to do so. And from what I saw when I watched the footage back, you did prioritize rescue and tried to avoid fighting until you simply couldn't. Izuku sighed in relief at narrowly avoiding a whack on the head from Recovery Girl's syringe cane. With that said, Recovery Girl continued before lightly whacking him on the head with her cane. He had spoken too soon. You were on the brink of tearing your muscles apart, young man. And she was right. Izuku could definitely feel it. His entire body was sore, and his right arm in particular felt like it went through a meat grinder. He knew that pushing his green flames as far as they could go for that punch was incredibly risky, but he didn't have a lot of options, and he figured that he could reset whatever damage there was with his pink flames. You overused your quirk in that last bit against the zero-pointer. You're not supposed to fly like that regardless of how little gravity you have, Recovery Girl said while fighting back a chuckle at the thought. And pulling your green fire on your arm could have done severe damage that you wouldn't have been able to immediately heal from. Your body may be immune to overheating, but you were completely drained of stamina, so neither my quirk nor your own pink fire could have done much for you without killing you. Izuku mumbled an embarrassed realization. Is right, she said with a shake of her head, and she reached over and kissed his arm. He felt her quirk at work, zapping some of the energy he had and greatly easing the pain he felt throughout his body. You're not likely to be in a manufactured situation like this again. But there will be times where you will push yourself much further than your limits will safely allow for one reason or another. You did well to do no lasting damage this time around, but please be careful in the future. It was your muscles this time, but overdoing your yellow flames could stop your heart or your white flames could give you a brain aneurysm, both of which are exponentially more severe, especially out on the field. Izuku was silent and thought at her words, missing the doctor's muttering about reckless damn rodents and Inko would burn this school to the ground if anything happened to her boy. He hadn't considered what would actually happen if he really went overboard with his quirk. The migraines from his white flames were usually enough of a deterrent, but the fight against the zero-pointer was the first time he truly went beyond plus ultra, and he supposed that there were consequences for that. Since you're awake and in relatively good health, I can let your mother in, Recovery Girl stated, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. She didn't get the chance to, however, and the door slammed open with his mother rushing into the room and practically diving into his bed to hug him to death. I'm so glad you're okay. She practically cried. I can't believe my son is so cool. Izuku was expecting an emotional reaction along these lines when his mother showed up, but he figured she'd be fretting more over his health and safety than anything else. I honestly thought you'd be a lot more worried, Izuku remarked while returning the hug. I was at first, but Recovery Girl was able to assure me that there was no real, lasting damage. I watched the whole thing. I'm so proud that you were able to pick your battles and focus on the important things before Principal Nezu forced your hand, she explained with a watery smile. I knew he had something to do with that, Izuku lowly muttered. Of course, he did. It's Nezu, she sighed, before something came to her, and a sly smile formed onto her face. You also have a visitor. She's been waiting outside for 2 hours, worried sick about her hero. Wait a minute. I wasn't. It hasn't even been that long. A familiar, high-pitched voice frantically cried out from the hallway. Don't try to be coy, little miss, Inko responded with a grin, and she quickly left the room to retrieve the girl in question, revealing a beet-red Ochako in her grasp. You've been fretting over him for as long as I have. Uraraka, Izuku asked in confusion. Hi. She barely managed with the amused gazes of Inko and Recovery Girl on her. Not reading the situation, Izuku proceeded on as normal. I'm glad you're okay. Your ankle looked pretty gnarly back there, and I didn't get a chance to check on you again before passing out mid-flight. I should be the one worrying about you, she exclaimed at his concern for her and not himself. You were awesome out there. You lit up into this flaming rainbow and went pow right into the zero-pointer and practically blew it up. Everyone is calling you the Rainbow Comet. Rainbow Comet? Izuku asked, quirking an eyebrow in amusement. Can you come up with something better, Small Might? Inko asked, sharing her son's mirth. You're never gonna let me live that down, are you? Absolutely not. Ochako watched the two banter in wonder, and then it clicked. Oh, is she your mother that you mentioned earlier? Inko looked at the girl in surprise, and then her eyes returned to her son in a silent question of how much he told her. Yeah, this is her. She works here, Izuku confirmed while meeting his mother's stare to confirm that he didn't tell her any more than that. She nodded and smiled. It's great to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. Ochako beamed and extended her hand. Likewise, and you can just call me Inko, she replied and took the offered hand. Do you live in the area? I'd love to have one of Izuku's friends over for dinner. Ochako was taken completely off guard by the offer, and she quickly put her hands up. I wouldn't want to impose. She wobbly attempted to decline. It's no trouble at all, Inko replied, completely undeterred. It would be nice to have someone else around, and Izuku certainly needs more friends. Recovery Girl, knowing exactly what Inko was doing, turned around at her desk to stave off the laughter. Izuku, meanwhile, kept a close, calculating eye on his mother. She was up to something, and the fact that he didn't know what put him on edge. Well, I guess I could, just this once, Ochako bashfully accepted over the rumbling of her stomach. She yelped as Inko snatched her in Izuku's arms and yanked him out of the bed before throwing a quick goodbye to Recovery Girl and leaving with the two teens in her tight grasp. Recovery Girl couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She's just like her mother. I wonder if Toshi has figured it out yet. So, Ochako, do you live in the area? Inko asked while she and the two teens were eating the katsudon she cooked to keep Izuku quiet about his suspicion. Oh, sorry, she quickly apologized as she was completely lost in the meal. I'm actually from My parents rented me an apartment out here so that I could take the entrance exam and not have to ride 2 hours on the train. Her expression became slightly downcast. I don't know how long I'll have it, though. I don't even know if I'll be accepted into UA. Stop that. You'll be accepted for sure, Inko chided. I was watching the entire thing. There's no way a team like you two don't make it in. Wait, aren't you grading the exams? Should you even be telling us any of this? Izuku questioned. Who's gonna stop me? She replied with a raised eyebrow. Fair enough, he accepted with a nod. Worst case scenario, she continued, turning back to Ochako. I can just take you on as an apprentice and force them to admit you. What? Both teens choked out. Did I not say that was an option? She asked her son. No, you never mentioned anything of the sort, he answered while trying to regain his bearings. Wait, apprenticeship. How would you be able to do that? Ochako coughed. I'm a retired pro, Inko explained to the girl who now had stars in her eyes. Since I still have my license, I reserve that right. Principal Nezu also owes me quite a few favors. Now, I doubt it'll come to that, though. Izuku took a moment to gather himself completely before refocusing on his mother. I'm surprised you just came right out and said it. You never used to be this comfortable with talking about it in the past. It would have come out at some point, Inko shrugged. Being the underground heroics teacher kinda puts you back into that world whether you like it or not, so there's no use hiding it. Ochako, meanwhile, was positively starstruck. Her new friend was the son of a retired pro who had just offered to take her on as an apprentice if she didn't make it into UA. Now the two of them were bantering again like she didn't just casually drop a bomb on her entire world. She refused to believe that what was happening was real, but a few pinches to her arm confirmed that it was indeed real life. Why? She finally asked, getting the attention of both Midoriyas. Her cheeks immediately flushed at the newfound attention, and she quickly elaborated. Not that I'm not super grateful at the offer, but it's so sudden. Why me, of all people? Stop that. Stop selling yourself short. Just because you didn't take down as many robots as Izuku or some of the others in the exam doesn't make you any less competent or heroic. Potential is potential, honey, and you have it in spades. Your quirk is fascinating, and while not purely offensive, you already know how to use it in creative ways to get the job done. Removing this little gremlin's gravity so that he could fly around like a comic book hero clearly showed that. My quirk isn't purely offensive either, she continued before pulling a fork into her hand from across the table to illustrate her point. But it's about how you use it in tandem with the skills you have. Your quirk already makes you a potentially deadly hand-to-hand fighter. The next step is to improve your hand-to-hand capabilities to properly utilize that potential. Achako was speechless. No one she had ever met had even once given her any sort of advice like that. Sure, her parents encouraged her to follow her dreams and be the best hero she could possibly be, but they weren't heroes or combatants themselves. They wanted her to succeed, but they couldn't give her any advice like what she had just received. This woman that she met literally earlier that day had revealed herself to be a retired pro and told her precisely what she could do to improve as a hero and fighter. And that was after telling her that she already had potential to be a great hero in the first place to assuage the girl's doubts. What the hell was it about this family that made her want to cry tears of joy and protect them with everything she had? Inko could see the tears building in the girl's eyes, and she knew exactly what to do. Like I said, dear, you'll be just fine. How about I bring out the scrapbook so you and I can look at Izuku's embarrassing baby pictures? Mom. Achako wiped her eyes and sniffled, doing nothing to fight the joyful smile that plastered itself onto her face. I'd love to. She'd hang on to Izuku and Inko for dear life. She'd make damn sure of it. Izuku was sprawled on his couch, TV remote in hand, and channel surfing. Nezu had given him the 2 weeks between the entrance exam and admittance, rejection letters going out off to do as he pleased, and it was primarily spent texting Yui and Achako. Apparently, Yui had even more luck than him and made a few friends during the exam herself. And he also learned that she had a repertoire of memes rivaling his own collection of hero memorabilia. She also had a notable collection of Super Sentai and Transformers merch in the few pictures of her room that she sent him. And that sparked a discussion about the two franchises in which Izuku learned that Yui was rather passionate about mechs, kaijas, and megazords. It instigated an ongoing debate about whether or not All Might could take Godzilla that had dominated the last week and a half for him, so he was taking a break with mind-numbing television. Amiwamu Shinderu. Click. Can we get much higher? Click. Sludge villain has continued to evade capture. Click. Izuku, your letter is here. He heard his mother call from the front door. Shooting up, he looked over the couch to see her hurrying toward him with the letter in hand. She handed it to him, and he felt a hard disk inside the envelope. Taking a moment to stare down at the determining factor of his future, he opened the envelope and pulled out the small disk in front of the formal letter. Confused at what it was, he looked over to his mother to find that she had conveniently left the room. Putting the disc and letter down on the coffee table in front of him, he was taken by surprise when a holographic projection of none other than All Might appeared from the disc. I am here. As a projection, Izuku quickly clamped down on his excitement before he could attempt to have a conversation with a pre-recorded video of his idol. Young Midoriya, you received a perfect score on the written exam. That alone would guarantee you admittance to the school in the General Studies Department, but your story does not end here. In the practical exam, you racked up a total of 57 villain points. Geez, was it really that much? He asked himself. It certainly was. All Might responded with his giant smile, and the video continued before Izuku could question any further. That alone would have gotten you ranked 8th in total points scored. But what kind of hero school would we be if your ability to destroy robots was the only thing we graded on? We were also looking at the content of your character when placed in a situation to help another, even at the cost of yourself. Your many instances of helping and rescuing your fellow examinees, especially when you didn't have to, truly displayed that you have the heart of a hero, and as such, you were rewarded 75 rescue points. 75. Izuku incredulously shouted. Yes, 75. That adds up to 132 total points scored. That comfortably puts you in first place. It is my pleasure to say welcome to your hero academia, young Midoriya. The projection faded, and Izuku sat on the couch with only the low sounds of the TV in the background. It was all starting to catch up to him, and a giant smile crept onto his face. I effing did it, he shouted in pure elation. Language, young man, came the stern response of his mother from the other room, but the effect was muted when she poked her head into the living room bearing a kind, proud smile. Izuku felt like he was walking on air, and he immediately went to text his two newest friends to ask them if they got their letters. He saw that they had apparently gotten theirs a little before him, as they both sent him texts declaring that they were accepted and asked him what class he was in. Figuring that the formal acceptance letter had that information, he checked to find out that he was in class 1A. He was happy that Achako appeared to be with him, but he was a little bummed that Yui was in 1B. Suddenly, one particular detail occurred to him. During the projection, a list of the rankings from the entrance exam appeared on screen. Turning on the device and fast-forwarding to the end, He stopped the recording on the results. He was in first with his 57 villain points and 75 rescue points, and he noticed that Ochako was in fourth with 28 villain points and 45 rescue points, likely from her helping him take down the zero-pointer and then catching him afterward. But a single name stood out to him. Katsuki Bakugo, second place with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Bakugo was there, Izuku quietly said to himself. And, if he was being honest with himself, of course Bakugo was. It was his dream to be the best hero ever and become even better than All Might. And there was no better way to accomplish that than by attending the best hero school in the nation and All Might's own alma mater. It came as no surprise to the green-haired boy that Bakugo trained exceptionally hard for it, as his score of 77 villain points made clear. But that brought a specific event back to his memory. F out of my way, extra. There was something familiar about that voice and hair to Izuku at the time, but meeting Ochako pushed it from his mind. Now, with nothing distracting him, it became all too clear to him. Holy shit, that was Bakugo, he said to himself, subconsciously making sure to keep his voice low to prevent his mother from hearing him. Did he not recognize me? Did I not recognize him? Then, another thought occurred to him that could make his time at UA complicated. I hope he isn't still upset about what happened all those years ago. Looking back at the rankings, he winced. He'll definitely be upset about getting second place, especially to me. Katsuki Bakugo was having a good day. He had dominated the entrance exam 2 weeks prior like he knew he would, and all that was left was to wait for his inevitable acceptance. Passing the time at his city school with useless extras was tedious, however, especially with the annoying pink-skinned girl with horns that was always on his case about being mean to people and kept trying to be his friend. He didn't need friends. He was a winner. He would be the best damn hero ever. So, when the letter from UA finally came in the mail, he knew it was simply a formality. He destroyed the most robots in his zone, and the written test was a piece of cake. The envelope contained a disc and a formal letter, so he pressed play on the disc, and a holographic projection of All Might appeared. Now, he was stoked. All Might himself was telling him how well he did. It was clearly the first step on his path to surpassing All Might, and no one would stop him. That is why it is my pleasure to inform you that you scored 77 villain points. Hell yeah, 77 points. That earned you second place in the total rankings. Bakugo's brain stalled at that declaration. He didn't hear a word of All Might welcoming him to UA and the projection finally shutting off. His mind was stuck on the simple, almost alien detail of him getting second place. He grabbed the disc and rewound it if for no other reason than to ensure he hadn't misheard. Surely, he did not annihilate the competition with gusto just to come in second, right? Sure enough, that was exactly what had happened, and the display of the rankings only confirmed it. The first thing he noticed was the 0 tied to his name under rescue points, which confused him. The hell were rescue points? He was the only one who didn't have them, but he still scored better than almost everyone else, so they clearly didn't matter. Then, the real issue presented itself. Who had the gall to take first place away from him? Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo's brain stalled for a second time. Deku, the nerd, had shown off his quirk and then dropped off the face of the earth. He still remembered that day, the look in the nerd's eyes when he looked down on him with contempt surrounded by flames of all colors. Then, he was just gone. He never showed up to school again, and Bakugo hadn't seen him once in 5 years. In that time, the old hag pulled him out of his school and transferred him to one on the other side of the city with the excuse that their principal was a pedo, but he was dubious about that. The news that came out a short time later and continued over the years about entire school districts being dismantled for promoting quirk discrimination and terroristic ideologies only confirmed his suspicions that something bigger was going on. That news, however, recontextualized his last meeting with Deku. That day, he was so angry that the nerd had hidden his quirk from him and pretended to be weak just to laugh at him behind his back. And he let that useless teacher get into his head and fanned his anger, pointing him towards Deku to remind him of his place. However, with the knowledge that the principal was arrested and that teacher went on the run, as well as his own mother screaming at him about what he did to the nerd, it forced him to sit down and reevaluate exactly what was going on at that school. Deku was quirkless, or, at least, he thought he was up until they were 10. Everyone else thought he was, too, so they treated him as such. Even the adults treated him differently, but that might have been due in part to Deku being freakishly smart since that made the adults uncomfortable. A few even walked on eggshells around him as if they had something to hide, but the students mostly just made him a pariah for being the weird kid without a quirk. Was that by design? Did the adults and teachers try to set Deku up? They never said or did anything when anyone messed with him, and Deku never really seemed to care much about it, which pissed people off even more and compelled them to mess with him even harder. Was the whole school in on trying to wipe the Quirkless off the map? Was that useless teacher riling him up that day for that sole purpose? Was that teacher using him to hurt Deku? Bakugo snarled, small explosions crackling in his palms as he seized at the thought. Those teachers were using him and kissing up to him for their bullshit quirk supremacy. They used him to attack a kid for not having a quirk just to further their own warped agendas. Those effers, he seethed. No one uses me as their effing patsy. Bakugo was certain that if the school hadn't already been knocked down with a wrecking ball driven by a talking rat, he'd march down there himself and blow them all to kingdom come. He didn't need the help of any stupid terrorists. Damn it. He'd be the best without them trying to kiss his ass and give him shortcuts. And Deku wasn't safe, either. The nerd had a quirk, and it was powerful, wherever the hell he was during the last 5 years. He had obviously been training and getting stronger. The first place result in the rankings proved that, and it meant that, for the moment, Deku was better than him. That would not stand. He hoped that Deku was strong. He hoped that Deku was really strong. He wanted Deku to be at his best when Katsuki effing Bakugo finally reminded him and everyone else just who the hell he was. He would be the best, and no quirk terrorists, or even Deku himself, would stand in the way of that. You hear me, you effing Deku? I'm coming for you, and I'm gonna be the goddamn best. What the hell are you screaming up there for, you brat? The voice of his mother came from downstairs. None of your business, you over-the-hill hag. Who the hell are you calling over the hill, you city brat? I'll have you know that your father still loves this ass. Metsuki, please. Izuku stared up at the massive one door in front of him. Just like at the entrance exam, standing inside UA as an official student felt surreal to him, despite the fact that being there wasn't anything new to him at all. He'd get over it at some point, but for the moment, he'd enjoy the ride. Opening the giant door, he let his brain run wild with the possibilities of what he'd encounter when he stepped inside. What would his classmates be like? Who would be his homeroom teacher? Was All Might actually teaching at UA? And, if so, why didn't Nezu tell him? Would the school year prove to be an exciting one? Was Ochako waiting for him behind the door to surprise him? Something she'd been attempting to do ever so often since the entrance exam to no success. Remove your feet from the desk this instant. It is disrespectful to both the craftsmen of these desks as well as our predecessors. And Izuku was already exhausted. He remembered the tall boy sporting glasses from the entrance exam, and he hoped that their future interactions would not end the same way. The hell's your problem? And Izuku was now both exhausted and disappointed. He was really hoping that Bakugo would be in 1B so that he could put off the inevitable confrontation as long as possible. With a resigned sigh, he stepped into the just about half-full classroom, tuning out the argument between them and scanning the room. His eyes immediately landed on a yellow sleeping bag behind the podium in the front of the classroom, and the face of a scraggly, dark-haired man poked out of it. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Izuku shrugged and walked away toward his seat. He recognized the man as Aizawa but hadn't thought much about his identity as a hero since it wasn't particularly relevant to him beyond sating his curiosity. Heading to his assigned seat that was regrettably behind Bakugo, he took note of his classmates that were slowly trickling into the room and lightly chatting away with each other. With the exception of a boy with bichromatic hair that appeared content with sitting in his seat with a face drowning in impassivity. A quick glance showed that the other teen had heterochromia in line with the division in his hair, as if he was two separate people that were split down the middle and fused together. How would that even work? Deku, a low growl from Bakugo pulled him out of his thoughts before he could descend into muttering, slowly meeting the intense, piercing red eyes of the blonde filled with barely restrained indignation. Izuku was at a complete loss for what to say to him. Their last meeting hadn't been stellar, and it had been half a decade since then. He had no idea if Bakugo hated his guts and wanted to kill him or if he was actually a misguided tsundere the entire time that just couldn't properly express his feelings. He truly didn't know which one frightened him more. Izuku was spared the fate of finding out for the moment by the tall boy teleporting next to him and bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. I must apologize for my behavior at the entrance exam, he solemnly began. It was unbecoming of a proper hero to cast judgment upon you before even speaking to you. My name is Tenya Ida. It's nice to meet you, a truly better man for figuring out the secret of the rescue points. Izuku slowly took all of that and while shaking Ida's hand. So he is just really intense. Got it, he thought to himself before shooting out his other hand to catch an encroaching feminine hand attempting to sneak up on him. Close, but not good enough yet, Ochako. Damn it, she huffed with a pout before her signature smile reformed to brighten up the room. You won't see me coming one of these days. Izuku tried to ignore the mildly alarmed and calculating eyes that Bakugo bored into his skull as well as the equally assessing gaze he could feel from the heterochromatic teen to his right. If you're here to make friends, then leave now. The attention of the entire classroom snapped to the front where a sleeping bag was laying abandoned on the floor and Aizawa stood before them with a flat, unimpressed glare. Everyone who wasn't already in their seat quickly rushed to it, and they all silently waited for their homeroom to begin. It took you all 8 seconds to get yourselves in order. Such a lengthy waste of time could cost lives in the field. I expect it to improve, he plainly stated, his glare never wavering as he reached behind the podium and pulled out a blue P uniform. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Put these on and follow me to the PE fields. The Department of Education mandates that students not use their quirks when conducting fitness tests in middle school. Aizawa began in his signature straightforward manner. It's illogical. It gives the impression that everyone is equal when that just isn't the case, for better or for worse. Today, we'll be conducting a quirk apprehension test. Mr. Aizawa, what about orientation? Achako questioned. UA is a non-traditional school in many aspects, one of them being that it allows teachers to preside as they see fit. Heroes don't have time for frivolous matters like those, he responded, and his eyes shifted to Izuku. Midoriya, you placed first in the entrance exam. How far could you throw a ball in middle school? Izuku quirked an eyebrow at him, as he knew that Aizawa knew that he technically never went to middle school, but he supposed that he could give the man a rough estimate for the sake of the exercise. About 60 meters, give or take, he answered, and the man only nodded before tossing him a ball. Throw that, this time using your quirk, he instructed. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't leave the circle. Izuku stalked toward the circle while eyeing the ball and trying to decide how he would approach this. He could ignite his green flames and simply enhance his strength to throw the ball as far as he could. But one look at Aizawa's fiercely calculating eyes that nearly rooted Izuku to his spot gave him a hunch that the man was looking for a little more than what he had already shown. Well, I suppose I've been toying with combining the flames to use them in tandem. I know what I could try, but it might make Bakugo angry. We don't have all day, came the tired voice of his teacher. Screw it, he'll get over it. Izuku took his place in the circle and ignited his base flames, blanketing him in a fiery mosaic that sparked recognition in the eyes of a few of his classmates. Holy shit, is that the rainbow comet? He heard someone try to ask in a hushed tone. Blocking out the resulting chatter, he willed his flames to take on the familiar emerald that strengthened his body, and he planted his feet and winded up for the throw. Aizawa watched intently as Izuku engulfed his entire body in a green blaze with the exception of his right hand holding the ball, which was glowing. Izuku finally swung, and that glow became a bright flash as he blasted a massive fireball from his hand to launch the ball skyward in tandem with the added force his green flames allowed him. The sky above them lit up in a brief, brilliant rainbow of flame, and the class was sent into a frenzy. A few of them had their suspicions confirmed about his identity as the Rainbow Comet, while others were awestruck and excited at the impressive display. He noticed the look of reverence return in the eyes of the short, purple boy from the entrance exam, but he decided to unpack that later. Two people, however, were not particularly enthusiastic. Bakugo looked somewhere between apoplectic and constipated, which he supposed was the norm if memory served. The heterochromatic boy looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and scorn, although some of that scorn seemed to be a bit nebulous, so it might not have been entirely directed at him. That, too, he'd unpack at a later date. He had completely missed the reading of his score and only turned back around to Aizawa just in time to hear him grimly scold a student for having fun. He supposed that his mother had said something along those lines when he was younger to emphasize the constant mortal danger of the career, especially in the underground. But threatening expulsion for getting last place felt a bit overkill. That's not fair. We just got here, and you're threatening to expel one of us on the first day. Achako indignantly cried out. Fair, Aizawa scoffed. Are natural disasters fair? Villain attacks on civilians, targeting a hero's family or catching them specifically on their day off, is that fair? Okay, Izuku could certainly concede those points. Many aspects of heroics aren't the slightest bit fair, and that just came with the job. How about paying taxes? Is that fair? What the F? There's nothing fair about heroics. You can accept it here and now, or you can walk away, Aizawa barked with finality. Izuku shook off his befuddlement and put his game face on. A quick look around showed that each of his classmates had hardened their resolve as well. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Ada was called up to begin alongside a girl with what appeared to be a frog mutation quirk. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited to see his classmates' quirks in action. The engines in Ada's legs gave him an idea of what his quirk and specialty would be, but seeing him practically become a blur across the 50-meter track to finish in only 3.04 seconds was incredible to Izuku. Isui wasn't terribly far behind, coming in at 5.58 seconds. He watched in utter fascination at the many ways his classmates applied their quirks, from Achako making her clothes weightless to the Aoyama boy propelling himself with a laser that shot out from his navel. He found the application of the pink-skinned Ashido's acid to allow her to slide across the track in lieu of running to be especially cool. But seeing the heterochromatic boy do something very similar with ice blew his mind. Izuku felt like a kid in a candy store surrounded by such fascinating quirks and potentially just as fascinating people. Bakugo, Midoriya, you're up, Aizawa called. Izuku bounded to the starting line and brought his flames to life once again, this time a vibrant yellow blanketing him. Bakugo sauntered next to him, sneering at him and readying his palms behind him. You think you're so cool, huh, Deku? Bakugo snarled. You think you're effing better than me? Well, I'm gonna crush you in every single one of these dumbass tests. And remind you that I'm the goddamn best. Bakugo was met with only confusion from his classmate, and that pissed him right off. He growled, resolving to let his actions do the talking and blow him out of the water. The starting signal abruptly sounded, and Bakugo wasted no time igniting his palms to launch himself across the length of the track. A vicious grin stretched across his face as he blasted himself forward, and he could almost taste the victory ahead of him. Then, an inexplicable flash of yellow lit up his periphery as the golden blur cleared the track a full second before he reached the finish line. Midoriya, 3.13 seconds. Bakugo, 4.13 seconds, Aizawa dully announced. Bakugo's brain stalled once again, which was happening far too often for his tastes when the green head was involved. He watched in pregnant silence as the other teen was congratulated by the round-faced girl from earlier for getting the second fastest time. A violent spark popped within him, but he choked it down. It was his own fault. He underestimated Deku, and he paid for it. That would not happen again. The tests went by rather quickly for Izuku, and he was pleasantly surprised that each test was dominated by a different person, giving him ample opportunity to see their quirks in action in the various situations they were presented. The grip strength test was simple enough for him with an application of green fire, but the masked boy with 6 arms went completely unmatched. The seated toe touches and sit-ups were light work for him, and he was only matched in either event respectively by a Shido and a floating gym uniform. Wait, what? He took a closer look at the floating uniform in question, and it occurred to him that she must have been invisible. That really intrigued him, and he made a mental note to learn more about her quirk at some point. Moving right along, his years of dodge training helped immensely in the repeated sidesteps, trauma notwithstanding. But the short boy with balls for hair was the undisputed leader in that event by using his quirk as trampolines to bounce between. The ball throw was next, and Izuku was allowed to sit back and watch the others take a stab at it. There were only a few standouts. Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion while yelling "die," and was promptly seething that his impressive score of 705.2 meters was apparently less than his own score. He was really interested when he saw a tall girl with long, black hair in a unique, spiked ponytail pull an entire cannon from her midsection and launch the ball with it. Her name, Yaoyorozu, rang a few bells to him with the Yaoyorozu Company, the largest developer of pharmaceuticals and medical instruments in Japan. He would be sure to add her to the list of fascinating quirks to learn more about. Then there was Ochako, who just negated the gravity of the ball and tossed it into orbit. He couldn't help but return the triumphant smile she sent his way upon their teacher, giving her a score of infinity. The final assessment was a long-distance run around a track in which Izuku assumed that he would lead the pack. That assumption was swiftly stomped out when Yaoyorozu whipped out an electric scooter with her quirk, and he numbly accepted that he would just be competing for second place. Along the way, however, he couldn't ignore the many scornful glances he got from the heterochromatic boy whose name he remembered being Todoroki. Wait, Todoroki, as in Endeavor's kid Todoroki. Did whatever beef he and my mother have get passed down to his son or something? And why did he have an ice quirk rather than fire? Or maybe he has both and just doesn't use his fire. Is that why he feels like two people fused into one? So wrapped up in his thoughts, he completely missed the almost rabid yelling from Bakugo about beating him and proving that he was better. The lack of a response only further infuriated the explosive blonde. After the assessment was completed and Aizawa stepped away to compile the scores and rank his students, Izuku made his way towards the Yaoyorozu girl with a single mission in mind. She laid her onyx eyes on him in surprise and curiosity, and that was enough to almost halt the burst of confidence that carried him toward her in the first place. Ochako spotted him and curiously watched the scene unfold. Yaoyorozu, he queried. Yes, she tentatively answered. Midoriya, right. Yes, this may seem rather forward, but I was really fascinated with seeing your quirk in action. Could you explain it for me? Lightly flushing at the question and sudden attention, she nodded. I can convert the lipids in my body into any material I know the chemical formula for and create whatever I need, provided I'm not creating a living organism. Izuku's eyes went wide. So, in essence, you know the chemical makeup of an electric scooter off the top of your head. Yaoyorozu flushed even more in mild embarrassment. Well, I suppose so, when you put it like that. Her quick descent into mortification was stopped in its tracks by the boy's starry-eyed gape. That is so obscenely cool, Izuku giddily remarked. You could make literally any non-living thing for any situation with just your lipids. Granted, I assume complexity is certainly a factor, and you said you can't create living beings, but could you make organic matter? Like simple compounds such as water or even something like wood? The boy shot into a mumble storm, and the taller girl was surprisingly able to keep up with the rapid-fire inquiry. Eventually, her own excitement at finding a kindred spirit of sorts took over, and she joined in alongside him. Meanwhile, Ochako watched the two excitedly bounce ideas and concepts off of each other from afar with a tight smile. She was happy to see her new friend make more friends, as his mother not so subtly hinted that he needed any amount at all. However, she shook away those thoughts. It wasn't the time or place. Unfortunately, she wasn't as subtle as she would have liked. As she turned her head to see the golden eyes of Ishido narrowed in mirth at her with a knowing smirk to match, Ochako went beet red and huffed in exasperation. Displaying all of the individual scores would be a waste of time, so here are the cumulative rankings. Aizawa drawled and displayed a holographic list from the device he used to measure their scores. Izuku checked the list and was surprised to find his name all the way in second place behind Yaoyorozu, with Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida rounding out the top 5. He perused a little bit further and found Ochako in 11th place, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting at the very bottom spot was Minta, and Izuku legitimately felt bad for the boy that he might have helped get to the hero course in the first place. The look of horrified despair on the diminutive boy's face said it all. By the way, no one's getting expelled. Aizawa's dry delivery cut through the silence and garnered the rapt attention of the class. It was a logical ruse to push you all to do your best. You're all safe. For now. The class immediately deflated, and a few of the more social teens perked back up to talk amongst each other. Bakugo, meanwhile, stared daggers at the list. Deku had beaten him once again. He had beaten him in just about every assessment, actually. Deku was the better man today, and that was okay. Well, it wasn't actually okay, but it would have to be. He would get his opportunity to face Deku one-on-one and finally put things to rest by proving he's the greatest once and for all. Izuku, blissfully unaware of any of that, contemplated speaking to Todoroki. He didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with the boy on account of his father, but the two-toned teen didn't seem particularly receptive to conversation with anyone, so he decided to leave it alone for the moment. He'd ask his mother about later on if necessary. He vaguely heard Yaoyorozu mention that she figured out their teacher's logical ruse from the start, which he certainly wouldn't put past her, but he also wasn't really paying much attention until his teacher spoke up again. The path of heroics is a dangerous one. Entering without proper preparation could very easily lead to a swift death for yourself and those around you, civilian, hero, or otherwise. I've seen it happen. Aizawa hesitated and took a shaky breath. I've seen it happen far too many times. If this life isn't for you, no one would ever begrudge you for bowing out. However, if this is the path you insist on pursuing, then nothing less than your best will be accepted. Fall below that at any point, and I will not hesitate to expel you. He fixed them with a final, tired glare. Welcome to the hero course. Don't disappoint. Before turning away completely, he shot them another look over his shoulder. Oh, the syllabus and any course or school information are on your desks. Pick those up before you leave today. And, with that, he turned away for good, and the class left back toward the school building. Aizawa hung around the grounds for a little while until a tall, skinny figure made his presence known. You know, stalking Verdant's son is the easiest way to end up in a full-body cast. Yagi hacked up a glob of blood at the comment, and he struggled to regain his composure. I'm not stalking him. He paused, searching for the right words that wouldn't expose the secret of his quirk. He interests me. If you think that makes it sound any better, it really doesn't, Aizawa replied with a quirked eyebrow. Whatever your reasons, just don't get caught. Power Loader is only just now getting over his limp, and I doubt she'd let you off nearly as easily as him. He's a pretty advanced kid, Yagi responded, ignoring the previous line of conversation entirely. He's got a lot of potential. They all do, Aizawa replied. Him more than others, though. He has a measure of control in both his quirk and his movements that not many third years even have yet. I've noticed. There's something else about him, though, in the way he behaves. From my observation, he just feels different than the other children. Aizawa did not immediately reply. The silence held between them for a little bit as the teacher thought hard about what he wanted to say. Eventually, he opened his mouth. I haven't had much time to observe him with his classmates, but I can identify that it's a level of world weariness that someone his age wouldn't normally have. Given who raised and trained him, it doesn't surprise me that much. But he's not the one with that look that worries me. Aizawa turned away and began his trek back inside. Class 1B will be out here later. Consider stalking them in lieu of my class since you'll be the foundational heroics teacher for both classes. Yagi took a moment to consider the thought. He already had his eye on one student to receive one for all, and his former sidekick was practically campaigning for another. But he only came to UA in the first place to find a suitable successor, and there wasn't any harm in fielding other potential candidates. You know, perhaps I will. That was so intense. I really thought he was going to expel someone. Izuku mulled over the thought for the first time since leaving the classroom after the quirk apprehension test. He could definitely see where Ochako was coming from, as Aizawa was incredibly frank with them from the beginning. But he could also see why Yaoyorozu figured it was all a sham. Aizawa did feel like a trial by fire and sink or swim kind of teacher. Whether or not that was a good thing had yet to be determined. I must agree, the voice of Ida spoke up beside them. It was unbecoming of him to deceive us like that as our instructor. How can we be certain that we can trust him going forward? I don't entirely believe that it was a ruse, Izuku quietly spoke up, gaining the attention of the other two. What do you mean? Ochako asked. I don't think that he went into that exercise with the intent of expelling whoever came in last place. Someone had to come in last. That's just how things work. That said, if what he told us after the assessments was any indication, I do think he was more than willing to expel anyone he felt didn't have what it took to be a hero or wasn't putting in 100% effort. He explained, receiving thoughtful looks in return. So, we got lucky, Ochako lamented. I wouldn't call it luck. We all worked hard, and he acknowledged that, Izuku replied with a light smile. That is correct, Midoriya. Ever the insightful one, I see, Ida complimented. Something occurred to Ochako at the mention of Izuku's surname. Oh, that reminds me. Do you know that angry blonde kid in our class? He kept calling you Deku under his breath whenever he looked in your direction. It was honestly kinda funny at first, but it got a little weird. I'm curious as well, Ida added. He seemed to be personally affronted at your existence. Oh, right, Izuku sighed. That's Bakugo. We practically grew up together until we were about 10. Izuku paused, wondering if he should go into detail about what happened between them and what precipitated as a result. He sighed and shrugged, figuring there was no need to keep it close to the chest anymore. To explain what happened between us, I'd first have to ask if either of you are familiar with the shutdowns of school districts and hundreds of arrests made in those districts over the years. The confusion in their eyes became recognition, and Ida nodded while Ochako answered. I heard about that. It was all over the news for a while that a ton of school districts across the country were promoting discriminatory and terrorist propaganda. Her face scrunched and she took on a thinking pose. I read some theories that it was all a big conspiracy to indoctrinate the youth into subscribing to an old, quirkist ideology and eventually join in an uprising to institute a society based around that ideology. But I don't know how much I believe that. On his train ride home, Todoroki's head snapped up, much to the confusion of those around him at the sudden movement. Another conspiracy was afoot, and he would get to the bottom of it after he determined if his father ever stepped out on his mother before he was born. Midoriya's existence seemed too suspicious to him. Izuku was trying his absolute hardest to keep from sweating at his friend's comment. Uraraka, that's preposterous. While unpleasant, systemic discrimination in the education system isn't automatically indicative of a conspiracy to incite an uprising, Ida declared with frantic chops of his hand. I know that. It's just a wild theory I came across, she relented. Right, Izuku shakily agreed. He certainly wasn't going to confirm or deny any theories. So he was glad for Ida's rejection of the premise and moved on. Well, the school district we were in was among those districts. I'm a late bloomer, so, at the time, people thought I was quirkless, and that made me a target. Ochako and Ida gasped, but they remained quiet and allowed him to continue. Bakugo was kinda mean to me back then, but no more than anyone else was, I guess. I still wholeheartedly believe that the teachers were influencing him and everyone else, but I digress. We were friends when we were young, and he misread the kanji in my name to be Deku instead of Izuku. When he manifested his quirk and I didn't, Deku transitioned from a run-of-the-mill nickname to an insult that meant useless. I was the useless kid without a quirk. Izuku hadn't noticed that he was tearing up the more he explained. And it was only the concerned face of Ochako and her hand taking his that made him aware, and he quickly blinked the unshed tears away. It bewildered him, beyond his training. He had never thought much about his time before his quirk officially manifested, and he took everything that had happened to him during that period in stride. Or, at least, he thought he did. Composing himself, he gave Ochako's hand a light squeeze and sent her a small, thankful smile before continuing. I finally manifested my quirk when I was 10. And then everything with the school districts happened, and I hadn't been face to face with Bakugo at all since then before today. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Ochako fretted. There weren't a lot of schools that were targeted in Mai, so I haven't met anyone who experienced that firsthand until now. Calling you Deku is so mean, he shouldn't do that. I don't really know if he hates me or if things are just ridiculously awkward between us now, Izuku replied with a mirthless chuckle. Ida, who had been silent and contemplative throughout Izuku's explanation, finally spoke up. Do not let his reprehensible behavior or that of others deter you from your own success, Midoriya. You've done well to overcome these struggles and persevere in spite of them, so I'm confident that it will be easy to continue doing so, he offered with a kind smile. Izuku, tearing up again, nodded and wiped his tears away before they could fall. He wouldn't break down in front of his friends, and he did count Ida as a friend, even after their rough start. He nodded, silently thanking them both and motioning to continue on with their walk toward the train station. Recounting those days brought up some unaddressed feelings that lay dormant within him since he was 10. He didn't like those feelings, and he didn't want anyone to have to feel that way, either. He was lucky enough to manifest a quirk, but not everyone in that position was so fortunate. Not everyone was fortunate enough to have someone violently in their corner like he did with his mother, either. What if he could be that person? What if he could be that person for everyone who got a raw deal, not just from the MLA schemes, but society as a whole, even those that fell through the cracks? He may not be worthy of that responsibility just yet. And he may never truly be, but even just one person to believe in them could mean the world to someone who felt like they were at rock bottom. It was something he'd think more about when he got home, but a text from Yui shifted his attention. One of my classmates is an even bigger fan of Kaijus than me. She is, frankly, shocked and appalled at your stance on All Might against Godzilla, and she's certain that All Might wouldn't last 10 seconds. He smiled, a true, non-quirk-related warmth spreading within at the thought of him having actual friends. It wasn't something he would have even considered merely a few months prior. He resolved to buy a plate of matcha for Ochako and a set of matryoshka dolls for Yui. Can we talk about how our teacher apparently doesn't pay taxes? Ochako brought up as they made their way to the train station. Uraraka, we cannot make such a scandalous claim for certain. All he said was that taxes were unfair. Ida reprimanded. Yeah, but we can make some inferences from that, right? Ochako challenged. Izuku's smile grew even bigger. He would certainly enjoy this semester. Your classmate doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. The next day was a return to the usual school schedule that Izuku didn't miss very much. He agreed that having pro-heroes for teachers was certainly cool, though, and he didn't think that the novelty of that would wear off anytime soon. Even lunch was prepared by a pro-hero, which Izuku was especially curious about because one man was cooking for an entire school, and doing so successfully, even providing a multitude of options for them to partake in. Izuku had no idea how the man managed to pull it off, but he was thankful that he did. The only real deviation from traditional schooling was after lunch when the time came for their foundational heroics class. No one knew who their teacher was going to be, and the class was rife with speculation. Izuku had his own suspicions, but he kept quiet about them. There had to have been a reason that Nezu elected not to tell him about All Might teaching at UA. And their dedicated heroics class being the only one with a teacher unaccounted for was too convenient for him to overlook. Yo, Midoriya, who do you think our teacher's gonna be? He looked over to the boy seated to his immediate right, Hantashiro, looking back at him with his perpetual grin. He made a side note to learn more about his quirk later. Meanwhile, he figured he could have a bit of fun with his classmate. All Might was his simple reply. He expected to catch Zero off guard with the admittedly ridiculous answer and not elaborate any further to mess with him. What he did not expect was for the entire class to stop and look in his direction. Now, with 19 pairs of eyes on him, one being an especially scrutinizing red-eyed glare, Izuku found himself a deer in headlights. He could even feel the invisible gaze of Hagakure fixed on him 2 seats ahead. All Might, seriously, I don't know if the number 1 hero could take time out of his schedule to become a teacher. Well, he did do the recordings for the acceptance letters, so it's possible, Ribbit. Deciding to roll with it, he pointedly turned to the door and held out his hand. The class went silent again, and he silently counted down from 5 with his fingers, then he pointed at the door upon reaching 0. The class remained dead silent as they watched the door on the edge of their seats. The tension in the room was only heightened by the sound of footsteps making their way towards the classroom. And then, nothing happened. The class waited in silence for a little while longer to see just who would come through the door. When the door hadn't opened after another 5 seconds, Bakugo turned back to Izuku with a mocking sneer. Ha, ya nerd. There's no way All Might himself. I am. A familiar voice boomed from outside of the room, coming through the door like a normal person. Holy shit, it's All Might. Midoriya was right. Is that his Silver Age costume? Izuku slowly craned his head to face the dumbfounded expression of Bakugo, and he gave him a dry smirk before doing a small bow. It was worth it to the greenhead to see the blonde valiantly fight off blowing a gasket in his seat. All Might pressed a button on a remote, and a panel in the wall opened to reveal a set of lockers with numbers corresponding to their seats. After they grabbed the cases containing their costumes, they were herded to the locker rooms to get changed for their first practical lesson in heroics. Izuku sat on a bench and stared down at the unopened case holding his costume. When he first drew up a design at the age of 4, it was heavily inspired by All Might. It even included a cowl with 2 long appendages that were supposed to be reminiscent of All Might's 2 signature locks of hair. As he grew and his hero worship of All Might slowly diminished into something less fanatical, he revisited and reworked the costume idea. He wanted to keep the influence of All Might, as the insurmountable mountain of a man was still his hero. But he also wanted to pay homage to his mother's costume for her efforts in getting him to this point in the first place. The end result was a black spandex suit with white flame decals traveling up the sides of his abdomen and down his legs, as well as a reflective flame symbol on his chest that the notes in the case assured was as flameproof as the rest of the suit. He wore a pair of white gloves and a matching pair of white boots, and on his waist was a green utility belt as a nod to his mother since he felt wrong not having green anywhere in the costume otherwise. Completing the ensemble was a white cape that he included as a callback to All Might's older costumes. He requested the cape to be made of a special material that allowed him to remove it and use it as a capture weapon, similar to the capture scarf used by Eraserhead. Wait a minute, Izuku thought with a contemplative frown. So, that's who Aizawa is. How did I not piece that together sooner? After getting dressed into his costume, he started to make his way towards ground beta, noticing someone begin to walk in step with him. I was expecting a lot more color for the rainbow comet. The blonde kid with a black lightning bolt in his hair playfully remarked. This was it, a casual social situation with someone he hadn't explicitly befriended. He somehow made it through the interaction with Zero and the resulting mishap in class unscathed, so he knew he could make it through this one too. He wasn't going to mess this up. My quirk provides enough color as it is. He responded with a totally unrehearsed laugh. Any more color on the suit would have been overkill. Ha, I hear you, Kaminari replied with a smile. Wow, I made it through that. I should ask him about his quirk, Izuku excitedly thought before taking a breath and calming down. No, I'll wait until after class. I'll probably see it in action again. Anyway, the bulk of the class reached ground beta to see All Might waiting on them. He proudly looked over their costumes until his eyes landed on Izuku, and his breath hitched. There are certainly differences, but watching the boy walk out in his black jumpsuit, white boots, and oh-so-familiar white cape gave him incredibly warm and painful flashbacks. One for all buzzed inside of him again, and he swore that he could faintly hear a voice shouting in the back of his mind, "That's him. That's him. Yes, that's him, my successor," he thought to himself seemingly in confirmation. "No, you blonde buffoon. That's my grandson," shouted a woman wearing a similar getup to Izuku in a black, foggy voice. "He still can't hear you, Nana," a shorter, high-collared man sighed in exasperation. All Might shook himself out of his stupor and regained his signature grin. "The clothes really do make the man. Izuku, I love your costume." Achako bubbly chirped beside him. "I was expecting a little more color, though. I wanted to pay homage to my mom's costume and All Might's while still making something of my own." He chuckled. "I'm not sure how much I love the cape, though, now that I'm wearing it. Your costume is really cool, too. I can definitely see the space motif you're going for." Achako beamed at the recognition, and then her smile faltered a bit. "I'm glad you noticed. I wanted something a little more puffy, though, sorta like 13's suit. This one's a little skin tight." Then, something occurred to her. "I've never seen your mom's costume. It's like mine, but greener and no cape," Izuku answered simply. Izuku could have sworn that he caught the eye of Gyro, but she quickly looked away, so he pushed it out of his mind. "Costume," were the simultaneous thoughts of Bakugo and Todoroki as they overheard that bit of the conversation. Since when was Auntie Inko a effing hero? So, his mother is a pro. That would provide a motive and an opportunity. All Might cut into their radically different rumination by explaining what their first class would be, a battle trial. He explained that the class would be divided into teams of 2. The teams would face off against each other in a mock scenario where one team played the role of villains holding a large bomb within a building, and the other team would play the role of heroes attempting to thwart them. He held out a box for them to draw lots for what team they'd be a part of, and Izuku found himself on Team J. He looked to Achako, but she, unfortunately, was on Team C. He looked around for his partner as the class started to group up until he felt something pat him through his cape. Turning around, he saw no one, and he was confused until a floating glove waved at him. "Hi there, guess we're partners for today," Hagakure excitedly said. Izuku blinked, and then he returned the smile he was certain she was sending him. "I guess we are." He noticed that she was wearing a pair of gloves and shoes, but he couldn't see anything else. Before he could ask about it, their teacher's voice filled the area. "Now, for the first group," All Might bellowed as he reached into a box with labeled slips of paper. "The hero team will be Team J." "Oh wow, we have to go first," Hagakure said while Izuku focused his eyes on the box in All Might's hands. "And the villain team will be Team B." Izuku looked around for any team to perk up in acknowledgement, and his eyes landed on the feral grin of Bakugo and cold glare of Todoroki directed back at him. "Goddamn it." Inko stepped into Principal Nezu's office with a contemplative frown. She was on her break, and that usually entailed sitting in the teacher's lounge reading trashy romance novels with Snipe while Aizawa pretended to not fanboy in her presence across the room. But Nezu specifically called her into the office rather than sending her a text. That likely meant that whatever it was, he didn't want a written record of it. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Inko questioned with a raised eyebrow. "You may drop the formalities for this meeting," Nezu assured. "Today, we are equals once again." "So, this is about a case, then," Inko quickly surmised. "That case in particular, yes," he confirmed. Inko's frown deepened. "You have a new lead." Nezu nodded and pulled out several articles from his desk. "It's a tenuous one, but I feel there's something here." Within the past year and a half, there has been a steady uptick in hit pieces directed at UA, its staff, and myself as the principal. It ranged from simple things like expulsions potentially creating vigilantes and villains, to not so simple things like singling out UA for creating child soldiers to fight for the public's amusement in the sports festival. Inko took a careful look through the articles in concern until one thing stood out to her. These are all from the same publisher. So, you noticed. Nezu nodded with a smile. At first, I wasn't sure if it was just a single writer or publisher with an axe to grind against UA for one reason or another, but I do love a good investigation. A further look into the Shueisha publishing didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary, which I expected. However, a look into their executive director and occasional writer, Chitos Kazuki, unearthed some interesting details. Do tell, Inko said while sitting down across from him. When I had people go undercover into different quirkus groups I suspected were being financially supported, one of them was a larger group primarily congregating on a message board that had monthly meetups for demonstrations and recruitment. Nezu took a sip of tea from a cup that Inko was certain wasn't there initially, but she learned years ago to stop questioning it. During one of those meetups, my operative was able to accompany the moderator of the message board to a meeting with a woman fitting Kazuki's description. It was a handoff of information, though we're still not certain exactly what information was given. How can you be sure that it's the same woman? Inko ventured, to which Nezu only retrieved a picture and slid it across the desk to her. Ah, point taken, she responded upon seeing the picture. So, you think she's directly involved with the MLA? Nezu nodded. Being a middleman that only runs information between parties wouldn't be worth the time of someone with her position, and it would also be an equally large waste of an asset. As the executive director of a major news publication, she no doubt has considerable influence over information distribution to the public. And that means the MLA already had a steady influence on information flow irrespective of their indoctrination schemes. Inko added, that definitely recontextualizes all of the news that comes out of there. It also means that UA is directly in their crosshairs if these hit pieces are any indication. A small, dangerous smile bearing more teeth than Inko was comfortable with developed onto Nezu's face. Yes, I suppose we are. Inko would be lying if she said she didn't begin to sweat at his predatory tone. It appears that war may come sooner than we had anticipated. So that's the story between me and Bakugo. And that's why I'm fairly sure that he's going to abandon the bomb entirely to come directly after me. Izuku finished explaining with a sigh. Oh no, I'm sorry for making you relive all of that, Hagakure exclaimed, frantically waving her gloved hands. It's fine, he quickly assured her. I'm getting past it. And it's better to know these things now before they potentially result in disaster later on. Well, we have a few minutes left. Got a plan in that green noggin of yours? Izuku's smile returned with an edge to it. I do, actually. I take it that you're pretty good at sneaking around. She nodded, but when he stayed silent, she remembered that he couldn't see her, so she gave him a thumbs up. Right, well, I'd normally suggest that you sneak your way through the building and locate the bomb while I keep Bakugo busy, but Todoroki has a pretty powerful ice quirk, and I'm not certain how far it reaches. Given your costume situation, you might catch hypothermia if you're frozen and I'm not around to thaw you out and heat you back up. So, you just want to stay around and keep me warm? Huh, she playfully teased. Basically, he casually replied. She huffed, lamenting her failed attempt to get a rise out of him. What about all explodey? How hard can you hit? Pretty hard. Izuku hummed in consideration. Punch me in the gut as hard as you can. Ooh, are you sure? She hesitantly questioned. Yes, I've seen Bakugo take a hard hit and keep on going on pure spite and hatred alone. He's no doubt gotten tougher since then, so I just want to measure what we're working with, he responded. Give it all you got, I can take it. Okay, she reluctantly accepted. Izuku flexed his abs and mentally prepared himself for the coming blow. He didn't want to underestimate the girl, so he readied himself for a hit as if he himself was throwing it. He was not at all prepared to be folded over an invisible arm with a gloved fist firmly planted in his stomach. His eyes were bulging out of his skull, and he just barely kept his very soul from being ejected from his body on impact. He fell to his knees and hacked his life away while Hagakure apologetically fretted over him. Holy hell, it feels like I just got hit by a Texas smash. Izuku struggled between breaths, and he flashed her a wobbly grin. You've got a mean straight punch. Well, when your whole thing is being invisible, you gotta develop some other talents to keep up. She sheepishly chuckled with a not-so-insignificant measure of pride. I think we'll be just fine, Izuku told her with a confident smile. Your 10-minute prep time has concluded. All Might's voice blared over their earpieces. Go, listen up, Mr. Freeze. I'm hunting down Deku and beating him into the ground. I don't care what you do, just stay out of my way. Bakugo snarled at Todoroki. Todoroki's impassive stare did not falter for a second as he walked past Bakugo and placed his right hand on the wall. There won't even be a fight, and I don't need your help. Bakugo might have been intimidated by his chilly tone if not for the ridiculously goofy ice prosthetic covering his left side with a glowing red eye. Instead, he just felt even more annoyed. That annoyance became shock when Todoroki froze the entire building in an instant, turning away from him. Todoroki calmly walked towards the door amidst Bakugo's silence. "They're done. Let's capture them and get this over with," he coldly instructed. That snapped Bakugo out of his stupor, and his annoyance returned tenfold. "Don't effing order me around, Ice Terminator." Izuku felt the sudden, abrasive cold before his quirk activated on instinct with a flash of orange, and the hallway they were in glaciered in the blink of an eye. As if on a mental command, the hallway was blanketed in a deep crimson, and the red flames of his quirk quickly melted the surrounding ice. Looking over to check on his partner, he was greeted with the sight of Hagakure wrapped in a snug-looking blanket of orange fire. If her head movements were any indication, she was just as confused as he was. "Huh, I forgot I could do that," Izuku calmly stated. "You forgot," Hagakure shouted. "I thought your quirk was just colorful fire that lets you move fast sometimes. What even is this?" Izuku could tell from her hands curiously probing and examining the orange fire blanketing her that her tone was less accusatory and more excitedly inquisitive. "Well, I can separate my quirk into individual flames that each allow me to do different things," he answered. "It's kind of a lot to explain, so I'll just say that red gives me even more intense heat in localized areas, and I've only ever used orange once at the entrance exam. I think it forms barriers that I can protect people with, but it activates subconsciously thus far. That is so effing cool. My grandson is so effing cool." The vestiges of One for All were watching the battle trial through the unwitting eyes and ears of All Might, and they could hear Izuku's explanation to go along with the showcase of his quirk. Nana was positively over the moon with pride at her grandson, while Ann and Degoro Banjo were shaking their heads in amused exasperation. Banjo could definitely concede that Nana's grandson had looked pretty cool up to that point, though. Hikage Shinomori and Yoichi Shigaraki, however, were watching the scene with critical eyes, Yoichi especially. "Is that?" Hikage began. "Singularity," Yoichi finished. "Looks like it." "Sheesh," Hikage sighed. "You think 8th is going to try to pass it on to him?" "I certainly hope not," Yoichi replied. "Two quirks reaching singularity within one person? I'd rather Nana not have to watch her successor clean the remains of her grandson off of the floor and walls." Izuku retracted the protective orange shield and focused his quirk in melting a path down the hall for the two. It didn't take long for them to realize that Todoroki had frozen the entire building. "Hey, Midori," Hagakure spoke up, momentarily taken aback by the nickname. Izuku stumbled. "Midori, you've poured your heart and soul to me in our first conversation and saved me from being frozen, and I've folded you over my fist for science. I think we've already advanced to being best friends today." "That's fair," Izuku conceded with a chuckle. "I don't have a cool nickname for you yet, unfortunately. Just Toru is fine." "Roger that. What did you need?" "Well, since Todoroki froze the building, how likely is it that he thinks we're frozen too and left the bomb unguarded to capture us?" Izuku froze for a moment as he hadn't considered that, and his eyes lit up with another plan. "How well do you think you can sneak around on ice?" "I used to train by silently navigating through a room covered in broken glass. Ice will be child's play," Toru confidently replied. "Awesome. I'll find a large enough room and make a ton of noise to draw them to my position while you find the bomb." "Aye aye, Captain," Toru said with a mock salute and scampered off down the hall. Izuku made his way down the hall in the other direction, passing through the corridors to find an empty room that was suitable enough for the distraction. He knew that he'd likely end up taking on both Bakugo and Todoroki, so he needed room to dodge explosions and more glaciers. He wasn't sure if they'd work well together, however, but he'd make them pay for it if they didn't. Finally finding an optimal room, he ignited his red flames and melted the ice, even subliming it directly into steam at points. The room was filled with steam and slippery patches of mostly melted ice, and Izuku's flames of ruby transitioned to emerald like Gen 3. And he clapped his hands together as hard as he could to both clear the room and create a thunderous boom to draw his two opponents to his location. All he had to do now was wait. So he waited, and waited, and waited. After around 15 seconds, he started to get a little impatient, so he took a shot in the dark and speculated that they were waiting outside the room in case it was a trap. With that in mind, he decided to push the easiest button he knew of to get the show on the road. "Hey, Bakugo, I'm better than you and you know it." "The hell you are, you bastard." Bakugo bounded down the hall and into the room with a vicious snarl. The bright sunshine of Izuku's yellow fire took over, and he darted out of the way of the furious blonde's initial explosion. Bakugo threw an explosion at him again, and Izuku dodged again, and again ... and again. They kept up the intense game of cat and mouse with Bakugo launching himself at Izuku with explosion after explosion. Meanwhile, Izuku dodged each one with an apparent ease that felt so mocking to Bakugo. The boy was practically bouncing around the room like a yellow pinball, and Bakugo was getting incredibly sick of it. The intermittent kicks and punches he received whenever Izuku bounded past him that often came close to knocking the wind out of him were not helping matters, either. "Stop dodging and face me, Deku," he commanded. Izuku, feeling the strain begin to set in on his chest, obliged him and landed in a crouch in front of him, deactivating his quirk all the while. Bakugo felt truly insulted in that moment by him deactivating his quirk, and he would make the boy pay for it in blood. "Don't you dare effing look down on me, you piece of shit." Bakugo threw himself at Izuku in his rage, telegraphing a right hook that Izuku was more than happy to exploit by hooking the arm and using the blonde's own momentum to toss him over his hip and onto the concrete. It was a scene very reminiscent of their schoolyard scuffle 5 years prior, and Bakugo knew that all too well. He stared up at Izuku with wide eyes, feeling just as bewildered as he did back then. He felt just as small, just as insignificant. He felt just as inferior. Izuku only had a fraction of a second to notice Bakugo's 1,000-yard stare before his instincts screamed at him once again, and he went back up in yellow fire to just barely dodge the pillar of ice that slammed through where he once stood, carefully skirting around Bakugo to avoid freezing him as well. "I told you this would be a trap," came the annoyed voice of Todoroki from the entrance. "You clearly can't finish this yourself, so I will." Izuku, feeling an almost alien rush of confidence and snark, decided to roll with it and respond. "You're more than welcome to try, Terminator." "Holy hell, he even got your one-liners." Banjo laughed alongside Nana, who was currently using En's collar to wipe the tears of joy from her face. "Right, and look at how well my little baby and co-trained him. He's moving even better than me," Nana cried. Yoichi quietly sighed with a mixture of fondness and dismay. The boy looked like he'd make for a great ninth wielder, but it just wasn't in the cards. That invisible girl, though, she did have a wicked right. Izuku was mildly disappointed at the lack of verbal or facial response from the heterochromatic teen, but he didn't have time to dwell on it since he was busy dodging the resulting ice spikes that shot at him. They were faster than Bakugo's explosions, however, and he only narrowly avoided being skewered on a few occasions. After the 5th tier on his costume, he decided to switch tactics. He put out his yellow fire and green took its place, and he met the next mini glacier with a solid right hook, smashing into the ice with enough force to shatter it entirely. Momentarily taken aback, Todoroki only acted in instinct when blasting another mini glacier to block the split-second advance by the newly golden Izuku, trapping him in the ice in front of him. Putting his confusion at the boy's constant changing of color and powers aside, he exhaled his tension away at a seemingly apprehended foe. That relief was short-lived, though, as the ice flashed red and practically blew apart with the green head forcing his way out shrouded in crimson fire. The heat became too much for even him to deal with, and he quickly backed off. Or, rather, he backed off as quickly as he could manage since the frostbite from overusing his ice started to hit him. The sluggishness would come to bite him, as he received a left hook to the jaw and a boot to the sternum in rapid succession for his trouble. Midoriya was beginning to become a truly troublesome opponent. Izuku, meanwhile, wasn't faring much better. The strain was really beginning to hit him, as well, and he didn't need Recovery Girl whacking him with her cane again. He wanted to prolong the fight as long as possible to give Toru time to find the objective. But it looked more and more as though he needed to end the fight quickly if he didn't want to be captured and leave her to fend for herself 2-on-1. The two teens intensely stared each other down as they picked up that the other was slowing, and they both knew that the end for one of them was near. "All these years," came a raspy, feral growl to the side of them. They broke eye contact and looked over to see an absolutely tempestuous-looking Bakugo clutching his right gauntlet. "All these years you've been looking down on me. Those extras only kissed up to me, and those city teachers tried to use me as their patsy. I'm no one's pawn. I'm no one's stepping stone, and I'm no one's effing measuring stick. I'm the effing best. And that's all I quotel I'll ever effing be." He roared and yanked the pin from his gauntlet with both Izuku and Todoroki in the line of fire. The resulting explosion was gargantuan, shaking the building and weakening the structural integrity even more than flash freezing it did. Bakugo panted at ground zero, watching intently for any signs of movement. He was both relieved and enraged when there was movement in the rubble ahead of him, and a soot-covered Izuku sporting a freshly torn costume emerged with a barely conscious Todoroki hanging off his arm. The glare Bakugo received from those emerald eyes was so frigid that he was rooted in place. The blonde swore he saw flickers of black enter the boy's eyes and spark in his green hair. It was exponentially more threatening than the contemptuous glare he received half a decade prior in the alleyway. Izuku, meanwhile, felt an unfamiliar level of rage leak into him the longer he laid eyes on the blonde. The blackness he briefly felt that day months before the entrance exam was returning much hotter than previously, and Izuku struggled to keep a lid on it out of fear of what sort of damage it could do if he didn't. Then, a chunk of ice slammed down onto the back of Bakugo's head, and he limply fell into unconsciousness. Izuku's surprise gave him the opportunity he needed to swallow that blackness and lock it away again. He looked over to the limp form of Bakugo to find capture tape floating above him and proceed to wrap around the boy. Midori, what the hell happened down here? The voice of Toru shouted from above Bakugo's captured form. Toru, he asked in confusion. I thought you were looking for the bomb. I felt that massive explosion and figured you might need help, she frantically reasoned. That, he bemusedly chuckled. You came at the perfect time. I am absolutely spent. I can see that. You're barely standing up straight with him unconscious on your arm, she giggled. Izuku looked over to see that Todoroki was indeed slumped over in unconsciousness. So he is. He removed his cape with his free hand and appeared to twirl it, forming it into a thinner piece of fabric that wrapped tightly around Todoroki. Hero team wins, came the shocked voice of All Might through their earpieces. Awesome, Izuku breathed out. Please catch me, he said before slipping into unconsciousness himself and falling forward with Toru scrambling to keep him from hitting the ground. The control room was silent. The entire class, teacher included, could only stare at the screen, mouths agape. No one moved a muscle until All Might snapped out of it and sprung into action, leaping out of the room and toward the building to collect his 3 unconscious students. The rest of the class was left to make sense of the titanic clash they had just witnessed. 3 of the strongest kids in their class just beat the piss out of each other, and one of them may have tried to commit murder against the other 2. And, in the end, the winner was still the guy who was outnumbered in the first place. How in the F are we supposed to follow that? Kaminari shouted, voicing what just about everyone was thinking. Izuku awoke to the unfortunate sight of white walls and the unfortunate feeling of a hospital bed. He immediately deflated when he realized where he was. I thought I told you not to overdo it again. Recovery girl scolded him at his bedside. Would you believe that I didn't have a choice again? He offered with a sheepish smile. The old medic sighed in resignation, knowing that it was the truth. When Toshinori came in with you 3, he explained what happened. I want to be upset at you, but you weren't the one being reckless this time around. Her face scrunched in frustration. He should have stopped the match, and Bakugo shouldn't have gone as far as he did. But we're here now, and from what Toshinori told me, you seem to know restraint again this time around, so I'll give you props for that. Izuku was just glad that he wouldn't be getting whacked in the head. You're thinking too loudly. Young man, recovery girl smirked after lightly whacking him with her cane. Her smile then softened to a kind one. You didn't go overboard and hurt yourself with your quirk, so all you needed was some rest to regain your stamina. You're good to go. Thanks, recovery girl. Izuku returned her smile and shuffled out of bed and out of the room. He noticed that he passed the unconscious figures of Todoroki and Bakugo on his way out, but he didn't stop to check on them. He had faith in recovery girl, and he also had a sinking feeling that Bakugo would be in some sit when he awoke, which he wanted no part of. He made it back to ground beta in time for the rest of the class to be headed back to the locker rooms, and he was immediately tackled by an invisible missile. Midori, you're okay, Toru gleefully shouted. Izuku momentarily blue-screened at being hugged with no warning by the one person other than his mother who can consistently sneak up on him, largely because she was still practically naked. She seemed to realize this, and she sheepishly stepped back and gave him some space. That space was not to be, however, as a second blur in the form of Ochako slammed into him and accidentally negated his gravity, causing him to float into the air above the class while struggling in vain to right himself. Ochako quickly cancelled her quirk, and he plummeted right into the arms of Shoji. Sup, Shoji said after a moment of silence. Yo, Izuku replied just as casually as if he wasn't in a bridal carry. You are strong. So are you, Shoji replied with mirth edging into his voice. Fair enough, Izuku replied with a light smile, and the taller boy led him back down to his feet. The moment he was back on solid ground, the entire class surrounded him. Dude, that fight was so manly, Kirishima shouted. Where did you learn to move like that? I could hardly follow you, Zero asked. Did you train at a dojo? Ajiro asked. I can't believe Bakugo tried to blow you 2 up. I mean, I can, but still, Ashido shouted in frustration. That frustration seemed like it was much too familiar to her. Now, children, please do not crowd him. He just recovered from an intense battle. Thankfully came the voice of All Might, and the class gave the boy some much appreciated space. All Might watched as he nervously answered their questions and shyly accepted their praise. It was a stark contrast from the alert, self-assured teen he was in the heat of battle. It brought a genuine smile to the number one's face. Internally, One for All was a different story. Let me at the little sit. I'll tear him apart for trying to hurt my boy. Nana practically snarled while being restrained by Banjo and N. Why are we even holding her back? It's not like she can leave the void and hurt him for real, Banjo queried to N through strained grunts in their efforts to keep the apoplectic grandmother contained. I'd rather not test if she could find a way, N replied with equal strain. Bakugo felt like utter crap. He had a killer headache and his body was as sore as all hell, but the real casualty was his pride. His pride had been beaten, flogged, tarred, and feathered before being paraded through the public square for the townspeople to throw tomatoes at. In other words, he was not feeling good, physically or emotionally. He had been nothing short of embarrassed in the battle trial by Deku. He couldn't land a single blow on Deku when he was using his quirk. Deku easily countered his attack and put him on his ass again when he wasn't using his quirk. Deku danced around him and put him in his place, and he made it look easy while he was doing it. At least half and half looked like he made Deku work for it. Deku looked like he actually had to try against the peppermint bastard. But he, himself, was nothing but a warm-up. That hurt. That really hurt. Not only did Deku surpass him over the past 5 years, but he wasn't even second to the green head. He wasn't even sure if he was third. Who the hell knew what that walking pocket dimension chick was capable of once it got serious? He winced, and his hand went up to cradle his head. He had no idea what the hell hit him, but it left him with the worst headache he had ever experienced. It was the maraschino cherry on top of the horseshit sundae of a day. "How's your head, young man?" The voice of an old lady piped up beside his bed. He would forgive himself for not noticing her this time around, but he wouldn't make a habit of allowing people to sneak up on him. "It feels like foggy sit," he murmured. "I'm not surprised," she remarked. "Getting a chunk of ice slammed directly to the skull will do that to you. You're lucky to only have a concussion from that." A chunk of ice, he confusedly thought until it hit him. "The invisible girl," he growled out. "You don't get to be bitter, boy," she scolded while stepping aside and allowing the still unconscious Todoroki into view. "Look at what you did to your partner with that last explosion." Bakugo was taken completely off guard. He hadn't really thought about the last attack he pulled in his rage-fueled haze until that very moment, and he internally winced. Then, he physically winced when he saw the rough state Todoroki was in. There weren't any scars beyond the one he already had, but his costume was practically burned away and he looked rather beaten up. He couldn't determine how much of that was from him and how much was from Deku, but that wasn't the point. "I'd rip into you for your absolutely comical level of recklessness that could have gotten yourself and others killed or seriously hurt. But someone else is waiting outside to speak to you first, and anything I say would either be redundant or much nicer than what you're about to get." Recovery Girl huffed before closing the curtain separating his and Todoroki's beds, and then she walked away to open the door. "Who the hell wants to talk to me?" he muttered lowly to no one in particular. "I do," was the curt reply of a very familiar voice. He craned his head to inspect the new arrival, and he saw a woman wearing a black spandex suit with a green mask to match her green gloves, green hair. I'd scold you for the language, but I think that's pretty apropos for your situation, so I'll allow it just this once," she replied in a clipped tone. Bakugo's brain was busy catching up with the situation. Standing in front of him was Auntie Inko in a hero costume that he had no idea she even owned. He foggily remembered Deku talking with round face about it, but it was a ridiculous thought at the time, and seeing it was very different than hearing about it. Regardless, she looked pissed. In fact, she looked beyond pissed. She looked absolutely livid in a very calm, frigid way that he knew only she could. He had only gotten in trouble with her once before when he and Deku were very young, and once was more than enough. He realized that she was glaring at him just like Deku was in the battle trial, but it was a little different. The same rage in his eyes was present in hers, but hers was violently composed and seemed to be molded into a sharp edge ready to stab into him at a moment's notice, as opposed to Deku's that was a barely contained inferno primed to burn him and the rest of the building to ashes. She wasn't speaking, either. The silence hung heavy in the air as he actually started to wilt under her glare, something that never happened to Katsuki effing Bakugo. He never backed down from anything or anyone, and he valiantly tried to meet her stare head-on, but the oppressive aura of murder and maternal fury that dwarfed even his own mother's was almost suffocating. "What the hell were you thinking, Katsuki?" Inko finally asked in a measured tone. And that was a effing great question. What exactly was he thinking when he aimed his gauntlet at Deku and Mr. Freeze and pulled the pin? Was he thinking about how furious he was for being inferior to Deku of all people? Was he thinking about how much it ate at him that he was a pawn in some F-head scheme that drove Deku away to become that powerful in the first place? What about how much it stung to not only be proven inferior to Deku but to Peppermint Butler as well? Was he thinking about all the years he swore to himself and everyone else that he was indisputably the best, only for it to all just be a convoluted fabrication? Was it that his whole belief that he was the best might have been in part propped up by the designs of a group of terrorists that didn't truly believe in him, only in what his success could do for themselves in the future? He didn't really know what to say. He didn't know how to answer her question or any of his own. He didn't know which question was the answer to her question, so he just spilled all of them to her. He told her every question, every conundrum, every doubt, every contradiction, and every passing thought he had. And Ko remained silent throughout the entire explanation. In all honesty, it was less of an explanation and more of the blonde unloading years of bottled-up insecurities that he'd been holding on to since he was 10. Her glare had softened over the course of his venting, but her face was still kept carefully blank. He couldn't read her face at all for what she was thinking, and it made him nervous, but he was already neck-deep in flushing whatever was left of his pride. When he was finished, or, more accurately, when he had nothing left inside of him to spill, his mouth snapped shut, and the two stared at each other for what felt like hours to the blonde. If the clock was to be believed, it had only been 2 minutes. Katsuki, she finally spoke up. I'm going to tell you a story, and I want you to be silent and not interrupt until I'm finished. I'll tell you when I'm finished. Understood? He nodded, and she grabbed a lone chair to sit down in. When I was in high school, I didn't have many friends. Truth be told, I had 2 of them. You can probably make a guess as to who one of them was, but that isn't the point. My 2 friends were all I really had. I'm not sure if Izuku ever told you, but I'm adopted. My adoptive parents were loving, certainly, but it was also very clear that they adopted in the first place out of the aesthetic of having a complete family unit. They were well off, so they could afford to do it and not really think about it, and they weren't always emotionally available people. For a long time, my 2 best friends were the center of my world. They felt like the family that I often wished my own family could have been. Both times, she sighed, keeping herself on track and away from any tangents. Bakugo was still silent, paying rapt attention to her every word despite not yet seeing any relevance. I brought that up to give a bit of background for the actual point of this story. I went into the heroics track while they didn't, but they still supported me every step of the way, through graduation and beyond. I was underground, so I didn't interact with limelight heroes much and involved myself with the public and the press as little as possible. Meanwhile, there was a particular limelight hero a little older than myself that did all he could to present himself to the public. He was powerful, too. Still is. Back then, he was everywhere apprehending criminals, rescuing civilians, taking down villains like candy, and he made a flashy show of his strength all the while. I remember him saying at some point that civilians were not points to be earned, and he didn't do any of it for the fame, the wealth, or the notoriety. He just wanted to be the best. He wanted to be number 1. He wanted to step out of the shadow and finally surpass one man, All Might. Bakugo was still silent, but he wasn't so confused anymore. Beginning aside, he was starting to see why she was telling him this story. He just had no idea where it was going to go. The fundamental problem with that goal is that All Might is not a goal to be surpassed. All Might is barely a man. He's a symbol, an almost theoretical concept of heroics that isn't meant to be outdone, at least not in any practical way. All Might is so inhumanly powerful that attempting to bridge the gap between yourself and him isn't something that anyone would be able to achieve in their lifetime. And that's just regarding power and ignoring the sheer significance his very presence has on our society. Are you still following? At his shaky nod, she continued. So, what does an insanely prideful man that's so singularly focused on bridging that gap do when he realizes that it just isn't going to happen? What does that man do when he realizes that he can never be the best, especially as he is, and that there will always be at least one person ahead of him for as long as he lives? Bakugo wasn't sure if the question was rhetorical or if she was legitimately asking him what he thought a man like that would do. He didn't answer either way. She hadn't yet told him that she was finished. What happened was that the man did not let go of his ambitions. He stubbornly held onto them for dear life, even at the cost of those around him. All that mattered to him was surpassing All Might, and if he couldn't do it himself, he would just pass the buck. That came in the form of a cute little homemade eugenics project he cooked up. What the F? Bakugo couldn't help but spit out, immediately recoiling when he realized that he interrupted her. Inko only chuckled without a trace of mirth in her tone. What the F is right, she bitterly lamented. He, in his infinite wisdom, figured that he could overcome the weaknesses of his quirk by selectively breeding the weaknesses out of it, creating a perfect offspring that had all of the power and benefits of his own quirk without the mitigating factors that would limit them. Inko's face soured and her tone took a hateful, razor-sharp edge. To do that, however, he needed a proper specimen. He needed someone with biological counters to the roadblocks he faced in his bid for number 1. Wouldn't you believe it that one of my best friends was the perfect candidate? Inko's fists tightened in her lap, and Bakugo could see the ocean of raw hatred and malice in her eyes. It was deeply unsettling to see that look in the eyes of a woman he could only remember warm, unfettered kindness from. He went about, courting her, and I use that term very loosely. He practically wined and dined her parents into an arranged marriage, and the end result was that he got his disgusting little project off the ground. When the first attempt proved to be a failure, he discarded the adorable little twins with quirks that only functioned well together but would never function separately. He tried again, and it failed again, so he moved on again. His own children were nothing but tools to him that were disposable when they weren't able to be what he wanted them to be, which was the golden little miracle baby that would grow up to surpass All Might so that he could live vicariously through them. There was no love, no affection, and no real connection, at least from his end. I don't know what happened with the last child, my friend and I. We had an argument when she was pregnant. It was bad. We didn't speak for a decade afterward. I did keep tabs on the family, though. And do you know what ultimately the end result of his little eugenics project was? Inko leaned forward and narrowed her eyes at Bakugo. one dead child, 3 traumatized children, and a mother that was committed to a mental hospital, all for the sake of surpassing effing All Might. All for the effing sake of finally being the effing best. Inko leaned back into her chair and away from Bakugo's pale, alarmed expression. So, in review, he never became the best despite his efforts. And he left a dead child, a shattered family, and a likely horrifically traumatized teenager in his wake. That's what happens when you put every fiber of your being into chasing a running ghost. That's what happens when you center your very existence around scaling a mountain that's just too steep to reach the peak. Bakugo felt as though Inko was performing an autopsy on his soul with just her piercing gaze. You'll end up dead if you're lucky. And you'll end up hurting or killing everyone around you one by one if you're not. And, if the battle trial is any indication, you're already well on your way. Bakugo felt his stomach plummet to the depths of his sphincter at the reminder combined with the Antarctic glare he was receiving. So, Katsuki Bakugo, I've known you since you barely were a gleam in your mother's eye. I know that you want to be the best. I know that you've thought for a long time that you were. I know that no longer being the big man on campus is an unfamiliar and frightening concept for you, and you'll do anything and everything to return to the status quo. I know that you feel used by the teachers at your former school district, and you want to prove that you're the best on your own merits and no one else's. I know that you want to surpass All Might himself one day and sit upon your throne atop the hero rankings. There was a heavy silence as she continued staring at him, fixing him in place as if his answer to whatever question she was building up to would decide his future there and then. Are you willing to sacrifice your humanity in order to do that like many before you have? The question should have been an easy one for Bakugo, and he almost immediately went to give her an emphatic no. However, something stayed his hand. After everything she told him, he knew that it was a question that he really needed to think over, as even though it appeared obvious on the surface, thinking about it purely on a surface level would lead him on a path to becoming the poor schmuck in her story. Bakugo could have potentially ended multiple lives that day, and he truly realized that, now. His refusal to be anything less than the best and his desire to wipe out any and every bit of competition very well could have landed him a comfy cell in Tartarus for killing the children of 2 pro-heroes. If the gravity of the conversation hadn't already been weighing on him like a lead suit of armor, that realization would have certainly done so. That wasn't what he wanted to be. That wasn't how he was going to be the best. That wasn't what he would become. No, he resolutely answered. No, I'm not. Inko finally broke a small smile. Good. The smile vanished. Now, your punishment for such unquantifiable stupidity won't be expulsion. Tentatively, any color that might have returned to Bakugo's face drained once again at the mention of expulsion. What do you mean? Because the building wasn't brought down by the explosion and no one was ultimately hurt, the rest of the class was able to continue, just in a different building. That was your only saving grace. You still knowingly tried to commit grievous bodily harm on fellow students during a training exercise, successful or not. This conversation is only happening right now because of pure luck on the part of physics, and your answer just now saved you from a one-way ticket to the villain rehabilitation program at Ketsubutsu Academy. Oh, was all he could say in response. Yeah, oh, in addition to that, you'll be sitting out every heroics class until the sports festival at bare minimum, and you'll be on a probationary period for the rest of the semester in which you will be seeing Hound Dog for compulsory therapy, likely for the foreseeable future. F up again, even the slightest misstep, and you'll be lucky to land in general studies. She leaned forward again, and her eyes narrowed into slits. F up nearly as badly as you did today, and there won't be a body to send to Ketsubutsu. Are we clear? Bakugo frantically nodded. He was very willing to admit to himself that Inko effing terrified him, though he wouldn't say so out loud. Good, she curtly replied before standing up and walking to the door. I'll inform Principal Nezu of your acceptance of the terms. Let's not of this conversation again. Have you been a pro-hero this entire time? Bakugo called out to the retreating woman. She stopped and stood in front of the door without turning back. I retired shortly before Izuku was born. Was it because of that other pro? She did not immediately answer. It was one of several reasons. Ultimately, I lost faith in heroics. She turned her head to look at him, and she offered him a small smile. Izuku helped me find some of it. With that, she was gone. And Bakugo was left to ruminate on everything that was said. Little did he know, he wasn't the only one. In the bed next to him, separated by a curtain, laid a wide-eyed Shoto Todoroki. I just don't get how you always know when I'm behind you. Are you sure that super hearing isn't part of your seemingly 6-in-1 quirk? Ochako huffed as she and Izuku were nearing the gates of UA the next morning. I think we're at 7-in-1 at this point, Izuku offhandedly remarked. And no, you just have to know what to listen for, like the heavy steps of Ida Power walking to school behind us. Ochako turned around in confusion, and, sure enough, Ida was rapidly making his way toward them in typical Ida fashion. She turned a quizzical eye back to Izuku, who only playfully smirked back at her. It also helps to always be listening for something, he added. So, paranoia? She dryly questioned. Hey, a little healthy paranoia is never a bad thing. You never know when your dad might return from the grave to finish the job, after all. What? She did not get an answer or the opportunity to press that alarming detail as Ida caught up with them and attempted to quickly herd them towards their school. It was merely an attempt, however, as the gates of the building were surrounded by a sea of reporters. Cameras and microphones were being shoved into the faces of any and every student that passed through for the slim possibility that they could get a scoop, update, or any morsel of information on the rumors of All Might teaching at the high school. The three friends struggled to navigate their way through the rush of ravenous press until the sight of their homeroom teacher filled them with hope that they'd survive the onslaught. However, through the cavalcade of questions about All Might's teaching status, if he was a competent teacher, or if Lunch Rush's blood was 50% cocaine like the rumors claimed, one particular question stood out to Izuku. UA claimed to have lifted the restrictions on quirkless applicants and now allows quirkless students to enroll. Is that true? Izuku stopped in his tracks, and he turned to the woman who posed the question. She had pale blue skin, lilac hair, and green eyes with sunken, black sclere. She was giving him a smile that was filled with genuine curiosity, but something about it gave him an inkling of warning in his gut. Well, I haven't personally encountered any yet, but I doubt that anyone who is quirkless would seek to out themselves, especially if they came from a district that was shut down, he answered. He almost missed the slight twitch in her eye at the mention of the district shutdowns, but it was so brief that he questioned if he imagined it in the first place. Care to expand on that? She questioned further without missing a beat. Izuku internally debated on if he should continue the impromptu interview or continue on to class. Most of the other reporters were busy hounding other students and teachers, but he did notice that a scant few had turned their attention to him. Screw it. They came for a story, so let's give them one. Looking the woman in the eye, he spoke. Yes, actually, I think I can speak from a unique position, as I also came from a district that was torn apart and shut down for quirkism and discrimination. And I had the unfortunate situation of being a late bloomer. I spent the majority of my life believing that I was quirkless. Her eyes widened a fraction, and the curiosity that was already written on her face seemed to double. A few of the other reporters leaned in closer as well at the development. You were quirkless and still worked on your abilities enough to make it into the hero course. To go on, I was fortunate enough to have people in my corner to help me achieve my dream, quirk or not. That support was the driving force that allowed me to get to this point, even before I eventually developed my quirk. His expression fell and became more solemn. Unfortunately, not everyone is a late bloomer, and even less people have that kind of support behind them. That's an issue, and either not enough heroes make an effort to address it, or their efforts aren't publicized and don't reach the people really in need. And you want to be that hero? She asked him. You want to be a symbol for the public, similar to All Might? No, not like All Might, he quickly answered. I could never live up to that. And, frankly, I feel like my efforts would be much better served trying to help those that not even All Might could reach. Even with a pillar propping up society, people still slip through the cracks. Someone has to be there to extend a helping hand out from the darkness and into the light. So a symbol for the disenfranchised, then? She asked, maintaining her smile that he still wasn't entirely comfortable with. If that's the easiest way to phrase it, then sure, he answered. Well, I'd love to interview you for Shueisha in a few years when you've graduated. She chirped a little too enthusiastically. Before he could respond, a white cloth wrapped around him and started tugging him backward towards the gates of UA. That's enough of that. You're already late, said a tired and irritated Aizawa. He led Izuku through the gates and walked away from the mass of reporters that were trying to find a way around the security system for their All Might scoops. Once inside the building, he turned an annoyed glare to the teen. Why are you talking to the press, Midoriya? The boy in question sheepishly scratched the back of his head. They wanted a scoop, so I gave them something to chew on that would satisfy enough of them to leave the premises. It cuts down the number of marauders vying for blood out there. The gate has a security system in place for a reason, he tiredly responded. All you really accomplished was shining a spotlight on yourself through the chaos, regardless of the noble intent. You heard what I said? Izuku asked with a quirked eyebrow. Yes, and even if I hadn't, it'll most likely be on the internet later today. Now, again, you're late, so get to class. But we're going to the same place, so if I'm late, doesn't that mean you're late too? The long-suffering sigh that escaped the scraggly man's lips was enough for Izuku to dart through the halls and arrive at 1A's door, dodging the reprimand from Ida about his tardiness when he stepped inside. He noticed the smoldering yet contemplative look on Bakugo's face that was fixed downward onto his desk. He also noticed the way that Todoroki looked at him with a mixture of bitterness, contempt, and another emotion that he couldn't really identify. Aizawa entered the room shortly after him, and he addressed the room after they got quiet. 5 seconds. Better, but still not great. Anyway, I reviewed the footage from the battle trials yesterday. Most of you did well enough, although there's room for improvement for all of you. We'll be going over them individually later today during your heroics class, and I'll give you each proper feedback then. His eyes fixed themselves onto Bakugo with a glare. I trust you've already been given your official punishment, so I'll only say that if you try anything as monumentally stupid as that again, I'll expel you before Verdun even has the chance to break your limbs. Am I understood? Yes, sir, the teen quietly responded. Bakugo's tepid response shocked Izuku. He wasn't the only one, either, as several others in the room looked just as shocked. He saw that Ishido and even Kirishima were utterly floored. They were probably expecting Bakugo to defiantly bite back or at least have some kind of weight to his answer. Izuku would be lying if he said that he wasn't expecting that, too. He did notice the way that Gyro subtly perked up at the mention of Verdun, though. Good. Now, we're moving on to something that will decide the course of your careers here at UA, Aizawa began, and the entire class was on the edge of their seats in anticipation for what sort of earth-shattering task was ahead of them. You have to select a class rep. The room completely deflated like a balloon, and the tension was replaced with mild indignation at the dramatic phrasing and genuine excitement for doing something relatively normal. Izuku listened to his class collectively attempt to decide how to go about selecting a representative for about half a second before his brain moved on to other things. Whatever city predicted that Bakugo would be in must have been rather severe for him to be so docile. It was pretty disconcerting, if he was being honest. There was also the thing with Todoroki. Prior to the battle trial, while the two-tone teen gave him somewhat contemptuous glares, they were often paired with searching glances, as if he was trying to decipher Izuku like a cryptogram. Today, however, the contempt was diluted in a storm of bitterness, a hint of resentment, and a heap of teenage angst. He wasn't quite sure what to make of that. His attention returned when a slip of paper was placed on his desk, and it occurred to him that they must have been voting for class rep. It was a strange way to go about it. He figured that most of the class would vote for themselves given that they all barely knew each other, so any winner would be whoever ended up with 2 or 3 votes total. He didn't really care one way or the other. He did have to take some time to decide who to vote for, though. His immediate thought was Eat, as he looked to be the most passionate about the position and would most definitely treat it the most seriously out of everyone there, himself included. However, that may be the exact issue. He was way too intense, and it could be intimidating for many. His next thought was Yaoyorozu, and he couldn't really find fault with that choice. She was exceptionally smart and probably the most responsible of the class. Even if she wasn't elected to be class rep, she'd almost certainly wind up being vice rep and still bring a ton of value to the role. He put a pin in it and moved on. Achako was bubbly as all hell, but she would be the first to admit that being class rep wasn't really her thing, and she'd probably punch him for voting for her. Shoji was cool, but he didn't think the taller boy would want the position given his demeanor. He was confident Toru could punch any issue presented to her, so she was an option. Takoyami, what a mad banquet of darkness, he heard the raven-headed boy muttering to himself. Izuku quickly moved on from that thought and wrote Yaoyorozu's name onto the ballot before placing it in the box. When all the votes were cast, Ada went to the board to tally the results. Yaoyorozu's name received 3 tallies pretty early on, which he was expecting. He was not expecting to see his name receive a tally, but he wrote it off to being from Achako or Toru. Then he got another, but he wasn't particularly concerned. Then he got a third, and then he got a fourth. Pretty soon, he was up to 7. What the F? Izuku absent-mindedly muttered. Language, Aizawa called out from his sleeping bag. At the end, Izuku led the pack with 15 votes. Yaoyorozu trailed in second place with 4, and Bakugo had a single vote. Izuku was rendered speechless, and he remained speechless even after Aizawa confirmed the decision, and the rest of the day proceeded on as normal. He was left to process that 3/4 of his class had chosen him to represent them. How the hell was he going to do that? Why had they even done that? Did they trust him? Why? He felt that Yaoyorozu deserved the role so much more than he did. What was he even going to accomplish as class rep that she couldn't? Midoriya. He snapped out of the stupor that he was in for who knows how long to see the woman in question, Yaoyorozu, looking at him with mild concern. The classroom was mostly empty. The bell for lunch just rang. Are you well? She asked him. Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm fine, he hastily assured. You go on ahead, I just have some things to think about. She nodded, albeit a bit reluctantly, and she left the room. Izuku sat at his desk for a few more moments before he stood and finally began meandering to the door. The second he stepped through the doorway, a hand clamped tightly on his right shoulder, and he was face to face with Todoroki. I didn't need your help, and I don't need or want any pity or concern from you, Todoroki spat before Izuku could say a word, and then he spun on his heel and stormed away. Where the hell did that come from? The hell is going on today? Izuku sat down with his food on one of the roofs of UA. He grabbed his food from the cafeteria and tried to slip out as inconspicuously as he could to an area with very few people. He had too much on his mind, from the revelation that he had already made a big enough impression on his classmates to Todoroki's confusing statement in the hallway. He was even thinking about what he told the reporters that morning and if it was the right decision to do so. He still hadn't truly figured out what kind of hero he wanted to be. And while he did want to help the people that just never had the support and opportunities that he was lucky enough to get, he also still didn't think he'd live up to the expectations that would come with that. He was pulled from his musing when he received a text from Yui. I saw you leave the cafeteria after you got your food. I think I know where you are. The roof, right. Do you mind if I eat with you? I don't mind at all. He was about to return to his food until his phone vibrated again. He should have remembered her ridiculous texting speed. A friend of mine from class is tagging along. Is that okay? That's fine. See you in a bit. He was about to return to his food again, but something she said occurred to him. How do you know I'm on the roof? Because eating on the roof to clear your head is incredibly cliché. Okay, ouch. Am I wrong? He begrudgingly conceded the point and bitterly tore into his lunch, waiting for his friend and her +1 to arrive. After a few minutes, the door opened, and out stepped Yui with her usual stoic expression. Bounding out behind her was a girl with long, green hair, and she sported a smile full of pointed teeth. She looked him up and down for a few seconds before shooting him a flirtatious wink, and she could only sigh in both disappointment and amusement when he maintained his blank expression. Satsuna Takage, Yui spoke up while motioning to the other girl, and then she motioned to him. Izuku Midoriya. Recognition flittered in Takage's eyes, and she became incredulous. So this is the filthy heathen that claims All Might could go toe-to-toe with Godzilla. Oh my sit, Izuku heaved a sigh. All Might has literally changed the weather with a single punch, and that was years after his heyday. Godzilla doesn't have the feats or durability to compete with an All Might that isn't worried about collateral damage. Are you effing kidding me? Godzilla doesn't have the feats. Are you seriously trying to effing power scale Godzilla with me right now? Because you are not ready for that battle. Meanwhile, Yui was ignoring the two and watching the scene at the gates of the school. The press was still there trying to find a way inside. But something else grabbed her attention. She hummed to herself aloud, catching the notice of Izuku, who was preparing a rebuttal to Takage's use of charts, graphs, and a whiteboard filled with calculations to quantify the lacking strength of a full-powered United States of Smash against Godzilla's atomic breath. What's up, Yui? He asked. Over there, she simply said, pointing to the ruckus at the gate. You mean the press is still out there? Takage complained with a bit of frustration. Not them, further down, she clarified. There's someone in a hoodie. The other two looked to where she was pointing to, and they saw the lone figure place his hand on the gate, and the three's eyes all went wide when that section of the gate disintegrated into a pile of dust. He took a step back and waited for the press to notice the new opening. And when they did, they stampeded inside, giving him the cover necessary to slip in with them. You guys saw that too, right? Takage worriedly asked. Came a more distressed than usual hum from Yui. Yeah, I did, Izuku confirmed with narrowed eyes. He scanned the crowd to find the intruder with the hoodie, but he was interrupted by the alarm going off campus-wide. This is bad, Takage remarked, now more serious than she was mere seconds before. You trying to find that guy? Yeah, Izuku responded. I think I lost him, though. Allow me, was her simple reply before one of her eyes split from her head and flew down to the stampede of reporters. Izuku kept himself from internally fanboying at how cool her quirk was, and he and Yui waited intently for her to find something. Takage's eye was scouring the mob for anyone who looked like they didn't belong, and she eventually found her target split off from the pack and step away from view. When a purple portal opened in front of him, she immediately launched her eye after him to not lose him, but he had apparently sensed he was being watched. And he turned around and grabbed the eye, decaying it to nothing but dust just as he did to the gate. Shit, Takage swore, he spotted me. Where is he? Izuku questioned. He stepped through a portal or warp gate or something. I didn't get to follow him in, but I caught a glimpse of familiar hallways, so he's definitely in the building. Do we go after him? Yui asked. I don't see why not, Takage replied. We need to at least warn a teacher. Already covered. Izuku spoke up after texting his mom and Nezu about the intruder. Let's find that mother fur. And, with a toothy grin from Takage, the three bounded through the entrance to the roof and set off back into the building with Nezu's office as their first stop, as that was where Izuku knew the most sensitive information to be. Reaching the office and not finding anyone inside, the three looked around for any signs of the intruder potentially having already been there. Izuku, specifically, was running over every inch of the office with a fine-toothed comb to find anything out of place whatsoever. Seeing nothing, the three left and continued down the hall to the nearest teacher's lounge. Along the way, Izuku caught a glimpse of pale blue through the small window of a door on his left. Stopping on a dime, he turned to the door and looked through the window to see the hooded man picking up and reading through a small stack of papers. Activating his quirk and lighting up in a flash of yellow, Izuku pushed the door open and launched himself at the man. Time seemed to slow down for even himself as the man was about to step through another portal but instinctively launched his hand out towards Izuku. Izuku had already seen what the intruder could do with a touch, and he had no interest in becoming dust in the wind. Just before the man's fingers could brush against his chest, Izuku pivoted and dashed to the side to remain clear of his touch. It was all the man needed to leave through the portal, however, and the two locked eyes for a brief moment before the portal closed. "God damn it," he lamented. "Yo, Midoriya, you in here?" He heard Takage call out before the other two entered the room with him. Yui saw the consternation on Izuku's face, and she frowned. "What happened?" "I had him," he sighed. "He slipped right through my fingertips." "You caught him?" Takage questioned. "No, I'm pretty sure he was expecting me or anyone else to find him because he shot his hand out at me the second I entered the room," he explained. "I dodged to avoid ending up like your eye, and he escaped through another portal." "Did your eye grow back, by the way?" "Yeah, I can detach my limbs and control them telepathically. And they grow back if they're destroyed or if I lose connection with them," she explained with a toothy grin. "That is so cool," Izuku muttered, and he stopped himself before he could launch into a mutter spree. "I know, I'm quite the catch, aren't I?" she teased with a pose. "Despite your Godzilla takes," Izuku muttered just loud enough for the two women to hear. "Oh, don't you effing start," Takage growled while Yui silently laughed at the interplay. "Let's ditch this place before anyone finds out that we practically went vigilante." Izuku's eyes went wide, and he quickly acquiesced. He hadn't actually considered that the teachers very likely would not want him or any students actively pursuing the intruder. "What, you didn't consider that when you suggested we, and I quote, find that mother fur?" Takage pressed with a laugh. "Hell, I'm surprised that even Yui went along with it. You didn't strike me as a rule bender. Doing stupid things for the right reasons is the essence of being a hero, isn't it?" Yui shrugged. "You're goddamn right it is," Takage cheered. "I was fortunate enough to have people in my corner to help me achieve my dream, quirk or not. That support was the driving force that allowed me to get to this point, even before I eventually developed my quirk. Unfortunately, not everyone is a late bloomer, and even less people have that kind of support behind them. That's an issue, and either not enough heroes make an effort to address it, or their efforts aren't publicized and just end up falling on deaf ears. And you want to be that hero. You want to be a symbol for the public, similar to All Might. No, not like All Might. I could never live up to that. And, frankly, I feel like my efforts would be much better served trying to help those that not even All Might could reach. Even with a pillar propping up society, people still slip through the cracks. Someone has to be there to extend a helping hand out from the darkness and into the light. So a symbol for the disenfranchised, then, if that's the easiest way to phrase it, then sure." In a dark room nestled within an abandoned apartment sat a noseless man watching the impromptu interview of a UA student very intently. His narrow, red-eyed gaze studied every detail of the video, committing the face of the green-haired teen to memory. "Interesting," he mused aloud. "Not All Might, but being there for those that even All Might missed. Very interesting." He sat up, grabbing the bandages that he typically wrapped around his arms and over his eyes. "Should we meet one day, I'll test that conviction of yours." After applying the bandages, he grabbed a long, tattered, red scarf beside a freshly blooded katana. "And if your conviction doesn't measure up, you'll be purged like the rest of the fakes. So a symbol for the disenfranchised, then, if that's the easiest way to phrase it, then sure." A scoff could be heard from a man with black, unruly hair with a horribly burned body covered in a myriad of patchwork skin grafts and staples. "Yeah, whatever," he spat before putting his phone away. "You'll burn with the rest. If that's the easiest way to phrase it, then sure." "What a disgrace." "The young, pure human only turned out to just be more diseased filth," growled a man wearing a stylized plague doctor mask. While he was seething, a little girl huddled in the corner of the room ran some of the things the teen said back in her mind. She didn't understand a lot of it. The words were really big and they talked so fast, but she did understand one key point. A hero for the people even All Might couldn't reach, the people that slipped through the cracks. She didn't know who All Might was, but she was pretty small. Maybe she slipped through a crack and didn't remember. Maybe she slipped through a crack, and that was why she made her dad disappear. Maybe that was why she was cursed. Did she deserve to be saved? She was cursed and a monster, so did she really deserve for a hero to come rescue her from the crack she slipped through? She really hoped so. "Eri, get in the chair." Tamura was as still as a statue in his seat at the bar. Hirajiri had taken to wiping glasses that had long since been cleaned as Tamura sat in silence after watching the video from Shueisha. "Tamura, is something the matter?" called a voice from a monitor. Both Tamura and Kirajiri were at attention at the sound. "No," the young man responded with a voice almost as dry as his skin. "The plan is still good to go. The symbol of peace will die." He paused for a moment, considering his words before speaking. "That boy, though, something about him. There was something vaguely familiar about him, but I could not place it. I will look into it another time. But for now, focus on your current mission of disposing of the symbol of peace," the voice calmly instructed. Tamura looked back at the small screen of his phone, and his thoughts returned to the green-haired teenager. "You're the same brat that almost caught me. A hero for those who fell through the cracks, huh?" A curious glint appeared in the man's red eyes. Survive tomorrow. And we'll see about that, hero brat. As class rep, Izuku was given the task of herding his classmates to the bus and ensuring that everyone was present and accounted for before they left campus. It was time for their first field trip of sorts. They were doing rescue training at a special facility off campus, and it went without saying that the class was absolutely pumped. From getting the chance to shine in their preferred domain to finally getting the opportunity to perform in their field of choice, everyone was hyped for one reason or another. Well, almost everyone. Mr. Aizawa, where's Bakugo? Mina questioned before they boarded the bus. Bakugo won't be participating in heroics lessons until after the sports festival as part of his punishment for his stunt earlier this week, he plainly responded. Any other questions? When no one responded, he climbed into his sleeping bag and hopped onto the bus, signaling for his class to follow his lead. They boarded and set off for their first rescue training. Izuku found himself sitting between Asui and Kirishima as his class made casual conversation amongst each other. He spent that time silently listening to them interact while still sorting some things out in his mind. He felt his phone vibrate, and he saw that he received a text from Yui. She had sent him a picture of herself in her hero costume, as it was the first time she got to wear it since school was cancelled early the day prior. Are you going for Ultraman, Super Sentai, or Pokémon Trainer? He waited a few moments for a response. It was longer than she'd usually take to type up a message, so he figured she was really considering the question. A little of all three, I suppose. Ultraman more than anything. Thank you for noticing. Midoriya, Asui called out to him, swiftly putting his phone away. He turned to acknowledge the frog girl beside him. I usually say what's on my mind, so I'm sorry in advance if I offend you, she began. No worries, Asui, I appreciate bluntness, he assured. And he did. Yui was incredibly straightforward with him most of the time, even if it meant incidentally roasting his choice of venue for clearing his head. Call me Tsu, she insisted. Oh, all right, Izuku stumbled. You can call me Izuku, then. It wouldn't really be fair for you to have to call me by my surname all the time. She happily croaked at that, and that warmed Izuku's heart. Unbeknownst to him, Mina was shooting a knowing smirk to Achako, who was pointedly looking out of the window. And he wonders why we voted for him, Kaminari joked, causing those around them to laugh along with him and Izuku's eye to twitch at the reminder. Anyway, Tsu continued after composing herself, your quirk is bullshit. And the easy, light-hearted laughter became choked, shocked guffaws. Asui, you cannot just insult someone's quirk like that, Ada quickly reprimanded. She's not wrong, Izuku responded with a shrug. My quirk is so ridiculous that my mom and I researched what would cause something so seemingly convoluted to manifest in someone, especially so late. That's right, you were a late bloomer, Sato spoke up from beside Tsu. I saw that interview last night from one of those reporters outside of the school building. Same, Mina excitedly joined in. We got to peel back the curtain into the life of our class rep. You already have a cool origin story. What did that research turn up? Tsu asked him. Nothing conclusive. We inevitably just chalked it up to quirk science being really weird and my quirk being a massive expression of all of the quirk factors in my family tree, Izuku answered. Something that did pop up more than once, though, was quirk singularity theory. What's that? Kirishima asked from beside him, his attention completely held by Izuku in that moment. A quick look around showed that just about everyone else was in the same boat. In short, it's this theory developed by a guy named Dr. Shigaraki, Izuku began, missing the near imperceptible flinch from Aizawa sitting across from him, according to which, as generations pass, quirks become stronger, more complex, and much more difficult to control. He theorized that, eventually, quirks across the globe would become way too overpowered for us to manage because we wouldn't evolve quickly enough to deal with them. He was called a crackpot at the time, and the theory is still seen as crackpot nowadays, but it's an interesting idea to think about. The class was left in silence at the information. Despite the doomsday nature of the theory, it wasn't entirely unfounded, especially in that day and age. There were many plain destructive quirks out there that their wielders just had trouble controlling. Maybe that's why my younger sister has trouble controlling the mucus she secretes, Tsu mused with a finger on her chin. Mine only stings a little bit, but hers can really do damage if she isn't careful. Come to think of it, my little cousin can turn his skin into diamond, but it's hard for him to move when he does, Kirishima pondered. Even so, my quirk isn't nearly as flashy as his or even yours, Midori bro. Don't sell yourself short, Izuku countered. So, you're not a walking, talking rainbow. One who is almost as sparkly as moi, Aizawa cut in with. Well, Izuku figured it was an attempt at a compliment, but he couldn't be sure. A sparkly, walking, talking rainbow, Izuku amended. Your quirk allows you to make your skin about as hard as steel, right? More or less, Kirishima answered. Then you're already a walking, talking juggernaut in combat. And in rescue, just keep getting harder. And you'll be fine, Izuku casually encouraged. There was a brief silence after that, And then there was a snicker. That snicker snowballed into scattered laughs, and those laughs snowballed even further into the class, erupting into laughter, with the exception of Izuku, who maintained his blank expression. Aizawa sighed at the front of the bus. He wasn't entirely convinced that his student didn't know exactly what he was doing and wasn't using his lack of a social life growing up as plausible deniability. Why couldn't he have a normal class for once? "You wanted to see me, sir?" Toshinori asked when he stepped into Nezu's office. He was surprised to find Verdant already inside. "Indeed, have a seat," the chimera chirped. Toshinori did as instructed and surveyed the scene. Nezu was staring at him with a smile that something within him told him was nefarious. Verdant, on the other hand, was unreadable. He couldn't gauge exactly what that blank yet penetrating stare was about, but it didn't make him feel any less uncomfortable. "What's this about?" the blonde hesitantly asked his boss. "It has come to my attention that you wish to take my protege from me," Nezu answered while maintaining his smile. "I don't understand," Toshinori said in confusion. "You've been stalking my son." He heard Verdant finally speak up, to which he coughed up a considerable amount of blood. "And no, it's not what you think, Mrs. Midoriya." He hurriedly tried to placate her and kill her suspicions. "I wasn't stalking him, You believe he's the perfect candidate to be your successor?" Nezu finished for him. At his alarmed expression, Nezu continued without missing a beat. "Verdant is one of my most trusted comrades, and since this directly involves her son, she was going to be privy to it eventually." Toshinori had to concede that point. The staff was already aware of his condition and time limit, so he didn't have to hide the fact that he was All Might. But they were not aware of the nature of his quirk and the history, obligations that came with it. He supposed that if he was scoping out Verdant's son, she indeed had the right to know. He sighed, and then he spoke. "Well, the truth about my quirk is that it is inheritable. My quirk is called One for All, and it has the ability to be passed down from user to user if the current wielder wishes it so. As you can probably already tell, my time as the symbol of peace is slowly coming to an end thanks to the injury I sustained. So I've been in search of a successor to pass the quirk onto and trained to take up the mantle when I'm no longer around." His eyes filled with intensity and conviction. "I truly believe that your son is the next wielder of One for All and will take up the mantle as the next symbol of peace." Verdant and Nezu were silent. He didn't know if they were considering everything he had said or if they secretly had a telepathic link and were communicating with each other outside of his notice. "Does he?" Verdant asked with a raised eyebrow. "I don't know what you mean," Toshinori replied. "I haven't approached him about it yet, if that's what you're asking." She stifled a chuckle, and the blonde man grew even more confused. "I can't make decisions for him, especially not one like this, but I think he's already made the decision for himself." Now, Toshinori was totally perplexed. Nezu took pity on him and pushed a tablet across his desk toward him, and he picked it up and played the video that was waiting for him. What he watched was young Midoriya having a pseudo-interview with a woman with light blue skin and lilac hair. The boy talked about his time believing he was quirkless and spending much of that in an indoctrination zone. He talked about how it affected his outlook on heroics and what it drove him to accomplish. And finally, he talked about how he didn't want to be a successor of sorts to All Might in favor of being a beacon for those who fell through the cracks of society that not even All Might was able to reach. "Oh," was all the current symbol of peace could say in response. "Oh, indeed," Nezu cackled in glee. "You will not be poaching my protege today." "I suppose not," he responded with a downcast sigh. "Even if you can't have him, at least this just narrows it down for your other candidates." Verdant tried to console a warm smile. "You do have other candidates, right?" Well," Toshinori choked. "Good grief, Yagi," Verdant groaned. "I do have a few other first-year students in mind, as well as the third year that Mirai has been campaigning for, but I was certain that young Midoriya was the one." "Well, please select one soon." Nezu spoke up. "You should be at the USJ right now, but you used up too much of your time limit this morning." "Speaking of," Verdant began, turning to Nezu, "are you certain that it's a good idea to send them to the USJ after the incident yesterday? I have not been able to determine if the intruder took anything before they escaped. If Izuku's warning was to be believed, then they had an accomplice with a warping ability. They more than likely went directly to a room without cameras and left just as quickly," Nezu surmised. "However, the USJ's distress signal is instantaneous and now has remote viewing thanks to Izuku's suggestion. We will know immediately if something is amiss, and we will be able to determine the situation long before we arrive." She nodded, even though the blonde could tell very easily that she wasn't entirely sold. It appeared that their business in the office had concluded, so Yagi took the opportunity to confirm or deny the suspicions he had. "Excuse me, Mrs. Midoriya. Call me and co. I killed my husband." Toshinori was at a loss for words. There was absolutely nothing at his disposal to respond to that statement, which the woman had said so casually and matter-of-factly. He looked to Nezu, and the animal of indeterminable origin only maintained his trademark smile. He was obviously aware of it happening. Do I even want to know why?" He finally spoke. He was threatening Izuku's life, she answered just as calmly. He was also probably a terrorist. Toshinori was still unable to formulate a response to that new bit of information, but he swore he heard a faint shout of, "That's my girl," in the back of his mind. Anyway, Toshinori coughed out with a glob of blood in a desperate attempt to move on. "What's your maiden name, if I may ask?" she hummed, as if considering the question. "That depends. Technically, it's Akatani, as that was the name of my adoptive family. My birth surname is Shimura, but I haven't gone by that since I was 4. Why do you ask?" Toshinori fought back a gasp. He needed to know for sure. "Was your mother's name, perhaps, Nana Shimura?" "Yes, if I'm not mistaken," she answered with a critical eye. "You're most certainly not my father if that's where this is headed." The amount of blood that Toshinori hacked up after that comment was probably a new record for him. He didn't get the chance to respond, however, as the door bust open and a frantic Tenya Ida threw himself inside. "The USJ is under attack by villains," he shouted. Earlier on, Class 1 arrived at the USJ. Getting off the bus and heading inside, they were transfixed by the sheer size of the building. Many of them likened it to a massive amusement park with several radically different areas, each one being massive in their own rights. "Welcome to my own personal playground, the unforeseen simulation joint," called a voice from behind the class, causing them to turn around and inspect the new arrival wearing a spacesuit-inspired costume. "Oh my god, it's 13, Ochako shouted, practically floating in utter glee. Izuku smiled at his friend's antics that reminded him of how he would have reacted to seeing All Might in the flesh years prior. Speaking of All Might, he was supposed to be there with them, but he was nowhere to be seen. Izuku watched 13 quietly speak with an irritated-looking Aizawa, and she put up 3 fingers. He didn't know what that meant, but he had an inkling that it had to do with All Might's absence. Maybe All Might would get there in 3 hours. He was Japan's #1, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for him to have been preoccupied with something. However, if that were the case, Aizawa would have been aware of it beforehand, so it must have been a last-minute development. That was odd, but it would explain why neither Aizawa or any of the class was informed. Izuku caught the encroaching hand of Ochako beside him, much to her annoyance. "Even when you're not paying attention, you're still paying attention? How does that even work?" Ochako huffed in a whisper. "Train with my mom for a few days and you'll understand." Izuku chuckled. "What did I miss?" "She's talking about how dangerous our quirks can be when used to attack, so we're gonna be using them to save lives today," she answered. "Hey, what's that over by the fountain?" Kirishima pointed out. Everyone turned to see what he was talking about, and a purple blob manifested from nothing in midair. The blob expanded, and Izuku's blood went cold. "Shit," he lowly muttered, and only Ochako heard him. "What's that?" she asked him, worry edging into her tone. "The intruder from yesterday," he answered while his body became tense. "I saw him while I was on the roof during lunch." "Are those villains part of the exercise, Mr. Aizawa?" Kirishima asked. "No, this isn't part of the class. Those villains are real," he gravely answered. Everyone's faces fell in dismay, and panic and worry began to overtake the students. "Kaminari, can you radio to anyone on campus for help?" Aizawa asked. "I've been trying, but I can't reach anyone," he answered. "They must have someone jamming the area with a quirk," Todoroki mused. "So that must mean the distress signal hasn't alerted Nezu. And all of our phones are on the bus. Effing great," Izuku thought to himself with a scowl. His eyes were planted on the purple warp gate where tons of villains were spilling out behind a man with hands all over his body. Next to him was a hulking creature with black, scarred skin, an exposed brain, and a beak-like mouth full of jagged teeth. The sight of the humanoid made him shiver, as it was clearly the poster child for human experimentation. The man covered in hands, however, unsettled him even more. Izuku recognized that pale hair, and, for a brief moment, the two met each other's gazes once again. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa said before putting on his goggles. "You're not seriously going to go down there on your own, are you?" Izuku asked him in concern. "Your mother would," Aizawa answered simply. Izuku wasn't expecting that answer, but he wouldn't be deterred so easily. "With all due respect, sir, I've seen my mother do some truly ridiculous sit-in training. You are not her. And, as good as you are, neither are you, so stay put," Aizawa responded with finality. "Besides, even if I'm not as good as Verdant, I do know a thing or two." With that, he leaped down the stairs and toward the central plaza to meet the thugs head-on. Izuku was remiss to not do anything at first, but that feeling evaporated when he watched his teacher mow through the thugs with frightening competence. He supposed that it shouldn't have surprised him, as the man's quirk only put villains at a level playing field with him, so he had to be superior to his opponent in hand-to-hand combat by necessity. The scant videos of Eraserhead online that he had seen only confirmed that. He had other things to worry about, though. The purple warp gate villain had left the intruder and the beaked abomination in the central plaza where they merely stood and surveyed the scene. Meanwhile, said warp villain appeared at the entrance before them. "Good afternoon," the voice began in smooth baritone. We are the League of Villains. We are here to kill All Might. But it appears that our information was incorrect since All Might is not present. They're here to kill All Might. I don't know whether to be relieved or on edge that he isn't here, Izuku thought. Stay behind me, 13 shouted before preparing to activate her quirk, but Kirishima leaped forward regardless to attack the Misty Marauder. It proved to be pointless, as the villain simply moved away from the attack and proceeded with his job of scattering the students. Izuku found himself falling through a portal and plummeting to a body of water. He braced for impact and slammed through the surface of the water, and he reoriented himself in time to see a shark villain swimming toward him with malicious intent. The shock of seeing him caused Izuku to heat up, and the water around him quickly took on a red glow. Before he realized what he did, the villain stopped his advance and backpedaled from him, and Izuku felt a tongue wrap around his waist and yank him out of the water. He looked up to see Tsu carrying him with her face in a pained grimace. Once he was deposited onto the deck of a ship, she quickly receded her tongue and croaked in pain. And Izuku only looked at her and back at the steaming patch of water he was just in to put 2 and 2 together. Before he could say something, she hopped back into the water and swam below the surface. Izuku didn't understand why she returned to clear danger until she resurfaced and violently dropped Minta onto the deck of the ship. "Tsu, your tongue," he fretted. "It's okay, Izuku," she tried to assure. "The pain isn't debilitating, and it'll heal eventually." "No, it's not okay. My quirk scalded you when you rescued me." "Let me help," Izuku maintained with his hand emitting a pink glow. The hand then erupted into pink flames that caught the attention of both Tsu and Minta. "What the heck is that?" the diminutive boy asked while on a break from freaking out. "It's part of my quirk, pink heals damage. Show me your tongue," he instructed, and she obliged, allowing him to apply the soft, pink fire onto her burns. The two watched in silent amazement as the rosy fire did away with the damage in short order, and Tsu moved her tongue around after he finished with a growing feeling of joy. The look of total reverence in Minta's eyes returned, and Izuku realized that he probably shouldn't keep putting off finding out exactly what that was. But it would have to wait. "Now that that's taken care of, we have to deal with them," he said while pointing a thumb at the villains in the water. Meanwhile, the villains in the water were watching the scene with trepidation. "I don't like this," the shark man said. "That kid looks like his quirk heals people, but he damn near boiled the water we were in just now. It would have cooked me alive if I attacked him." "We have no idea what they can do," another villain added. "You say that kid can heal, huh?" a third villain asked. "Healing quirks are super rare, and we could always use a healer or even pimp him out to others. I think we should take him alive and kill the other two." "Okay, what the hell is your fascination with kidnapping children?" the second villain asked. "This is the 4th child you've wanted to take this week. Are you saying we shouldn't make off with the super rare healer kid who just might have more than one quirk?" he retorted. "It's the principle of the matter," the second villain shot back. "You have made wanting to take kids a habit regardless of how valuable they might be to you. Will you two sit fast please shut the hell up and focus on the goddamn job for once?" The shark villain cut in, before he looked up at the ship and saw that the 3 teens had vanished. "What the serious F? Where did they effing go?" "What do you mean? Weren't you watching them?" the second villain pressed. "I can't focus when you, Tweedle dipshit, and you," he pointed at the third villain, Tweedle dumbass, "are arguing about the effing color of the sky on a daily basis." The other two were begrudgingly silent, knowing that their partner wasn't exactly wrong. "I'm taking the kid," the third villain spoke up. "This is pointless," a fourth villain finally growled before using his quirk to form a giant hand out of water, and he violently attacked the ship, splitting it in half so that it would sink. Back on said ship, the 3 had just finished explaining their quirks to each other and were trying to develop a game plan before the ship was attacked and split down the middle. Or, more accurately, Izuku and Tsu were formulating a plan of action while Minta freaked out over the situation. The attack on the ship only furthered his spiral, and he was in a full-on doomsday panic. "We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die. I can't believe I won't ever get to touch Yaoyorozu's boobs. It's no use, we can't fight them and they're going to kill All Might after killing us and I'll never actually be cool." He was smacked out of his spiral by a literal smack from Izuku. "Calm down, Minta," Izuku commanded before looking the shorter boy in the eye. "We're training to be heroes. This is what heroes do. They're faced with impossible odds, and they find ways to pull through. They meet danger head on, and they punch danger in the throat not only to protect themselves, but to ensure the safety of everyone around them. I helped you in the entrance exam, and then we helped each other. Do not make me regret that." His gaze became a picture of steely determination. "Instead, let's get out there and show those asshats that they don't get to F with Minoru effing Minta, Tsuyu effing Isui, and Izuku effing Midoriya without paying for it out of their own holes." Minta was wide-eyed for the bulk of Izuku's pep talk, but his own gaze steeled with the same determination that Izuku was imparting onto the both of them. "What do you need me to do?" Izuku smirked. "Same strat we pulled against the robots on my signal. Tsu," he addressed her, "get ready to haul ass out of here with us when I give the word." Ribbit. Izuku nodded and kneeled down, and Minta hopped onto his. Izuku went up in green flames that bathed the both of the boys. So, as long as I'm not touching water, my quirk still functions just fine. How the hell am I not burning? Izuku leaped into the air, all the while pulling the green fire into his right hand. He was specifically sending it to his middle finger and thumb. This is going to be very unpleasant, he internally whined before snapping his finger forward with all of the added force that his green fire allowed. The resulting sonic boom and accompanying cry of F sent an extremely powerful gust of wind at the villains surrounding the sinking ship. The wind pierced through the surface of the water and created a whirlpool that sucked the villains within its clutches, unable to escape. Let it rip, he shouted to his momentary partner, and Minta did not hesitate to throw scores of sticky balls at them. The onslaught of balls circled the whirlpool along with the villains and practically glued them together, trapping them in the water. Izuku shifted Minta off his back and held onto him with his left arm before looking back at their third comrade on the ship. "Sue," he shouted, and the affirmative croak he received was followed by her tongue wrapping around his waist. And the three left the shipwreck in style. The impromptu team landed near the water's edge, and they surveyed the scene for the first time since being warped away. What they saw wasn't pretty. There were low-level thugs and villains strewn about in various states of consciousness, and in the center of it all was a beaten and bloody Aizawa under the gargantuan fist of the nightmarish science experiment. The three held back gasps to avoid detection, but they knew from the maniacal cackling of the apparent ringleader that the situation was bad. Izuku quietly healed his beyond broken middle finger in case they needed to jump in for an immediate rescue of their teacher. At that moment, the warp villain appeared beside the ringleader. Tamura Shigaraki, the Misty Man, acknowledged. "Kurogiri, did you kill 13 and the brats?" The man asked in his voice that was in dire need of a lotion smoothie. 13 is out of commission, but I must regretfully inform you that one of the students escaped, he responded in his deep monotone. No, the man whined. That's game over. All Might isn't even here and the brat is just gonna bring help. This whole trip has been a bust. Tamura turned a wicked eye to the three teens at the water's edge. His eyes lit up when he saw the special hero brat that caught his attention. Well, maybe it wasn't a total bust. Killing a couple of his precious students when he wasn't here to protect them will hit him where it really hurts. He lunged for the three students much faster than he had any right to be, with his hand outstretched to turn an unlucky teenager to dust. He was heading right for Izuku, as he had already proven himself to be a threat, and killing the student who publicly sought to help the downtrodden and the forgotten would make the League of Villains infamous. Whether or not that infamy would be the right kind was irrelevant to Tamura. It would hurt All Might on a significant level, so he would do it. Izuku, on the other hand, had no plans of being reduced to dust that day, and yellow embers sparked in his hair to signify his preparation to dodge. However, he did not account for a pair of strong feet knocking him out of the path of the villain, causing the villain to slightly change course and go after the culprit, Sue. Tamura reached her and palmed her face with the intention of dusting her for saving his prey from him, and Izuku's heart sank to the pits of his stomach. Fortunately for the teens, nothing happened, and Tamura was left momentarily perplexed and staring into the steely determination in the eyes of the resolute frog girl. Then it hit him. "You're so cool, Era." Literally. Izuku, bright as the sun, slammed a fist into the face of Tamura faster than the Namu could react, knocking the hand covering his face onto the ground and sending Tamura sprawling next to it. The Namu was on him in less than a second and backhanded the boy away from its master. Sue and Minta scrambled to Izuku's side to ensure he was okay. No, father. There you are, father. You're still here, Tamura rambled in hysterics. Upon placing the hand back onto his face, he growled in absolute hatred. "Namu, kill him." The Namu zoomed toward the trio with a raised fist primed to turn Izuku and company into paste. Izuku only had a split second to hook the two by their arms and practically flash away as quickly as he could. Depositing the two onto the ground, he flashed away again, knowing that clearing the 15 meters he pushed himself to cover would be nothing to the Namu. He was proven right when the Namu was on him again, and he wasn't fast enough to avoid the punch that came right for his ribs. He both heard and felt the snaps as the blow sent him careening into the nearest wall. The impact momentarily took him away from the searing pain he was feeling and the almost glowing yellow eyes that were watching him carefully from the shadows. But when his wits returned, he watched in horror as Sue and Minta attempted to hamper the Namu's advance toward him. Minta's balls were ineffective in slowing it down, and it caught Sue out of the air before she could make it to him. The violent snapping of her arm and her pained wails rang like a death knell in his ears and shocked him into motion. He practically flew toward them like a golden missile and kicked the Namu in the beak as hard as he could, slightly knocking it off kilter. And he immediately whipped off his cape and bounded the Namu's legs together with it, if only to keep it stationary for even just a moment. Yanking Sue from its grasp, he bounded away from the threat and carefully dropped her off next to a frantic Minta. Before he could say a word, the Namu grabbed him by the back of the head with some of the shreds of his cape around its ankles. Izuku was quite sick of its sit by that point, and he could feel the frightening spark of blackness return to him. That monster had hurt his teacher and his friends right in front of him as they tried to protect him, and he was not going to let anyone else get hurt as long as he was still breathing. Turning a snarl back toward the Namu, a bright inferno of green flames ignited onto his right arm and only his right arm. He would have noticed the wisps of black fire intermingling with the green at spots, but he was completely focused on stopping the rampaging beast. Twisting his body around in its grasp, he launched a right hook at the Namu's exposed brain with the most force he could drag from within and then some, and it connected, blasting the Namu away from him and his two friends upon impact. Tamura and Kurogiri were left wide-eyed at the display. The Namu was designed to be an unstoppable killing machine that could match All Might in its prime, and it would most certainly be able to take down the currently weakened All Might, let alone some pissant hero brat. But the kid had just landed a blow hard enough to literally blow the creature away. Kurogiri, is that kid using effing hacks? Tamura asked a bit indignantly. I do not know, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri replied. What did I tell you about saying the whole name? It's weird. Just call me Tamura. My mistake, Tamura Shigaraki. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about, Tamura Shigaraki. If you weren't our ride home, I'd effing dust you right here. Tamura could have sworn he heard the misty man snicker. He didn't even know that he could snicker. Meanwhile, Izuku was on his knees in the worst pain of his life. He was in too much pain to notice the glowing yellow eyes slowly inch closer to his position. His arm was a color that he wasn't sure he had ever seen before in any capacity. The sickly fusion of purple and red skin cascading over the torn muscles and damn near shattered bones almost made him ugly cry. He gathered the energy he had left into his left hand, and pink flames ignited in his palm to heal his arm and mend his ribs. But something stopped him. It wasn't the Namu. It wasn't the incredulous rants of Tamura, and it wasn't his own pain. It wasn't even the malevolent figure creeping up on him. It was the soft croak that escaped Sue's throat where she lay next to Minta. Izuku stared at them. He stared at her arm that was snapped in two different places, flopping uselessly beside her. He stared down at his own useless arm and then back at her. Slowly, he dragged himself to the pair. Minta couldn't even bring himself to speak at the sight of Izuku's mangled arm, and he sat in horrified silence as the green head made his way to them and hovered over Tsu. He extended his good arm, and pink flame bloomed around it before it shot out of his hand and enveloped Tsu. The girl croaked in surprise, and she almost instantly felt the pain vanish and her arm practically reset itself. She turned a wide-eyed stare to Izuku, and he only gave a reassuring half-smile before the pink flame died down and he nearly collapsed to the floor. Minder rushed to his side to check on him, but a gleeful cackle caught their attention. Oh yes, what a display. You'll make a fine meat suit with a powerful quirk like that. Came the call of a dark green mass of sludge that quickly knocked Minta away and enveloped Izuku. The alarmed teen just didn't have the energy to put up a fight as the sludge villain forced its way into his mouth and down his throat. Sheer panic flooded him when he felt the disgusting, viscous liquid squeeze into his windpipe, and Izuku reflexively activated his quirk. His panic triggered the red flames to blast both around him and within him, and Minta was only barely saved by Tsu yanking him away from the heat at the last moment and jumping away. The sludge villain was inundated with temperatures that he could have never even fathomed, and he ejected himself from the crimson teen with horrific wails of pain. He was both evaporating at an exponential rate and burning a sticky, repugnant mark into the ground. The terror in his yellow eyes was even off-putting to Tamura and Kurogiri, but they did not lift a finger to help. The sludge villain was left to his fate, soon overcome by the crimson inferno and succumbing to a fiery death in the central plaza of the USJ. The area that had just been serenaded by the pleading howls of pain of the sludge villain was now dead silent. No one said a word. Not Tamura, neither Tsu nor Minta, not Aizawa, and not the few students who had made their way to the bottom of the stairs. Izuku was stock still, staring in horror at the steaming black gunk that used to be the sludge villain. Holy shit, Tamura broke the silence. That was effing metal. I didn't think the hero brats had it in them to kill. Izuku heard none of it as the enormity of what had just happened finally caught up to him. He had just practically vaporized someone. He had killed someone. With his quirk, he literally killed someone. He started to shake, and his breaths became shallow. The footsteps of Tamura started to echo loudly in his head. Too loudly, much too loudly. His ears were ringing, and he was hyperventilating. Brat, you really are something, Tamura continued before looking down at the teen. Izuku did not look up, and he did not hear him. I think I'm gonna let you live to be the savior of the darkness or whatever the hell it was you spouted. You're an entertaining player too. Better than All Might. That's for sure. Izuku was far too wrapped up in a violent panic attack to even comprehend what was going on around him. But he was eventually given a break when his exhaustion caught up with him and his brain completely shut down, and he fell right into unconsciousness at Tamura's feet. Rats all tuckered out, Tamura observed. Oh well, let's start killing the rest. He was interrupted once again when an invisible fist slammed into his gut, practically folding him over an invisible arm that unceremoniously dumped him onto his back. He didn't even get the chance to heave before an invisible foot stomped on his crotch, and he unleashed a shriek that made even the Namu wince. Speaking of the Namu, it was scrambling to determine what threat to protect its master from, as it couldn't see one. Toru heaved the unconscious form of Izuku over her shoulder and bolted away while Kirishima collected the shaken Tsu and mind. At that moment, the doors blew open, and all attention flocked to the two new arrivals. Have no fear, a voice bellowed with an undertone of simmering rage. The students all immediately felt their spirits lift into the stratosphere, while the remaining thugs and villains started to sit themselves. For I am here. All Might finished without his trademark smile, and that was frightening enough. The older villains, however, felt a double dose of terror. The few who had encountered the woman beside him were frozen in place at the all-too-familiar glare in her green eyes that was accompanied by an aura of unadulterated malice. That malice shot through the roof when her eyes landed on the form of her son, and a few of the thugs were strongly considering surrender. All Might, Tamura breathed out. You're finally here, now we can kill you. Ochako, Verdant sternly addressed without taking her eyes from the scene below. Report. Ochako had been so completely floored by the sheer presence of All Might and Verdant that she almost jumped out of her skin when addressed. 13 was badly injured. We did the best we could to mitigate the damage, though. And Eraserhead, he's down there. But the big, black monster hurt him really badly. It hurt Izuku and Tsu, too, she about choked out. If Verdant's fury could grow any further, it would have been visible around her. All Might, take the big one. It looks like it was made with you in mind. I'll handle the rest. Are you sure? I wasn't asking. And, like a bullet, Verdant shot down the stairs and into a group of sweating thugs, launching into a flurry of brutal punches, knees, and elbows. She kicked one in the face and pivoted with her other foot to intercept a man with a pipe coming from behind, taking the pipe from him and breaking his arm in one swift motion. A strike with the pipe to his knee disabled him before she met her next attacker's blade with the pipe. Another came from behind again to overwhelm her, but she ducked the attack and watched him unwitting hit the other in the face with a fist covered in bone plating. She took that opportunity to sweep both of their legs and bash them both into unconsciousness with the pipe. She popped back to her feet in time to see two new threats rushing at her from opposite sides with blunt weapons in hand. So she snatched them out of their respective grasps with her quirk, and she simultaneously launched them at the opposing thugs' heads with two satisfying thunks following. Ochako, watching all of this from the top of the stairs, was positively blown away. She figured that Izuku's mom was strong, but what she was seeing was on another level. It wasn't necessarily without comparison, but she was mowing through the numbers of remaining villains with such ease and ferocity without having a big, bombastic quirk that had inspired a well of hope in her that she could be something similar. That woman offered to train me. She remembered with eyes the size of dinner plates. You go, Mrs. Midoriya. Wait, Midoriya? Mina asked beside her. As in our class rep, Midoriya. Ochako nodded. That's his mom. She works at UA. That's Midoriyas mom. Came the simultaneous shouts of Mina, Siro, Shoji, and Sato as they watched Verdant yoink a villain's hard hat with her quirk and proceed to smack him across the face with it. Eventually, Verdant cleaved through the thugs that attempted to stand their ground until she was beside Aizawa and face to face with Tamura. You alive, kid? She asked the bloodied homeroom teacher. Yeah, I'm good, he responded with a cough, appreciating the attempt at dry levity given the situation. Good, she replied. It's the guy who dusted the gate with a touch. Yeah, that's him, Aizawa answered. Keep him in my line of sight. Roger, she said, already understanding the plan. Tamura, meanwhile, was confused and a little annoyed at the new arrival that was threatening to ruin his viewing of Namu killing All Might. Who the hell are you? It won't matter in a few minutes, Verdant coldly responded and cracked her knuckles. Tamura didn't even get the chance to sneer out a reply before she decked him in the face, knocking off the hand covering it a second time, and drove a powerful knee into his abdomen. He forewent, catching his breath in favor of grabbing onto her to turn her to dust. But nothing happened. His eyes went wide again. Goddammit, Eraser. He was cut off again when Verdant grabbed his arm and jerked his elbow in the opposite direction. He didn't get the chance to scream for Namu to help before she slammed him onto his back and unloaded all of her fury onto his face one haymaker at a time. The Namu couldn't help even if it wanted to, as it was preoccupied with getting pounded into the fifth dimension by All Might. Kurogiri tried to intervene, but an unexpected glacier slammed into him, and he was tackled by his metal collar by a returning Kirishima. Tamura was hanging on to consciousness by a thread when Verdant stepped away from him, and two things happened. All Might blasted the Namu through the ceiling of the USJ, and Eraserhead momentarily took his eyes off of him to see what All Might had just done. Tamura poured all of his energy into a single move to get back at the miserable effing beach that broke his arm, nose, and what he suspected was his orbital bone. He launched at her from the ground, intent on turning her to dust with his one good hand. But a glacier slammed into him from his right side and knocked him away. Verdant and Aizawa looked over to where the ice originated from, and they saw Todoroki looking at Verdant with an unreadable expression. Then, he turned away, muttering "we're even," lowly enough that Verdant and Aizawa almost didn't catch it. An angry, childish shriek brought their attention back to the pale man. "No fair, no effing fair." Tamura whined in his tantrum. "All Might hasn't gotten weaker at all, and this beach comes out of effing nowhere. You're not even supposed to be here. Who wrote you into this city campaign?" Verdant quirked an amused eyebrow at the scene. Somewhere along the line, however, Kurogiri managed to get free, and he manifested as a portal below Tamura so that the two could make their escape. A second later, the door burst open once again. "I have returned with reinforcements," Ada shouted. Then, he took in the scene, and his excitement fell flat. "Are we late?" Nezu sheepishly asked. "Just barely," Ochako answered. The two ringleaders escaped, but All Might, Verdant, and Mr. Aizawa handled most of the villains. People are still scattered around the building, though, and 13 needs medical attention now. The principal and teachers launched into action, and Ochako turned back to the stairs to see Verdant frantically rushing up the stairs with her son in her arms, and the state of her friend broke her heart. Today was certainly not a good day. Bakugo was sure that he would die a slow, horrible death from boredom long before Deku's mom could kill him and make it look like an accident. No, not Deku. He's Izuku. He earned that. Deku died when he developed a quirk and trained himself into the ground to become even stronger than himself. He watched the interview that the Izuku did the day prior, and he vaguely alluded to the fact that he trained as hard as he could even before developing his quirk. It meant that even when they were still in school together, Izuku was working his ass off to get stronger, just like he was. That begged the question, though, did Izuku become as powerful as he was in part because Auntie Inko was training him? The woman was terrifying when she wanted to be. And if she really was a retired pro, it would make sense if she was a ridiculous taskmaster during training. He was kind of curious about what she looked like in action. Thinking about that, or literally anything at all, was better than succumbing to the boredom of sitting in a small, almost empty room during heroics classes as part of his punishment. Because he was barred from participating, he was relegated to a forced study hall with one of the civilian teaching assistants where he'd just get his homework done in silence. It was closer to detention than anything else, which he became familiar enough with after transferring schools years prior. Attention, students and staff of UA, due to unforeseen circumstances, classes will conclude early once again, and everyone is dismissed. To all of our UA family, please keep abreast of any and all email updates, and have a safe journey home. The announcement from the principal drew the confusion of both Bakugo and the Ta assigned to watch him. Bakugo shot the man a questioning look, and the man simply shrugged and motioned for him to leave. Bakugo packed his things into his bag and left the room, falling into the sea of equally confused students that were making their way to the exits. After shooting a short text to his mother that he'd be home early, he left the school grounds and set off towards the train station. The train ride and following walk back to his house was quiet enough for Bakugo to retreat into his mind once again. His thoughts centered around Izuku and his strength, as well as the mountain of information he was given the day prior. His entire worldview had been all but flipped onto its head in the space of a single day. And there was apparently a pro whose devotion to being the best warped him enough to abuse the family he created solely to be the best in his stead. The thought alone just about made his skin crawl, but the possibility that he was headed down a similarly warped path in his own devotion made him physically shudder. Conversely, surpassing All Might and proving to have no equal was his entire motivation for being the best. If he had to completely rethink his desire to be the best, where would he even begin? He knew how he didn't want to become the best. But knowing what path to not go down wasn't the same as knowing what the right path was. Was there even a right path? Was it one of those questions where there are no right answers, but there are certainly wrong ones? So caught up in his thoughts, he ignored the people crowding around a screen broadcasting a news report of the developing situation at the USJ. When he made it home, he shouted a quick "I'm home" to his mother, and he received an equally loud "Welcome back, brat." In return, he would ordinarily head right up to his room, but he stood ahead of the front door for a moment before heading to where he heard his mother's voice from the living room. "Hey, Hag," Bakugo addressed with far less bite than normal, something his mother immediately noticed. "What is it, you little sit?" She responded in kind, no antagonism in her tone to speak of. "How come you never told me that Auntie Inko was a pro?" he questioned. She frowned before a tired sigh escaped her. "It wasn't my story to tell. She has a difficult relationship with heroics. Do you know what happened to make her lose faith in heroics?" "Yes, and if she didn't tell you, I won't either. Like I said, it's not my story to tell, and I'm surprised she told you even as much as she did." At the surprise in his eyes, she narrowed her gaze at him. "Yeah, she told me about the conversation you two had. Like I said last night, I thought you had gotten over your obsession with proving your dominance over Izuku. I'm glad she chose to talk to you and give you a chance to get your goddamn shit together rather than throw you to the wolves for trying to hurt her son. If anyone's the wolf, it's her, he muttered. Damn right, his mother chuckled. She's always been like that, super protective of everything she cares about. And that includes you. Her face became serious once more, and her eyes were pleading. Don't screw this up, Katsuki, please. Bakugo was taken aback by the near desperation in her tone, and it brought his thoughts to another important detail. Do you think that I'll become like that guy that abused your other friend if I keep trying to be the best? His mother's eyes went wide at the question, and she didn't immediately respond, so he continued. I don't know what she wants me to do, if she wants me to give up being the best entirely or if she wants me to find another way than chasing after All Might. His red eyes became hard. Like hell, I'm giving up on being the effing best, he snarled out, and then his expression fell just as quickly. But All Might is the standard for greatness. If that's unattainable, what the hell am I even chasing? And if chasing that standard turns me into... His mother's own red eyes softened as he trailed off. I don't think Inko wants or expects you to give up being the best. No one worth listening to does, she assured him. Your problem wasn't and still isn't that you want to be the best. Your problem was that you already thought you were, and you didn't know how to handle it when someone knocked you off your throne. She placed a tender hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eye with a loving smile. I know you can be the best goddamn hero Japan has ever seen. We just don't want you to lose yourself along the way and become someone you're not, whether that be a monster that abuses his family or a homicidal puppet for the HPSC. A what? Bakugo questioned, completely flummoxed at that last example. Mitsuki immediately winced when she realized what she said. Shit, I probably shouldn't have said that. Again, it isn't my story to tell. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at his mother. He'd leave it alone for now, but they would revisit that conversation in the future. Mitsuki, meanwhile, tried to hastily change the subject by seeing what was on TV. While flipping through channels, she landed on a news report that had UA in the headline. Situation is still developing, but as of now, no students have been fatally injured in the attack. What the F? Both mother and son remarked simultaneously. Izuku was becoming a little fed up with waking up to the sight of a white ceiling and the smell of disinfectant. Whatever he did to end up in a hospital bed again better have been worth it, as he was certain that he wasn't going to avoid another thwack from Recovery Girl's cane. Then, the memories of the day started to come back to him in waves. The attack on the USJ, escaping the shipwreck with Minta and Tsu, fighting Shigaraki and the Namo, getting beaten bloody by the Namo, destroying his arm in an attempt to subdue the Namo and using the rest of his energy to heal Tsu in lieu of himself. Oh, right. There was one final thing that happened before he lost consciousness. He didn't want to think about it. He really didn't. He knew that he couldn't avoid it forever, but he would for damn sure try. The light sounds of shuffling beside him brought his attention to his bedside to see his mother waking up in her chair. When the two pairs of green eyes met, one lit up in a powerful mixture of relief and worry, while the other was more than happy to provide succor. Izuku, I'm so glad you're okay, Inko expressed while gingerly wrapping him in a hug to avoid hurting his heavily bandaged right arm any further. What happened after I went out? Is everyone else okay? He asked in concern, to which his mother smiled at him. Mostly, yes. All Might and I arrived shortly after you lost consciousness from what I was told. The villains were dealt with, but the ringleader and his warper managed to escape. What about Mr. Aizawa? And 13, he pressed. They weren't in great shape, and they'll be in the hospital for a bit alongside you, but they'll both likely make full recoveries, she assured. None of your classmates were seriously hurt either, in part because of you. I got the story from the students who were watching the scene unfold from the entrance as well as the two who were with you. She gave him the warmest tearful smile she could muster while softly running her hand through his curly hair, and he instinctively leaned into her touch. I cannot express in words just how proud of you I am. You shouldn't have had to have been in that situation, but you handled it expertly, and you even chose to heal a comrade before yourself. You're already a fantastic hero, son. Izuku wanted to believe that. He wanted so desperately to latch onto that glowing praise and let it warm him as long as he could, just like when he was 5 and was initially misdiagnosed. However, also just as when he was 5, something was preventing him. Izuku, his mother began, her face now draped with sadness and concern. Do you want to talk about what happened? His throat went bone dry. She knew, of course, she knew. No one would keep that a secret. And no one should expect anyone to. He was not a hero. He was a murderer. Izuku, she said a touch more firmly, yanking him out of his spiral. It wasn't your fault. Izuku held himself together as best as he could. But he could no longer meet her eyes. It wasn't your fault. Sometimes, things just happen, especially when your life and the lives of others are on the line. It doesn't make you any less of a hero. And it doesn't make you a murderer, either. Izuku was starting to shake. He still would not meet his mother's gaze. Inko drew him into a soft, loving hug, and she started rubbing his scalp again. You did what had to be done, sweetie. He was going to kill you and then use your body to kill your classmates. You saved yourself, your classmates, and countless other future lives. You're a true hero, Izuku. And the dam broke. Izuku burst into tears and latched onto his mother as tightly as he could with his injuries, and he bawled into her shoulder. There they sat for the next few minutes as Izuku poured out all of his distress through his tears, and his mother gently comforted him all the while. I didn't mean to. Izuku choked out after his sobbing died down. I know you didn't, she assured in a whisper, and no one ever enjoys it, especially when it's the only option. A silence fell between them, and Izuku's tears mostly dried up, but he didn't leave his mother's arms. Does it ever get easier? He softly asked. No, she answered. The moment it does, it's time to step away. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. He had an inkling that she was speaking from personal experience, but he didn't want to explore that thought at that moment for both of their sakes. He elected to remain in her embrace and enjoy the comfortable silence. That silence was interrupted by a knock at the door. Inko broke the embrace to open it, and All Might in civilian clothes stepped inside with Nezu on his shoulder. I am here, he bellowed, to check up on my student. Izuku, I'm glad to see that you're well. Nezu chirped with a grin. I'm doing better, I suppose, he hesitantly responded. Nezu solemnly nodded. I'll be setting you up with regular sessions with Hound Dog. Myself and any other staff are always available as well if you ever need anything. At the teen's nod of acceptance, he continued with a smile. I must commend you on your valiant efforts in keeping your classmates safe from harm. While I was not there to witness it personally, testimony from both your classmates and your teacher have made it clear that you take after your mother more than you know. That is correct, young Midoriya. All Might spoke in a tone which indicated that he clearly lacked an inside voice. You've already proven to have such a strong heroic spirit at such a young age. I have no doubt that you'll be a stellar hero. All Might patted Izuku on the shoulder as he was finishing, and time seemed to freeze for Izuku upon contact. Within an instant, Izuku was inundated with flashes of shadowy figures, around 7 in total. They were surrounded by blue flames and staring directly at him, but they weren't the only ones. He could feel a dark, overwhelming presence looming over him like the feeling of death itself. To the others in the room, all they saw was Izuku freezing upon contact with All Might, and blue flames erupt from the boy's hair before blood began trickling from his nose, and he collapsed onto his bed. Izuku, Inko shouted in alarm, and the other two immediately surrounded the boy in a panic to figure out what happened. Damn it, Yagi, what the F did you do? All Might deflated and hacked up a bit of blood. I didn't do anything, I swear. Not intentionally. I don't know what's going on. His heart rate has remained steady, and his vitals aren't fluctuating, Nezu commented upon checking the heart monitor, and then he turned his beady gaze onto the boy's hair. Could this be another activation of his quirk? I don't know, Inko worriedly lamented, and I don't like it. Izuku stood in a pitch-black void surrounded by blue fire. Looking over himself, he found he was blanketed in the sapphire flames as well. Looking around, he spotted a collection of shadowy figures, likely the ones he had seen in those strange visions. He slowly made his way toward them, but as he did, that overwhelming presence of death grew stronger with every step. Pushing onward, he eventually got close enough to see a peculiar sight. The shadowy figures were much less shadowy, and he could make out that most of them were wearing hero costumes. A woman with black hair up in a ponytail was being restrained by a shorter man with a high collar that covered the lower half of his face and a larger, bald man. Near them, a man with white hair observed the scene with mirth clearly written all over his scarred face, while 3 other figures observed him curiously. Did 8th pass one for all to this boy? One of the men who had his hair in a spiky ponytail asked. No, a man with white hair and green eyes answered. This isn't the usual void where vestiges reside. This is somewhere completely different, and I'm certain it relates to his quirk. Meanwhile, the woman had nearly broken free of her captivity and had a ravenous look in her eyes that slightly disturbed Izuku. Nana, please calm down, the shorter man helping restrain the woman urged. How can you tell me to calm down? My grandson is right in front of me. I will hug him. The woman bit back. Wait, what? Grandson? What's going on? Where am I? Izuku hesitantly queried. We were hoping you could shed some light on that for us, the scarred man replied. We're just as unfamiliar with this space as you seem to be. I can answer your questions, came a deathly smooth, androgynous voice reverberating through the void. The oppressive feeling washed over Izuku and the vestiges, and Izuku could barely turn his head to see a massive cat towering over them. The cat was garbed in elegant, white robes and was wearing red prayer beads around its neck. The eerie Cheshire grin it sported was made even more frightening by the massive tanto wrapped in one of its 2 flowing tails. It stared down at them like they were little more than prey, vindictive mirth shining in its slitted eyes of different colors. Well, what are you? The bald man fearfully spoke through the aura of death. Guess, was its playful reply, its grin only widening to display even more sharp, ferocious teeth. The group was silent for a moment, And then the white-haired man without a scar seemed to brighten in realization before he spoke. Shinigami, he posed. One of them, but correct nonetheless. Yoichi, the newly identified Shinigami, answered, maintaining its threatening smile all the while. How do you know his name? One of the others questioned. Isn't it obvious? The Shinigami nearly cackled. I preside over this realm, and it's my job to be familiar with all of the souls that have crossed over. Well, the massive cat's gaze flickered to Izuku and became even more predatory, with the exception of you. You're not dead. Yet. Then, why am I here? The teen asked with such fear that it nearly broke Nana's heart. You, my dear boy, have the privilege of being linked to me through your quirk. You're not the first, and you may not be the last, but it doesn't happen often. Be proud, the Shinigami answered. So that's what these blue flames are, he thought to himself. You're very correct, the Shinigami spoke up. You can hear my thoughts, he asked in a bit of alarm. I can do so much more than that, the Shinigami purred. But it's not about what I can do, it's about what you can do now that you have me. Izuku did not at all like the idea of being tied to a literal death god as part of his quirk. But he couldn't do anything about it. What can I do? With these blue flames you wield, I can grant you a sort of conditional necromancy, it answered. That got the attention of everyone in the void. Conditional? Izuku carefully probed. Nothing comes without a cost. The Shinigami responded with an even sharper grin, if that were even possible. Izuku gulped. So, theoretically, I could bring someone back from the dead, but it would be a life for a life. At this, the Shinigami finally dropped its grin and appeared to pout. Only if you reach too far. Unfortunately, reclaiming a life that was lost within minutes won't put you out of your misery. But that said, it will take you out of commission for anywhere from a few hours to a few days. And any situation you find yourself in where a life was snuffed out prematurely is probably dangerous enough to where reviving that person would result in your death anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. Your soul will find its way to me regardless. The Cheshire grin returned with newfound danger. And if you try to breathe new life into any of these souls, we'll be seeing each other again very soon. That was quite a bit to take in for both Izuku and the Vestiges. Now that the initial fear of the Shinigami had somewhat faded, his mind was clear enough to assess the situation a bit more. He had unlocked a new facet of his quirk, one that gave him a connection with a death god and allowed him to revive the dead with a cost. If he were going off his and his mother's theory about his quirk, it meant that somewhere down the line, one of his ancestors had a necromancy quirk of some kind. He would wonder where the hell that even fit in, but it truly did not matter at that point. What else can I do with the blue fire, if anything else at all? And what should I call you? Do you have a proper name? Are you always going to be around in my head? Izuku asked in rapid succession, overcoming his fear for a brief moment. The Shinigami was genuinely amused at the boy's sudden bout of courage to express his curiosity. You may call me Matatabi. And no, I will not be in your head all of the time. As much as I would love to torture you to insanity, I have responsibilities to tend to. This will likely be the only conversation we ever have, provided you don't find yourself at death's door. As for what else you can do, Matatabi's grin grew even darker. Where's the fun in telling you all of that now? Allowing you to figure it out on your own increases the likelihood that you screw up and kill yourself. Izuku wasn't really sure what he was expecting at that point. If that will be all, then I shall take my leave, Matatabi declared. You're free to leave this realm at your leisure. Wait, shouted Nana before she broke away from her restraints and made a frantic break for Izuku, ignoring the shouts from the group behind her. Izuku, surprisingly to even himself, did not put up his guard when the woman darted toward him. Something about her intrigued him. Even from afar, she had a similarly calming aura about her to his own mother. He didn't have much time to ponder it even further before he was practically tackled by the woman, and he realized that she was crying. I can't believe it, she choked out through sobs. You're real, you're here, I can touch you. Izuku tentatively returned the embrace, and it felt as though a switch had flipped because he immediately tightened the hold and rubbed her back while she cried into his shoulder. I wish I could apologize to Kotaro and Inko, she started back up through her tears. I wish I could have been there to see them grow, to see you grow. It was just too dangerous for them. She fixed him with a kind, tearful smile. I see Inko grew up just fine if you're any indication. How is Kotaro? I didn't know I had an uncle, Izuku hesitantly responded. He really didn't want to upset the grandmother he was meeting for the first time, but he also wouldn't lie to her. She was downcast at the response, but she nodded in understanding. She looked around to find that Matatabi and the other Vestiges had left, and the two were alone amongst the flames. I can only see through Toshi's eyes. I can't speak to him or influence him at all, so please tell Toshi and Inko that I'm so sorry and that I'm so proud of both of them, just like I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I wish we could talk for longer, but everyone is really worried for you in the living world. She hugged him one final time and ruffled his hair with a sad smile. Be the best damn hero you can be, and don't ever stop smiling. If you really want to be a hero for the forgotten, then a smile is the very least you can offer them when trying to help. And with that, she stood up and backed away from him, fading from the void. Izuku was left alone to take in the encounter amongst the inexplicable chill of the blue fire engulfing and surrounding him. After a deep breath, he closed his eyes and felt the abyss engulf him. Yagi, I swear to every god imaginable, if my son doesn't wake up, I will beat you to death with your own kneecaps, Inko practically snarled. Toshinori had long since taken to cowering behind Nezu to escape the wrath of the boy's mother. Luckily, none of the doctors and nurses that entered the room to monitor the situation had seen him deflate, so his secret was still safe. But it was still too early to say the same for himself as they waited outside of the hospital room for any updates whatsoever. When the door finally opened, the three snapped to attention. He's awake, came the reassuring voice of the nurse. Inko felt the weight of a planet lift from her shoulders, and she melted into her chair. What happened to him? She asked the nurse. We believe that it was an involuntary quirk awakening. And he confirmed as much. While not particularly common, it isn't unheard of for quirks to evolve and strengthen during or after intensely stressful situations. We want to keep him under observation for a little while longer. But he's relatively fine, the nurse answered. Thank goodness. Can we see him? Inko asked. The nurse nodded and allowed the three to enter. Izuku was sitting up in his bed and staring down at his hands. He turned his attention to the new arrivals, and he spared the skinny form of Toshinori a curious glance. Mr. Yagi, he questioned. What are you doing here? And where's All Might? Toshinori panicked, forgetting that he came in as All Might and that he had already met the boy in his deflated form. Inko, thoroughly exhausted with the man, offered him respite from the predicament. He's All Might's secretary, she tiredly began. All Might couldn't stick around, so Yagi here decided to stay and keep an eye on you in his stead. Izuku blankly examined the skinny man, and he turned an equally blank eye back to his mother, who quirked an eyebrow at him in return. He turned his gaze back to Toshinori, and a small, white flame ignited in his hair. Toshinori was startled, but a wave of Nezu's paw kept him from moving. Izuku stared at Toshinori for 10 uninterrupted seconds. Then he finally faced his mother again with a furrowed, disbelieving brow. Really? What? She asked, curious as to how he already figured it out. He didn't give her a reply, only facing Toshinori again with an unimpressed stare. The white flame in his hair extinguished, and he raised his left hand. He activated his quirk, and his hand became coated with the familiar spatter of colored fire. After a good bit of concentration, he successfully managed to bring forth the sapphire flame he had become acquainted with. The eyes of the other occupants went wide as he pushed his hand in the direction of Toshinori. After a few seconds, he felt a light tug on his quirk, and he could vaguely see a faint hand reaching out to him and lightly caress the palm of his hand with its fingers. His suspicions confirmed, he cut off his quirk. Secretary, right? Izuku said dryly. That's your story and you're sticking to it. So that's the story I'll give anyone who asks. The cackle that Nezu unleashed sent shivers down the spines of Aizawa and 13 in their respective hospital rooms. After dodging the inevitable spray of blood that the tall blonde hacked up, Izuku attempted to ease the man's worries. Don't worry, I won't ask, and it isn't my secret to tell. The relief that bloomed on the man's face was short-lived. However, does it have anything to do with why the ghost of my grandmother is living inside of you? Toshinori did not have any blood left to hack, so let me make sure I have everything straight. Inko began with a tiredness that not even Aizawa would envy. You unlocked a new facet of your quirk when All Might patted you on the shoulder. Izuku nodded. In doing so, you were transported to a void wherein you met 7 dead heroes that inhabit All Might's quirk. Izuku nodded. Alongside them, you were face to face with the Shinigami itself, and it revealed that this new facet of your quirk links you directly to it, and you are granted conditional necromancy when you use these new, blue flames. Misusing this necromancy can kill you. Izuku nodded. The Shinigami is a Nekomata. Izuku nodded. My birth mother is one of the 7 heroes inhabiting All Might's quirk. Izuku nodded. Inko sank into her chair with a heavy sigh, and she massaged her forehead. What did you two talk about? Not much, in all honesty, Izuku lamented. She was just really happy to see me. She also wanted you to know that she's sorry, and she's incredibly proud of you. Izuku turned away in time to miss the singular tear breakthrough despite Inko's best efforts, and he faced Toshinori. She's proud of you as well. He did catch the tear escape Toshinori's eye that time. He turned to Nezu, who remained quiet as he still had difficulty parsing the eccentricities of human emotions at times. Toshinori soon excused himself, offering a quick ruffle of Izuku's hair before he left. Inko and Nezu followed shortly thereafter, the latter returning to UA to assist with the investigation and to look over the school's entire security system, while the former offered a final hug to her son before muttering something about needing a lot of alcohol. Izuku, now left with only his thoughts, decided to hasten his recovery by applying his pink fire to his arm and ribs since he finally had the stamina to do so. Meanwhile, his thoughts traveled back to the last thing his grandmother had said to him before they departed the void. Be the best damn hero you can be, and don't ever stop smiling. If you really want to be a hero for the forgotten, then a smile is the very least you can offer them when trying to help. Izuku pondered this statement for a long while, long after even his injuries were mostly taken care of. He found that the burns where he remembered the small patches of black flame to be were substantially harder to heal than the rest. But he put it out of his mind for the moment. Maybe if someone saved the sludge villain, it wouldn't have had to end like that. He could feel his mind inching towards a treacherous rabbit hole by broaching that idea, so he shook the thought away. Or maybe someone did try, and it just never took. That line of thinking, he found, wasn't any more comforting than the previous one. It was just exchanging one doomer mindset for another. He didn't know the sludge villain's story. He couldn't make a determination for sure about whether or not anyone had ever really tried to help him or if he was just beyond saving entirely. Maybe the truth was somewhere in the middle, shades of gray and all that. Guess that just means I'll have to work that much harder to help ensure that no one ever becomes too far gone. Tamura Shigaraki was not having a good day. His failed attack on the USJ left him in a broken heap, one that would take him a good while to recover from. If being put on mandatory bed rest because of a cheap, self-insert NPC wasn't bad enough, his sensei specifically called for Kurogiri to bring him to his sensei's own medical chamber for recuperation. Ordinarily, he'd be over the moon, but he just knew that sensei was going to spend that time detailing everywhere he went wrong and why they failed so miserably at killing All Might. He loved sensei, but the man was a petty, condescending a-hole at the best of times. He spoke to him in a tone that would sound caring and patient to most who gave a cursory listen, and it did just that to Tamura for years. However, ever so often, Kurogiri would glitch, and it was as if another, more playful personality would force its way to the surface. Those instances were usually rather brief, but Kurogiri would indulge in dry sarcasm or jokingly talk down to him in a way that would leave for plausible deniability. It wasn't until Tamura became used to those infrequent slips that he started to notice similar speaking patterns from sensei. Only the twinge of joviality he'd get from Kurogiri wasn't there. It just felt manipulative. But that wasn't possible, right? Sensei always had his best interests in mind and wouldn't just manipulate him for his own ends. He was there for Tamura when no one else was. He was there to help Tamura destroy everything he hated. He was there to help Tamura destroy everything that had wronged him in this wretched world. So, why did it feel so fabricated sometimes? Whatever, it was pointless to think about it right then, anyway. He was stuck in a hospital bed beside Sensei's chair as the man was scouring through any available records on Player 2 in his lineage. So, Izuku Midoriya, H.M., lone son of Hisashi Midoriya, deceased, and the heavily scarred man paused mid-sentence in surprise. He looked over the records a few more times, and then he perused even further when he found a particularly interesting thread. So that's where you've been all these years, little Inko, the man said with a dark chuckle. If what Tamura told me about his quirk is true, I wonder if your son is the 9. Sensei, how do you read without any eyes? A long, pregnant silence settled amongst the two. The large man did not answer right away, and Tamura couldn't figure out if he was merely considering the question or if he was upset at him in any way. The lack of a proper face made reading said face practically impossible when he wasn't smiling or frowning. Not well. Class had been cancelled for a few days after the USJ attack. Izuku was surprised to find that his phone had blown up with notifications while he was in the hospital. He expected texts from Achako and Yui, but the rest of his class had apparently gotten a hold of his phone number from either Achako or Ida, and they bombarded his phone with well wishes and questions about his well-being. The outpour of concern and support he received from his classmates was enough to warm his heart, but the lengthy text he received from Tsu thanking him for everything he did to heal and protect her and Minda just about made him cry. He even got a text from Takage checking up on him after 1B heard about the attack. He'd really have to do something nice for all of them. A few days later, against his mother's wishes for him to take another day to himself after the sludge villain's failed attack, he returned to school alongside everyone else. He was one of the first people in class in an effort to get out in front of the inevitable swarm of attention he was expecting to receive. He was right, as Toru beamed at the sight of him, and even Aoyama expressed his happiness to have a brethren of the sparkle back in good health. The most odd reaction, however, was from Bakugo. The two teens' eyes met when he arrived, and the usually bombastic blonde became rather pensive. He ultimately decided to hold on to whatever was on his mind, though, and he sat down in his seat in front of Izuku without a word. Izuku would have thought a little more about it, but a similar thing happened with Todoroki shortly afterward. The only difference was that the teen's varied eyes narrowed at him, but much of the animosity that had been there previously was gone. He'd take that as a victory if not for the reminder that the boy's two-toned eyes gave him of Matatabi's own heterochromia. Eventually, amidst the chatter of the news covering them regarding the USJ, their homeroom teacher arrived wrapped head to toe in bandages, much to the shock of the class. The fact that he was even there and walking to boot was a miracle given the condition the Namu had left him in. My well-being is irrelevant, he grumbled under the bandages. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. The UA Sports Festival is set to start soon. That elicited the collective excitement and concern of the class. Izuku, while he understood why the sports festival needed to happen given the international importance of the event, was dubious about the prospect of hosting it so soon after a villain attack on students. Luckily, Gyro voiced those concerns that he and many others in the room shared. Apparently, the administration thinks that this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and our school is safer than ever, plus they're beefing up security compared to past years. Aizawa responded to their concerns. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something that can be cancelled because of a few villains. Izuku was still a bit skeptical, so he resolved to see Principal Nezu during lunch to express his thought. After Aizawa finished his speech and classes proceeded as normal, the excitement for the festival was noticeably bubbling amongst the students. When the bell for lunch rang, that excitement only became more apparent. Izuku gathered his things to head to the principal's office, but he stopped to intercept a hand sneaking up on him, and he offered a smile to the expected culprit. Izuku, Ida, let's do our best at the sports festival, Ochako said with an intensity that he had never seen from her. No one else in the room thought she was capable of that kind of intensity, either, and the reactions to her declarations ranged from hesitant approval to outright concern. Izuku, on the other hand, fully supported her fervor and opted to join her. Hell yeah, let's do our bests. He shouted in agreement and pumped his own fist into the air. She spun to face him and shot him a challenging smile, and they pumped their fists again in unison. We're gonna effing crush it, the two emphatically declared, much to the growing discomfort of the rest of the class. Once they left the classroom, the three friends engaged in light conversation until Izuku went to split off from them to head to Nezu. But he remembered something. Oh, before I forget, I got you guys something, Izuku spoke up before reaching into his bag. The two looked at him curiously as he pulled out 2 bentos. I wanted to thank the both of you for being the first real friends I've ever had, Izuku began. I don't really talk about my past much, but you both know about the situation with my old district. When they nodded, he continued. I'm not really great at the whole being social thing, and most of my time at UA has been me winging it and hoping for the best. But I really appreciate having the both of you around, especially after what happened at the USJ. I figured I should do something nice in return. With that, he bashfully handed them the bentos, one with a pink bow on it for Ochako and one with a dark blue bow for Ida. They wordlessly and gratefully accepted them, Ida launching into a heartfelt speech about friendship and being there for those you care about while Ochako silently opened the bento to see what was inside. Her eyes widened when she saw that it was full of matcha. She stared down at the bento of some of the best-looking matcha she had ever laid eyes on, and she completely tuned out everything around her, including Izuku sheepishly trying to deflect the praise Ida was giving him. He did this for me, just for being his friend. She looked back at him, and her eyes zeroed in on his right arm. She remembered the absolutely abysmal state it was in at the USJ and what he went through to keep himself and the others alive. He went through all of that, and he still felt like he needed to repay us. Her expression hardened. Someone as kind as him doesn't need to put himself through all of that. He'd run himself ragged if it meant protecting people. I need to get stronger if I want to properly protect myself. We all do, and maybe we could protect him, too. Ochako closed the bento and stepped toward Izuku, drawing the attention of himself and Ida. She, with a face set into righteous determination, hugged Izuku as tightly as she could without dropping the bento. We're gonna effing crush the sports festival, she resolutely declared a final time before she quickly scampered away to avoid anyone seeing her newly burning cheeks. Izuku had absolutely no idea how to react to the impromptu hug, so he stood in place even after Ochako released the hug and left. He turned a confused eye to Ida only to see him dutifully following after Ochako and yelling for her to not run in the halls. He blinked and turned around to head to the principal's office, deciding to think about it later. When he arrived, he stood in front of the door without knocking and waited. 10 seconds passed without the door opening, and Izuku grew annoyed. After a few more seconds of nothing happening, he sighed and went to knock. Before he could touch the door, it swung open, and Nezu stood before him with a smile. Ah, young Izuku, I'm glad you've come for a visit, the chimera innocently chirped. I know you knew that I was coming and that I was at the door, he stated with a hint of frustration, entirely unconvinced by the principal's innocent act. Why didn't you open it? You didn't knock. How was I to know that you wanted to come in? An aggravated sigh and a maniacal laugh escaped the teen and animal, respectively, and Izuku entered the room and sat down in front of Nezu's desk. I have an idea as to what this may be about, but please share with me your concerns, Nezu instructed with a sip of his tea. Is it wise to have the sports festival as planned given everything that's happened? Izuku went straight to the point. As I suspected, Nezu nodded. Your concerns are well-founded. Ordinarily, I would agree that it is a dangerous prospect, indeed, but the sports festival isn't an ordinary event. It is the most highly televised and anticipated event of the year, and it provides our young heroes in training the exposure and opportunity to present themselves to both the public and pro-heroes for their future careers. Canceling it would cause a public relations storm that would be akin to a victory for the villains who attacked the USJ. Izuku expected that answer, as it was along the lines of the explanation Aizawa had given them early that morning. Still, he furrowed his brow. That's the official and likely business-oriented reason. What is your actual reason for moving forward with it? Nezu's smile returned with a glimpse of his sharp teeth. I certainly made the right decision all those years ago. He reached into his desk and pulled out a picture. Do you remember this woman? Izuku looked down at the photo on the desk, and he nodded in recognition. He wouldn't be able to forget pale blue skin and lilac hair anytime soon. I suppose you've proven yourself capable enough to be let in on what's currently transpiring. Nezu spoke up at his affirmation. This woman is Chitos Kazuki, executive director of Shueisha Publishing. We strongly suspect her, and Shueisha by extension, to have strong ties to the Metal Liberation Army. Izuku's eyes widened. She's the one that interviewed me. Indeed, Nezu confirmed, and she's also the one who greenlit the slew of hit pieces directed at UA that you've no doubt encountered. She has been on my radar for some time, but only recently has she made any particularly bold moves. Like showing up in person right on the campus that she's trying to smear. Izuku connected the dots. You believe that the MLA is subtly fighting back against you for your takedowns of their districts? Nezu nodded, and Izuku continued. Do you think that they'd use me as a means of discrediting UA? It's not outside of the realm of possibility, Nezu mused. They may use you and smear your name as a means of discrediting UA, but that isn't what worries me. What worries me is the possibility that now that you, specifically, are in their crosshairs as well, they would use you to smear not just UA, but the public's faith in heroics at large. Shueisha is a large publication with considerable reach and influence, and it is precisely why I did everything in my power to keep what happened to the sludge villain at the USJ under wraps. Izuku flinched at the mention of that little detail. Nezu sighed, and he put his cup down on the desk. It's very unfortunate that it happened for both the sake of your mental health and your potential career. Villain deaths do happen out in the field, and, under normal circumstances, no one would begrudge you for what happened. Nezu made sure that Izuku was making eye contact with him before he continued. However, given your declaration to be a beacon for those lost within the cracks of society, a villain death so early in your career will torpedo that notion before you can make any substantial progress with it. Had Shueisha caught wind of it, I have no doubt that they would jump on the opportunity to slander your name and create even more disillusionment among the fringes of society to draw people to their cause, as well as chipping away at the faith the general public has in hero institutions if someone with as noble of intentions as yourself was forced to take a life not a week into your very first year. That's, goddammit, Izuku cursed. Nezu nodded in agreement. That is the reason the sports festival must continue as planned. You will have an opportunity to ingratiate yourself into the hearts and minds of both the general public and those on the fringes of society that are potentially teetering on the edge of villainy. You must get out in front of any potential smear campaigns that Shueisha may undertake against you in the future by building a rapport with the public now. Give them a reason to like you and to want you to succeed. And don't give the MLA any means or opportunity to discredit you. So, wow, Izuku stammered at the information. Nezu patiently waited for him to get his thoughts together, and he was thankful for that. You want me to win the festival and become a media darling? Not necessarily, Nezu answered, picking up his cup of tea once more to take another sip. You don't need to win the whole thing, as much as I'm certain that you will, and you certainly don't need to become a media darling since you've already made it publicly clear that you do not seek to replace All Might. Just be sure to not let them turn you into Endeavor. Think of this as your debut. Make the most of it. Izuku's eyes widened even further as understanding sank in, and he determinedly nodded. Got it. Excellent. Nezu nodded with a feral smile. The end of the school day provided a rather peculiar situation for Class 1A. They attempted to leave the room, but they found themselves blocked by a mass of students from the other classes. A few in one nervously looked at the group of interlopers. Izuku looked on in curiosity. Bakugo stared in dismissive annoyance, and Todoroki remained as impassive as ever. Why the heck are you all here? Ochako finally questioned. Do you students have some kind of business with our class? Ada sternly asked. Why are you blocking the doorway? Minda spoke up in near hysterics. I won't let you hold us hostage. They're scouting the competition, idiots, Bakugo calmly answered as he strolled toward the doorway. You all survived a villain attack, and they want to see the class that did with their own eyes. He stopped in front of the doorway and took in the sight, shooting everyone a cold glare. At least you all now know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, X. He stopped himself before he could utter the word, and his face twisted into a frown instead. So, this is Class 1A, huh? Came a lazy drawl from within the mob. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an ass. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? Minta, Ochako, and Ada were continually mortified at the situation that Bakugo got them into by being rude and dismissive toward them. But Izuku only continued observing as a tall boy with a messy head of purple hair and eyes to match nonchalantly pushed his way to the front of the crowd to face them directly. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs, he cynically lamented. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track, such as life. Shinso ran his gaze over the rest of the class. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us in general studies, business, or even support do well enough in the sports festival, our teachers can decide to transfer us into the hero course, and they'll have to transfer some of you all out to make room. Maybe some of my peers are here to scout out the competition. But I'm here to tell you directly that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. His purple eyes finally landed on Izuku, and his gaze narrowed. Oh, I recognize you. You're the special kid who wants to be a savior for the downtrodden even though you hit the genetic lottery and left them behind anyway. You're not even a pro yet, and you're already spouting empty platitudes. Some turned to face Izuku in a mixture of concern and curiosity at how he'd respond, while others looked on in indignation. Hey, don't talk to our class rep like that, Minta shouted in Izuku's defense. He's already more of a hero than you could ever hope to. He was cut off by Izuku placing a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see Izuku staring blankly at the purple-haired boy. He, Ochako, and Ada all wanted to speak on his behalf, but a certain gleam in his eyes that betrayed the blankness of his face compelled them to take a step back and let him handle it. Izuku slowly meandered toward the door through the tense silence that fell amongst everyone in both the room and the hallway. Bakugo turned his head back to look at Izuku, and even he opted to step aside once he saw something familiar in Izuku's gaze that did not escape the notice of anyone in 1A. Many clamped their mouths shut and kept an eye on their friend and classmate, and Todoroki was now paying attention to the scene. All the while, Izuku had not yet uttered a single word, offering only a blank, assessing gaze to the taller teen that got under his skin. What? Nothing to say. Am I not far enough in the cracks to be worth your esteemed breath? He tried to prod the green head. Izuku still did not respond, and his emerald eyes only continued roving over the boy like he was up for dissection in a biology class. Izuku only removed his eyes from him to observe an even taller boy with silver hair prepared to shout something. But a detached hand grabbed onto his head, and his gaze flickered to the form of Takage quickly shaking her head at the taller boy to keep him from getting involved. When he brought his eyes back to the purple pair in front of him, he observed a concoction of frustration and festering resentment. The purple boy was going to speak again, likely to spit out another scathing remark, but he was interrupted by Izuku poking his abdomen. It took him so off guard that he did nothing to stop the boy from pushing his finger into different places on his abdomen and then grabbing and feeling up his arm. His wits returned to him, and he snatched his arm away. The hell are you doing? He spat. You made a declaration of war. Izuku began while cupping his chin as if assessing him even further, but from what I can tell, I'm not confident that you could back it up. That really irked the purple boy, and the slight chorus of oohs from the gathering of students wasn't helping. I mean, your arms have no definition to speak of. And you're a little pudgy in the midsection, he continued, ignoring the growing snickers from his classmates and looks of disbelief and amusement from the interlopers. You kind of got this skinny fat thing going on that your height probably draws attention away from. But height only matters in a fight when the combatants are on equal footing. And I don't think you're physically on equal footing with anyone in either heroics class. He took a look around the increasingly red teen in front of him to gaze at the other, wide-eyed students surrounding them. Frankly, I really doubt that you're on equal footing with many in general studies, business, or support. That did it, and many of the students in attendance could no longer contain their laughter when it transitioned from silently cheering on their class rep to actively cheering him on. And he even spied the toothy, approving grin of Takage amongst the crowd. Ada, however, was beginning to have flashbacks to their unfortunate interaction at the entrance exam, and he did not envy the purple teen's position whatsoever. Izuku, still maintaining his blank countenance, refocused his gaze on the practically snarling boy in front of him. I really don't recommend looking past your compatriots and challenging anyone in heroics directly. Not only are you punching way above your weight class, you're also prematurely discounting the efforts of those in your class who have probably worked even harder than you. That's the fastest path to failure and being swiftly overtaken. I'm not saying that you shouldn't shoot for the stars. You should always want better for yourself and strive to get there. The problem here is that you're declaring yourself to be among the stars when you've never taken the time to build the spaceship to get yourself there. Build that spaceship first. Then meet me on the moon, alright. Whatever indignation the tall boy with silver hair was feeling at 1A's perceived arrogance was gone, and he had joined the rest of the mob in trying to decipher if Izuku was attempting to motivate the other boy or if he was just being exceptionally petty in his response to the boy's earlier digs at him. Either way, the green-haired boy wasn't wrong, and he had succeeded in energizing many in the crowd by acknowledging their hard work and indirectly motivating them to show it off at the sports festival. Now, if you'll excuse us, Izuku continued, there's a sports festival in 2 weeks that we all need to work our asses to the bone for. Bring your best, because we're all going to be bringing ours. With that, Izuku pushed past the seething teen and through the miasma of determination and excitement, high-fiving a familiar floating hand on his way out of the crowd. The rest of 1A and the crowd at large was pumped and ready to give it their all. Shinso, meanwhile, was apoplectic at being verbally eviscerated so succinctly. It stung that everyone watched it happen and even laughed at him as it progressed. But it stung even more that Izuku wasn't exactly wrong in his assessment. It just fueled his anger and resolve even further to shut the green-haired piece of shit up for good. Like the rest of the group, he was really looking forward to the sports festival. Unlike the rest of the group, however, he did not notice that Izuku never once mentioned anything about quirks in his assessment. Inko had been finishing up dinner while Izuku was in his room when she heard a knock at the door. Assuring Izuku that she'd get it and lowering the heat on the stove, she made her way to the front door before looking through the peephole, and who she saw surprised her. She opened the door to see a nervous Ochako lightly clutching her left arm and struggling to meet her gaze. Ochako, it's lovely to see you, she said with a welcoming smile. Izuku didn't tell me you were coming, but I think I made enough to make you a plate. Oh, no, I'm not here for dinner, she spastically corrected with a wave of her arms. I came to ask you something. Oh, what is it? She inquired while motioning the girl inside into the living room. Well, she lowly began, trying to gather up the courage. Izuku poked his head into the living room to see what was happening, and he was surprised to see Ochako with his mother. Ochako saw him, and their eyes met. It made her think back to the bento of Machai, and she instantly found the resolve she needed. I want you to train me, Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and he promptly disappeared in a yellow flash back to his room. Inko was too surprised by her declaration to chuckle at her son's antics, and a large smile washed over her face. I was waiting for you to ask, she admitted. I've wanted to since I brought it up after the entrance exam. Izuku is an excellent fighter, but he can afford to be more explosive and bombastic with his offense given his quirk. You and I, however, could do quite a lot together. You really think so? She asked with both hope and disbelief in her tone. Absolutely, she answered with the same smile. Ochako beamed at that, and the determination she had been feeling all day surged through her once more. Then please train me as hard as you trained Izuku for the sports festival. You want to be able to walk by the time the sports festival arrives, she asked the girl after a pause. Just as quickly, that determination vanished and wariness overcame her. Preferably, Inko hummed in consideration. We'll pace ourselves and see where we end up by then. Right, Ochako hesitantly nodded. Thank you so much, Mrs. Midoriya. I told you that you can just call me Inko, she assured. I'm not even married anymore. Can I call you sensei? Ochako compromised. That works for me, she acquiesced. Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? I'd love to, but I'm sure, she politely declined. My parents are actually coming in to visit tonight, and I'm going out to eat with them. Oh, that's lovely. I hope you have a great time, Inko responded. And then her smile became predatory and her eyes shadowed. We'll start your training tomorrow after classes end for the day. Don't worry about finding me, I'll find you. On that note, Ochako hastily made her way out of the apartment and away from the sense of danger she was getting from Inko. On her way down the hall, she passed by a short, old man with scruffy, gray hair and a cane heading in the direction of the apartment. She then felt her phone vibrate, and she saw that it was a text from Izuku. Let me know when you need healing. Don't you mean if? No, Ochako was truly wondering if she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Inko was chuckling at her new student's hasty exit. She was going to have a blast with the challenge of turning her into a world beater. She was on the way to the kitchen to set the table and make their plates when there was another knock at the door. Curious, she returned to see if Ochako had forgotten something. But she didn't see the girl in the peephole. Instead, it was an older man. Hello, can I help you? She asked the man after opening the door. The man's eyes widened for an instant before he schooled his features. Are you Inko Midoriya? Yes, may I ask who you are? She carefully probed. My name is Sorahiko Torino, the man gruffly stated. I was a friend of your mother. Inko stared at him with utmost seriousness, and he returned her gaze in kind. Akatani or Shimura? She finally asked. Shimura, he answered simply. She nodded and stepped aside to allow him into the apartment. She led him to the living room before she went to the kitchen and turned off the stove entirely, putting a lid on every pot to keep the food warm before returning to the living room. "So, you knew my mother," Inko stated as she sat down in a chair while Torino found himself on the couch. "Yes, I did," he answered with a bit of sorrow. "She was one of my closest friends, probably my best friend. Honestly." She took that in and remained quiet for a few moments. "Did you know about us, Kotaro and I?" "Yes," he answered with a sigh and a downcast expression. "She had to give you two up after your father died. Things were becoming much too dangerous for her and you both, and she didn't want anything to happen to either of you." "I figured as much," she answered with a sigh of her own. And, at Torino's quizzical expression, she continued, "Yagi told us about everything. I know that my mother was the previous wielder of the quirk before him, so whatever or whoever put him in the state he is now was likely the one who killed her." Torino was not expecting that. Tashinori had only told him that he found Nana's daughter. He hadn't been under the impression that the oaf told her the whole story as well. "Why did he tell you all of that, if I may ask?" Torino questioned. He didn't want to offend Inko, and if anyone had the right to know what happened to Nana, it was her, but the information was privileged for a reason. "That would be due to my son," she answered with a fond smile. "The son who thinks he's being sneaky in his efforts to eavesdrop on the conversation." A frantic shuffle from the hallway resulted in a thud and a hushed shit before he sheepishly entered the living room. Torino turned an amused eye to him and looked him over. Recognition then flashed in his aged eyes, and he assessed the boy even more carefully. "So, you're the kid who wants to help those that slip through the cracks, huh?" Torino questioned. "You saw that, too?" Izuku bashfully asked. "You'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't by now, especially after the USJ attack. I wouldn't be surprised if people are pushing it just to jump on you at the first scent of blood," he mused. "Well, you're not totally wrong there," Izuku lamented with a sigh. "I'm surprised to see Grand Torino of all people in my house." It was Torino's turn to be surprised. "I'm surprised you even know about an old fart like me. I did a bit of research after I learned about my grandma," he explained. "It started with trying to figure out what happened to my uncle, and then I just fell down the rabbit hole and discovered that you two were in quite a few photos together. I figured you were pretty close with her." Torino's expression fell at the mention of Nana's son, and both mother and child noticed. "I haven't seen my brother since we were separated in foster care," Inko revealed. "The families that adopted us didn't want a duo, and the orphanage didn't really care about keeping us together, so they split us up. I was only 4, and by the time I was even able to really think about what happened, I was afraid of what I might have found if I went looking. To this day, I don't know what happened to him." Torino sighed. "I tried to keep an eye on the both of you in the aftermath, but the family that adopted you skipped town right afterward, and I never knew their names. Kotaro was easier to find since he kept his surname, probably because he was a little older than you were. About 15 years ago, he and his family were killed in their home. It was probably Quirk-related, since they were all reduced to dust. He had a wife and 2 kids, but no one survived. They were reduced to dust." Izuku pondered. Inko remained quiet for a few minutes. No one said anything, and Izuku only disregarded his own thoughts for the moment to approach his mom and rub her back. She wasn't crying, but he could clearly see from the strangled distress on her face that it was really affecting her. She gave him a warm smile in gratitude for his support, and she quietly assured him that she was okay. "You look just like her, you know," Torino spoke up again. "You both do." He took a few moments to focus on Izuku. "Did Tashinori pass the quirk on to you?" "Oh, no, not at all," he quickly denied. "Not for lack of trying," Inko muttered. "My quirk is really complicated," Izuku continued, missing his mother's comment while Torino hadn't. "And another aspect of it awakened while I was in the hospital. Apparently, I can talk to ghosts now, among other things, and I was able to briefly meet and speak with Grandma Nana through All Might's quirk as a medium." For the 3rd time that evening, Torino was surprised again. That was quite a nugget of information to have. "Your quirk allows you to speak to the dead." Kind of," he sheepishly replied. "Like I said, it's a really complicated quirk that's multifaceted and pretty contradictory at times." His face lit up when something crossed his mind. "Oh, actually, when I was doing research, I looked into your quirk and fighting style." Izuku paused, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. "I may have started studying it a bit to apply some of the principles to one of the facets of my quirk." Now, the little zygote had Torino's attention. Not only had he known who he was, but he was actively studying him to improve his own combat prowess. He'd be impressed if he wasn't already biased towards him for being Nana's grandson. "Wanna show me?" Torino asked with a challenging smirk. Before Izuku could quite literally leap at the offer, Inko shut that thought down. "Absolutely not. I will not have you two bouncing off the walls of this household." She then developed a smirk of her own. That said, "You're more than welcome to drop by UA after classes or over tomorrow if you're able. Izuku needs a decent sparring partner to prepare for the sports festival coming up." "I'll be there," Torino chuckled. Sitting in his home with a cup of instant ramen, a chill traveled up Tashinori's spine. He would usually attribute a chill to either Torino or Verdant, but the chill was much worse than usual. That meant that either All for One had returned, or Verdant and Torino would be in the same building as him at the same time. He truly did not know which one he preferred. Izuku practically floated in excitement, and he had to be careful to not activate his quirk and go up in a crimson blaze. The two adults laughed at his excitement, and all three were glad that the atmosphere had been sufficiently lightened. Torino, would you like to stay for dinner? I'm certain I've made enough for 3, Inko offered. Sure, I can stick around for a bite, he assented. I'll be able to get a better grip of this little whippersnapper before tomorrow. Izuku was definitely looking forward to sparring with him. Izuku should not have been looking forward to sparring with him. It was so reminiscent of his days training with his mom that he was having trouble accepting the fact that he wasn't trapped in a time loop. Or perhaps that was just a concussion. He couldn't really be sure. I may have gone a little overboard with that last hit, Torino commented while rubbing the back of his head with his comically bulbous gloves. You think? Izuku dryly retorted while still on the ground. I gotta admit, though, your mom definitely taught you well. You dodge like your life is on the line every single time, Zygote, because that's never really been inaccurate. What other things come with your quirk? Izuku sat up and rested a hand doused in pink flame on his head. Well, there's this. Torino was surprised yet again. This kid. My quirk has the base form where it's just kaleidoscopic fire that does regular fire stuff, and then it separates into its individual colors, each one providing a different, specific benefit. The pink, as you can see, allows me to heal myself or others at the cost of my stamina. And the yellow you were fighting with enhanced your speed, Torino mused. Yeah, but only in a straight line and in short bursts thus far, Izuku confirmed. I can see that. Your movements were often too predictable when you only used the yellow, Torino chided. What else can you do? Well, green improves my strength, white improves my cognitive ability, red allows me to locally superheat things, orange makes shields, but I'm not that great at summoning them, blue gives me necromancy, and I don't really know what black does, but I try to avoid it. How good are you at using 2 colors at once? Torino asked, and Izuku only twisted his hand in a so-so motion. Activate the yellow, and then activate the green on your arms and try to maintain them as long as you can without hurting yourself. Izuku hopped to his feet and did so, letting the bright, yellow flames overtake him before he pushed the emerald to the surface and coated his arms with them. A few wisps of green appeared in specks around his body to spread the strain and prevent it from purely being on his arms. Good, Torino nodded. Now, try to keep up this time. Izuku internally heaved a heavy sigh, and he wondered how his classmates were doing with their training. Ochako fell to the ground in a boneless, exhausted heap. She now completely understood why Izuku was the way he was. Inko-sensei was a taskmaster among taskmasters. The first thing they did when they entered the training grounds was something called dodge training, which consisted of Inko-sensei pelting her with small, rubber balls with accuracy akin to snipes. If that weren't bad enough, she'd use her quirk to yoink the balls back to her hand, and Ochako would have to dodge those, too. The dodge training continued in the form of spars in which Ochako would have to keep from being hit for 3 straight minutes. She hadn't made it past 14 seconds, and Ko-sensei was ridiculously fast, and she hit hard, so contorting her body through the pain to dodge even more strikes was a task in and of itself. Then there were the instances in which the roles were reversed, and she had 3 minutes to land a single hit or negate her gravity. And Ko-sensei would stay on the defensive and wouldn't strike back, but she would knock her hands and wrists away at any given opportunity. Ochako hadn't landed a single clean hit even once. She refused to give up, though. She would take the torture and see it all the way through. She would get stronger. She would become a great hero and support her struggling family financially. She would become strong enough to protect herself and others so that Izuku didn't always have to. She would become great enough to stand alongside him as an equal. She dragged herself back to her feet, dusted the dirt off of her arms and tank top, and shot a look of pure grit to her sensei while re-entering a fighting stance. I'm not done yet. Let's do it again. Inko smirked and nodded in approval before entering a defensive stance. Let's, everyone, get your game faces on. We're entering the arena. Ada shouted to his classmates in the one awaiting room. They all had spent the last 2 weeks training themselves to the bone like Izuku not so subtly suggested in his talk with the tired kid from general studies. They prepared not only their quirks, but their own bodies as well. They did not want to be picked apart because they were lacking physically and relied too heavily on their quirks. Conversely, they also didn't want to be one-trick ponies with their quirks either. Many of them searched for new applications for their quirks, some even asking Izuku for help branching out since branching out seemed to be part of his SH tick, and he was happy to help. The result of one such incident involving confectionery sugar, double-sided tape, a floor covered in sticky balls, and 2 angry bears was Izuku receiving a week's ban from ground beta while it was being repaired and the fake city's power grid was being fixed. Midoriya, Todoroki called while approaching the sitting teen. Izuku looked up at the approaching boy with a bit of caution. They hadn't ever spoken much to each other, and Izuku figured that Todoroki just didn't like him a great deal. He motioned for the slightly taller boy to speak while many of the others turned their attention to the interaction. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that we're the strongest in the class, he bluntly stated. That drew a few different reactions from the room, Bakugo in particular narrowing his eyes. I suppose, Izuku shrugged. Where's this going? Our first and only bout was interrupted, so there was never a real winner crowned. I can't say for certain who was stronger between us back then, but what is certain is that I will beat you here and now, the boy declared with a nonchalant confidence. Man, what's with all these declarations of war lately? Kaminari joked. Yeah, what's the big deal? Kirishima asked Todoroki. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? And right before we get started? We're not here to be each other's friends, he coldly responded while shrugging Kirishima away. Don't forget that this isn't a team effort. Todoroki, Izuku called before the boy could walk away. And Todoroki stopped, but he did not turn around. Like I told the other guy, you're making a mistake by looking past everyone else in your bid for the top. It's the easiest way to be left in the dust. Todoroki finally turned to face him, and Izuku continued. Everyone else in Wano has worked their asses off for this, and they're all gunning for the top, too. Not only that, but 1B is also gunning for the top, and all of the other classes will be fighting tooth and nail just to prove that they belong. He fixed him with an intense stare. You're good, really good. In fact, you're one of the people I'm looking forward to taking on the most. Todoroki was temporarily taken aback by the admission, but he schooled his features before it became apparent, and Izuku continued again. Make no mistake, though, you're not the only good one here. If you want to beat me, fine, but you'll have to make it to me first. And that's not going to be as easy as you think. A proper rematch between us isn't anywhere close to being set in stone because any single one of us can be knocked off by any other one of us if we rest on our laurels for even a single moment. Seriously, why the hell does he ask why we voted for him? Mina whispered to Tsu, who merely shrugged. So, sure, bring it, Izuku continued with a challenging smirk. But know that I don't plan on losing to anyone today. Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the big stage. This first group aren't strangers to the spotlight. Dazzling, adoring fans and villains alike, give it up for Hero Class 1A. The cheers and adulation that Wano received were almost overwhelming for them, Izuku included. However, he kept replaying Nezu's words in his mind to keep himself focused. This is my debut, and no MLA is going to stop that. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but rest assured that they are not to be underestimated. Give a warm welcome to Class 1B. The cheers were not as loud as they were for 1A, but the hero students still received their share of praise nonetheless. Izuku looked to the arriving class, and he shot Yui and Takage a thumbs up when he found them. All he received from both girls in return was the gesture of them making horns on their heads with their index fingers. He wasn't sure what that meant, but he rolled with it anyway. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E, Support classes F, G, and H, and Business classes I, J, and K. I get the feeling that we're only here to make the hero kids look good, a General Studies student muttered to another. Speak for yourself, I'm gonna win this whole damn thing. The other General Studies student responded with a confident fist to his other palm. Well, I admire your enthusiasm, I guess, the first one replied. Meanwhile, Shinso was stewing in his rancor. He didn't like having to lay eyes on those arrogant sitheads in the hero course that all had flashy quirks perfectly suited for heroics. But it got even worse when his eyes landed on Midoriya leading the pack. That sanctimonious prick wants to be a hero for the downtrodden. Don't make me effing laugh. It was probably an irrational level of spite, but Shinso just could not help it. Seeing the kid made his blood boil. He had spent his life up until UA at schools where anyone and everyone would always subtly imply that his quirk was villainous or that he would use it villainously. Granted, his quirk had some pretty useful applications, so he didn't get it nearly as badly as some others did. But he was never encouraged to seek better for himself or to try for the path of heroics. It was always, cool quirk, bro, don't use it on me, though, as if that was the goddamn expectation. Meanwhile, the green-haired F-head claimed to have been quirkless at an indoctrination zone and then miraculously developed a ridiculously powerful quirk that he used to leapfrog to the top of the UA entrance exam with only a few years of use. If that wasn't an indictment of UA favoring flashy quirks for their heroics classes, he didn't know what was. And all that talk about working hard for years to get to where he is when he only won the genetic lottery. If Shinso decided not to give him the benefit of the doubt, then the whole thing just sounded like bullshit, especially once he said he wanted to be a hero for the downtrodden. It was the kind of disingenuous drivel that Shinso was so tired of and actively wanted to help wipe out when he became a hero, because he would become a hero. The 2 weeks he spent living in the weight room at UA out of spite was proof of that. He would become a hero. So caught up in his internal ranting was he that he didn't notice that the center of his thoughts was standing at a podium. Nor did he notice the fact that his classmates had backed a great deal away from him when he became progressively redder and started literally steaming. Meanwhile, Izuku had been chosen to give the student pledge, much to his surprise, as he scored the highest on the entrance exam. He made his way to the podium and took a long look at the sold-out stadium of onlookers focused entirely on him. He took another look down at his classmate in competition. Many were looking to him with respect, others were looking on in admiration, some were looking at him with disdain, but most just appeared impassive. Think of this as your debut. Make the most of it. Izuku grabbed the mic and stared directly into the crowd. No one told me I had to make a speech. The resulting silence and the incredulous looks on the faces of both the audience and the other participants at his dry delivery was almost enough to make him laugh. But he held it together despite feeling in his bones that Grandma Nana was laughing her ass off within All Might's quirk. The tension sufficiently broken, it was time to make his mark. A few weeks ago, Class 1 was attacked by villains during a rescue training opus. Thankfully, we all made it out with our lives, but we were lucky to do so. It was a wake-up call, not just for us, but for everyone standing here today. Just because we made it to UA didn't mean that our jobs were finished. We still had to get stronger, we had to get smarter, and we had to become complete heroes. Today is just the first step towards that goal. Today, Class 1 will show that should any villains want to run it back with us, we'll be ready and we'll be waiting. Class 1B will show that they are just as if not even more dangerous than we are. And they won't lay down for any villain attacks either. The general studies, support, and business classes will show the world that just because they're not in heroics doesn't make them any less capable. Underestimate them at your own risk. And that goes doubly so for those crazy bastards that make our gear in the first place. Within the crowd of students, a short girl with pink dreadlocks and goggles smiled viciously, and several of her classmates gave her a very wide berth. We're the first years of UA, and every generation is said to surpass the previous one. So, get a good look at the future and survive if we let you. The crowd erupted into a thunderous roar, and many of the other participants gave him a round of applause with dual shouts of "so manly" sprinkled into the group. In the luxury boxes where pro heroes that weren't on security detail were watching, and Ko smirked in approval. She'd have to steal that last line. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started with the first fateful game of the festival. Midnight announced to the raucous arena. A large screen behind her began cycling through a lengthy selection of events until it landed on something. The first event is an obstacle course, she excitedly announced. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. So long as you don't leave the track, you may do whatever your heart desires. The competitors collected at the entrance to the track, which was a narrow hallway that led outside of the stadium, and it became even narrower as it went deeper. The students prepared themselves for action, and Izuku readied himself to move at a moment's notice. The countdown steadily reached towards 0. And everyone readied themselves for the fight of their lives. Begin. The rush into the narrow passageway was a hectic and chaotic mess of bodies violently pushing against each other to make any amount of ground. It became abundantly clear to many that their current situation was the first obstacle of the race, and Todoroki was the first to capitalize. Foregoing fighting through the mob, he instead created a path for himself by freezing the ground and the feet of the competition, allowing him to quickly overtake them and lead the pack. Many of his classmates, and even some that weren't, found ways around the ice with admittedly creative applications of their quirks. He hadn't considered that Bakugo could simulate flight via propulsion with his explosions, and he supposed that Yaoyorozu keeping herself off the ice with a bow staff was rather inspired. But he wasn't particularly worried. None of them would overtake him or even keep up with him down the stretch. Well, almost none of them. As if on cue, an unfortunately familiar bright yellow blur shot past him from above, and he turned an aggravated eye toward his classmate that landed a few meters in front of him. Midoriya glanced back at him with a slight turn of his head before he noticed it. Detached hand and forearm that was hanging onto his gym uniform. Todoroki was perplexed at the sight for a moment, and even Midoriya was momentarily taken aback at the development, but the two-toned teen shook it off and continued on his path to victory. Izuku, on the other hand, stopped to inspect the hanger-on until it quickly dawned on him. Sure enough, a floating head of green hair and a familiar grin flew to his location and circled around him. "Did you split your entire body to fly over the crowd?" Izuku asked with an amused and impressed smile. "Nah, wish I could've," she lightly denied. "Our uniforms aren't DNA-coded, so I'd have to get naked to split everything. I asked Tetsu to throw my body as hard as he could in front of everyone." Speaking of which, Izuku spied her body in the air flailing towards the ground near him, and he scrambled to catch it to avoid it garnering any damage. Once he ensured her body was fine and set it back down, she quickly reassembled herself and flicked Izuku on the temple. "Sucker," she laughed before bounding ahead. Izuku could only mirthfully tusk and head after her and Todoroki alongside the rest of the participants that made it out of Todoroki's trap. He made it to the next obstacle in time to see Maita bouncing on his sticky balls and leap for Todoroki to attack him, only for the overzealous boy to be smacked to the ground by a giant robot. Said giant robot was accompanied by many other giant robots, and the runners came to the realization that they were facing an army of robots from the entrance exam. Looks like they've encountered their next trial, a test of strength and cunning. It's a robo-inferno. So, this is what the other students faced in their entrance exams, Todoroki remarked. They obviously went to a lot of trouble, but I wished they prepared something a little more difficult. He planted his quickly frosting right arm on the ground in front of him, quickly and violently freezing the ground under the approaching robots. Especially since my dear old dad is in attendance. He spat the last few words out with venom. With a swipe of his right arm, he sent a wave of ice and frigid air at the nearest robots, freezing them in their tracks and allowing him to dart through their legs. Many other students tried to follow, but he had intentionally frozen the giant robots while they were off balance, sending them careening to the ground in front of and potentially on top of the other participants. Izuku immediately went on high alert. What started off as a tough race between students with already questionable safety measures had just become a legitimately dangerous situation. What a showing! Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A has pulled away with the lead, with both an offensive and defensive attack, no less. No wonder he got in through recommendation. He hadn't ever encountered the Robo Inferno before and still cleared it like it was nothing. Why are you screaming? Back on the track, the tumbling mass of frozen metal succumbed to gravity and made its way to the ground. Izuku flared his quirk once again while preparing to intercept it, and he pushed the emerald flames to the surface and coated his body with them to catch the robot. Unbeknownst to him, the outer limits of his fire shined a brilliant orange and flattened out around him and in front of the other runners to keep them out of harm's way. The green core within the sea of orange caught the falling mass of steel, and it was only then that he noticed two others on either side of him. Kirishima to his right had hardened his body and caught the falling monstrosity, while another boy to his left, Tetsu if he had to guess, covered his body in what appeared to be steel and caught the robot as well. With a collective heave, the three pushed the robot back and away from themselves and the others. Damn it, Todoroki divided by 1A. Anyone other than me and Midoriya, Light Bright, would have been killed. Came the simultaneous shouts of Kirishima and Tetsu on either side of him. Then, they noticed each other, and they both growled in frustration. How am I supposed to stand out beside a damn copycat? Amazing. Class 1A's Midoriya pushes back the trap with an assist from his classmate Kirishima and 1B's Tetsu. He also protected the other students from potential danger, but I'm not sure he even realized that he did it. That's why he's already your favorite. Huh, watch your mouth. On the track, the orange flame barrier dispersed right as Izuku noticed that it was even up. I don't need your damn protection, shouted a familiar, angry voice from above. He saw Bakugo sailing over him and the robots in hot pursuit of Todoroki, and he heard a few scattered murmurs that indicated the others were temporarily putting the competition aside to clear a path through the machines. Izuku was not going to be left in the dust, however. He shot a quick glance to the disappearing form of Bakugo in the air, and he sent a frown in the direction of Todoroki, with his mentor's words replaying in his mind once again. He went up in a bright, yellow flame and shot past the robots in quick succession, clearing the obstacles in the blink of an eye before bounding toward the next stage. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. Todoroki wasted no time sliding on the narrow ropes attaching each platform to another, whereas Bakugo continued blasting himself above the treacherous terrain entirely. Todoroki sent a quick look to Bakugo gaining on him. Then he looked around the area for any sign of his other troublesome opponent, but he couldn't find him. That put him on edge, as an unseen Midoriya could prove to be a dangerous one. Izuku, meanwhile, was bouncing from platform to platform, quickly making up any lost ground to Todoroki but doing his best to stay out of his field of vision and move as quickly as possible. Now that he knew that the boy was not above large-scale sabotage, Izuku wanted to avoid any other potential ice mishaps that could get people hurt. In the process, though, he did get to catch a glimpse of a girl using pretty wicked support equipment to clear some of the drops. Her manic excitement almost rubbed off on him the more he watched. Adjacent to her was Ochako swiftly and almost professionally clearing a tightrope before launching into a somersault and split combo onto the platform that was familiar to him. Scarily familiar. Oh my sit, please tell me mom didn't create a mini-me in only 2 weeks' time. He muttered to himself with his heart in the pits of his stomach. Verdant, wasn't that your move? Snipe hesitantly queried in the luxury box. The only response he received was an almost diabolical giggle from the woman while she slowly rubbed her hands in delight. It was very clear to every teacher and hero present that she was way too close with Principal Nezu. And now, we're finally approaching the last obstacle. Everyone better tread carefully. You're stepping onto a minefield. Todoroki slowly meandered through the path, taking great care to step around the many patches of dirt that looked the most unsettled. The reprieve was short, though, as Bakugo again forewent traveling by foot like a peasant in favor of staying airborne via explosions, and he was quickly gaining on him with a feral grin. "Don't you dare underestimate me, you icy hot bastard," he shouted before rocketing past him, sending a few explosions his way for his troubles. Todoroki responded in kind by trying to grab and freeze the boy's arm while keeping pace with him. The back and forth battle of wills continued until they felt a rumble behind them and turned to see what was approaching, and the sight of Izuku launching himself toward them filled them with alarm. Izuku was purposely grazing the landmines in his dash to propel him even faster, and he was coming in hot. It's a three-man free-for-all for one ST place. Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck in the lead and knocking on the finish line. And now Midoriya is inserting himself into the fray to take first place. Bakugo and Todoroki disregarded each other and turned their attention to Izuku, both readying a heavy attack of their own to halt his advance. Todoroki swung his right arm and Bakugo swung his left, the duo unleashing a wave of ice and a large explosion, respectively, and Izuku charged right into the attacks with a flash of red. The two teens watched in horror as he plowed through the violent duality in a crimson blaze of glory, carving through the ice like butter and shrugging off the explosion like a gentle breeze. The next few moments happened in slow motion for the three. Izuku glided past them, paying no attention to their wide-eyed stares while he planted his palms onto their craniums to use them as leverage to launch himself down the path and further ahead. It didn't occur to them until Izuku had become a bright yellow blur once more that he had used them as glorified launch pads, and it, predictably, went as well as one would expect. A loud, furious howl of rage and a subdued, equally furious growl followed after him, and the two booked it to catch up and steal first place back from the green head. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Izuku Midoriya is our champion. Todoroki slid into the arena with Bakugo blasting himself inside half a second later, but Izuku was already there on his hands and knees amidst the cheers and confetti. He had his hand on his chest while he caught his breath, a light, pink glow on his palm to soothe the aching in his chest cavity. He had slightly overdone it with the yellow flames again, but Recovery Girl wasn't around to hit him for it, so he could rest easy. Bakugo grit his teeth. He was still behind them, even though he was ever so slowly closing the distance. There was still distance. The missed heroics classes were beginning to add up, and that aided him. He made his bed, however, and he'd just have to get himself in the bed even stronger while he was cleaning up his mess. He'll catch up to and surpass them soon enough. Todoroki was silently fuming. Seeing the boy go up in flames always made him incredibly uncomfortable, but the power and skill he wielded were almost beyond equal. It used to infuriate him to no end, and he wanted nothing more than to stomp out the upstart that was practically a facsimile of his father. However, things started to change after he overheard the conversation between Midoriya's apparent mother and Bakugo. It put a few things into perspective. He couldn't think about those things, though. He was going to defeat Midoriya using only his ice so that his father would finally understand the futility of his efforts to get him to embrace his left side. He wouldn't need his fire at all, especially if he could publicly take down a powerful fire quirk and prove his mother's quirk's superiority. Told you he'd win. Where's my money? A heavily bandaged Tamura with his arm in a cast celebrated beside Kurogiri as the two watched the UA Sports Festival in one of the booths in their seedy bar. Kurogiri grumbled in annoyance and slid 800 yen across the table to his sorta boss and occasional ward. Izuku, that was so awesome, Achako shouted when she arrived in the stadium and spotted her best friend. I can't believe you got first place. It was nothing. He initially tried to shrug off the praise, but he quickly remembered what he saw during the race. What exactly did my mom teach you? A sly smile formed on Achako's face. Sorry, that's confidential. Sensei's orders. She ordered you not to tell anyone? Izuku questioned. Just you, she replied with a playful glint in her eyes. The utterly nonplussed expression she received in return just made it all the more fun for her. Now that the top 42 have advanced, it's time for the real fun to begin. Midnight practically purred into the microphone. It's your chance to step into the limelight. Give it your best. The board began cycling through events once more with a crack of her whip. Let's see what we have in store for you next. Will your wildest fantasies come to light? What will it be? The waiting is torture. She's having way too much fun with this, were the simultaneous thoughts of Aizawa and Izuku. It's a cavalry battle, she announced. The participants will form teams of 2-4 people as they see fit. Each player has been assigned a point value based on the results from the obstacle course. The point values will go up in increments of 5, starting at 5 points for 42nd place, 10 points for 41st, and so on. Makes sense. So I should be worth 210 points since I came in first. And the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. Midnight announced with a wink to Izuku. Are you effing with me, right now? Izuku deadpanned. Is that an offer? Midnight quipped in a sultry tone. What was that? A furious Inko shouted from the crowd, and a fearful Midnight immediately put her hands up in surrender. Nothing, just banter, she quickly placated the angry mother, while she shook away the feeling of imminent doom. Izuku was dealing with the newfound attention and predatory gazes of 41 other competitors. It appeared that being worth 10 million points made him an easy target. Well, that just wouldn't do. Izuku activated his quirk, making a few steps back. He concentrated on separating the flames, and, after a few moments, the colorful fire took on a deep blue hue. All activity around him halted, and Izuku started emanating a cold, haunting aura among the arena floor that he did his absolute best to keep from reaching the audience. The other contestants instantly felt something dark, something evil. It felt as if death itself was breathing down their necks and grinning maliciously over their shoulders. Make it a good show, Izuku challenged with a dark smirk, and several people could swear they saw an ethereal cat hovering over him with an even more frightening smile. Then it was gone. The flames dispersed and the oppressive dread vanished. That didn't mean that the discomfort that everyone was feeling left with it, though, as just about everyone was now giving Izuku a very wide berth. I may have made an error, a pale Shinso thought to himself. What the F, Deku? Bakugo unintentionally slipped into his old habit. Spooky, a silver-haired girl thought in interest. Fumi, did you see that? A very shaken dark shadow poked their head out to ask their companion. Midoriya truly does traverse the darkness alongside us, Takoyami responded. Oh my effing god, you are such an emo, dark shadow lamented. They couldn't be certain if their host or anyone else had seen what they had seen. They'd keep a wary eye on Midoriya in the future. Midnight explained the rules of the cavalry battle and sent them on their way to select their teams. Izuku watched the contestants scatter and group up amongst themselves, steering clear of him out of a desire to beat him, a desire to not be a target, fear, or some combination of the three. He shrugged and started searching for Ochako. Meanwhile, an unresponsive Bakugo was being crowded by several of his classmates, all trying to make their case to be on his team. Yo, Bakugo, let's team up. It'll be just like back in JR. Hi, Kirishima excitedly shouted. Right, a blast from the past, Mina exclaimed with her own excitement. It wasn't even that long ago. Raccoon eyes, city hair, Bakugo muttered. Damn it, I know that you know my name. Kirishima shot back. And my hair's not that different from yours. It's dyed and you use gel to spike it, Bakugo replied. He's gotcha there, Kiri, Mina consoled the now slumping teen. Fine, Bakugo finally assented. Kirishima bounced back with his sharp grin like nothing had happened. Hell yeah, let's kick some ass and get that 10 million. That brought out Bakugo's own signature feral grin. Back with Izuku, he and Ochako were busy developing a strategy that centered around just the two of them, as Ida turned down Izuku's offer to team up on the basis that he wanted to prove himself as well. Izuku was the man to beat, after all, and he understood that. They were brainstorming until the sound of rocket boosters became apparent. Perfect, you're still all alone. Enter the star. A manic voice began, drawing their attention. Izuku turned to inspect the new arrival and was immediately face to face with a pair of goggles with crosshairs on them. Team up with me, person in first place, she exclaimed. Holy hell, you are quick. Izuku shouted and jumped back behind Ochako. The name's Mei Hatsume, inventor extraordinaire in the support course and future head of Hatsume Industries, she proudly declared. Oh, I remember. Ochako spoke up. You're that weirdo from the obstacle course that used those cool gadgets. Precisely, Mei agreed, either oblivious or uncaring of the negative connotation. We haven't met, but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. That's really straightforward, Izuku remarked with a chuckle. Sure, I'm down. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight as part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. Mei interrupted, slowly invading Izuku's space. Right, yeah, I'm down, Izuku tried to reassure, but he was interrupted again. That means my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big CEOs tuning into the sports festival. She continued with her increasingly manic energy, getting right into Izuku's face. Following that line of reasoning, teaming up with you would be the best avenue to showcase my babies and get recruited so I can use those connections as a jumping-off point to create my own support empire. Hatsume, Izuku shouted and grabbed a firm hold of her shoulders, freezing her in place for a brief moment at the contact while he looked her directly in her unique, yellow-green eyes with crosshair-shaped pupils just like her goggles. You're good, no need to explain. Let's do this and get you that empire. Her smile increased in fervor at the sight of his own, and she opened the case of support equipment she was carrying with her. I packed a ton of powerful babies with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like among my arsenal. That jetpack, Izuku examined the device. Did you base it off of air jets? That I did. Isn't he awesome? She responded, and the two devolved into a fanboying session for different pro heroes that used impressive and intricate tech, as well as the tech itself and the devices that Mei had built. Ochako blankly watched on, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. It wasn't the time. She had a sports festival to win. Thankfully, she was brought out of her thoughts by a hand on her shoulder. A girl with black hair and blue eyes framing her stoic face hummed to her in agreement, consolation, solidarity, derision. Ochako really couldn't be sure. "Oh, Yui, what's up?" Izuku said when he noticed her arrival. "I figured Class 1B would try to stick together." A shrug and a noncommittal grunt was the only response, but he nodded in understanding nonetheless. "Izuku, who's this?" Ochako asked, curiously eyeing the new arrival. "Oh, this is Yui Kodai. She's in 1B. We met at the entrance exam," he explained. "Yui, this is Ochako Uraraka. She's the one I made the mochai for." Ochako and Yui assessed each other, silently taking in the subtle similarities but brushing them off as coincidences. "Traitor," Takage shouted to Yui as she stormed over with an embarrassed-looking Itsuka Kendo and blank-faced Ryako Yanagi in tow. "How could you betray us like this, Yui?" "Setsuna, please don't tell me that you've bought into Monoma's anti-1sh tick." Kendo sighed with her head in her enlarged hand. "What? No," Takage denied before pointing at Izuku. "That's the filthy heathen that swears All Might could beat Godzilla." "Wait, really?" Kendo replied with a hint of disbelief in her tone. "Oh my god, we're not doing this today," Izuku huffed. "All Might would wipe the floor with Godzilla mid-diff, and that's that." "Blaspheming heretic," Takage accused. Elsewhere on the field, Ibara Shizaki paused and placed a concerned hand over her heart. "Someone has lost their way," she softly intoned to her confused team. When the buzzer finally sounded, the teams were all set. Izuku, with his gravity negated, rested on the shoulders of Ochako, Yui, and Mei with the 10 million point headband wrapped around his forehead. Izuku locked eyes with a locked-in Bakugo and an equally steely-eyed Todoroki. He knew full well that they'd be gunning for him to start, and he just hoped that the other teams were sufficiently hesitant about going after him following his earlier stunt. "Begin," Midnight shouted, and everyone moved. As Izuku expected, Bakugo's team of himself, Kirishima, Mina, and Shiro made a beeline towards him with several teams trailing a bit behind to pick the scraps of the encounter. He lightly kicked his legs back to signal to Mei and Ochako to duck their heads, and the team blasted off into the air with Mei's jetpack, leaving the rest to duke it out amongst themselves. "Oh no you don't," Bakugo growled before blasting himself into the air after them. "What's this? Team Midoriya has gone airborne and Bakugo is chasing after them. They're taking this battle to the skies." On the ground, Toru's team of herself, Gyro, Sato, and Koda watched in slight dismay, with the exception of Toru herself who had elected to go topless for added sneakiness and would not be deterred by such paltry concepts as gravity. "Sato, throw me as hard as you can," Toru shouted. "But you're not wearing a shirt," he sputtered. "Just do it," she commanded. Above ground, Bakugo propelled himself to his target with a vicious snarl. "You can't escape from me," he shouted with crackling palms, readying a powerful blast. "Yui," Izuku signaled, and she dutifully dug into her pocket and retrieved a small clump of sand. With a quick application of her quirk, she threw the rapidly enlarging grains of sand at Bakugo, halting his approach and knocking him back down to earth. Amazing. Such an excellent application of the tried and true staple of both offense and defense, pocket sand. It is a pretty reliable tool. Great work. "Now we can hang up here and play keep away," Izuku began before something in his periphery grabbed his attention. He saw the headband careening towards him much too late, though, and an invisible hand snatched his headband off of his head and took it with it into the open air. Only when he noticed the pair of pants and shoes trailing behind it did everything click. "Shit," he screamed in horror. "Huh, you snooze, you lose, Midori," the invisible girl taunted back. "And it looks like the 10 million points have been snatched away. Team Hagakure rockets into first place. What the hell are you teaching these kids, Eraser? Honestly, I can't lay claim to that. That's their own grit and ingenuity at work. Iron sharpened iron. You heard it here first, folks. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. Why did I agree to this? We have to catch her," Sato shouted on the ground. "On it," Gyro replied, stabbing her jacks into the ground just behind them and amplifying her heartbeat as much as she could, resulting in a boom that rocketed them forward to close the distance between themselves and their successful rider. They nearly had her back in their grasp right before a detached forearm flew from out of nowhere and yoinked the 10 million points in the first place position away from them. Would you look at that? The 10 million points have been taken again. They're playing hot potato. Again, why are you screaming? Izuku and Co. watched his headband be ripped away from the invisible thief in worry, as Takage's arm could fly faster than the four of them could with the jetpack. "How are we gonna get back the headband?" Ochako spoke her concern to Izuku. "Oh, we're getting back that effing headband," Izuku replied in a low, resolute tone. "Hang on." The group nosedived toward Toru's team, and Izuku snatched her headband before rocketing away. "Call that a finder's fee," he shouted to the indignant girl they were flying away from. "Be careful not to exhaust all of the fuel. It has a limited supply," they reminded him. "Right, thanks. Do your goggles enhance your quirk at all?" Marginally, they work better for smaller things up close, like when I'm making babies. My eyes themselves would work better long distance, which I'm assuming you need. Yeah, could you pinpoint our headband and give me a rough estimate on where it would be in, say, 10 seconds? Provided you're really fast. I can give you a general area but not much more than that. It'll work just fine. Everyone, hold on as tightly as you can. Midoriya and the gang appear to just be hovering in the air with a headband of significantly lower value. You don't think they've given up, do you? No, they're planning something. Knowing Midoriya, it's probably something stupid. You'll still love to see it, though. No comment. The group hovered above the competition for a few more seconds while the 10 million point headband was locked tightly in Take's detached grip and dodging strikes from a long tongue, a barrage of sticky balls, and swipes from a sentient shadow. Her forearm made it out of the fray just in time to avoid a snarling Bakugo once again before he was yanked back to his team by Zero. Thinking she was in the clear, she finally made a beeline back to her group. It was at that moment that Mei pointed directly between the headband and the awaiting team, and Izuku cut off the jetpack and landed with the group on the ground, ignited into a bright yellow, and used the group as a pseudo-launchpad to shoot himself to the prize, snagging a few more headbands along the way. Once the 10 million points were back in his grasp, he reignited the jetpack and flew back to his team with a victorious smile. Holy cow, you were right. They did have a plan. And it was stupid, but it paid off big time. Team Midoriya has reclaimed the first place throne and then some. Elsewhere, two people scowled. One was Todoroki, who felt it was time to take him out. The other was Shinso, who felt the same, but he wasn't especially excited about it after the showing with the blue fire. He had no idea what the hell that feeling was, and he didn't particularly care to find out. Once Izuku was back with the team and the headbands were secure, he sighed. Sorry, Hatsume. I killed the rest of the fuel with that stunt. It's perfectly fine. That move was sure to garner even more attention from my babies. She assured him. He couldn't really tell. Plus, we still have the rocket boots. We're not down and out just yet. Achako spoke up with a pump of her fist. Yui agreed, diving her hand back into her pocket. And now, we've reached the halfway point of the game. Midoriya. Todoroki addressed him as his team carried him toward Izuku's. I'll be taking that headband now. You're more than welcome to try. Izuku responded with his hands wreathed in the kaleidoscopic fire. Now, Ada, forward. Yaoyorozu, be ready to protect us. Kaminari, do your thing. Todoroki directed his team. Ada's calf engines boosted them forward. Yaoyorozu created an insulated blanket as well as a grounding rod, and Kaminari lit up with his quirk for a 1.3 million volt indiscriminate shock. Achako zoomed backward with the rocket boots in time to avoid the brunt of the attack, unlike every other team in the vicinity, but she didn't get far enough. Within that second, however, the four were blanketed in orange fire that the electricity from the attack harmlessly passed over. What? Izuku was befuddled. Is this Sid only subconscious, or something? How inconveniently convenient. Worry about that later, Izuku. Achako reminded. We're almost out of room to backpedal. Nowhere left to run, eh? A tired voice sneered beside them. Izuku turned to see Shinso quickly approaching them on a group of very dazed, glazed-eyed riders. Shinso was on them wearing a preemptive victorious smirk, almost trying to rub it in that he was going to snatch the headband away from the golden boy himself. That was until Yui's hand shot out of her pocket and yeeted a handful of sand into his face. "Ah, F!" Shinso screamed and immediately started rubbing the sand out of his eyes. Retreat, retreat. Geez, Yui, Izuku remarked while also struggling to hold back his laughter. I didn't forget what he said about you, she curtly replied. Look at that. The trusty pocket sand has made a return. The resulting roar from the crowd at the sight of more pocket sand could have been heard on Island. Shinso's riders had dutifully complied and scampered away from them just in time for an ice wall to seal away any more escape paths, and Todoroki's team was slowly stalking forward at the impetus. Only 1 minute left. Todoroki has cornered the 10 million point team and is poised to take the ultimate prize. But, unbelievably, Team Midoriya has managed to keep away from the ice and defend themselves all the while. Midoriya is not going down till the bitter end. Watching with a keen eye in the upper deck of the arena, Endeavor scowled down at the scene of his son's opponent keeping his distance and staying on his son's left side. He's exploiting your weaknesses. Don't be a fool, Shoto. Elsewhere in the arena, Inko was on her feet in almost tangible pride. Hell yeah, I see you. Keep exploiting his weaknesses. Back on the field, Ida got his team's attention. Everyone, we only have 60 seconds remaining. I'm going to do something that will make me useless to you, but it's worth it. What are you going to do? Todoroki asked. Ida prepped his engines for maximum overdrive before entering a running stance. Just make sure you get that headband. And hold on tight. Izuku could see Ida preparing to do something, and that was not a good thing at all. Izuku knew that even at his fastest with the yellow flames, Ida at his top speed was faster, and he couldn't dodge without leaving the team behind since the jetpack was out of commission. Instinctively, his yellow flames reignited, and he ignored the light pain in his chest. The yellow flames would make him almost fast enough to move away from him if necessary, but they wouldn't make him fast enough to react at the same speeds. Unless white fire began to bloom in Izuku's hair, intermingling with the yellow fire in an almost perfect union. The world seemed to slow down exponentially for Izuku, and it was just in time as Ida rocketed for them and quickly closed the distance between the teams. Izuku looked down at his teammates that were practically frozen in place, and he looked back up at the rapidly approaching. He could just barely move his limbs enough to intercept the attack, but he wasn't sure if he could completely avoid having his headband snatched. So he compromised, as Ida sped by them and Todoroki's hand hooked onto his headband. Izuku snagged a firm hold onto as many headbands around Todoroki's neck as he could manage and yanked them away from the boy as he passed. Hopefully, it would be enough. Recipro burst. Izuku heard when his quirk cut out and time returned to normal. Holy smokes, what just happened? That was one big blur. Why didn't he show off that super speed earlier? Ida, what was that? Todoroki asked in amazement. I forced my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gave me explosive power, he explained. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls my engines for a while. It's a secret move that I've been saving. No one in class knew about it. He turned to Izuku with a competitive smirk. I told you, Midoriya, that I'd do my best to beat you. What happened? Izuku faced him with a smirk of his own, but that wasn't what gave Ida, or anyone else present, pause. It was the blood streaming down Izuku's face from his nose. And like I told Alayu, Izuku slurred with his arm raised, proudly displaying all of the headbands he ripped off of Todoroki's neck. I done plan on losing to anyone today. The insanity. We thought the entire game was just turned completely on its head. Team Todoroki snatched the 10 million points from Team Midoriya, but Midoriya pulled through and snatched a good chunk of points from Todoroki at the same time. But he doesn't look so good. Present Mike covered the microphone and leaned over to Aizawa. He really doesn't look so good. Should we pull him out? He should be able to heal any damage he might have done to himself on the spot. He hesitantly began. But, just in case, we'll send him to Recovery Girl after time is called. Sure enough, Izuku was already quick at work tending to the brain aneurysm he was sure he had just given himself with his pink fire. He would not be telling Recovery Girl or his mother about that. Izuku, are you okay? Achako worriedly probed. Yeah, I'm good, he responded with less of a slur. Just tried something new and almost killed myself. I'll be fine. You what? Both Achako and Yui exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, folks, Midoriya's efforts were only enough to land him in 5th place, just outside of the cutoff for advancement. There's not much time left in the game. What will they do? Don't let him get away. Izuku shouted. We can still win if they're sitting ducks. Then let's go. We can get those points back easy. Achako encouraged with utter determination, and the group charged for Todoroki's with nothing but victory on their minds. Yui yanked one of the lower value headbands from Izuku and clutched it in her hand. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari prepared themselves to defend their rider. Izuku killed the pink fire and reignited a flaming mosaic along his right arm, poised to deck Todoroki and take his headband by force. Todoroki responded in kind by shielding with his ignited left arm and preparing to freeze Izuku in his tra. Wait, ignited. Todoroki had unconsciously unleashed the fire half of his quirk to defend against Izuku, and the revelation startled him enough that he did nothing to defend against the flame-enhanced right hook that slammed into his cheek. Kaminari prepared to zap the attackers, but Yui enlarged the headband into a tarp and threw it point-blank at Kaminari's face, surprising him enough to misfire his quirk and electrocute his teammate. Izuku used that moment to snatch Todoroki's original headband from his forehead, as he didn't want a chance going for the 10 million and accidentally taking a decoy. With just 11 seconds left, Team Midoriya has jumped to 3rd while Team Bakugo leapfrogs into 2nd after reclaiming their own points. Just as he announced that, a hole was blown through the ice wall, and a practically frothing Bakugo blasted into the fray. You can't escape from me, you bastards. I will be the ultimate champion, Bakugo bellowed to his 2 biggest competition. The game is almost over, and the top 3 teams are facing off for the top spot. Time for a countdown. Bakugo shot like a missile toward the fracas with explosions on his mind. Todoroki was a snarling wreck at being forced to use his fire, and Izuku's entire upper body was lit ablaze in preparation for the inevitable impact. Time's up, and with that announcement, all 3 riders fell face first to the ground. The horses all shared a collective sigh of relief at the end of one of the most intense face-offs they had ever experienced. In 1st place, Team Todoroki. In 2nd place, Team Bakugo. In 3rd place, Team Midoriya. And in 4th place, with a comically large headband just barely edging them into the spot, Team Shinso. These 4 valiant teams will advance to the final round. Thanks for the lift, Shinso said to his newly conscious and thoroughly befuddled teammates before walking away with a smug smile. The smile was only partially faked, as he still had some sand left to clear out of his vision. Izuku was sitting on the ground and trying to both regain his energy while he waited for the world to stop spinning. His head slightly ached, and he just hoped that his mother didn't catch sight of the blood. It was wishful thinking, and he knew it, but he could still hope. Midoriya. Todoroki addressed him as he walked to the teen and stood over him. Can we talk? Alone? Izuku stared quizzically at the heterochromatic teen before nodding and getting up to follow the boy, just barely missing an unhappy duo of recovery girl and his mother sniffing around the area for him. They ended up in a hallway connected to the faculty and student entrance of the arena. The two only silently stared at each other. Izuku knew that Todoroki was merely working up the nerve to say what he wanted to say or ask whatever it was that he wanted to ask, so he didn't fill the silence at all and gave the boy all the time he needed. I was overwhelmed, and it made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Todoroki finally spoke up. Izuku knew that there was even more to come, so he didn't interrupt and let his classmate find his words. Ida and Kaminari, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, none of them felt it. In that moment, I was the only one who could sense your true power, and it was overwhelming. It reminded me of. Todoroki trailed off, and a terse frown found its way onto his countenance. He stopped looking at his left hand, and he stared Izuku in the eye. Are you a bastard child of endeavor? Izuku was not expecting that question. In fact, one could probably say with a decent level of accuracy that he was expecting quite literally anything other than that. The idea was so ludicrous that he wanted to laugh it off as a really dry joke from the stoic boy. But he was mostly certain that Todoroki wasn't aware of the sheer volume of hatred his mother wielded for endeavor that would make that joke funny. I know that not even you truly believe that's a possibility, Izuku finally answered. Todoroki sighed in relief. I just had to be sure. A silence fell between them, but it wasn't tense. It wasn't awkward, either. Izuku stared blankly at Todoroki, and Todoroki returned the stare. It was as if the two were truly seeing each other for the first time. Endeavor is my father. You've clearly heard of him, so you must be aware that he's the current number 2 hero. Todoroki began, and Izuku nodded in confirmation. My old man is ambitious. He aims for the top. He's used his power to make a name for himself as a hero, but he was never able to beat All Might, so the symbol of peace always remained ahead of him as living proof of his own failure. He's still at it, though, trying to take All Might down a peg in one way or another. Izuku did not like where this was headed. He truly did not. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Oh no, please no. They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out powerful mates, with the sole intention of creating powerful children, closer to super soldiers given the turmoil society was in back in those days. Izuku finished to Todoroki's surprise. So, you're aware. Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research on quirks and societal progress over the centuries in spite of quirks. It was a rabbit hole I fell down after stumbling on paranormal singularity theory. So, you know that people were often forced into relationships under the guise of old-fashioned arrangements? Yeah, you're going where I think you're going with this, aren't you? Todoroki closed his eyes, and a lengthy exhale escaped his nostrils. Yeah, another silence fell upon the two, and it was far less comfortable than the previous one. Todoroki opened his differing eyes to stare at Izuku's reaction, and he saw a furrowing of Izuku's brow that slowly deepened into a frown. Soon, that frown grew even darker, and his face fell into a snarl before he stopped and composed himself. Your father is a real piece of shit. Todoroki would be lying if he said that he was expecting that kind of reaction. He didn't really know Midoriya at all. He just knew that he was someone else on the planet that had a fire quirk, and apparently their moms used to be friends, but he hasn't truly confirmed that yet. He would ask his own mother about it when he finally worked up the gall to see her in person. For now, though, he couldn't help the small smile from forming. Yeah, he really is. My mom hasn't ever told me why she hates Endeavor so much, but I'm really starting to see it, Izuku said. That also took Todoroki by surprise. He had figured that he knew at least everything that his mother had told Bakugo in Recovery Girl's office after the battle trials. She hasn't. No, she doesn't like to talk about it, and I don't make her. I just know that there's some personal beef between them. Todoroki internally deliberated on if he should reveal what he heard the boy's mother say. It was pretty relevant to what he himself was planning to tell him. But it also came from a different perspective, a different level of hurt that he couldn't speak to. Ask your mother about it after the festival, Todoroki suggested. It'll help truly contextualize the monster that my father is. For now, however, my father's sole goal in his life right now is to build me up to usurp All Might. Todoroki's fist tightened. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. He's the reason that my mother is crying in every memory I have of her. She called my left side unbearable before she splashed boiling water on my face. Everything made a little too much sense to Izuku in that moment. The heterochromia with the scald mark over Endeavor's eye on the side with Endeavor's hair all came together. The reason I challenged you was both because I wanted to settle our previous battle and because I needed to prove to my father that I can win without having to rely on his damn fire quirk. I needed to prove that I can defeat a powerful fire quirk using only my mother's ice and put his twisted ideology to bed for good. He looked back up to Izuku with a smoldering determination. I'm going to show him that I reject his power and that I can take first place and be a hero without using his damn quirk. Izuku briefly looked down and considered everything the other boy had said. Todoroki turned to leave, but Izuku spoke up. I believe it. What? I believe that you can win this festival and be a great hero while only using your ice? That is, I mean, barring some specific situation where you'd have to cauterize a wound on a civilian so that they don't bleed out. But I'm certain even you could get past that hang-up for the sake of saving a life, right? Todoroki knew the question was merely rhetorical, but he also strongly suspected that there was a right and wrong answer to the question that he didn't want to potentially get wrong, so he remained silent. You're incredibly strong, and you trained exceptionally hard for this, even beyond the torture your father put you through. You worked your ass off to get where you are now. So, yes, I do believe that you can do it, but I don't believe that you should have to. What do you mean? Our lives are honestly pretty similar in many ways, even if they couldn't be any more different in many others. We're both children of pro heroes. We were both trained to the bone from a very young age, and we both have massive expectations on us. However, my mom didn't train me to the point of abuse or isolate me socially, and she was the only one who believed in my dream to become a hero when most others wouldn't dare attach that aspiration to a quirkless kid. Oh, right, you're a late bloomer. Yeah, and my dad was a quirkless terrorist. Todoroki's eyes widened at that statement, and he wasn't sure what to do with that information. My dad was a deadbeat that pretty much bounced when I got my initial diagnosis. But when he found out that mom was training me despite my official status, he flipped out and came back home with the intention of killing me. Probably her as well. What happened? My mom atomized him and dispersed him into the open air. There was a pregnant pause between the two teens and the third one listening in on the conversation around the corner. Excuse me, what the F? Well, I wasn't home for his arrival, but apparently he attacked her and tried to look for me in our apartment, so she tore him apart by his base components. Her quirk is attraction of small objects, and I figure that there isn't a minimum size requirement, only a maximum. So, yeah, he's pretty dead, if removal from existence even counts as death. I bring that up to stress that my father was an abject pile of squirrel shit, and I don't miss him at all. My quirk also mostly comes from him, as he could breathe fire. Do you see where I'm going with this? Todoroki's eyes widened in realization, and he frowned in apprehension. They're not the same. They're not, Izuku agreed, but whenever I use my quirk, hell, whenever I see fire at all, in the back of my mind, I can't help but be reminded of him. I think about the man who cared about me so little that he was ready to kill me and my mother just because he felt I was rising above my station. I think about the man who only valued what my quirk status could provide, rather than who I was as a person, as his own progeny. He lit a small, colorful flame in his hand, but I don't think of it as his quirk. It's not his quirk, it's mine. It always has been mine, and it always will be mine alone. No one can change that, least of all him. He cut the flame and looked Todoroki in the eye. Your quirk, be it the fire half or the ice half, is no one's but your own. It's not your father's quirk or even your mother's quirk, and no one gets to dictate that but you. You can be the best damn hero you want to be using your quirk how you see fit because it's your quirk and yours alone, and you are the master of your own destiny. Don't think of any part of your quirk as a shackle to overcome. Instead, take it, make it your own, and be the best damn version of Shoto Todoroki that you can possibly conjure up that answers to no one but himself. Todoroki was thrown back to a memory long forgotten. It was a memory of himself and his mother watching an interview that All Might did in which he echoed the same sentiments that he had just been given. He remembered his mother asking him if he still wanted to be a hero as he was positively transfixed by the screen. He remembered her reminder to stay true to himself. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. Todoroki was not crying. He was not. Goddammit. Todoroki choked out and leaned against the wall. Tears silently escaped his clenched eyelids, and he felt a soft hand on his shoulder. Taking a leap of faith and opening his puffy, newly red eyes, he saw the other boy giving him a kind smile before patting him on the shoulder. You're not alone. You never are. Todoroki sniffled. Thank you, Midoriya. He stood up straighter and composed himself. I'm going to kick your ass in the final round despite this conversation. Izuku offered him a challenging smirk. Like I said before, you're more than welcome to try, but I don't plan on losing today. Todoroki turned away to leave the hallway and catch the tail end of lunch before the final round began. But he stopped when he heard Izuku speak up again. Make it a good fight, though, Izuku challenged. Todoroki offered his own smirk back at him. You're on. Bakugo, meanwhile, stood silently on the wall around the corner. He had quite a lot to think about. Where the hell is that boy? An irate recovery girl growled beside a festering Inko as they scoured the halls of the stadium. When I get my hands on him. The sheer recklessness of that little hellion. Inko, while very upset with what she had seen during the cavalry battle and their inability to find her son afterward, wasn't particularly angry like the medic walking beside her. She was much more concerned about what might have resulted from the fusion of his flames, and she just wanted to check on her son to make sure he was okay before the final round. It was taking a while to find him, however, and he most likely didn't have his phone on him. Ugh, this is hopeless, and I have to get back to the office in preparation for the final round, recovery girl huffed in frustration. If you do see him, please send him to me immediately so that I can look him over before he steps out on the field again and maybe whack him one good time with my cane. Sure thing, Inko sighed, and the two parted ways. Inko checked her phone and saw that the break for lunch would be over in around 15 minutes. So she proceeded forward to continue her search. That was interrupted when she walked by a set of stairs where Endeavor was exiting from. The two locked eyes, and a tense silence fell amongst the hallway. Inko's emerald gaze hardened to a stone-cold glare, and Endeavor's own turquoise eyes narrowed. There wasn't any hatred or malice in his stare, rather apprehension of the highest order. Inko's glare carried more than enough hatred for the both of them, though. Not a word was uttered between them. The smoldering rage within the woman was written clearly on her face and in her posture, but the large man held firm and would not bend an inch. This was the scene All Might stumbled on when he came to investigate the sudden chill that crawled up his spine. And he wished that he hadn't. The vitriol from Inko wasn't even directed at him, and he still felt entirely unsettled just being in the vicinity. He couldn't imagine how the flame hero must have been faring. Verdant, Endeavor calmly acknowledged, carefully keeping his voice even. Endeavor, she returned, not even trying to mask the venom in her tone. Your son is doing well thus far, he evenly remarked. So is Ray's, she spat. And the flinch she received from the comment only vindicated her. Another silence followed, this one even more tense than the previous one. All Might had absolutely no idea what to do or if he should even say anything. He didn't know if either of them even knew he was there since they hadn't acknowledged his presence. And he didn't really know if he wanted them to, either. He tried making conversation with the number 2 hero to catch up after a decade. But he was quickly and curtly rebuffed before being informed that the man's son was created to surpass him. That was a strange and mildly alarming bit of information on its own, but the standoff before him was on another level. He didn't know what the history was between the two, and he wouldn't be ashamed to admit that he was not at all comfortable asking either of them. He would make a note to broach the subject to young Midoriya later on if he remembered. The silence dragged on for another few minutes, and All Might felt like he could physically cut through the tension with a Detroit smash and still not make much headway. Then, as if on cue, the two walked past each other without another word, and All Might could breathe again. Coincidentally, Izuku turned a corner at that moment and strolled down the hall in the opposite direction of his mother, and he couldn't get a word out before she was on him. Oh, honey, what happened to you during the cavalry battle? Your nose was bleeding and you could barely keep yourself upright. The worried mother fretted over her son after glomping him. I'm fine, Mom, Izuku replied while half-heartedly fighting out of his mother's hold. I tried something out during the battle in a no-win situation to mitigate the loss. Apparently, I confused the effects of my yellow and white flames to supercharge my cognition even further. I won't be doing it again, though. You'd better not, she scolded, hugging him even tighter. Your nose was bleeding like crazy. And who knows what kind of brain hemorrhaging you could have instigated if you kept it up for any longer. We're going to recovery girl right this minute to make sure you didn't do any permanent damage. Izuku sighed in resignation, knowing he wouldn't be able to escape his fate. All right, Mom. She nodded, and she sent him the warmest smile she could. You were fantastic out there, my little baby. Please stop, not in public. Izuku protested while blushing a bright red, still not really trying all that hard to deny his mother's doting. Hey, All Might. All Might and Inko jumped in surprise. All Might forgot that he was still standing there, and Inko hadn't even realized that he was there. She cursed herself for getting sloppy, but she blamed it on Endeavor that time. Young Midoriya, your mother is right. You were excellent out there. All Might spoke up when he finally regained himself, and he walked alongside them to the nurse's office. Unbeknownst to All Might, the vestiges were locked in a heated debate within One for All. We can't let Eighth pass the quirk on to the boy. It'll kill him, Yoichi argued from his seat. Well, we have to find some way to get in contact with him. Nana argued just as fervently. We can't speak to Toshi, and Izuku's the only one who could connect us with the outside world. He's our only hope as a medium. She's not wrong, Degoro spoke up, even if her real reason is that she just wants to see her grandson again. Shove it, Baldy. We have to get the information about Singularity to Eighth somehow, Hickage agreed. If he passes it on to anyone with a quirk, it'll kill them much faster than it killed me, maybe even instantaneously. I don't see why we should incur the attention of the Shinigami just so Seventh can speak to her relative again, supplied the third cantankerously. It's petty and meaningless at best. Don't be bitter that I'm the only one here that chose to procreate. Nana defended. Stop making the fact that I'm the only one with any living relatives the issue. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely certain that's the case, Yoichi responded with a frown. He didn't need to expand any further on that, as each of the others feared the implication. Then it makes finding a new wielder that much more imperative, and finally spoke his piece. We can't do anything to influence 8th, but maybe we can send the boy a subtle signal when he's in the vicinity. Oh, and are we banking on him having some Ghostbusters tech laying around to pick up a signal or something? The second retorted, and he only received quizzical stares in return. What? Are you telling me that Ghostbusters is already lost to time? It's worth a shot, Hickage assented with a shrug, now that he's cognizant of our existence. He might be more sensitive to attempts at communication. Most of the other vestiges shrugged in acceptance. It wasn't a perfect theory, but it was all they had. How do we go about that? En asked the group. We can try screaming at him, Degoro suggested. Then, he stood up and cleared his throat. Hey, Broccoli, he shouted out into the void. What the hell, Broccoli? Nana asked incredulously. It was the first thing that came to mind. Degoro defended. Wait, it might have done something. Yoichi hushed the group as he was peering through All Might's eyes. The boy flinched when you screamed. It might not have been related at all, but it's better than nothing. Let's all try together. 5 of the vestiges sprung up from their chairs while the remaining 2 begrudgingly stood as well, and they readied themselves for the attempt. All right, Yoichi began. 3, 2, 1. Hey BROCCOLI, IZUKU, KID, F head. The trio stepped into the medical ward, and Izuku had the wherewithal to dodge the swing from Recovery Girl's cane. What have I told you about overdoing it? The youthful heroine chastised. He began to defend himself until he slumped. Yeah, I don't really have an excuse for this one. He received a whack to the shin for his troubles. You're damn right, you don't. She huffed. Now, sit so I can run a diagnostic on you. I know you at least mended whatever damage you might have done to yourself, but better safe than sorry. Yes, ma'am, he complied. While she was running the diagnostic, something caught the teenage boy's attention. What the? Izuku muttered in confusion. He swore he just heard something or someone calling out to him. He couldn't really place it until it happened again, and he could follow the sensation to All Might's general direction. Young Midoriya, is everything all right? All Might asked. Inko looked a bit concerned as well. She didn't want to think he had done that much damage to his brain to where he was hallucinating. Izuku stared at All Might for a few more moments, and then it clicked. Oh yeah, everything's fine. I think your quirk is trying to communicate with me, though. That gained the attention of the 3 adults, and even Recovery Girl was interested. Outside of Izuku's stunt before the cavalry battle, she had only heard about what the blue flame could do when it awakened and hadn't seen it for herself. Izuku allowed a small, colorful flame to bloom in his palm, and he concentrated until it became the familiar sapphire. Gesturing for All Might to step a bit closer, he slowly jutted his hand toward him until he could feel a connection. When he felt the gentle caress of his grandmother's hand again, he relaxed. When another, distinctly male hand latched onto his wrist, he almost panicked. Wait, stay calm. He heard a man call out to him from All Might's direction, but he only saw the large man standing there. That was until a shadowy, almost translucent figure began to manifest out of him. Izuku looked around, and the other occupants were only staring at him, so they likely couldn't see what he was seeing. I'm the first wielder of One for All. The man that he could make out had white hair and possibly green eyes stated. The other vestiges, and I have an urgent message that we ask you to deliver to 8th. 8th, Izuku questioned, much to the confusion of the adults present. All Might, the Phantom clarified. He cannot pass on One for All to anyone with a quirk. Multiple quirks inhabiting a single person will shorten their lifespan, and One for All is much too powerful for anyone with another quirk to survive it. The next wielder must be quirkless like he was. That was a lot for Izuku to take in, and he dumbly nodded. Got it. The white-haired apparition stepped back, and the familiar sight of his grandmother returned to him. She didn't say anything, only reaching over and embracing him. Even with her non-physical form, he still felt the entirety of the love poured into that one hug. Then, without a word, she pulled away, and his quirk shut off. Izuku, is everything okay? Izuku did not immediately reply, instead basking in the residual warmth from his grandmother's hug and parsing the information that was given to him. When he finally looked up, he turned to Recovery Girl. Did you find anything of note? He asked her. Nothing worrisome, she answered. You're lucky this time. It seems you did a pretty good job at preventing your brain from sustaining any damage. I don't want to have to tell you a third time not to mess around with that. Just, please, keep the experimentation to training and not in the heat of battle. I will. I promise that it won't happen again, Izuku responded with a nod. I don't believe you, but I'll take your word for it, Recovery Girl sighed. Izuku then turned to All Might and his mother once more. Well, One for All has news. Finally, the tournament, Kirishima said with a wide grin. I get the chance to show what I'm made of. Wait, so is the third round always a tournament? Mina asked. Yeah, the last round is always a one-on-one competition, Zero answered. They just change what that competition is every year. Last year, it was foam sword fights. Foam sword fights. That's something, Ochako thought to herself with a laugh. Izuku still isn't here, though. I didn't see him for the whole lunch period, so I hope he doesn't miss anything important. She cut her thoughts off when she heard the slight crunching of gravel a little bit behind her, and she turned her head to see Izuku approaching her. Oh, wow, you heard me coming, Izuku commented with a smile. Training with my mom served you well, I see. Ochako accepted the praise with a smile of her own. I finally get what you meant about listening for everything, although I don't think I have your level of paranoia just yet. Where were you, by the way? That's probably genetic, he waved it off. And I was with Recovery Girl. She wanted to look me over to make sure I didn't permanently damage myself during the cavalry battle. Ochako nodded at the explanation, having more faith than she probably should that her friend would be able to shrug off a concerning amount of damage in a short period of time. She'd check back up on him later, though, just in case. Come closer and draw lots to see who you'll be up against. Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start, Midnight announced to the gathered competitors. The 16 finalists have the option to participate in those games or sit out to prepare for battle. I'll start with the first place team. Excuse me. Anjiro raised his hand with an expression that was adjacent to shame. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I'd like to withdraw. There were a few gasps, and the gathered competitors all began murmuring in confusion. Someone was willfully withdrawing from a rare chance to get scouted. It wouldn't be right for me to continue on, Ajiro said. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. I know this is a great opportunity, and I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me take something I didn't really earn. It wouldn't be fair to everyone who worked hard to get here. Nairanjiki Shota from Class 1B, another boy spoke up as he approached Midnight. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. This isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. A few from 1B and even Shinso himself looked toward the final member of his team, the tall boy with the mantis head, Tagaru Kamakiri. Shinso was initially going to snag Aoyama with his quirk just because he was in the vicinity, but he decided against it and chose the seemingly more powerful Kamakiri to round out his squad. There was the chance that a confrontation with Team Midoriya would be tougher than anticipated, so he went with the stronger option. The slight twitch in his eye from the phantom sting of sand at the reminder soured his mood a bit. Kamakiri was silent for a moment and looked rather pensive while he evaluated his options. It was true that he didn't want to advance that way, either. It was a blow to his pride to be used as a mindless puppet while the guy who did it frolicked about without a care. Still, though, nah, I'll stick around, Kamakiri finally spoke up. I'll just beat that purple kid's ass in the tournament. That'll make me feel better. The boys' surrounding classmates fell to the ground in a mixture of amusement and incredulity at his very Kamakiri-esque response. Never change, dude, the short, speech bubblehead of Manga Fukudashi remarked with a chuckle. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. It turns me on. Shota, Anjiro, you're withdrawn, she announced, doing her very best to not fidget at the glare she could feel on her from Inko with the other pros. After a brief bit of deliberation in which Team Kendo declined the invitation and passed it off to Team Tetsutetsu, it was decided that Shizaki and Tetsutetsu would be the ones to fill the 2 open spots in the finals. The newly minted 16 finalists drew lots, and the results were displayed on the screen. Match 1, Hitoshi Shinso vs Katsuki Bakugo. Match 2, Tagaru Kamakiri vs Mina Ashido. Match 3, Yui Kodai vs Momoge Arazu. Match 4, Ibara Shizaki vs Denki Kaminari. Match 5, Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Match 6, Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Match 7, Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu. Match 8, Ochako Uraraka vs Izuku Midoriya. Shinso was a little sour at the fact that he and Midoriya were on opposite sides of the bracket, so he wouldn't possibly face him unless they both made it to the finals. Well, guess I'll just have to make it to the finals, then. Yeah, that's it. I'll make it all the way to the end and put him in his place on the grandest stage. Shinso hyped himself up, not even paying attention to who his opponent was. It wouldn't matter, ultimately. He'd snagged them with his quirk and forced them to leave the ring. Easy peasy. Bakugo, on the other hand, was more nettled that both Izuku and Icy Hot were on the other side of the bracket, so he'd only possibly get to face one of them. However, he looked over to where Shinso was walking away from the screen and hyping himself up to face their class rep in the final round of the bracket. That pissed Bakugo off quite a bit. Todoroki looked at his spot in the bracket, and then he looked over towards the end of the bracket. We're in the same half of the bracket. Good. Izuku and Ochako stared at their placements on the bracket. They'd be fighting each other in the last match of the first round, and neither really knew just how to feel about that. Well, Ochako drawled as she tore her eyes from the screen and looked over at her best friend. I guess this means we're rivals now. Izuku snorted, and only at the mildly offended face of his friend did he speak. Weren't we already rivals the minute you asked my mom for training? Fellow graduate of the Midoriya Hellspawn Academy. Ochako couldn't fight the laugh that came out of her. Really? That's the name you're going with? It sounded better in my head. Okay, Izuku flushed with a pout. Sure. I'd hardly say I've graduated, anyway. I'm sure there's still plenty of things she can teach me. Not that I'd tell you what she did teach me. Not even for more machai. Nope. Izuku sighed in good-natured defeat. Well, guess I'll just have to see for myself, then. May the best hero win. May the best hero win, Ochako returned. The side games had concluded. The ring was created. It was time for the tournament. Bakugo stood alone in the hallway leading from 1A's waiting room with a stone-cold glare etched into his face. This was the first stop in his path to becoming the #1 hero. He had almost squandered it all before the journey could even really begin, but he would rectify it all in the tournament. He would win and prove he was the best through his hard work and unwavering tenacity. Bakugo, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. He turned his head to see his classmate with the tail approaching him. I figured I'd just warn you about your opponent's quirk, he began. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm pretty certain he could control you like a puppet if you respond to something he says. Just be careful out there. Bakugo said nothing as he stared at the tailed boy. And then he gave a slight nod and turned back around to enter the arena at President Mike's call. All right, sports fans, let's cut to the good stuff and not delay this finals any longer. Give it up for our first fighters. With explosive palms and a temper to match, it's Katsuki Bakugo from the hero course. Kick his skinny, little ass, Katsuki. Mitsuki shouted next to Masaru on their couch. No mercy. And from general studies, he hasn't really done much up to this point. Hitoshi Shinso. Up in the student section of the stands, Class 1 was talking amongst each other rather animatedly about the coming battle. So, do you think that Shinso guy stands a chance? Zero asked to no one in particular. Nah, Bakugo's got this in the bag, Kaminari responded. I do kinda wish it was Midoriya taking him on instead, though. I'd pay to see our class rep wipe the floor with him after that day a few weeks ago. You mean when Midoriya called him skinny fat? Sato added mirthfully, which elicited a laugh from most of the class in attendance. Izuku, meanwhile, was watching them enter the ring closely. He didn't know exactly what the kid's quirk was, but he assumed it involved some sort of mental paralysis, if what Ajiro said was true. Maybe it was touch-activated? Ajiro didn't mention anything about being touched, though, only that Shinso said something to him and everything went black. Voice-activated, maybe? That would make sense, and his quirk was dangerous if that was the case. If a verbal response was all Shinso needed, then it would be a more difficult match than his classmates were giving it credit for. Bakugo was never very hard to rile up in his experience. Ready? Begin. So, Katsuki Bakugo, huh? I've heard about you. Shinso began with a bored expression. You're the famed delinquent of one that went overboard in a training exercise. Bakugo's stony glare tightened a little bit, and Shinso slyly smirked. I'm frankly surprised that they even let you compete. I thought that even UA had standards against creating villains, but I suppose I shouldn't be. You must have a really powerful quirk if they're willing to bend over backwards for you. Let me guess, you grew up in an indoctrination zone and never had to face any consequences for your actions, huh? Bakugo's eye twitched, but he made no response beyond that. Shinso continued nonetheless. Getting a good look at you now, I'm not really all that impressed. I guess even terrorists sometimes make mistakes, right? Bakugo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Shinso felt great about the situation, as it looked to him that it wouldn't be much longer before the blonde flew off the handle and found himself ensnared in his quirk. Bakugo, however, remained silent, and he opened his eyes to give Shinso a rather bored glare. Then, he tilted his head and pointed to the side of his chin. Then he pointed at Shinso, and then he finally held up one finger. Shinso was confused at first, so Bakugo motioned a punch at his exposed chin and pointed at Shinso again. Now, the message was clear to him and everyone watching. Bakugo was giving him a free shot. If Shinso didn't already feel insulted by the silence of the hero student, that certainly did it. What's this? Is Bakugo giving Shinso a free shot? Is that wise? We'll see. Shinso grit his teeth and quickly made his way toward the ash blonde. Of course, you damn hero students always thinking you're better. Don't cry when this backfires on you. Shinso ran towards Bakugo and threw a hard punch to the spot Bakugo indicated on his chin. That was a mistake, as Shinso immediately recoiled and clutched his hand, truly feeling as if he cracked something. Bakugo gently rubbed the spot that was punched before giving the boy an unimpressed quirk of his eyebrow. And then he threw a right hook of his own that slammed into Shinso's jaw, sending him to the ground in a heap. The boy was hollering in pain and clutching his jaw tightly, and Bakugo only stared down at him with the same stony glare he entered with. Shinso sent him a murderous glare before leaping back to his feet to attack Bakugo again. He threw another punch, but Bakugo easily deflected it and threw a hard punch to the boy's stomach. Shinso would not be deterred, though, and he threw another punch that was again deflected, followed by an elbow to the other side of his jaw and sweeping kick that put him on his ass. Shinso was positively fuming at that point, and the same, almost apathetic glare Bakugo kept on him made him see red. With a furious yell, he charged at Bakugo again, and he was put back down to the concrete again, and again, and again. Soon enough, one could accurately describe the match as Bakugo beating the dogshit out of Shinso with lethargic ease. Every punch Shinso threw was either dodged or deflected, leaving him open for a vicious attack that floored him without fail. Every kick was blocked, leaving him open to a vicious attack that floored him without fail. Every taunt or scathing insult was ignored, usually in tandem with a vicious attack that floored him without fail. The worst part for Shinso, there was not a single explosion the entire time. Bakugo was handing him his ass on a silver platter in front of the world without using his quirk whatsoever. The crowd didn't really know how to feel about the display. They wanted to see action, and they were technically getting that, but what they were watching wasn't exactly a fight. It was closer to a methodical massacre, and Bakugo is absolutely dominating this fight. A bit maliciously, I might add. There's nothing malicious about it. Shinso's quirk is sort of like mine in that it doesn't give him any physical enhancements. However, it's powerful in a way that could theoretically end fights before they even began. But that also comes with the caveat that he has to physically be able to do that, even more so when he comes across an opponent that isn't falling for his tricks. If he wants to be in the hero course as much as he says, he has to be able to defend himself in a straight fight. Otherwise, he'd just be a liability on the field. Bakugo is merely evening the playing field for him by not using his quirk and letting him prove if he can do that in the first place. That's a harsh assessment, even for you, but not an inaccurate one. The explanation from Eraserhead eased the crowd somewhat, but it was hard to get excited for a one-sided slaughter. The relatively low volume of the crowd made it that much easier for Shinso to hear Aizawa's brutal assessment of him in the fight, and it made every hit and fall he took hurt that much more. It truly dawned on him in that moment that the fight was his second entrance exam, and he was bombing it a second time. Well, bombing may not have been the right word, as no explosion followed the stiff punch to his nose that sent him to the ring. His everything ached, his pride was steamrolled, and, as he looked up into the mildly cloudy sky, he could practically see his chances of getting into the hero course and becoming a pro-hero turn to dust right before his eyes. He couldn't even blame the sand for the tears in his eyes that he struggled mightily to keep from escaping. "Are you done yet?" Bakugo finally spoke, his glare unwavering for even a millisecond. "Or are you still gonna cling to that dumbass idea that you can be a hero without doing any work? Because if this is your best, then Izuku would have murdered you in seconds, and he wouldn't have been nearly as nice about it as I was." I concede, came the broken voice of the teen on the ground. Shinso has conceded. Bakugo moves into the next round. Midnight announced. And there you have it, folks. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner by tap out. The crowd gave a polite applause and some cheers, but many were clearly disappointed at the one-sidedness of the match. Shinso, meanwhile, continued to lay on the ground. "If you're done with your damn pity party, you can get to building that spaceship now, or whatever the hell it was that he said," Bakugo annoyedly said to the downtrodden boy as he stood over him. When he extended a hand to help him up, Shinso stared up at it for a moment. Bakugo was beginning to lose his patience, but Shinso slowly reached to take the offered hand. When he did, Bakugo clamped down onto his hand and yanked the boy up to his feet with just a single arm. Then, he curtly turned around, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and stalked away from the ring. What a show of sportsmanship. I guess even Bakugo has a heart buried deep inside. Eraser. Let's move on, already. Shinso slowly made his way to the back, as well. And those infamous words played themselves back to him. "The problem here is that you're declaring yourself to be among the stars when you've never taken the time to build the spaceship to get yourself there. Build that spaceship first, then meet me on the moon, alright. Meet you on the moon, huh?" He caught sight of Izuku on his way out with the rest of 1A, and Izuku was staring back at him. Shinso narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Yeah, I'll build that spaceship, and then I'll fly even farther than you could ever dream of. Count on that, Midoriya." Up in the stands, Izuku was confused about the look Shinso gave him. It wasn't explicitly malicious, but it wasn't particularly friendly, either. If he had to compare, it was similar to the looks that Endeavor gave All Might the few times they were on screen. Toge. "Oh, got him, Nit. Enough standing around. Now welcome to the ring our next players. He doesn't have a nose, but he can still smell weakness. Let's hear it for the hero course's Tagaru Kamakiri." "That was pretty damn corny, Present Mike," Kamakiri muttered. "Versus, what are those horns even for? Will we find out? It's the hero course's Mina Ashido." This first match will be a piece of cake," she said confidently. With the rest of 1A, Izuku watched the two square off before Present Mike started the match, and the two lunged for each other. You have a friend in 1B, right? Ochako asked him. Do you know what Kamakiri can do? No, I don't really know any of their quirks beyond one or two of them. He shook his head. This guy is a mystery to me, too. Said mystery was solved when Kamakiri extended a pair of blades from his arms and took a few swipes at Mina. And she only dodged by the skin of her teeth each time with impressive flexibility before she went on the defensive and skated away from him with her acid. Oh wow, blades, Izuku remarked. I wonder how sharp they are. Could he produce them from anywhere on his body or just his arms? Are they? You really are a quirk nerd, Ochako commented with a giggle. Huh, take a look at that, 1A, came the haughty voice of Monoma from the 1B box next to them. Our very own Kamakiri is wiping the floor with a Shido. He even has her desperately trying to maintain distance because she can't possibly take him up close. This must stick in your egomaniacal craws. A giant fist plowed down onto his head, knocking him out and shutting him up for the moment. Sorry about him, Kendo sheepishly apologized. He wasn't totally wrong, though. Mina did indeed have to keep her distance to avoid Kamakiri's rush of blades. He was really fast, too, and he did well to keep up the pressure and not give her any time to mount a real counterattack. Her dance background paid dividends in the end, though, as she could maneuver around his attacks and slide just out of range. Kamakiri was becoming even more confident as the battle progressed like that. As such, he inevitably slipped up when he allowed a second too long between swings, which Mina capitalized on by splashing acid at him and forcing him to jump away. Afterward, every advance by Kamakiri was rebuffed by another splash of acid from the pink girl, and Kamakiri's blades could only do so much to shield him, so he was kept at a distance. The crowd, now having something to cheer for, was very much into it. Izuku was also interested, taking note that Kamakiri was faster and likely stronger, but he couldn't attack from mid or long range. Mina, on the other hand, could keep him at bay and slide around him while peppering him with attacks, effectively controlling the tempo of the fight so long as she maintained her distance. They were effectively stalemated as things stood, and Izuku surmised that the winner would be determined either by who took the initiative to go in for a close-range assault and accept some damage along the way, or by Mina eventually wearing Kamakiri down in a battle of attrition. Kamakiri had more incentive to go for the first option, and he couldn't wait forever. He seemed to know this, too, as he charged for her when she was nearest to the edge of the ring, shielding himself from the shower of acid by sprouting a plethora of flat blades to take the brunt of the attack. He rushed her and elbowed her in the gut as hard as he could, using the brief moment of respite that she was stunned to grab her arm and attempt to sling her over his shoulder and out of bounds. He wasn't anticipating just how quickly she'd recover, though, and before he could get to the apex of his swing, she locked him into an arm bar and brought him down with her over the line. Both fighters have landed out of bounds. We have a draw, Midnight announced. The crowd was on their feet for a good fight as well as a bit perturbed that there wasn't a decisive winner. But Midnight continued before they could become too antsy. In the event of a draw, we allow the board to decide a tiebreaker event. Everyone looked to the board that had been deciding their fates the entire day, and the anticipation in the arena was palpable. What possible spectacle could await the two combatants? Would it be anywhere close to the frenetic craziness they witnessed in the first two rounds? Rock, paper, scissors, Midnight announced. So, no. Kamakiri was rather nettled that his fight would ultimately come down to a game of rock, paper, scissors, but he refused to back down. Mina, meanwhile, was down for whatever. This had already been the most fun she had all day, and forcing her opponent to a tiebreaker already looked good for her scouting report. The two engaged in the most intense bout of rock, paper, scissors that anyone could claim to have ever witnessed, tying another 4 more times before Kamakiri came out the victor on the 5th go-around. The crowd was absolutely roaring. The audience is really hyped for this, Ribbit, Sue observed in her seat behind Izuku. Not every day you get to see a best-of-5 game of rock, paper, scissors, I suppose, Izuku tried to rationalize. A bit anticlimactic after that fight, though. I hope this is the only time that this is necessary. You just jinxed it, Ochako said to him with a smirk. You're probably right. You two are awfully close for having to fight each other later, Sue dryly observed with a hint of mirth betraying her blank expression. I've already accepted my victory, Izuku just as dryly responded with a sly smile that grew even more when Ochako lightly hit him on the shoulder. D-head, she responded with a smile of her own. Unseen by the three, Toru was observing the scene with a keen eye before rubbing her invisible hands together. She was gonna ship the hell out of them. I wouldn't be surprised if my mom bribed Principal Nezu to somehow rig it to have us fight each other, Izuku joked. That assumes that us making it to the finals was a given. Ochako entertained the thought. Well, of course, it was a given for me, Izuku continued the bit. I'm practically the protagonist. Okay, remind me to smack that developing ego out of you, she laughed. Hey, Midoriya. Gyro approached him. You mentioned your mom earlier. Is she really verdant? Izuku was surprised at both the question and that she even knew about his mom. Yeah, you know about her. My mom always talks about her. Her eyes practically lit up. Apparently, on my parents' first date, they got held at gunpoint by a mugger in an alley. Verdun just happened to be patrolling nearby. And my parents say that she snatched the gun out of his hand with her quirk and then pistol whipped him until he cried. Honestly, I might not even exist if she wasn't in the area that night. That definitely sounds like something she'd do, Izuku remarked. Though, that is a little rough, even for her. I wonder what pissed her off that day. Maybe Endeavor. The class fell into talking about Izuku's mom and the show they remembered her putting on at the USJ. Bakugo, meanwhile, had made his way to the one-up box in time to hear Jiro's story, and he couldn't say that he was all that surprised given what he had learned earlier about what she did to her husband. Look alive, sports fans, the third match is underway. Both 1A and 1B carefully watched the ring as Yui and Yaoyorozu stood across from each other. She's the mute mercenary and queen of the sand. From the hero course, Yui Kodai. Yui stared blankly at the taller girl across from her, and she shoved a hand into her pocket. Versus the mistress of creation. She was admitted through recommendation, so you know her skills are certified. The hero course's Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu somewhat nervously met her opponent's unflinching stoicism, but she had a plan. At present Mike's signal, she quickly created a pair of goggles and a shield to protect from any sand coming her way, be it large or regular-sized. She started to create a staff in her free hand to go on the offensive. But the ground beneath her practically vanished, and she fell to the dirt of the arena. Looking ahead, Yui was kneeling with her free hand planted on the newly shrunken ring that barely extended past her. The crowd, Midnight, Cementos, Present Mike, and 1A were all flabbergasted. None were more flabbergasted than Yaoyorozu herself, who could only stare at Yui in stupefaction. Did she just lose? Kodai just shrunk the entire ring. Is that technically a ring out for Yaoyorozu? I'll allow it. Yui Kodai advances to the next round, Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted once again at the spectacle they just witnessed. Yui silently stood and removed her hand from her pocket, pulling the pocket inside out to reveal that there was no sand to be thrown. It was a bluff, and Yaoyorozu fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Yui returned the ring to its original size before quietly leaving the scene in an almost distraught Yaoyorozu. That's 2 matches in a row that 1B has proved its superiority to 1A. What a shameful performance from the supposed top dogs. Monoma was again struck by Kendo's giant fist, shutting him up once more. Sorry about him. Again, Kendo apologized once more. Her apology, as well as Monoma's ravings, went unheard by 1A, as they were slack-jawed and trying to make sense of what the hell had just happened. Did you know she could do that? Ochako whispered to Izuku. I hadn't considered that specific possibility. But yeah, I guess I knew she could do something of the sort, Izuku answered without taking his eyes off of the ring. That certainly makes her a dangerous opponent going forward. Now that the ring has been returned to normal size, it's time to welcome new competitors. Even beautiful flowers have thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Ibara Shizaki of the Hero Course. Versus, he's the most electrifying man in the Hero Course, Denki Kaminari. Your puns truly make my existence unbearable. Who do you think will win this one? Ochako asked. Certainly not Kaminari if he shorts himself out in one go, Izuku answered. Oh come on, have a little faith. He's immobilized. That's all, folks. It was over in an instant. See, the winner is Shizaki. She advances on, Midnight announced. Oh, what's this I see? A 3RD victory for 1B over 1A in such rapid succession. Monoma began before 2 massive hands clutched the wall on either side of his head. He got the message loud and clear, and he clamped his mouth shut. Izuku's attention was focused elsewhere, however. Shizaki's vines were under close scrutiny from the boy, especially the way she both ensnared Kaminari so easily and used them as a wall to block his attack. The wall somewhat reminded him of the way his orange fire coated his cavalry team and protected them from his lightning, but the restraining vines really had his attention. He had his cape that could do something similar on a much smaller scale, but he found that he didn't really utilize the cape all that often. It was nice to have, but it felt like an unnecessary accessory for the little practical usage he got out of it, much less than their homeroom teacher used his capture scarf. He wondered if he could utilize his flames in such a manner. At this point, he wouldn't rule out any possibilities as to what his quirk was capable of, and maybe he had a color hidden away in there. Wait, another color. He had accounted for red, orange, green, yellow, blue, white, pink, and possibly black. When he used his base flames, he did see purple in the mix with the rest. What was purple capable of, he wondered? Izuku. He snapped out of his train of thought and looked toward Ochako, only to notice that she and the rest of the class were looking at him strangely. In the background, he could hear the indignant shouts of Iter running around the arena in maze gear while she gave detailed explanations about her babies to the support companies both in attendance and watching across the nation. Oh, I mumbled all that out loud, didn't I? The choruses of yep, and effin' nerd made him sink into his seat. Anyway, Ochako changed the subject. Ada is up against the crazy inventor girl, and she apparently offered him support equipment to wear to make it a fair match since she had her own. And he fell for that. Izuku deadpanned. Yeah, she sighed. 2 more matches, we should head off to get ready for ours. Izuku would not admit to having completely forgotten about his own match, and no one could prove it if he had. The two left the stands and parted ways in the hallway, leaving Izuku to quietly meander towards whatever designated waiting room he was set to be in for his match. Time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile, All Might. Izuku stopped in his tracks and listened to the conversation happening around the corner. He recognized that voice. And the only person he could possibly be talking to was. Shit, do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. The footsteps Izuku was hearing ceased, and the silence that followed was tense. You bastard. He heard Todoroki growl, and his heart began to sink. I am not your masterpiece. I am not your pet project, and I am not your damn tool. I am Shoto, and it's high time that Shoto starts doing what Shoto wants to do. Izuku's heart rose once more, and a smile made its way to his face. Odd manner of referring to himself in the third person aside. Todoroki seemed to have taken what he said to heart. Endeavor could suck it. If, by that, you mean to continue using only your right side, it may work for you in this tournament, but you'll soon find the limits of that power. You'll see reason eventually, Endeavor scoffed. I am not you, Todoroki spat. I am Shoto, and I will win this tournament on my own terms. If that means using more than my right side, so be it. But I won't be doing it for anyone but myself. I will not exist for anyone but myself. I will be a hero and do so how I see fit because that's what Shoto wants, and Shoto doesn't answer to anyone but himself. Izuku had to physically restrain himself from loudly cheering him on. Todoroki had definitely internalized what he had said, and he was throwing it in the face of his father and declaring his own path. Now, the real test would be to see if it actually stuck. He waited a few moments for any noise or footsteps, and he attempted to slick past the hallway intersection unnoticed. Attempted was the operative word, since he made eye contact with Endeavor halfway through the journey. The two silently stared at each other, one a deer in headlights and the other a passive curiosity. You're powerful, boy, the flame hero began, somewhat startling Izuku. You've got a powerful quirk, and you know how to wield it. I have no doubts that you'll end up facing my son in the tournament. Give him a good match, and don't disgrace him or yourself by holding back. The hulking man then turned and walked away, leaving Izuku alone to process what the man had just said to him. Why did it sound like he was scouting me for a effing internship? We're moving right along to the 6th match. He's got skills, but at the expense of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's hand to Zero. That was uncalled for, Zero muttered. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too powerful for his own good. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. In the waiting area, Izuku sat next to Kirishima and watched the upcoming bout on a TV. Man, I'm so pumped. The red-haired teen shouted with a fist pump. I can't wait to get out there and show what I can do. What about you, Midori bro? You think you can beat your Uraraka? You want an honest answer? Hell yeah. I have no idea. Kirishima wasn't expecting that. Huh, really? I can't let her touch me with an open palm, which is much easier said than done, especially since my long-range offense needs work. What the F? Izuku's eyes were bulging out of his skull and glued to the screen. Kirishima wasn't in a much better state. There was a massive iceberg jutting out of the arena that wasn't there a second prior. I get being upset, but learn some effing restraint. Izuku muttered to himself. I hope Zero's okay, Kirishima added with a hint of worry. He should be fine, provided he's thawed out quickly, Izuku replied. Welcome back to the finals, everyone. Sorry for the long wait. The insane amount of ice from the last match has been cleared, so it's time to welcome new combatants. The 7th matchup includes 2 completely redundant quirks. One of them is a passionate, manly fighter made of steel. With a name so nice, they gave it to him 4 times. It's the hero course's Tetsu. Versus a passionate, manly fighter made of rock. His name is decidedly less goofy. It's the hero course's Ijiro Kirishima. When the fight began, the 2 teens rushed each other and threw everything they had as well as the kitchen sink at each other. Izuku watched the first few exchanges, and he could quickly tell that the fight was going to drag on, so he decided to stretch and get himself into the right mindset for his fight. Ochako was not going to be an easy opponent, especially since he doesn't know exactly what sort of tricks his mom could have potentially given her to have an edge over him. He wasn't under any illusions that she hadn't. This was just as much a test for himself as it was for Ochako. He just knew it. He'd have to play it carefully, but he'd be ready. Wow, that hurt me, and all I'm doing is watching these guys. Is it over? Both hardheads have been KO'd, but who is the winner? After assessing the condition of both teams, Midnight declared the match a draw, and the second tiebreaker of the day would be held once the 2 boys were conscious again. Guess I did jinx it, Izuku mused. While we wait for Tetsu and Kirishima to recover, we'll move on to our final battle of the first round. When the pictures of Izuku and Ochako flashed on screen, the crowd roared once again. Everyone seemed to have their eyes on this particular battle as the two combatants made their way to the ring. The smiles they had with the rest of their class now nowhere in sight. The bulk of Class 1 was curious to see if the two friends would go all out against each other, as well as what all out would look like for Izuku. Todoroki and Bakugo observed with keen eyes to avoid missing a single detail about Izuku's fighting style. Both boys would be prepared for their rematches. A few in Class 1B wanted to see for themselves what all the fuss was about, as did the civilians and some pros in the audience that recognized him from the interview that circulated. Yui and Takage were really interested in seeing what Izuku looked like in actual combat. Shinso begrudgingly anticipated the fight if for no other reason to see if what Bakugo had said was true. Inko abandoned whatever jovial atmosphere she had prior to the match and watched the upcoming battle like a hawk. It slightly unsettled All Might beside her, but he was paying close attention as well. He couldn't outwardly cheer for Nana's grandson, but he was rooting for him, and he could practically feel one for all buzzing within, so he knew that she was, too. Many of the seedier parts of society were also paying attention. Two pairs of red eyes focused on their respective screens. A pair of turquoise eyes scowled derisively. A pair of golden, slitted watched a screen in almost orgasmic interest. And even the scar tissue where eyes once existed was focused on him. The eighth and final battle of our first crop of matches. He already has his own origin story and his sights set on nothing short of victory. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya versus the Zero Gravity Zenith. Can this underdog prevail? Also from Class 1A, Ochako Uraraka. Ochako and Izuku stared each other down, both entering into a fighting stance. Let the 8th match begin. Ochako darted toward Izuku with frightening speed, and Izuku quickly ignited yellow and dodged to the side to avoid her advance, kicking up a chunk of concrete in the process. However, she pivoted on a dime and advanced toward him again with palms ready to strike after smacking the debris along the way. Izuku sent a burst of green flame to his legs to leap up and over her, landing a good distance away from her for the moment. So, she knows I'm limited to one direction, and she can quickly change direction to counter that. There are no walls to bounce off of, so reliably outrunning her is out of the question. I don't know how long she can keep up a chase, and it's not worth it to find out. Ochako re-entered her stance, and Izuku did as well. The message was clear that he wouldn't be allowed to bounce around the ring and avoid her, so he wouldn't. Ochako charged him again, and he met her charge this time. Deflect the wrists, go for body shots, keep her hands inside at all times, be ready to move on a hair trigger. The two finally clashed with Izuku immediately blocking an attack by pinning her wrist. Ochako swiped at him with her free hand, but he ducked and pivoted from the clash and spun around the swipe, batting her arm away and driving a rough elbow into her ribs before sweeping her legs and sending her to the ground. He was afforded no rest, though, as she immediately forced him to jump by rolling into a kick of her own to sweep him off of his feet. Izuku quickly backpedaled to reset and reassess. She was good. Getting through an entire fight without letting her touch him a single time was going to be tough, and crippling her to just be done with it wasn't an option he was going to consider. He really needed to work on his long-range attacks after the festival, but he at least wasn't completely bereft of options in that regard. Ochako returned to her feet and darted for him a third time, sliding her hand across some of the loose debris along the way. He filed that away for later while he met her charge again, ducking and dodging every attempt she made to touch or grab him and peppering her midsection with jabs and quick elbow strikes. It kept up for a surprisingly lengthy stretch, and Izuku started to grow wary when Ochako's swipes became wild and much less accurate. After one such swipe was deflected, Izuku swept her legs once again to send her flat on her back, and he brought his heel down to slam into her stomach, but she quickly rolled out of harm's way and touched her fingertips. It was at that moment that Izuku knew he had been led into a trap, as the loose debris that he had kicked up earlier and disturbed in his efforts to keep away from Ochako was sent back down to earth right where he was standing. He leaped to the side to avoid the small shower, but Ochako was right on top of him in a split second poised to negate his gravity. It was only a reactionary flare of his red flames that saved him and made her jump backward to escape the sudden heat. This match is heating up, folks, and me. In the audience, Mona was surprised at the way the match was going. Many were admittedly expecting a curb stomp. Wow, she's really keeping up with him, Gyro remarked. I don't think he's going full throttle yet, Ribbit, Sue replied. But I also don't think she's giving him many opportunities to use his strengths to his advantage. It may be that he doesn't want to seriously burn her, as well, Ida spoke up. Exercising discretion to keep the both of them safe could ultimately lead to his downfall, however. You saying Uraraka will throw herself into danger just to land a hit on him? Kaminari questioned. I'm counting on it, Ida nodded. And Uraraka's not giving an inch. She's still launching herself at Midoriya to finally land that one hit she needs, even though Midoriya is practically melting the ring with every step. Talk about tenacity. It's a little overboard. Like that, then, Sue dryly remarked. In the ring, Izuku was trying even harder to keep away from her strikes to avoid both losing his gravity and seriously burning. But the ridiculous heat emanating from his crimson fire was not deterring her whatsoever. It mildly alarmed him, but they'd have time to go over self-preservation another day. Izuku intercepted an attempt by her to grab him by snatching both of her wrists and holding them apart. She ignored the burning and threw her forehead into his nose, breaking it and forcing him to kick her in the chest and let her go. She rolled through the fall into a backflip and unzipped her jacket while Izuku readjusted his nose. Unfortunately, that single moment would be his downfall. He looked up just in time to smack in the face with a PE jacket. And when he tore it away from his face, Ochako was no longer in front of him. His instinct screamed at him to defend. And the crimson fire reverted to kaleidoscopic before he swung his right arm out with a colorful and concussive blast of fire, sending Ochako tumbling painfully away from him. It was too late, though. He was floating. Urarakas ballsy move paid off. Midoriya is currently without gravity and at her mercy. The crowd was on their feet and cheering up a storm. Several pros in attendance were very pleased with what they were watching. One in particular, a woman with light green hair and an orange bandana, considered the scene carefully. Look at those kids go. One pro near her complimented. They're not being as flashy as some of the others, but they definitely know what they're doing down there. Right, that Midoriya kid can move like lightning and his combat sense is top-notch already. He looks like he's in trouble, though. The Uraraka girl tagged him with that distraction, and she's been doing her best to keep up with him the whole time. The conversations around her continued like that, and she started thinking about the interview the boy did outside of his school. Being a beacon for those forgotten by society spoke to her in a way, since she loved making people laugh and brightening anyone and everyone's day. She could possibly help him cultivate a friendly, approachable exterior to that end. Maybe she couldn't poach him for Ketsubutsu, but she'd definitely send in an offer for an internship. Back in the ring, Izuku was understandably upset with himself at his predicament. He was a millisecond too slow to halt her attack, and she finally got him. That wasn't the worst part, however. I did it. It took a month, but I finally got you. She cheered as she slowly made it back to her feet. That was the worst part. Their game, where she valiantly tried to sneak up on him and negate his gravity without his notice, had finally concluded, and he lost. The match was salvageable, but the loss in their game would sting for quite a while. Speaking of the match, he was slowly floating towards the edge of the ring. That would not do, so he flared his kaleidoscopic fire once more and propelled himself higher into the air and away from the edge, very similarly to what he did at the entrance exam. Wait, has the mysterious rainbow comet from the entrance exam returned? And it was Midoriya the whole time. Mysterious. You knew it was him. You've known since it happened. And he's made his grand return for the sports festival. No 0 pointers to take out this time, though. Ochako was both kicking herself for forgetting that he could do that, as well as slightly transfixed with how effing cool the flying rainbow looked in her opinion. She could no longer return his gravity outside of the ring anymore, so she had to be prepared for whatever attack he mounted in this state. She didn't have to wait long. As Izuku circled the ring a few times before shooting to the ground, she occupied in a nosedive, slamming down with a fist that created spiderweb-like fissures in the concrete and just barely missing her as she dodged. He refused to let her get away. And before she knew it, his flames had become a bright yellow for the second time in the match, and he blitzed her with a hard tackle before throwing her out of bounds. It wasn't like she could negate his gravity a second time, so he didn't have much to fear by getting in close anymore. Ochako landed a good ways over the line and skidded across the ground. Meanwhile, Izuku was left floating past her, carried by his inertia. Uraraka is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round, Midnight announced, and the crowd exploded. With the other UA staff, Inko gave a round of applause with a beaming grin from her double dose of pride. Not only had Ochako actually pushed Izuku and nearly gotten the better of him, but she forced him to get creative with his offense and not rely on a select few colors like he had been getting into the habit of. Not every opponent that made him work for it would just brute force it like the Namu. Cunning opponents required equal helpings of craft in return. Shinso, meanwhile, was feeling a mixture of relief and indigestion. He was under no illusions that he would have lasted very long against either of them, but it only hardened his resolve to catch up to and surpass Midoriya by any means. Ochako laid on the ground and sighed in disappointment. She was so close, much closer than she really ought to have been, but it ultimately wasn't enough. When she saw her best friend floating overhead, she stood up to cancel her quirk and catch him, and, as expected, he fell onto her and brought her down to the ground with him. Unlike the last time, Izuku was conscious, so she wasn't stuck on the ground until medic bots could lift him off of her. When he did stand up, he offered her a hand to help her to her feet. She looked at it for a second with a minutiae of dejection before she shook it off and forced a smile onto her face. Accepting the hand and climbing to her feet, she congratulated Izuku on his win, but he didn't say anything. He only blankly stared at her, but his eyes were assessing every detail of her facade. It clearly wasn't fooling him. She almost yelped when he grabbed her wrist and held up her arm, presenting her to the crowd that began to applaud and cheer for the both of them, but many focused their praise onto her when they realized what the boy was doing. Izuku stepped aside and let the cheers rain down on her, Midnight and Cementos choosing to let them have their moment rather than hurry them along. They had to circle back to Kirishima and Tetsu anyway, so they weren't in any rush. Ochako stood in the arena and could barely process the cheers and praise she was receiving from the crowd. She found the eyes of her classmates, and they were all on their feet to give her a standing ovation. She saw the unmistakable costumes of pro heroes applauding her as well. It was impossible for her to keep the tears from welling up, but she did her best to not let the dam break. Then Izuku finally spoke. "Soak it in. Win or lose, you damn sure earned this." With that, he walked away to let her bask in the moment. Her moment where she proved she belonged and could stand alongside him as more than a hindrance. The dam was absolutely demolished. She truly had the best friend anyone could ask for. Tamura, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri watched the conclusion to Izuku's match in Visible Thought. Well, it was actually more accurate to say that Tamura watched Invisible Thought, as Kurogiri's expressions were almost impossible to read when he wasn't explicitly emoting. Tamura grunted while carefully considering what he had seen. "I expected a less even matchup, but I guess he put more into his charisma stat than attack for this round. Wonder why? Isn't it obvious, Tamura?" came the baritone from the monitor. "He's crafting an acceptable persona for the masses. It's one thing to have power in this society infested with heroes, but combining it with a false perception of kindness and benevolence makes him an even more palatable paragon. No doubt at the direction of All Might to groom his young successor. But didn't he say that he didn't want to succeed All Might?" Tamura questioned. A clear misdirection. All for one waved off. Publicly declaring the successor to the symbol of peace immediately creates a massive target and monumental expectation. Merely desiring to be a beacon for the disenfranchised does much less in that regard, sounding more like wishful thinking from a naive child than anything else. It's the perfect cover, especially with his lineage being a proverbial smoking gun. What's so special about his lineage, anyway? "There's no need to concern yourself with that for right now, Tamura Shigaraki," he assured, much to the young adult's growing annoyance. "Just keep focused on destroying the symbol of peace and his successor." "Right, the symbol of peace," Tamura lowly muttered. His brain was on anything but All Might, though. The way his sensei dismissed his thoughts and nudged him toward a preferred path really annoyed him. It just didn't make sense to him that All Might could take on and defeat the Namu so expediently. But his supposed successor was practically torn apart by the creature. Their powers just didn't feel similar enough for Tamura to think there was any connection, but Sensei knew best. Sensei always knew best. Izuku watched the admittedly entertaining arm wrestling match that decided the tiebreaker between Kirishima and Tetsu on a TV in the hallway. Izuku heard a soft set of footsteps behind him, and he turned to see a very puffy-eyed Ochako approaching him. "Whoa, are you okay? Was it the match? Did something else happen?" He rapidly fired in concern, but she quickly waved it away. No, everything's fine," she assured. "I just had a talk with my dad is all." Izuku nodded and the two made their way back to the seating area in a comfortable silence, at least on Izuku's end. Ochako, however, had something on her mind. "Were you holding back against me, Izuku?" she suddenly prompted. Izuku was silent for a moment even though he was somewhat expecting the question. "No, I wasn't holding back. Why do you ask?" Ochako wasn't really satisfied with that response. "It's just, I watched you fight that bird creature at the USJ and take down the 0-pointer at the entrance exam. I know that you could have probably broken my back over your knee like Bane did to Batman without even breaking a sweat, so why didn't you?" Izuku was very much taken aback with the morbidness of the example in regards to the question, but he was even more taken aback by the reference itself. "That's a pretty deep cut. I didn't think you were into pre-Quirk American comics. My dad's a collector, and I read a good bit of his collection," she answered. "Don't dodge the question. You're right, I probably could have done that if I were really dead set on doing so," he responded and met her gaze. "I doubt that I would have been able to without you almost certainly negating my gravity, though." "And," she rebutted, "and I think you're underrating just how cracked your ability to tip the scales of a fight with a single touch truly is." He began to explain. "I know that you understand very well that it's an almost guaranteed win condition since you centered your strategy around that. What you may not be considering is that I had to rethink my usual battle strategy to account for not letting you land a hit on me while also not being able to bounce around like normal. And that was much easier said than done. Not only did you keep me on my toes, but you truly made me get creative to keep you at bay." Kirishima is the winner. Add him to the bracket. They heard Midnight announce to the crowd. I didn't think I'd ever end up using my red flames in a fight with anyone other than maybe Todoroki. But here we are. And do keep in mind that I literally cannot fly without your help. Give yourself the credit you deserve. You were pretty damn awesome out there. He finished with a smile, and she valiantly tried to hide the re-emerging tears that were prickling her eyes. All right, folks, it's time to get the 2ND round going. You also broke my nose, so there's that, he added with a chuckle and a tap of his nose with a finger wreathed in pink. Right, she sheepishly remarked. Sorry about that. Don't sweat it, he waved off. I'll return the favor at some point. Right, she nodded with a smile before she paused, and what he said caught up with her. Wait, what? Ready? The determined scowl of Bakugo met the equally hardened scowl of Kamakiri. Both boys were ready to move at a moment's notice. The blonde's arms were spread and his palms were sparking, and the mohawked manty's arms were crossed in front of him with the tips of blades poking out of his skin. Begin. The two charged each other, and Kamakiri proved to be the faster one with a swipe at Bakugo's face with his fully engaged blades. Bakugo dodged the swipe just barely enough to get nicked on the cheek before letting off a powerful explosion to Kamakiri's side. But the boy's speed proved troublesome again when he shifted his body and created a number of blades to shield himself from the blast. Guess Bug Boy's pretty quick on his feet, Bakugo snarked with a smirk. Quick enough to cut you to pieces, Kamakiri replied and lunged again. Bring it. Bakugo snapped back and dodged the incoming series of swipes from the mantis-headed boy. Bakugo sidestepped a swipe from Kamakiri's left arm and snatched it in an iron grip. Then he whipped out his free arm and set off several small explosions to give himself the extra momentum to spin the other boy around and slam him to the ring. He finished the combo by leveling a much larger explosion right at the down boy to end the bout quickly and decisively. The problem was that it did not end the bout, much to Bakugo's annoyance. Kamakiri, a little worse for wear, sprung to his feet and readied for another go at the blonde. You're not putting me down that easily, explosion boy, Kamakiri shouted with a new set of blades ready for action. Good, Bakugo replied with a wicked grin. In the Wana section, Izuku and Todoroki carefully watched the vicious exchange of slashes and explosions between the two ferocious combatants. There wasn't a guarantee that one of them would make it to the final round, but it was wise to evaluate the competition anyway, especially when both Bakugo and Kamakiri seemed to have quite a bit to prove. It's kind of interesting seeing Bakugo fight since he hasn't been in heroics classes with us after the first one, Sue commented after the blonde ducked another swipe and answered with an explosion to the ribs. Doesn't really look like he needed them, to be honest, Kaminari added. Has he always been this intense? He's been a lot more subdued than normal, actually, Izuku replied as Kamakiri responded with a stiff backhand to the blonde. This fight is more of the Bakugo I remember. You two knew each other? Sato asked. Yes, he answered without going into the same level of detail he did for Ochako and Ida weeks prior. Our moms have been best friends since they were our age. We spent a lot of our younger years together. Todoroki's brow furrowed when he heard that, as it meant that his mother may have been friends with not only Midoriya's mom but Bakugo's as well. If that was the case, the facts that the three of them were roughly the same age, attended the same hero school, and were placed in the same class in said hero program were entirely too convenient. He'd pin that to the board and investigate it further when he got home. And he still tried to blow you up? Sue dryly asked while Bakugo launched himself over Kamakiri and unleashed a large explosion when the boy was directly under him. I never said he wasn't in a hole, Izuku replied with a shrug, and he peered down at the ring to see Kamakiri unsteadily step out of the smoke with more blades at the ready despite his labored breathing. He seems to be getting better about that, though. In the ring, Bakugo stood poised to unleash another round at his opponent. He would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying himself. He lost count of the amount of cuts and slashes he had peppering his body from the battle. It was the first time in over 2 weeks that he had a proper fight with someone. And it was even better that it was against someone strong and capable enough to give him a good one. Kamakiri was feeling much of the same. He was being tested unlike he had ever been before, and it was exhilarating. Even on wobbly legs and coughing out the ashen taste of smoke from the explosions that had been bombarding him the entire fight, he was ready for more. I can do this all day, he said with a smirk and resumed a stance. He may not have gotten the chance to beat the purple kid's ass for using him as a puppet, but this fight more than made up for it. Your funeral? Bakugo nodded. And the two readied for what felt to everyone watching like the final stand. The two teens charged once more, and Kamakiri thrust with his blades while Bakugo aimed an explosion at the ground between them. Kamakiri's blades hit nothing but air when Bakugo propelled himself up and over the teen once again, this time landing behind him and aiming a much larger explosion at the boy's unguarded back. The force blasted Kamakiri away, sending him tumbling a considerable distance across the ring until he skidded to a stop near the edge. The boy tried to get back to his feet, but he fell back to the ground with a thud. Kamakiri is unable to continue. Bakugo advances to the semifinals, Midnight announced, and the crowd raved in approval. Bakugo's grin grew even more at the announcement of his victory, and he shot pointed looks at both Izuku and Todoroki. The message was clear. He was coming for whoever made it to the finals. His grin dropped when he turned back to the down Kamakiri, and he observed the boy for a moment. He was still conscious, and he was trying his best to get back upright. Bakugo silently walked over to him with his hands in his pockets, and he said nothing to the boy when he reached him. Kamakiri was also silent, and the two stared at each other for a few seconds until Bakugo extended a hand to help the boy up. Kamakiri considered the hand for a moment before inevitably taking it and rising to his feet with the blonde's help. "You got lucky," Kamakiri grumbled. "The end result won't be the same in our rematch. Anytime, bug boy," Bakugo answered with the return of his grin. In the teacher's box, Inko watched on with a smile. She was truly glad to have gotten through to the boy she saw as a nephew before he could self-destruct. She also had to commend him for doing so well despite not having participated in any heroics training beforehand. She was very curious to see how quickly he'd progress once back on a regular training schedule. In the Wana box, Ida and Todoroki departed to prepare for their match coming up after the 1B bout between Yui and Shigaraki. It was then that Izuku noticed that someone was missing. Yaoyorozu isn't here. I wonder if she took that loss really hard. The next few matches went by rather quickly. Yui and Shigaraki met in the ring, and Yui immediately placed her hand in her pocket as expected while Shigaraki readied her vines for a quick extraction. He could hear people be a little skeptical of her attempting the same bluff a second time. However, Izuku noticed that it was the opposite hand as the previous match, so he wasn't so sure it was a bluff rather than a deliberate move. Sure enough, the battle began and Yui threw a handful of sand at Shigaraki that enlarged into a practical meteor shower. Her vines were faster, though, and a thick wall sprouted around her while several others snaked through the ring and snagged Yui's arms before she could shrink it again. Once the danger of the sand was neutralized, the vines coiled around the rest of her body and carried her out of the ring before dropping her out of bounds. Kodai is out of bounds. Shigaraki advances to the semifinals, Midnight announced. Izuku let out a sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to end up facing Yui in the finals, and he turned to see Kirishima leaving the stands. He supposed it was time to get ready, and after a few wishes of luck from his friends, he set off through the halls towards the waiting area. Along the way, he wandered past a TV that was showing Ida running around the ring in evasion of massive trails of ice. However, a sniffle from an alcove near a set of stairs gained his attention. When he went to investigate, he heard quiet mutterings of maybe they're right and never strong enough, never smart enough, never pretty enough. Turning the corner, he found Yaoyorozu in a corner with her head partially buried in her knees. "Yaoyorozu, are you okay?" Izuku softly asked, and she gasped at his appearance. "Midoriya," she yelped in surprise. "I didn't hear you coming." "Few ever do," he responded in jest. "What's wrong?" It's nothing," she weakly denied. "I'm just a little disappointed is all." Izuku sat down cross-legged in front of her. "It seems like it's a little more than that." She shook her head and wiped the remaining tears away. "I'll be fine, I promise. If I'm not mistaken, your match is next. You should get going." Izuku reluctantly acquiesced and stood. "I suppose so. Just remember that myself and all of our classmates are here for you if you ever need anything at all. We always will be." "I will," she nodded with a small, thankful smile. "Good luck." Izuku nodded and turned to head to the waiting room, but he stopped in his tracks before he could get very far. "By the way," he said over his shoulder, "whoever is insisting that you aren't strong, smart, or pretty enough is a goddamn liar, and I will put them through a effing wall." She couldn't fight the snort that left her at his declaration, and she watched him walk down the hall with a sad smile. The smile dropped, and only a bitter sadness remained. "I really wish it was that simple," she whispered. Izuku faced down the sharp-toothed grin of Kirishima in the center of the ring. He was excited for the match since fighting Kirishima would naturally be simpler than the rest. It wouldn't necessarily be easier, but the problem in front of him was one that could literally be solved by punching it harder, and that was always nice. "Ready? I've been wanting to test for myself how strong you really are since the first day, Midoriya. You're going down. Begin." Izuku went up in a blaze of green while Kirishima hardened his entire upper body, and the two met fists with a loud bang. Kirishima threw a left hook that Izuku ducked and answered with a hard punch to the hardened redhead's kidney, but Kirishima was mostly unaffected. "You're gonna have to do a lot better than that," Kirishima taunted. "Careful what you wish for," Izuku retorted. The following exchange made a few things clear to the audience. The first was that Kirishima could absorb an absurd amount of punishment and keep on ticking, as the punches that Izuku was leveling on him with arms that burned an even deeper emerald than when the match started could be heard and even felt by those on security detail outside of the stadium. The second thing was that Kirishima could deal just as much damage as he could take. Every once in a while, Kirishima would land a punch to Izuku that dazed him or even almost knocked him off his feet at points, and those punches could be heard throughout the stadium as well. The final thing, though, was the most important, and it was the blatant gulf in skill between the two combatants. Kirishima could certainly do some real damage with his punches when they landed. But that was exactly the problem. They had to land, and very few of them actually did. The fight was primarily a showcase of Izuku dodging and deflecting strikes before answering back with bone-shaking hits of his own rather than a back-and-forth smash fest between the two. With that said, though, Izuku was still only slowly chipping away at the boy's rough exterior. The longer the battle went on, the more he could feel the strain begin to set in on his muscle, but he pushed through regardless. He was certain that if he was feeling it, Kirishima had to be feeling exhaustion of his own. And a tired Kirishima would certainly struggle with keeping up his hardening with anywhere close to the same efficacy. This has been a real battle of attrition, sports fans. Midoriya has been bobbing and weaving for the majority of the fight, but now he's unloading a heavy barrage of body shots to Kirishima in hopes of getting through that impenetrable armor. Will he succeed? The audience was on their heels in wonder of the same question, and it was answered when sharp, flesh-colored chips started flying off of Kirishima like broken glass, tearing up Izuku's gym uniform and cutting where his skin was exposed. He did not let up, though, and he poured even more strength into his barrage to further the progress. The roar of the crowd at the sight only fueled him further, and his right arm burned brightly with green fire before he slammed a final punch into Kirishima's abdomen, practically blasting him away towards the edge of the ring. Kirishima wasn't down just yet, though, and he slowly tried to rise from the ground. Izuku wouldn't give him the chance, and he darted toward the down boy to unleash his finishing maneuver. It was something he had been toying around with in training and wanted to try in an actual battle. When he was close enough to Kirishima, he poured the flame into his legs and jumped into the air, doing a front flip before coming down with his brightly burning heel. Lunar Inferno. The fiery heel came down on Kirishima with a loud crash, and the boy was finally down for the count. There was also a brand new crater in the ring at the point of impact, but that could be fixed. Sitting on her couch in the living room of her apartment, a tan woman with long, rabbit ears poking out of her white hair watched her TV screen with a twitching eye. That little Sid is so dead if I ever see him. Actually, do I have anything to do next week? She flipped through her schedule to see if she had any prior obligations or plans to patrol somewhere else in the country, and she unleashed a feral grin when she saw that there were none. Izuku shivered in place for a brief moment. He didn't know why, but he felt like there was a lot of pain coming his way in the near future. Kirishima has been knocked out. Midoriya is the winner. And Midoriya completes our final four, ladies and gentlemen. Bakugo, Shigaraki, Todoroki, and Midoriya are the last few standing. Izuku left the field and was heading through the halls back to the waiting room when he spotted Bakugo entering the hall from the other end. The two locked eyes and stared at each other as they passed. Bakugo appeared content with saying nothing. But Izuku had experienced too many silent stare-offs that day for his taste. Bakugo, he began when the two were in front of each other. Good luck out there. I hope to see you in the finals. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't really sure what he was expecting from the greenhead after, well, everything he had attempted to put the boy through in their lives. But it certainly wasn't cordial encouragement. He grunted and continued past him without looking back. And he spoke. I'm gonna beat you and win this damn festival. And I will be the number one. You can count on that. Izuku watched his former friend leave in the direction of the ring, and then he continued on his way back to the waiting room. The first match of the semifinals. We're about to see a battle for hero class supremacy. Again with the screaming. First up, from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo, versus, from Class 1B, Ibara Shigaraki. Bakugo's scowl was in full force and his palms crackled in anticipation. Shigaraki's vines readied themselves to strike. Start. Bakugo blasted himself into the air to avoid the mess of vines that lunged for him as soon as the match began. He aimed down at her and sent a large explosion to the girl, but she blocked the blast as best as she could with a wall of her hair. She was a little disturbed to see that the vines were burned and unusable, however. Bakugo saw this and grinned. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Blasting away the many vines that came to ensnare him on his way back down, he fought his way through the jungle with explosion after explosion on his way to Shigaraki's position. The girl wouldn't stand down, though, and she waited for Bakugo to burn his way a little further before a collection of vines emerged from under the ring and coiled around him. Bakugo's trapped. Is this the end for him? F that. The blonde shouted, and the vines around his arms started glowing before a massive explosion erupted and freed him from the trap. Shigaraki was rattled by the ease in which he dismantled her trap and the frightening grin he sported along the way. No more screwing around. He growled and propelled himself over the newer vines that made to attack him. Then he pointed his right palm at her and grabbed his wrist for support. Howitzer impact. The resulting explosion wasted whatever vines were remaining to snag him as well as all of those that were acting as cover for her. The blast sent her flying out of the ring and skidding onto the grass well out of bounds. Shigaraki is out of bounds. Bakugo advances to the final match, and the first half of the final two has been decided. In the waiting room, Izuku stood up from his seat. I guess Bakugo's making good on that promise. Now it's my turn. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. And that's because the second match of the semifinals is gonna be epic. Izuku appeared on the field from the tunnel while Todoroki did the same from the other side, and the crowd exploded. It's the guy who won his first fight by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. He's been nigh unstoppable the entire day. It's the hero course's Shoto Todoroki, and this other kid has been a force of nature alongside him. Despite some people's best efforts, his will shan't be denied. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. When the two met in the middle of the ring, the tension among them was absolutely palpable. Midnight and Cementos could feel it. Both classes 1A and 1B could feel it, and even the pro heroes in attendance could feel it. So, here we are, Todoroki said. I said I'd beat you, and I will honor that. I've said this way too often today, but you're more than welcome to try, Izuku responded. You're not winning today, though. It's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. Which will prevail? Takoyami. How do you think this match will go? Ida asked in his seat next to Ochako. It depends on if Midoriya is able to get close to him, he answered, while he had been able to melt through Todoroki's ice before. We don't know if he can do so with the sheer quantity of ice that Todoroki has unleashed today. It should be an interesting matchup. If not, he could just avoid the ice entirely and force Todoroki into an up-close encounter, Ochako supplied. But both her and the bird head beside her were taken by surprise when Ida started vibrating. Oh, please excuse me. My mother is calling. Ida excused himself and left his seat to take the call. In another area of the arena, Endeavor surveyed the ring with a keen eye. This was exactly the challenge Shoto needed to set him straight, and it was the perfect opportunity to scout the next potential number 2 to his son. Both of the heroes in training have been frontrunners in the festival, but which one of these rivals will advance to the final round? Prepare for Midoriya versus Todoroki. The two boys fell into a stance, Todoroki planting his right foot forward to prepare an ice attack while Izuku spread his legs and leaned his body to the right in preparation to dash out of the way. Begin. Now, both boys thought simultaneously as a wall of ice slammed into the spot where the now bright yellow Izuku was previously standing. Todoroki was prepared, though, and immediately slammed his right hand down to the ring in the direction of Izuku's landing spot, foregoing yellow for green. Izuku leveled a very hard punch to the incoming ice and shattered the entire structure, sending a wave of ice shards and frigid wind back toward the two-tone teen and the audience behind him. Todoroki was only saved by a wall of ice behind him. Holy cow. Midoriya literally punched through Todoroki's opening move. Todoroki sent another, even larger wave of ice at Izuku, but Izuku smashed through that one with his left arm. He countered again. You want to do this from range? Izuku commented before darting towards his opponent. I don't think so. Todoroki slammed his hand to the ground and created a bridge of ice that he slid on to meet Izuku's charge. Izuku leaped to face him and threw a left hook shrouded in a red-hot glow to carve through Todoroki's attempt to freeze him up close. And his red-hot fist slammed into the boy's cheek and sent him back down the ice slide. Izuku chased after him, slicing through the ice as he slid with his glowing left hand until he was right on top of the heterochromatic boy. And then, with crimson fire pouring off of his hand, he slammed his palm into Todoroki's chest to press him against the boy's own protective barrier, and unleashed the full might of his red flames in a single blast. Midoriya is really turning up the heat against Todoroki. He's taking the fight directly to him and negating his ice all the while. Smart. Is he really overpowering Todoroki right now? Mina incredulously asked among her classmates. Hell yeah, he is. Toru cheered. Kick his ass, Midori. His quirk certainly seems tailor-made to counter Todoroki's ice, Yaoyorozu added. Oh, yeah Momo, when did you get here? Mina asked in surprise. A little bit after Midoriya's match with Kirishima, she answered vaguely. I caught it in the hallway. That guy really hits hard, Kirishima supplied with a rub to his still tender ribs. I knew this match would be intense, but they're killing it down there. Bakugo said nothing as he watched the match very intently. Back in the ring, Todoroki was feeling the effects of being slammed into his barrier as well as practically being broiled in an interstellar oven. He opened his eyes when he was certain that the blinding red light had died down, and he saw no sign of his opponent anywhere. He couldn't burrow through the ground, so the only option was up above. Lo and behold, Izuku was barreling down toward him with his green fire back in use, primed to smash Todoroki into the ground. Todoroki fought through the invasive warmth his body still felt to create a veritable fortress of ice around him to momentarily delay the attack. Izuku was undeterred, and he slammed his fist into the ice, but it didn't immediately break. Izuku punched it again and again until it finally gave and he shattered through. Unfortunately, Todoroki was no longer there. I've got you now, Izuku heard the boy say from the other side of an ice wall. and Todoroki spawned another massive glacier that completely encompassed the area Izuku was standing in but didn't quite reach the audience this time. And just like that, the tables have turned again. Todoroki led Midoriya into a trap with that fortress and then froze him solid when he smashed his way through. He packed so much ice into that cover specifically so Midoriya wouldn't be able to immediately burst through it, giving him more time to ready his trap. You think we can call this one right now? All talking ceased when the ice that was trapping Izuku began to crack and glow a bright red, and it promptly exploded in a brilliant crimson flame that towered over the ring and almost reached the open air above the stadium. Standing in the impetus of the flame was Izuku, his gym uniform slowly burning away as he stood, and he cut the flame before more of it had any chance to. Upon close inspection, Todoroki could see that he was sweating, so he surmised that not even the green head was immune to the heat of his red flames at a point. Todoroki wasn't in a much better state himself. A blast of heat from Izuku made it exponentially more difficult to use his ice effectively, let alone drag out as much ice as he had for the diversion in the ice prison. He was quickly becoming exhausted. Even if the warmth from the red fire kept him from suffering from frostbite like he normally would after overusing his ice. Amazing, folks, Midoriya has freed himself from an icy prison and looks ready to go. Back in the stands, 1A and 1B were collectively agape, Zero most of all. Their class rep was hit with a slightly smaller version of what he was hit with, and he just flash melted himself out of it like a blowtorch, barely looking any worse for wear. Over with 1B, Monoma was fighting very hard to not throw his arms up and storm out of the arena. Who the hell gave one of the right to be that busted? If he listened closely, he would be able to hear Shinso's teeth grinding from the general studies section. Was Midoriya always this cool? Takage asked Yui beside her. I believe the more fitting term is hot, she answered. Is that a lame pun about the red fire? Or are you referring to the fact that his uniform is half burned away? Yes. Back in the ring, Izuku slowly approached Todoroki, who was bent over and taking labored breaths. You look like Sit, he lightly commented. So do you, Todoroki replied. Fair enough, he shrugged. You're not gonna beat me like that, you know. Todoroki was silent. He regained a bit of his energy, and he looked up to the audience at Endeavor. He sighed. I suppose you're right. Don't look at him, look at me, Izuku commanded while stepping forward toward him. You're not doing it for him. You're not doing anything for him. You are Shodo. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up. Izuku's right arm went up in kaleidoscopic fire, and he stomped in front of Todoroki. So, be Shodo, damn it, he shouted before decking him on the left side of his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. It's okay to use your powers to be who you want to be. That's right. I am Shodo, and I will be a hero. Todoroki stood up, going up in an inferno of his own. Is that? Holy shit, he's using his fire. Minta screamed. This just got way more interesting, Kaminari agreed. Inko and All Might watched on in slight concern. Todoroki using his left side added a new dimension to the fight entirely, and they were curious to see how Izuku would combat it. Maybe it isn't such a great idea to help your opponent through mental blocks, but thank you nonetheless, Todoroki spoke. I need to keep reminding myself of who I am. It wouldn't be right to beat you while you weren't at full capacity, Izuku responded with a smirk. You still think you can beat me? Todoroki challenged with his own smirk, ice beginning to creep up his right side while fire cascaded over his left. Izuku's entire form went up in the colorful fire, and he settled back into a stance. Prove that I can't. Todoroki stomped, and a gargantuan wave of ice shot toward Izuku. Izuku leaped into the air and smashed through the first part of the wave with a spin kick, blanketing his legs with green fire when he landed in the ice that carried him towards the other side of the ring. Todoroki watched the now yellow blur bounce from pillar to pillar toward him, and the yellow transition back to the painfully familiar rainbow. He then unleashed the heat from his left hand and blasted it forward in tandem with another shot of his ice to meet the charge. Izuku pushed his quirk as far as he could, trying to access individual pieces of his quirk and meld them together for a grossly dangerous super move. He was genuinely surprised when he felt his fire kick into a second gear, so to speak, and his kaleidoscopic fire flared up to an intensity that he hadn't discovered before. He knew he would regret the aftermath, but he was ready to meet Todoroki's attack head-on. That's it, Midnight. One of them could be killed, Cementos shouted while filling the ring with as much cement as he could to block the incoming collision, and Midnight tore a section of her costume off to unleash a plume of her somnambulist gas to knock them out. Neither effort was very effective, as even the several walls that Cementos erected in the ring between them were torn through like wet paper towels by both attacks. The resulting collision caused an explosion of concrete, ice, and the most vibrant colors that anyone in the stadium had ever seen. They were swamped with so much color that it felt to many like they were trapped within a prism hurtling towards the sun. When the color died down, Midnight and Cementos peeked over the bunker that he quickly erected for them when it became clear that the two teachers weren't going to be able to stop the wanton destruction that the teens were dead set on causing. Having great power doesn't mean you'll be a good hero, but I'm really glad these two chose to be heroes rather than villains, Cementos commented in shock, and Midnight dumbly nodded. What happened just now? What the heck is up with those students, Eraser? The air around the ring had been thoroughly cooled down, and then it rapidly expanded when it heated up. Wait, that's what caused the explosion? How hot did that fire even get? I can't see a thing down there. Is the match even still going on or what? When the smoke finally cleared, the ring was absolutely annihilated. Midnight looked to the epicenter of the explosion, and no one was there. Fearing the worst, she frantically looked around the arena until her eyes landed on the tattered, beaten form of Midoriya lying unconscious against the wall of the arena. She looked directly to the other side and saw Todoroki planted in the wall in a human-shaped crater. But he eventually slid out of the crater and face planted to the ground. They're both out of bounds and unconscious, Midnight stammered. It's a draw. The crowd was dead silent. No one knew what to say or how to react. They watched two powerhouse teenagers throw everything they had as well as the kitchen sink at each other, resulting in the closest thing to a cataclysmic explosion that anyone hoped they would ever live to see. And it ended in a draw. No conclusive winner, no one definitely moving on to the finals, and likely no tiebreaker if the state both teams were in was any indication. It was a draw. Are you effing kidding me? Was the apoplectic shout of Bakugo at the announcement. That sufficiently broke the crowd from their stupor, and they erupted into a raucous uproar. There's absolutely no way that these boys will be well enough to compete after that, even with Recovery Girls healing, Cementos commented. As much as I hate it, I agree, Midnight lamented. Bakugo might just win the whole thing by default. It's a shame. Both of these boys fought way too hard to go down like this. The sentiment was shared among 1A, as even though there wasn't an official declaration made, the writing was on the wall for how the festival would conclude. Do you think they could try to force a tiebreaker? Minda grasped at straws. I highly doubt it, Shoji sighed. Those guys won't be walking for a while, let alone fighting. Bakugo pointedly ignored everything while he waited for any official updates on how they'd proceed. He absolutely refused to accept a win by default, and he wouldn't hear a word of it. Inko was a mixture of worry and motherly fury. She wanted so badly to scoop her son off the ground and hug him tightly until Recovery Girl healed him enough for her to beat him back into a hospital bed for being so reckless again. All Might could swear that he saw a translucent yellow glove reach out of him before it was yanked back inside by several other hands, accompanied by the angry voice of his sensei screaming that she'd throttle the little Sit for making her worry so badly. Well, folks, it doesn't look like Midoriya or Todoroki will be in any condition to hold a tiebreaker or compete in the finals afterward, so the first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Goddamnit. He raged while the crowd cheered. I will not accept a win like this. Should we do something about this? Gyro asked to anyone who was listening. What's there to do without the risk of being blown up? Ribbit? Sue questioned in reply. Hey, Yamomo, Toru whispered to Yaoyorozu. Can you make a lead pipe? Sure, but may I ask why? She hesitantly probed after creating the requested item and handing it to the invisible girl. You'll see, was all she said before soundlessly moving toward the furious blonde. Yaoyorozu's question was answered when a loud clang and the solid thump of a body hitting the floor was heard. Well, that's an option, I guess, Sue remarked. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. Midnight called out, and a shower of confetti rained down on the students as fireworks boomed overhead. In front of the waiting students, a podium rose from the ground, and the final 4 competitors stood proudly on their respective podiums. Well, Shizaki stood proudly on her third-place podium. Anyway, Todoroki stood on another third-place podium covered in bandages with a look that told all in attendance that moving an inch was excruciating. Izuku was next to him on the same podium covered in even more bandages and strapped to a hand truck to keep him upright. And he was clearly on another planet entirely, presumably to numb the pain while he was conscious. Finally, festering on the first-place podium in the center was Bakugo with a comically large knot on his head, and from his furious snarl and the way he was trying very hard to keep his arms to his side, it was clear to all that he was not standing there on his own volition. F up again. And you'll be lucky to land in general studies. F up nearly as badly as you did today. And there won't be a body to send to Ketsubutsu. Those words from his pseudo-aunt were the only things keeping him still and his mouth shut. Going ballistic in front of the world in the award ceremony of the UA Sports Festival most likely landed in the very bad F-up category. Too bad Ida had to leave and couldn't be here for this, Sue lamented. I don't think Midoriya is here with us either, Kaminari joked. Wherever he is, he looks like he's enjoying it. He's wherever you go whenever you short your brain out, Gyro snapped with a smirk that grew even more when Kaminari deflated. Now, let's break out the hardware. Midnight continued. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. "Citizens, I am here with the medals," boomed the number one hero as he leaped into the stadium from the roof and landed in front of the students. And the crowd erupted for the umpteenth time that day. "Young Shigaraki, congratulations," All Might told the girl while placing the bronze medal around her neck. "You showed tremendous ability out there." "Thank you very much, All Might. Your praise fills me with more elation than I can describe," she kindly replied with a smile. "However, you have more training to do if you want to face different kinds of villains," All Might continued while giving the girl a quick hug. "You won't be able to simply restrain every opponent you face." She gratefully nodded, and the man moved on to the injured duo on the other side. "Young Todoroki, young Midoriya, congratulations," he said to the boys while bearing 2 more bronze medals. "I'm glad that you used your left side and embraced it as a part of yourself and no one else. You'll make a fine hero." "Pain," was Todoroki's simple reply once All Might placed the medal around his neck. "And you, young Midoriya, you were truly outstanding," he said while placing the final bronze medal around the cast on Izuku's neck. "I have no doubts that you'll become a symbol even greater than myself." That got the attention of everyone listening, whether they be in the field or in the audience. The kid who declared his desire to be a symbol for the downtrodden just got a glowing endorsement from the symbol of peace himself. Talk about massive expectations to live up to. If the boy was even halfway cognizant of where he even was, he probably would have pissed himself on the spot. "And now, young Bakugo," All Might boomed to the boy who was struggling mightily to keep it together. One look towards Inko, who was motioning across her throat with her thumb, was enough to keep him contained. "You may not have won the tournament in the manner you wanted, but you still proved your strength, force of will, and tenacity to get as far as you did." All Might held the first place medal in front of him. "Please accept this first place medal, even if you have to think of it as a scar, something you'll never forget." Bakugo's eye violently twitched when the medal was placed around his neck. And Izuku's dumb giggling to the right of him wasn't helping, neither was the hug All Might gave him. "Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival." All Might showcased the 4 students. "But listen closely. Any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer to your goals of being pros. I think the next generation of heroes is proving to be our most promising one yet. So, I have one more thing to say," he bellowed while throwing his hand to the sky. "I want everyone to yell it with me. You know what it is. Plus ULTRA. Thanks everyone for your hard work." Were the different chants of the audience and All Might. The resulting scolding All Might received from the students and audience caused such a ruckus that Izuku's hand truck started rolling backwards, and he fell off the podium with a goofy thud. Tamura and Kurogiri watched on in silence after the camera picked up Izuku's unfortunate tumble. Only a few more seconds passed before Tamura began to snicker. That snicker became a strangled chuckle. That chuckle developed into uncontrollable laughter. He didn't notice the door of the bar opening or Kurogiri practically teleporting back to his place behind the bar to clean glasses that he had already cleaned 7 times over until someone called out to him. "Yo, Tamura, you free for some?" "Spinner, if you're here to ask me to play League of Legends, I'll effing dust you right now," Tamura rebuked, and Spinner slowly stepped back outside and closed the door. Tamura sighed and stood up to leave the room until the door opened again, and Spinner poked his head back into the bar. Do I still have an invite to the League of Villains?" he sheepishly asked. Yeah, I'll text you the details or whatever," he waved off before his attention snapped back to the Gecko Man. "And what the hell are you wearing?" "Oh, this," Spinner said with clear pride. "I'm honoring the philosophy and mission of the hero killer, Stain." That caught Tamura's interest. "Hero killer, Stain? Huh, nice work," Aizawa told his class after the festival. "You'll have the next few days of school off to recuperate. I'm sure the pros who watched the festival will want to recruit some of you. We'll look over the draft forms and update you when you return. Get some rest. You still have a lot of training." "Yes, sir," the class collectively responded with the exception of Ida, who was absent, Bakugo, who said nothing, Izuku, who giggled, and Todoroki, who only mumbled, "All I know is pain." The day after next, Todoroki felt well enough to leave his home and visit the hospital. His mind was a mess on the way there. He was so certain for years that the sight of him would only cause his mother pain, so he never visited. However, he had to accept that they would always be bound to one another, and he would not truly be able to move on his shoto without getting over this hurdle. After getting her room number from the front desk, he meandered his way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, battling with himself internally the whole way. When he finally made it to the hallway, he spotted a woman leaving one of the rooms. The woman gave him pause as he recognized the green hair. When they locked eyes, recognition came over him, and he remembered her from the USJ. It was verdant, Mrs. Midoriya. She smiled when she saw him, and he wasn't entirely sure why until she spoke. "I'm glad to see you're up and about, Todoroki." "Thank you," he responded, not really knowing what to say. "How is Midoriya?" He's in much better shape than he was a few days ago. But I've still got him on house arrest, she answered with a fond shake of her head. He told me that you had given him the most fun fight of his life. Todoroki was silent at that, but it wasn't an awkward silence. He couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth inside at the information. He really respected Midoriya. Mine, too, he muttered. Who are you here to see? Probably the same person you are, she answered with a soft smile. That made sense, as they were best friends. Was it a stretch to think that he and Midoriya were destined to become best friends, too? It was something to think about. He'd see where the strings on his board took him later. He looked at her with a constipated expression when a dark thought flashed through his mind. Do you think she'd even want to see me? Her smile fell. She stepped forward and placed a tender hand on his right shoulder, her green eyes meeting one gray and one turquoise. Of course, Todoroki. You're the one person she wants to see the most. Todoroki's resolve hardened, and he nodded. Thank you. Of course, she replied, regaining her smile before stepping past him and back down the hall towards the exit. Mrs. Midoriya, he called out before she could get too far, and she turned to look at him. At the USJ, when I stopped that villain from attacking you from behind, I said that we were even. I don't know if you heard that or not, but thank you. Thank you for attempting to be there for my mother and my siblings through the torment. Inko did not immediately respond, instead choosing to find the correct words to answer him with. No one should ever have to receive thanks for basic human decency. Frankly, I wish I could have done more, and I always will. However, the past can't be changed, and it's better to cherish the moments you have to make the present and future as wonderful as possible. Todoroki nodded, and Inko gave him a final smile. Now, quit stalling and go let Rei give her baby boy the hug she's been waiting a decade for. With that, she turned around and disappeared down the stairs, leaving Todoroki alone in the hallway once more. He walked toward the door labeled 315, and he sighed. It was now or never. He reached for the door handle, and he pulled it open before stepping inside to see his mother for the first time in a decade. Izuku was drowning. Thick, foul-tasting sludge poured down his throat and into his lungs against his will, and he frantically thrashed about to rid himself of the viscous concoction stealing his life away from him. Suddenly, completely beyond his control, he rapidly heated up and glowed a bright crimson, and he belched red flames that expelled the invasive sludge. Pained, horrified wails were all that filled his ears, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from the sight of a very humanoid man made of sludge trying desperately to rid himself of the flames to no avail. When the haunting, yellow eyes of the creature met his own, he shot up from his bed dripping in sweat with his heart pounding. When he calmed down, he deeply sighed in a sour mixture of frustration and resignation. He had been having that same nightmare every other night since the USJ. No matter how much he kept his brain busy to avoid thinking about it during the day, he couldn't escape the thoughts at night. When he sat back on his bed, the dull aches in his body flared up again. Izuku would readily admit that he had taken a very big risk in his match with Todoroki. He had done exactly what Recovery Girl had explicitly instructed him not to do, and he had been paying for it for approximately 48 hours. He couldn't tell you how many of those hours that he was conscious, but for the moments that he actually was, he felt nothing but untold pain. His body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder, marinated in lemon juice, seasoned with broken glass, and finally taped back together with the juice and glass shards still present. It was still only slightly less unpleasant than the earful he got from Recovery Girl when the grown elephant's quantity of painkillers finally wore off. The bronze medal he didn't remember receiving hung on his wall, and he was initially disappointed about the fact that he didn't at least make it to the finals after declaring that he wasn't going to lose at all. However, after his mother filled him in on what happened, he felt a bit better about the outcome, if not a little worried about how Bakugo took a de facto first-place medal. Since he was under house arrest courtesy of his mother, he had a lot of time to himself while he slowly healed his many injuries in increments. A lot of that time was spent on the internet perusing through articles that were written about the festival, as he expected that a titanic semifinal clash resulting in a double knockout that gave the only remaining competitor the win by default would certainly be newsworthy. He was right, and just about every bit of coverage on the results of the festival explored that in great detail. What he wasn't expecting, however, was to see his name appear in so many related, tangentially related, and even unrelated headlines. Symbol of Peace endorses a new symbol. UA Sports Festival standout Izuku Midoriya makes explosive debut. Izuku Midoriya, beacon in the darkness. What the hell was that about All Might endorsing him? Reading through a few of the articles made things somewhat more clear, as apparently All Might had said that he would be a fine symbol when he awarded him his medal, but it was still absurdly surreal for him. The other headlines he saw didn't help matters, either. Izuku Midoriya, icon for late bloomers everywhere. Quirkless doesn't mean useless, and late bloomer doesn't mean defective. Late bloomer battles son of number 2 hero to a draw. He didn't really think that last one was fair to Todoroki. Still, he wasn't prepared for the level of coverage he was getting. He supposed that he should have expected it given everything Principal Nezu had told him beforehand. and making a solid first impression was his ultimate goal. But planning for something and the reality of that thing were two very different experiences. Of course, it wasn't all positive. There were a few articles that likened him to fool's gold and called the genuineness of his earlier interview into question. Some called him and the whole festival a UA publicity stunt. A few of the more opinionated pundits and talking heads even said that it was cute that the late bloomer played with the regular kids, but his second round exit was him falling back down to earth. That one honestly stung him a little bit. It didn't sting as badly as some anonymous people on social media complaining about the half-null stealing the spotlight from the actual winner of the sports festival because he really couldn't dispute that. However, there was one article in particular that grabbed his attention. It was from an independent group called Small Voices, and they, as their name suggested, spoke out and advocated for the quirkless, abused, and otherwise persecuted groups who felt as though their voices went unheard. This even included heteromorphic mutants and those with unstable quirks that sometimes made them a danger to themselves and others, which many late bloomers often ended up having. The article was titled, "Why Izuku Midoriya's Sports Festival Performance is Important," and he was genuinely surprised and touched at the way the author broke down and complimented him so thoroughly. It detailed the encouraging nature of his student pledge, the way he protected others in the obstacle race, and even the aftermath of his match with Ochako. The article also brought up the interview and his desire to help those who had slipped through the cracks, and it commented that while he may not have known the entirety of the quirkless struggle, he still knew enough of it as a late bloomer to want to actively do something about it and reach out to those that were still traversing those treacherous waters. The author noted that it was a fantastic omen for the future that he had the power to make the change he sought, and they concluded that the nation was waiting for the beacon in the darkness to shine a light for those that All Might's society had all but abandoned. Beacon in the darkness. That wasn't the only time he saw that phrase used to describe him that day. He didn't quite know how he felt about it, but he didn't dislike the sentiment. Moving away from the news surrounding himself and the sports festival, he stumbled upon another headline that got his attention. Another pro-hero falls to the hero killer. Curious, he read the article, and his blood ran cold when he learned the name of the pro that was attacked. Ingenium, Ada's brother. He breathed out. That was not good. Ada must have been a wreck, especially considering the attack apparently happened during the sports festival itself. Fortunately, he was only critically wounded rather than fatally wounded, but the outlook's still great for him. He sighed, and he considered texting Ada to check up on him, but he decided against it. Ada hadn't told him himself, so he figured that the boy wouldn't really appreciate him finding out through the news and potentially forcing a subject that he didn't really want to discuss. He resolved to let his friend know in person that he was there to support him if ever needed. Later that evening, Izuku was heading into the living room while Inko was preparing to make dinner for the both of them, but she ran into a snag. "Damn it, we're out of miso paste," she lamented. "I can run to the store and get some," Izuku offered. "You're still under house arrest," Mr. Inko reminded with a frown. "It would be over by tomorrow morning. Anyway," he argued. "Besides, it's not like I'll find any trouble and re-hospitalize myself on a quick market run. I'll be in and out, back in a flash." Inko narrowed her eyes at him, but she soon sighed and relented. "Fine. Despite my better judgment that you've jinxed yourself, go on out. Even though I know you can take care of yourself. Please call or text if you do run into trouble. I know how stupidly stringent quirk use laws can be without a provisional license." "Will do," he assured before heading out. "I'll be right back." Izuku set off from his apartment and down the street to the nearest store. He had his earbuds in and his hands in his pockets, and to the world, he looked like any regular teenager meandering down the street without really paying attention to his surroundings. The truth, though, was that Izuku was very aware of his surroundings. He was so aware, in fact, that he knew that about halfway to the store, he was being followed. Izuku did not let on the fact that he knew he had a tail, and he proceeded on like normal to the store. Once inside, he got the miso paste and a few cups of instant ramen, and he left back in the direction he came. He didn't head home, though, as he made a few extra turns onto emptier side streets to see if his tail would follow him. Sure enough, they did. Izuku casually strolled into an alleyway off of one of those emptier residential streets, and he stopped in the center and waited for the arrival of his tail. He would not have to wait long before a shuffle brought his attention to a figure slinking past a few trash bags to the right of him, and he was face to face with a pair of golden, slitted eyes. "It is you. I knew it." The new arrival cheered when she saw Izuku up close. Upon closer examination, the girl was around his age with a beige cardigan over a traditional schoolgirl outfit, and her eyes were slightly tilted with a face and mouth that somewhat resembled that of a cat. Her blonde hair was put up in two messy buns, and she sported a fanged grin with a blush that completed the unsettling image. He was already on edge when he felt he was being followed, but the knife in her hand told him all he needed to know. He definitely jinxed himself again. "You know me," he hesitantly ventured. "MHM. She excitedly confirmed. "I saw you on TV in the sports festival." You were so bloody, and it was so beautiful. Right, Izuku responded with the only thing that would come to mind. Why are you following me? Because you looked so good covered in blood. And you should look like that all the time. She happily answered. And then her smile dropped for a moment. And I remember you from that interview that was everywhere. You said you wanted to help those that slipped through the cracks. And, like a light switch, the momentary lucidity was gone, and the unsettling, almost euphoric smile returned. However, it wasn't just euphoric, it was hungry as well. And that makes me want to cut you up and share my love with you, she declared with a swing of her knife that he ducked and backed away from. I want to cut you and drink your blood so that I can be you and love you forever. Izuku did not get a word out before another knife materialized in her free hand, and she lunged for him with frightening speed, just barely dodging by the skin of his teeth. He tossed aside the bag of groceries and dodged the knife she threw at him before igniting in a bright, yellow flame. Pretty, she commented before Izuku dashed behind her and attempted to knock her out with a strike to the back of her neck. But he was flabbergasted when his hand hit nothing and he was swept to the floor. Toga stood over him with her knife poised to penetrate him, and his yellow flame flickered to orange and projected into a small wall in front of him right as she brought the knife down. When she hit nothing but a solid wall of flat, orange fire, her confusion allowed Izuku to take advantage and kick the wall into her to create separation. With that separation, Izuku now had a few moments to think. The girl had proven to be fast, scarily fast. In fact, she was somehow faster than he was with his yellow flames. Or did she just have faster reflexes? That still wouldn't make sense unless her brain could process information faster than he could move, which he supposed was possible but not very likely. Was it some sort of precognition? In any other situation, she would have been so cool to analyze. Why are you staring at me like that? She asked, now seemingly more lucid than she just had been. Now Izuku was perplexed, and she seemed to be as well. She appeared to have competing fits of lucidity and murderous euphoria, though one clearly overpowered the other because her blush had just deepened once more and the smile returned. Just a little bit of your blood. It'll make you look so much prettier, she insisted before lunging at him again. This time, he was ready, and he dropped to the ground to dodge her attack before yanking her out of the air and flipping her onto her back, disarming her in the process. He wasn't done yet, though. He had a plan. While she was struggling, Izuku bit as hard as he could onto the tip of his thumb and drew blood, smeared his other palm with the blood, and placed it over her mouth. The effect was instantaneous, and she stopped struggling and started licking his palm. He had an inkling from some of the things she said that she was very fond of blood, specifically drinking it for whatever reason. Maybe it was quirk-related, and he was taking a massive risk. But the flashes of lucidity she showed where she momentarily seemed like a regular person reminded him of someone going through a really odd, really extreme bout of dissociation, or maybe withdrawals, maybe both. It was a stretch, and she was obviously mentally unwell to begin with, but he had a gut feeling that there was more to this than a mugger trying to kill him for sits and giggles. As for the blood, he certainly wasn't going to cut his thumb with one of her knives because Lord knew where the hell they had been, and he wasn't going to risk sticking an open wound into her mouth, either. If she drank strange blood on the regular, he wasn't going to risk catching any blood-borne pathogens from her. After a minute of seemingly content licking from the girl, the ridiculous level of awkwardness of the situation started to catch up with him. He truly did not want to stay in that position, but he really shouldn't just let her go, either. He could call the police, but that realistically wouldn't solve whatever was going on with her, as she'd never get the help she needed by being put into the system. With a sigh, he looked around the alley and saw a stray piece of rope laying beside them, and he did the one thing he wanted to avoid entirely. He called his mother. Okay, let me get this straight. Inko began as she was rubbing her temples in the alley beside her son and his captive. She really didn't know what to call the tied-up girl now that she wasn't attacking her son. You noticed about halfway to the store that you were being followed. Izuku nodded. You kept up the facade that you were unaware and then got what you needed from the store. Then, rather than leading whoever was following you back home, you gave her the runaround until you confronted her in this alley. Izuku nodded. She recognized you from the sports festival and wanted to cut you up and drink your blood to spread her love, but she also said she recognized you from your interview, and she was much more lucid when she said that. Izuku nodded. You think that she either has a split personality or is trying to fight off severe withdrawals from a need to consume blood that she has been denied for one reason or another. Potentially some combination of the two. Both. Izuku nodded. Wait, both? Why the hell is there two of you? She sighed, supremely done with the situation. Oh, that's my quirk. The tied-up Izuku chirped. I can transform into anyone whose blood I drink. And Ko's head snapped to the original Izuku, and the piercing glare she gave him made him shrink. You let her drink your blood. It was a statement rather than a question. Izuku hesitantly nodded. Inko let loose a long-suffering sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. You do understand the potential ramifications of letting someone who could literally impersonate you drink your blood after they had tried to attack you, right? Mom, hear me out, Izuku began. and his mother reluctantly let him speak. She is significantly calmer now that she's had even a small quantity of blood. It leads me to believe that she doesn't get to drink blood very often, or she at least wasn't able to for a very long time if she's going to these lengths to do so. Maybe months or even years. Maybe she was actively discouraged from indulging because of the stigma that many quirks like hers tend to have. Izuku did not miss the flinch from his doppelganger, and he frowned. Not only that, but the way she addressed me in those brief moments where she wasn't fiending for her next fix. She knew exactly who I was, and it felt like a cry for help. I don't think I have to describe to you the sheer magnitude of the leap you're taking here, Izuku, Inko stressed. I know, Izuku responded. But what kind of hero would I be if I ignored a blatant case of someone never getting the help or support they clearly needed? What kind of hero would I be if I just handed her over to the police and washed my hands of it? Izuku went quiet for a moment. Then he looked back at his mother. What if the sludge villain could have been helped? Izuku, his mother began in concern. The girl in question, having shed the Izuku disguise into a pile of sludge, silently watched the back and forth. She didn't know what to say or if she should say anything at all. She knew who Izuku was and why he had garnered a small level of notoriety. On some level, she knew exactly why she had chosen to target him that night beyond her violent urges. But was she truly ready for that? The discussion between mother and son was interrupted by a loud crash from the street. The two turned away from the captive girl to investigate, and they were nearly run over by a pickup truck whizzing past them, followed by several police cars. No one can stop Team Reservoir Dogs. The four men in the truck shouted together with a cash register still attached to an entire store counter sitting in the bed of the truck. Are you gonna? Izuku trailed off while looking towards his mother. I never officially came out of retirement. Inko began as the truck crashed again, this time as a result of a solid mass slamming down onto the hood. That mass revealed itself to be the grinning visage of Mirko. And the police used the opportunity to swarm the criminals. And they look like they've got things covered over there. Izuku nodded, oddly feeling a chill run up his spine at the sight of the rabbit hero. And he turned back into the alley to check on his charge, but she was not where he had left her. The only thing left in the alley was the discarded rope that she had apparently escaped from. Shit, he cursed and ran into the alley to see if she were potentially hiding somewhere until they left. But she was nowhere to be found. She had legitimately given them the slip in that brief moment where their attention was elsewhere. She's gone, Inko asked in mild panic. And she took the damn miso paste, Izuku shouted. The next day was their official return to school. The morning was wet and gloomy, and Izuku really hoped that it wasn't an omen for the rest of the day. But that would be tested when he bumped into Ida at the lockers where the boy was putting away his raincoat and rain boots. Good morning, Midoriya, Ida cheerily greeted, much to Izuku's confusion. Morning, Ida, he replied. Hey, if it's about my brother, don't be concerned, he calmly interrupted, sending a pleasant smile to his friend. I'm sorry if I made you worry with the lack of contact. Everything will be fine. Izuku watched the boy walk away in silence. Ida sounded normal despite the circumstances, but there was something in his eyes that gave Izuku pause. He couldn't quite identify it, and it was entirely possible that he had just imagined it, but it still put him on edge. He'd be sure to keep a close eye out for his friend. Class 1 was filled with chatter about the aftermath of the sports festival when Izuku arrived, and he quietly slinked his way to his seat amidst the conversation. He spotted Bakugo looking rather dejectedly at the wall, and he met eyes with Todoroki, who sent him a respectful nod that Izuku returned with a small smile. Soon enough, Aizawa entered and the class quickly found their seats, and all were surprised to see that he was out of his bandages. Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa, you don't have bandages anymore, Tsu observed. That's good news. The old lady went a little overboard in her treatment, he sighed. Anyway, we have a big class today on Hero Informatics. The class was initially on edge at the announcement, as Hero Informatics was a vague descriptor that could entail a lot of boring or overcomplicated matters. It's time to pick your hero identities, Aizawa finished. And, just like that, the tension vanished and the class was excited again. This is related to the Pro Hero draft picks that I mentioned in our last class together. Normally, you all wouldn't have to worry about the draft yet, as that usually only concerns second and third years, but your class is different. By extending internship offers to first years like yourselves, pros are essentially investing in your potential much earlier on. Is that because we've already encountered villains in our short tenure here? Izuku asked. Pretty much, Aizawa confirmed. You all already have more practical experience than anyone else in your position, and that inherently makes you more valuable. Any offers you receive can still be rescinded, though, assuming their interest in you dies down before graduation. So, what you're saying is that we'll still have to prove ourselves after we've been recruited? Toru surmised. Exactly, Aizawa nodded. Now, here are the totals for those of you who got offers from pros. He pressed a button on a remote, and a screen cut on to display the students who got offers and how many they received. Unsurprisingly, Todoroki, Izuku, and Bakugo were the top 3 with thousands of offers each, and then there was a massive drop-off for the rest of them. Usually, the numbers are more spread out, but there's a pretty big gap this time around, Aizawa stated. Holy hell, Mina gawked, and several others around her nodded their agreement. Todoroki and Midoriya got the most, even ahead of Bakugo. Gyro asked. Yeah, it's the opposite of how they technically placed in the festival, Kirishima commented. There was no winner, Bakugo grumbled. Doesn't matter anyway. Yaoyorozu sighed at her number of offers, and she turned to Todoroki beside her. It's amazing that you received so many. You must be proud. Those offers are probably just because of my father, he sullenly replied. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Izuku turned and offered the boy. We did blow up the ring. Todoroki considered that for a few seconds before he shrugged in acquiescence. The amount of offers you received is amazing as well, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. You both have over 4,000. Hey, I read more than a few articles written about me yesterday, so it doesn't really surprise me, he shrugged. Right, bask in your fame, Mr. Celebrity, Minda grumbled. Please stop, Izuku replied, now totally deflated. Despite these results, Aizawa continued, wrangling the attention of the class once more. You'll all be interning with pros, got it. Even those of you who didn't get any offers will be interning with someone. Like I mentioned before, you've already had experience with combat against actual villains, but it'll still be helpful to see pros at work out in the wild. And for that, we'll need hero names, Sato excitedly spoke, and their teacher nodded. Your hero names will most likely be temporary, but take them seriously, otherwise, you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight cheerily declared as she strutted into the room, garnering the attention of most of the boys in the room. What you pick today could be your code name for life, so be careful, otherwise you might end up with something utterly indecent. Yeah, she has a point, Aizawa confirmed while climbing into his sleeping bag. Code names are important. They help reinforce your image and show people exactly what kind of hero you are and what you represent. What kind of hero I want to be. What I represent, were the simultaneous thoughts of Todoroki and Izuku, respectively. Names aren't really my forte, Aizawa says before slumping against the wall in his sleeping bag, so Midnight will have final approval over them. Izuku grabbed the whiteboard that was handed to him, and he brainstormed several ideas. The first to be discarded was Small Might, of course, and somewhere in the building, he could just feel his mother snickering at him. Now students, who among you is ready to share? Midnight asked, and Aoyama was the first to take the plunge. Hold your breath, he began. And the class leaned forward in anticipation. I am the shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Monami, you cannot deny my sparkle. What? It'll be better this way, Midnight said as she adjusted what he wrote on the board and handed it back to him. Take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't. What the F? Okie dokie, let me give it a go. Mina bounced up to the podium. My codename is Alien Queen. Hold on, like that horrifying monster with the acidic blood. I don't think so, Midnight quickly denied, much to Mina's dismay. What about Venus? Izuku spoke up, and both Mina and Midnight turned to him. Venus? Mina asked in confusion. Well, it rains sulfuric acid there, and it fits with your whole alien motif, he sheepishly explained. Just figured I'd throw something out there. It also probably won't get you sued. It's fantastic, Midnight declared. Venus, I love it. Mina beamed. Great job, Midori. No prob, Izuku said with a shaky thumbs up, not at all expecting her to adopt the nickname Toru had given him as well. Sue decided to step up to the plate next. I've had this one picked out since grade school. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Everyone loved that one. And it emboldened the rest of the class to go up and present their own. Kirishima chose the sturdy hero, Red Riot, as a way to pay homage to his idol, the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. Izuku liked that one, and he liked Earphone Jack, Tentacle, and Cellophane as well. Tailman and Invisible Girl were a little on the nose, but he wouldn't begrudge them for it. Sugarman and Chargebolt were nice, and he really enjoyed Creati and Tsukayomi as well. Then Todoroki stepped up, and his board only read, Shoto. Just your name? Midnight questioned. Not just my name, Todoroki answered with a glance to Izuku, but, in essence, yes. Izuku knew exactly what he was going for with his name, and he couldn't help the grin that sprouted on him. When Todoroki was walking back to his seat, Izuku raised his fist to the heterochromatic teen. Excellent choice, he said while he held his fist out to him. Todoroki, however, did not move, and he only stared at the offered fist in confusion. Izuku looked bemusedly at him for a moment before he realized what was happening. It's a fist bump, he explained to the confused teen. We, bump fists, in solidarity. Todoroki pondered. Sure, I guess that applies here, too, Izuku answered, and Todoroki slowly met Izuku's fist with his own. After a horrifyingly awkward few seconds, Todoroki nodded in new understanding before returning to his seat. Izuku, fortunately or unfortunately, did not notice that the entire class had stopped to watch the interaction with barely contained laughter. Ochako had quickly stepped up to prevent herself from bursting at the adorable scene with her hero name of Uravity. Minto excitedly followed with grape juice, and Koda silently followed with anima. And then Bakugo stepped up to the podium with King Explosion Murder. I'm gonna say that one's a little too violent, Midnight denied. Huh, what do you mean? He shouted in protest. Why don't you go with Explosion Boy? Hiroshima heckled. Shut it, City Hair, he retorted. Izuku looked back down to his whiteboard at the name he chose and tuned out the death threats Bakugo sent his classmate. He still wasn't entirely sure that it was a great name on its own, but he knew exactly what he wanted to represent. And he could finally say that he knew exactly what kind of hero he wanted to be. Seeing that he was the only one left aside from Bakugo and Ada, he decided to step up. Most of you have probably seen that interview by now, and maybe some of you saw all the articles that were written about me these last few days. Izuku began, somewhat losing his nerve the more he spoke. He took a deep breath and shook off the trepidation before continuing. Well, a few different articles coined a nickname for me, and it was a pretty good representation of the hero I want to become, so I went with it. With steely resolve taking over his face, he flipped his board around to show the class. I'm the Kaleidoscope hero, Beacon. I want to be a beacon that shines a light for anyone lost in the darkness that needs a helping hand out of it. I love it. Midnight cheered. It's so fitting. She wasn't the only one, as his classmates joined in the revelry, complimenting his codename and assuaging his worries about it. The smile he got from Ochako and nods he received from Todoroki and even Takoyami warmed his heart. Meanwhile, Ida stared intently at the board in front of him as he thought back to the last conversation he had with his brother in the hospital. Tensei roughly began in his hospital bed with his brother by his side. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say anything yesterday, but hiding it from you won't miraculously help me walk again, so I might as well come out and say it. Wait, walk? Ada frantically questioned. What do you mean? Right, walk. I won't be doing that for a while. Probably ever. I can't feel my legs, they're practically useless. Ada choked back a sob, and he tried desperately to compose himself. As tactless as ever, elder brother, he bitterly attempted to inject some levity to the situation. Tensei softly smiled. If I can't poke fun at my own situation, how could I ever convince anyone else not to worry? Of course, we're worried. Ada tried to reason, and the sobs began to escape him. Tenya, he began. The hero, Ingenium, is finished, at least for me. No, don't talk like that. Ada pleaded. You still have so many people to help and inspire, brother. This can't be true. Not me. You. What? I know that you look up to me more than maybe anything else in this world. If I can't inspire anyone in my career, I at least know with absolute certainty that I inspired you, intentionally or not. That's why even if I go down, Ingenium doesn't have to go down with me. I want Ingenium to live on through you, little brother. I want you to go out and save and inspire people just like you believe that I do. Be the hero you were born to be, Tenya. I can't, Tensei. Not until the man who did this to you is dead. Until then, I'm still just. You're using your real name, too? Midnight asked the sullen boy at the podium, and he only silently nodded. Izuku looked on with concern. His friend was not okay, and he was suffering in silence. Izuku looked across the room to Ochako, and he could see the concern on her face, too. They shared a glance and nodded, coming to a decision. Lord Explosion Murder, Bakugo shouted from the podium. No, Midnight deadpanned, and Bakugo returned to his seat once more in a huff. Now that just about everyone has decided on hero names, Aizawa spoke up from his sleeping bag. We can return to talking about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those of you who are on the board will choose from among your offers. Everyone else will have a different list. About 40 different agencies across the country have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency focuses on a different area of expertise, so keep that in mind when making your decision. Once the bell had rung, the class was left to make their decisions and hand them in before the weekend. A few in the room already had an idea about where they wanted to go, while others were still mulling it over. Izuku was perusing through the long list of heroes that made him offers, and he was surprised to see that he had actually gotten an offer from Endeavor's agency, though he supposed that he should have seen it coming after the strange encounter they had during the sports festival. Endeavor wasn't the only surprising name, as he got offers from several heroes in the top 10, Best Jeanist and Hawk's Chief among them. What really surprised him was the offer he received from Sir Night-Eye. All Might's former sidekick extended him an offer. Maybe it had to do with All Might declaring him to be a future symbol. There might have been some unintentional implications with that, but he'd just set the record straight again in that regard if needed. Eventually, he narrowed his selection down to a few names. He begrudgingly accepted that Endeavor could teach him quite a bit about wielding his fire offensively, especially from range, but the problem was that he was Endeavor. Hawks could likely do a lot for him in regards to pure speed, but Hawks was literally flight-oriented. And Izuku couldn't fly, no matter how much his classmates tried to make Rainbow Comet a thing. Sir Night-Eye was much more informatics and investigation-based than the others, and he was certain that the man would be a wealth of knowledge in the realm of investigative heroics. But his agency was so small that it perplexed Izuku that the man even sent him an offer to begin with. Then there was Ms. Joke. He wasn't expecting one from her since she taught at a rival hero school, but he was certainly interested. She was proficient in close combat even without the aid of her quirk, but she had also cultivated an approachable image with her goofy and cheerful personality. More than anything, becoming someone that people on the fringes of society would feel comfortable reaching out to and accepting help from was paramount to him. He heard Ochako talking to others about her choice of the wild pussycats, and he looked over to Ida quickly and quietly writing his selection down. He looked back to his own sheet and made his selection as well. When the school day concluded, Izuku and Ochako went to invite Ida to walk to the train station with them, but he had already left. In the teacher's lounge, Aizawa was sifting through the internship forms he had already gotten back. He quirked an eyebrow when he saw his totally not favorite student's form. Joke, huh? He mused. That's surprising. I expected someone a little more explosive. She should be good for him, though. Continuing on, his brow furrowed when he saw Ida's form. He only selected one. He must have gotten better offers than this one. He zeroed in on the location, and things started to fall into place for him. A hero agency in Hasu. Damn it, Ida, don't tell me you're planning on doing something stupid. The next day, Izuku meandered through the halls of UA toward his weekly session with Hound Dog. It had only been a few weeks since the incident, and even though the dreams hadn't gotten any better, he felt like the sessions were definitely helping him come to grips with things in the waking world. When he reached Hound Dog's office, he sat down in a chair just outside of the door and signed in for his appointment. A few minutes later, the door opened, and none other than Bakugo stepped outside of the office. The two were very surprised to see each other. Bakugo couldn't ascertain why Izuku would need to see Hound Dog, and Izuku never pegged Bakugo as someone who would ever consider talking to a professional about, well, anything. Bakugo, Izuku questioned. You're seeing Hound Dog? The blonde grunted in the affirmative. Part of my requirements from after the battle trials. Izuku immediately understood and nodded. Oh, gotcha. It helps, Bakugo muttered. And Izuku was definitely not expecting that. The hell are you doing here? Izuku looked at him strangely for a moment before he realized that the blonde wouldn't have known about what happened unless he was there to witness it. There was a villain at the USJ. Yeah, I know, there were plenty of effing villains there, Bakugo responded. Not all of them survived, was Izuku's short reply, and nothing more was said. Bakugo watched the boy step past him into Hound Dog's office with wide eyes. He didn't really know what to say or what to think about that. Bakugo, a familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and the blonde turned to see his homeroom teacher approaching him. Have you decided on who you're interning with? Not yet, he muttered. Why? Someone at UA personally requested to have you intern with them over the week, he answered. And Bakugo was intrigued. Think of it as your last obligation before returning to heroics classes. Aizawa handed him a sheet of paper. Bakugo read the name that was on it, and he paled. I don't have a choice, do I? I thought that was obvious, Aizawa answered. You don't have to travel anywhere. Just come to school at the regular time next week. Don't worry about finding her, she'll find you. Bakugo sighed in resignation as his teacher turned and left. And only then did he notice that the purple kid from the sports festival was silently trailing behind him. The two briefly locked eyes before he scuttled on behind Aizawa. HMPH, guess he's building that spaceship? Or whatever. After his session with Hound Dog, Izuku had one more stop to make before he left for the weekend to prepare for his internship. When he neared the development studio, he barely made it to the door before an explosion blew it off its hinges, and he narrowly dodged being pancaked by the new projectile. He wasn't able to dodge the body that crashed into him afterward, though. When he opened his eyes, he saw soot-covered pink dreadlocks under a familiar pair of goggles, and recognition instantly hit him. When the girl saw who she landed on, the same recognition hit her. Oh, Mr. 10 million points. The girl remarked with a grin. You're here to see more of my babies? Honestly, yes, Izuku answered. I also sent in my costume for adjustments and upgrades, and I'm here to pick it up before internships begin. Oh, 2 in 1, then, she exclaimed. I personally worked on your costume when Power Loader brought it in. It was the least I could do for the attention you brought to my babies. Well, I'm glad to have been able to help, Izuku replied with a laugh as the two got up from the floor. Damn it, Hatsune. That's the fourth explosion this wee Power Loader began before he saw who she was with, and his blood ran cold. Oh no, please don't tell me you're here with any more schematics that will make me take up drinking any more than that little gremlin does already. Not this time, Izuku assured. I'm here for my costume. Oh, Hatsune's little pet project. Then Power Loader nodded, still a bit pale. Not really sure which is worse, in all honesty. She wanted free reign to do as she pleased with your requests, but I knew that she'd probably get you killed if I allowed that, so I kept an eye on what she added and modified. Genius requires uninhibited creativity. May shouted in protest. My blood pressure requires you be monitored to avoid a fifth explosion. Power Loader shot back. Anyway, she began, shaking off Power Loader's response. I saw that you requested added support for your arms and legs to reduce some of the damage your quirk does to you when you're going full throttle. While I'm not certain about the specifics of your quirk, if I had to hazard a guess, the different colors allow you different supercharged physical abilities. At Izuku's nod, she grinned and pressed on. Excellent. So I installed bracers in your arms and legs to reduce the strain when you're going Hulk mode or Speedster mode. The bracers in your arms come attached to brand spanking new gauntlets in lieu of your old gloves. The gauntlets also have shock absorbers to keep your hands extra safe in a tough fight. Izuku marveled at the modifications. The gauntlets themselves were rather sleek too and fit around his hand perfectly, and they had an iridescent finish that suited his identity. His boots, while not metallic, had a heat-resistant, iridescent vinyl finish and knee pads attached, likely as a fixture of the bracers included. This is amazing, Izuku complimented, to which Mei's grin grew even more. I also noticed that you tend to tire yourself out when you're in speedster mode. And, while I don't know exactly what's going on with your quirk when that's happening, I initially opted to include a portable ventilator attached to a respirator I made for you, she started to explain before Power Loader interrupted her. Then, it dawned on her that including even a small oxygen tank with your costume would be the quickest way to blow you up whenever you ignited your quirk. He supplied with a smirk. Trial and error is an essential phase of the engineering design process, she defended, and the support course instructor held up his hands in mock surrender with a chuckle. Anyway, I ditched the ventilator but kept the respirator in case you ever enter toxic environments. It came at the cost of your cape, but you weren't really interested in holding on to that. Anyway, we'll have to find another way to mitigate the exhaustion you face in speedster mode. It just now dawned on me that you referred to my green and yellow flames as Hulk mode and speedster mode, and I'm frankly disappointed in myself for not naming them something that cool sooner, Izuku commented. Then it appears we make a great team, Mei responded with a smile. I'll be coming to you exclusively for any modifications to my costume or support equipment from now on, so I definitely agree, Izuku nonchalantly replied. The utter glee on Mei's face made Power Loader look towards the locked cabinet near his desk. But he wouldn't break out the alcohol just yet. He would remain strong. Oh, Mei began once again. I'm in the process of developing an internal cooling system for your costume in the event that you go Crimson Fury again and flash boil a glacier, but it's slow going, unfortunately. You gave me such a wealth of things to work on, though, and you have created a masterpiece of support technology with this suit, Izuku replied in earnest. When Power Loader saw the interplay between the two, he almost forgot about the fact that the teens in front of him were a step above dangerous criminals as far as support technology was concerned. He did not forget the greenhead's idea for nail clippers, and he never would. However, looking at them in that moment, he only saw two brilliant minds brainstorming and bouncing ideas off of one another, as well as a support prodigy taking special care to keep her charge as safe and prepared as possible. He wondered if this was what All Might and David Shield were like back in their day. The only difference being if All Might was a genius in his own right. Everyone has their costumes, right? Aizawa checked one final time before he would see his students off at the train station. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet. And make sure you mind your manners with the other heroes you're interning with. First impressions are crucial in this line of work. Now, get to it. Yes, sir. The class responded before excitedly heading their separate ways. Ada silently walked away towards a train that would take him to Tokyo, but he was accosted by Izuku and Ochako before he could make it too far. Hey, if you ever need to talk or anything at all, please, just let us know, Izuku stressed to his friend, and Ochako vigorously nodded beside him. Friends are there for each other, right? Ida turned to them and offered them a strained smile. Yes, and thank you both, was all he said before walking away. Izuku still couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was that he saw in Ida's gaze, but he could confirm that it was there and it wasn't pleasant. He was starting to worry that his friend would do something stupid. He really hoped that wouldn't be the case. The walk from the train station to Ketsubutsu Academy was a little nerve-wracking for Izuku, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was the idea of entering a rival hero school for his internship. Or perhaps it was the prospect of getting one-on-one training with an actual pro that wasn't either retired or related to him in some capacity. The size of the school as he approached could have also been a contributing factor, although it wasn't as massive as UAS campus. Even so, he was as excited as he was trepidatious, and that excitement grew even more when he spotted the form of Ms. Joke waiting outside of the gates of the school building for him. Midoriya, came the enthusiastic greeting of the brightly smiling pro-hero. The first thing Izuku noticed, beyond her absolutely jubilant disposition, was the prominent musculature of her arms. She definitely did not miss a day in the gym. I'm glad you chose me to intern with. Eraser told me a lot about you when he saw that you picked me. You know that you're his favorite, right? She said with her bright grin. Really? Izuku questioned with surprise. We don't really interact much outside of homeroom or when he's occasionally present for heroics classes. He won't ever admit it, she laughed, but he wouldn't gush about anyone nearly as much as he did about you. He said you're the closest thing to a completed project that any first year could be. Izuku had to imagine that the gushing being described was just a couple of dry remarks about him being ahead of his classmates and a heads up about his readiness. I take it that you two know each other, Izuku commented. Our agencies were near each other, she animatedly explained. As young heroes trying to make a difference in the world, our mutual love bloomed. Standing in the field while Shinso was stretching for the week of hell that the boy was unknowingly about to endure, Aizawa's face crinkled as if he could sense that something was wrong with the world. What kind of lies is she filling that boy's head with? Aizawa muttered. Shinso looked up at his trainer for the week. Nothing, let's get started. Ms. Joke led her intern into the building and towards one of the smaller, indoor training grounds. Izuku took stock of the rather barren hallways and generally empty feeling of the building along the way. I expected there to be a lot more students buzzing around, Izuku commented. Did class already begin? UA isn't the only school that send their students on internships, Ms. Joke answered. It's easier to coordinate if it all happens the same week. Otherwise, fabulous selections like myself wouldn't be available to help mold the youth. Isn't molding the youth what you already do as a teacher? Izuku replied with a small smile. Yes, but this instance is special, she replied with a smile of her own. You'll see why in a bit. When they finally reached the training ground, Ms. Joke left him to change into his costume, and his excitement shot through the roof when he finally put it on. The redesign felt even better on him than the original. He would have to do something nice for May after his internship was over. When Ms. Joke returned, she couldn't help the smile that came upon her seeing the fellow greenhead practically bouncing around and shadow boxing in his suit. Having fun, she ventured with a chuckle, and it became a full-blown laugh when he jumped in surprise and sheepishly tried to make himself presentable. So, Izuku coughed, desperately trying to move past what she had just seen. Are we sparring? Sorta, she answered with a smile that Izuku could swear had a subtle edge. I've already seen a bit of what you can do in the festival, so I want to take you out of your comfort zone. Izuku was paying rapt attention to his instructor, or he was at least trying to. For whatever reason, he felt really fidgety and his stomach was refusing to settle. For right now, just do what comes to mind, she vaguely continued, and only then did Izuku notice the blue glow about her. Later on, we'll see what kind of embers develop when you're experimenting. Izuku didn't know what she meant by that, but he wasn't really thinking about it. He was trying to suppress laughter that was forcing its way out of him. The longer it went on, the more difficult it became, and his confused laughter was becoming audible. Before anything could dawn on him, however, he parried and sidestepped the gloved fist that shot into his field of vision. Good situational awareness, she complimented, and Izuku now felt the laughs pouring out of him. He hunched over with his hands on his knees, and Ms. Joke was on him again with a punch that he just barely dodged. He could do nothing about the next punch, though, and he felt the entire impact of the golden plates along her knuckles driving into his gut. With the wind knocked out of him, he oddly felt like he was back to normal, and the smirk his instructor donned with her hands on her hips told him all he needed to know. Your quirk, outburst, Izuku began with wide eyes. So, that's why I was struck by laughter and couldn't concentrate. Got it in one, she confirmed, and Izuku felt the giggles return to him. Quirks often take focus to wield, and I want to see how well you do while you're disoriented. Izuku fought to stifle the laugh that escaped him at the same time that her fist cut through the air his face occupied a moment prior, quickly backpedaling to create some space. He put his hands up to defend just as Ms. Joke closed the distance between them and continued her onslaught. Izuku could keep focus just enough to defend and stay out of the way of her blows, but he couldn't get enough of a grasp on himself to activate his quirk. Still, he did his best to avoid the solid-looking swings. Has anyone ever told you that you're phenomenal at dodging? Ms. Joke complimented. You're not the first, Izuku struggled to answer. And that was a mistake that Ms. Joke would ensure he regretted with a left hook to the ribs the second he lost his composure after responding. You were doing so well. What happened? She asked, knowing full well what happened to break his concentration. Izuku almost responded, but the near eruption of laughter kept his mouth shut, and he backpedaled once again to create more space. Ms. Joke wouldn't let up, though, and the chase was on again. Izuku fought through the laughter to dodge the hits he could and block the ones he couldn't, but the pain from blocking her ridiculously hard punches started to catch up with him after a few minutes of the squabble. He hadn't even realized that he was heating up and glowing red after a while because he was so focused on keeping her away. But she was just as undeterred. Her gloves were fireproof, after all. Pretty soon, she managed to sweep him off his feet and went to capitalize. But her fist only slammed into a flat, orange wall of fire that materialized between them. Izuku, refusing to look a gift horse in the mouth, kicked the wall into her like he did to his alleyway stalker and created as much distance between her and himself as he could. That was subconscious, wasn't it? Ms. Joke asked as she poked the wall a few times before it dispersed. Yeah, Izuku hesitantly answered, and he was relieved when no more laughing fits came about. Good. I wanted to see if you had anything else up your sleeve as well as if you could keep your cool under pressure, Ms. Joke explained with her smile returning. You did a great job, might I add. All I could do was dodge and defend. Izuku muttered. That's more than a lot of people can do in your position, she shot down his self-deprecation. You kept your head on your shoulders very well the entire time when the function of my quirk is to pretty much mentally incapacitate you. Outburst isn't impossible to overcome, but it takes a level of focus and willpower that many don't have. That made him feel a little better about it, and she could tell. She patted him on the shoulder and offered him another smile. Keeping your head on straight is a really important quality for pros, but it's doubly important for you. What do you mean? He asked. Well, Mr. Beacon, she began with a wry grin. You want to be a source of light for those in the darkness, right? At his nod, she continued, but her grin disappeared. Then it's crucial to keep in mind that not everyone will want a helping hand. There will be a non-insignificant amount of people who will intentionally try to get a rise out of you, get under your skin, or even attack people close to you specifically to get you to tarnish your own image and expose your hypocrisy. Don't give them the satisfaction. Izuku could only solemnly nod at that. It made sense, and he wasn't naive enough to deny the existence of crabs in a bucket, and he understood that some people only wished to spread misery. All Might's condition was a testament to that. Now, as for seeing what else you had under your sleeves, I watched your sports festival performance back last night to get familiar with your quirk a little more. Correct me if I'm wrong at any point, but I saw that green fire enhanced your strength, yellow enhanced your speed, red turned up the heat, and orange created barriers. Anything I'm missing? Izuku opened his hand, and a small, pink flame ignited in his palm while a smaller, white one ignited in his hair. Pink heals, and white enhances my brain power. I recently discovered the possibility for violet, but I haven't been able to try it out yet. Ms. Joke nodded. What about when your fire has all of those colors at once? Is that an amalgamation of all of them together? Izuku was about to shake his head in response, but he paused and really thought about the question. Initially, no, it wasn't. It was just the base form my quirk took, and separating it into its individual parts brought on the specific enhancements. I could use it like any other fire quirk, but nothing further than that. However, during the last round of the sports festival, I tried cobbling the powers of the flames together to use multiple powers at once, and it worked, sorta. Explain, Ms. Joke said, now very interested. Well, he began, normally, the most I can do with my base kaleidoscopic fire is shoot it in fireballs, project it in a stream like a flamethrower, and make small explosions that are more colorful than powerful. I'm not great at any of those things, and I much prefer close combat anyway. Don't limit yourself, she cut in. If you have long-range options at your disposal, use them. There's no reason not to. It'll only make you a more versatile fighter and hero. When he nodded and she could tell that he really took the advice to heart, she apologized for cutting him off and motioned for him to continue his explanation. Right, well, when I tried to match Todoroki's final attack with one of my own, I remember trying to bring the strength of each color together to maybe empower my base flames and get the best of both worlds. I had experimented with combinations before with some success, so I figured that it was worth a try for a Hail Mary. To my surprise, it actually felt like my quirk went into a second gear, if that makes sense. My flames felt way more intense than I've ever felt them be, and I felt a lot stronger than even in my Hulk mode. Hulk mode. Ms. Joke quirked an eyebrow. Oh, it's the name a friend of mine came up with for my green flames, he sheepishly clarified. She also made my costume. Keep that friend around. She did a fabulous job, she replied. Back to second gear. How much stronger did you feel? It felt like I transformed in an old shonen anime, Izuku joked, and Ms. Joke snorted. For the scant few moments I was in that higher gear, I didn't feel any of the strain I normally would if I pushed my flames to their limits for too long, at least not until I woke up. Strain? Ms. Joke questioned. Yeah, green strains my muscles, white strains my brain, yellow strains my heart, and pink zaps my stamina, he answered. My costume was built to address the first one, but the others are a little harder to make adjustments for. The yellow in particular is a consistent problem. Is that because you feel that strain sooner than the others, or is it just because you use the yellow flames more often? Probably the latter. I've been able to handle using the yellow flames for longer than I have in the past. And it's certainly longer than when I first activated my quirk, but recently, it feels like I've sorta plateaued. I don't feel like I'm advancing towards lengthening my time wielding the flames without feeling considerable strain anymore. Ms. Joke hummed in consideration. Maybe, if you don't feel any strain in your second gear, the issue isn't that you've plateaued. Maybe you've just hit a glass ceiling. Izuku was confused at the use of that metaphor. Isn't that pretty much the same thing? Her smirk returned. In terms of tangible development, yes. In terms of pure potential for further development, no. If your base flames have a second gear, then it's possible that your other flames have second gears as well. In your yellow's second gear, that strain may be non-existent. Hence, glass ceiling, it can be busted through. Breaking limits like that tends to happen with quirk awakenings. Izuku thoughtfully considered the idea. The USJ had instigated a mini-awakening that resulted in his blue flames, and he still hadn't explored the full extent of his quirk. So further awakenings that enhanced the potential of his quirk even more weren't outside of the realm of possibility at all. I can see that gave you a lot to think about, Ms. Joke commented. It certainly did, Izuku agreed. How am I going to break through that glass ceiling? We have the whole week to figure that out. Ms. Joke cheered. For right now, let's continue the spar. You dodge well, but I want to see you fight back through the laughter. Izuku sighed, and his face contorted into one of determination. I'm ready. I'm sorry to show up so unexpectedly. Hope you don't mind, Detective Tsukachi said to Toshinori as the two sat down for tea inside one of the teachers' lounges at UA. Please, it's always a pleasure to see you, Tsukachi, Toshinori assured. So, how's the investigation going? Well, there were a number of villains that attacked the USJ, the detective began, but were puzzled by one in particular, the one you fought that they called Namu. Ah, that strong bird guy, All Might remembered. We went ahead and ran some tests on Namu's DNA, and what we found was disturbing to say the least, Tsukachi continued. What exactly did you find? Toshinori's gaunt face pulled into a serious frown. I want to first stress that we're not asking you to be a part of this investigation. He started while looking the emaciated man in his sunken eyes. For all intents and purposes, this is a leak. I just felt that I owed it to you to let you know about what we might have uncovered. It could lead us to the one in charge. Go on, Toshinori calmly urged. After several failed attempts at interrogation, it became clear that Namu can't speak, the detective explained. He shows no reaction to anything at all. It's as if he literally can't think for himself no matter what's going on around him. Tsukachi slid a photo of a mugshot across the table. We discovered that he used to be a low-level thug with a record of assault and extortion. Where this ties into the potential mastermind of the League is that his genetic makeup has been altered drastically. We found the DNA of 4 different people within him. Someone combined people's DNA to make this guy. Toshinori asked with a hand on his chin. Is he even human anymore? That depends on how you want to look at it, the detective sighed. To oversimplify, his body has been altered so that he can hold multiple quirks at once. His brain's apparent lack of processing power probably comes from the burden that causes. But he shouldn't have multiple quirks in the first place, regardless of how much DNA has been inserted into his genetic makeup. Tsukachi looked Toshinori directly in the eye. The only way to accomplish that would be to completely integrate the new quirks into someone's genetic makeup. And we only know of one person with the ability to do that. Toshinori had been getting more and more pale as the detective spoke, but the last line sent him over the edge, and he shot to his feet. It can't be. This has to be a mistake. He's dead. It's our only reasonable conclusion, Tsukachi unflinchingly replied. It's why I came. I had to let you know immediately. Toshinori walked towards the window and stared out into the horizon. He slowly started to bulk up as One for All made its presence known. So, he's back, he gritted out. Now more than ever, I need to find a successor. Izuku eased himself out of the passenger seat of Ms. Joke's car, and he gingerly followed her out of the parking lot of an apartment complex and up a set of stairs. He had elected not to heal himself with his pink flames until they reached her apartment so that the pain of being tagged set into his memory for future sparring sessions, and she found it amusing enough to leave alone. It seemed like a good idea to him at first, but he came to regret it later when she took him on patrol with her that evening. Luckily, they didn't encounter anything major along the way. When they finally reached her apartment, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and finally ignited a pink blanket of fire across his body. You really do hit hard, Ms. Joke. Amateur boxing was originally my backup plan if heroics didn't work out, she casually replied, and she chuckled at the sight of his eyes bugging out at that bit of information. That actually makes sense, Izuku considered, thinking back to her rather impressive footwork during their spars. Then, something else occurred to him. Wait, what do you mean if heroics didn't work out? Truthfully, it doesn't work out for a lot of people, she answered. A decent percentage of pros flame out in their first year on the job for one reason or another. Why is that? He asked, finding a spot on her couch. Think of heroics as a job with commission pay. No pun intended that time, she began to explain, taking a spot on the other end of her couch. When a crime is committed and a pro isn't there on the scene already, police contact the server for pro heroes in whatever district they're in to assist. Any available pros that take the request head to the scene. and then we file the reports based on whatever services we provided. That can range from assisting with arrests, rescuing people from danger, crowd control, etc. Afterward, the HPSC looks over the details and decides what we're paid. You don't sound terribly excited about that part, Izuku commented, taking note of the way her eyes and usually joyful demeanor dimmed during the explanation. She sighed, and she took a long look at him. You're young, so you haven't yet been exposed to the cutthroat business of heroics. You're paid based on the work you do in a given situation, which already incentivizes some people to become glory hounds purely for the extra money, but you're also paid based on what the commission deems you're worth. Bigger names are generally compensated more for the same amount of work as smaller ones because they're more visible. Most pros outside of the top 10 have secondary sources of income, frankly because they need to in order to make ends meet. Even those within the top 10 get brand deals or have other business ventures that bolster their income. Sidekicks have the benefit of belonging to an agency and get their paychecks from the agency itself. But many pros that attempt to branch out of that or go it alone from the start oftentimes just don't make enough money to be a hero full-time. And there's no guarantee that they ever would. Oh, was all Izuku could manage in response. That was a sobering explanation. But heroics isn't about the money, right? You're right, it isn't, or it shouldn't be, she sighed. True heroes aren't out there saving people just to get paid. They do it because it's the right thing to do, and people deserve to feel safe, happy, and comfortable. On the other hand, folks gotta eat. Her face took on an annoyed expression. It's why people like Uobami lean so heavily into their secondary ventures, although she probably overdoes it. That makes sense, I guess, Izuku said a little lowly. It was all he could manage after hearing all of that. Maybe that was why his mother was so jaded. Well, on that ridiculously depressing note, make yourself at home, she declared, her usual cheer back in full swing. Whether or not it was legitimate was up for debate. I don't have an agency to house you in, so we'll have to make do here. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. You can have all of the milk left in the fridge since I don't really do dairy. The guest room is down the hall, last on the right. The bathroom is next door to it. Don't be afraid to holler if you need anything at all. Izuku gratefully nodded, and he took his suitcase and costume to the guest room. It was pretty Spartan, which he was mostly expecting. He unpacked his suitcase and slid his costume case under the bed. And after a hot shower, he finally climbed into bed. Everything Ms. Joke had said earlier was running through his brain, and he tried to put all of it out of his mind to get some sleep. He just hoped that he wouldn't just be trading out those thoughts for another nightmare. But it was to no avail. The next day, an important business meeting was set to take place. The dingy bar that acted as the base of operation for the League of Villains saw a new patron in the form of a tall, muscular man wrapped in bandages and a red scarf that hid his lack of a nose. The moment he stepped out of the portal that led him there, he laid his eyes on the only other occupants, and his red eyes narrowed. Oh, I see, he muttered. You must be the ones that attacked you, eh? And you want to recruit me to build up your little group again. Is that it? Tamura Shigaraki sat at the edge of the bar in front of the hero killer, Stain, with Kurogiri standing in his usual place behind the bar. He looked relaxed as he compulsively cleaned the already spotless glasses, but he was anything but. Tamura had been rather ambitious in his pitch to Stain, but he wasn't sure how well "join us so we can kill All Might and burn the world down" was going to go over with the fanatical murderer. Yeah, Tamura confirmed. It'll be great. You've got a ton of experience with this already. And what's your mission? Stain pressed. Tamura did not immediately respond. He stared at Stain. Then his gaze flickered back to the monitor in the room that read sound only. For now, I really just want to kill All Might. I like destroying anything that pisses me off. Stain did not miss the way Tamura's gaze shifted to the monitor, and it only confirmed to the man that there was another party listening in on the conversation. Who that party was exactly, Stain didn't know, and he honestly didn't really like the possibilities of who it could have been. Putting that disconcerting thought aside, though, he analyzed the answer he was given. While it didn't quite feel disingenuous, he still felt that there was a disconnect in the young man's mind about his ultimate goals. I was a fool to think you could offer me anything. Stain darkly growled. It turns out, you're the type of person I hate most in this world. What's the point of killing without any conviction? Your mission is that of a child throwing a tantrum. What are you even seeking to accomplish? Who even are you? What do you represent? As Stain unsheathed a knife, Kurogiri turned to the screen. Sensei, should I step in? Let it happen. I'm curious to see how Tamura will handle this. He must mature to reach his potential. And this may be the kick in the pants he needs in order to refocus and stop asking frivolous questions. Kurogiri reluctantly stayed his hand as Stain stalked toward the unnervingly silent Tamura. What's on the agenda for today? Izuku asked Ms. Joke as they strolled through the largely empty halls of Ketsubutsu. There's something I want to show you, she vaguely responded with a grin. He was intrigued, but he knew that he wouldn't get any hints from her, so he didn't ask any further questions and just followed her lead. As they walked, they ended up exiting the building entirely through one of the rear exits, and they walked down a path leading to another, smaller set of buildings. These are dorms set in place for any student who wishes to attend but lives too far away or is an exchange student of some kind, she explained. I wouldn't be surprised if UA has something similar. It does, but only a few people use them to my knowledge, Izuku replied. Well, ours are a little bit unique, she said as they approached a dorm building labeled VR1. They entered the building, and Izuku noticed that the lobby was buzzing with activity. Teenagers ranging from ages that were slightly younger than himself to clearly in their early 20s were about. Some were socializing, others were sitting quietly in front of the TV watching live news coverage of Mirko beating up a villain near Ketsubutsu, and a few were separated from the crowd, content to sit by themselves. It was clear that they were all called to the lobby beforehand, as a few mutters of finally were heard when the two entered the lobby. Hey guys, I've got an intern, this joke happily announced. The collective attention of the room was now on them, and, while most in the room were simply curious about what they were called to congregate for, a few of them recognized Izuku. Hey, isn't he the kid from the sports festival? One of the younger boys pointed out. The one that blew up the ring with Endeavor's kid. Stop calling people who are clearly older than you kid, dude, an older boy reprimanded. He had the same spiky, brown hair as the younger boy, and they both had bright orange eyes. Perhaps they were brothers. Not just the sports festival, came a soft, feminine voice from the corner of the room, and Izuku saw a shorter girl with the head of a black cat and a black bow in her fur beside her ear approaching him. Izuku's green eyes met the dim, yellow sclere with slitted, black pupils, and the two silently observed each other. Vanta approaching someone. That's new, came a hushed voice from across the room, but not hushed enough for Izuku to miss it among the crowd. You're the boy from that interview, she softly spoke, and nothing else really needed to be said, as many others in the room were paying close attention now. Yeah, that would be me, Izuku answered calmly and extended his hand. Izuku Midoriya, it's lovely to meet you. The girl stared down at the offered hand with mild apprehension, and she met his gaze once again, searching his eyes and face for any signs of deception whatsoever. Izuku only offered her a soft smile in return, and he patiently waited for her to make any decision she felt comfortable with. After a few more seconds, she tentatively met the offered hand with her own, gently wrapping her clawed hand around his for the handshake. Just call me Vanta, she finally spoke. Do you know where you are? I haven't told him yet, Ms. Joke answered from beside him. Midoriya, welcome to the villain rehabilitation program at Ketsubutsu. We find at-risk youth that are, by circumstance or opportunity, diving into criminal behavior and provide them with resources that will nip any descent into villainy in the bud. Just as well, we provide a place for villains attempting reform to get any help, support, or education they may need. Those resources can come in the form of counseling, therapy, psychiatric help, drug treatment, general stability in the form of a guaranteed place to sleep and meal to eat, and a place to build positive relationships. She looked him in the eye with more seriousness than she had previously. You said that you wanted to extend a helping hand to those lost in the cracks of society. Well, this is what some of that looks like. Izuku turned a thoughtful eye back to Vanta, and she could no longer meet his eye. He would not have any of that, so he took her clawed hand once again in both of his hands. It makes me happy that you're doing well, Vanta. All of you. I don't know your individual situations, but I'll gladly sit and listen to each of your stories. That got many in the room to relax, and some even smiled. Vanta, meanwhile, was really glad that her pitch black fur hid her blush, and she refused to meet his eye for different reasons. Yeah, well, doing well is the operative phrase. Doing better would probably be more accurate. Let's pull up some chairs, Izuku prompted. Tell me anything you'd like. Tamura Shigaraki was not having a good day. He had been inspired by Spinner's ridiculous cosplay to scour the internet for any info on the hero killer. He found a few forum posts that were talking about him in his message. Many of them were old, so it was clear that he had been at it for a while, and many of those forum posters were fanatically behind the sentiments he touted. It seemed like a no-brainer to offer him an invitation to the League of Villains. It ultimately resulted in him on the floor of the bar with a serrated blade in his shoulder and the man himself hovering above him poised to finish him off. He was nearly out of his bandages from the USJ, but his arm was still a pain in the ass, so he couldn't really defend himself. All the while, he was being pressed with questions that he would admit to having in the back of his mind but refused to address in full because they brought up even more uncomfortable questions and lines of thought that he really shouldn't be having. You want me to join your crumbling little league, but you won't accomplish anything without true conviction and desire, Stain spat. Hell, I don't even get the feeling that you have any real identity to yourself. Without those, you'll always be an aimless weakling that achieves nothing. That's how you ended up like this in the first place. Hey now, you're being a little rough, don't you think? Tamura gritted out with a chuckle. At least buy me a drink, first. That took Stain completely off guard, and he momentarily froze in bemusement. That was more than enough time for Tamura to grab the blade with his non-injured hand and turn it to dust, and Stain leaped backward off of him. Hirajiri, Get this guy out of here, Tamura instructed. I'm sorry, I can't move, Kurogiri struggled. It must be the hero killer's quirk at work. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society, Stain began, seemingly prompted by the warp user's utterance of the word. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams and utter nonsense. He readied himself for another strike at Tamura. They must all be purged. You sure talk a lot, Tamura interrupted as he stood up, much to Stain's chagrin. Conviction. Baby, I don't have anything as loaded as that right now, but I can tell you for sure that what I desire is to do whatever the hell I want to do for once. And maybe what I want to do is to kill All Might and everything he represents. If this world wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. Stain went wide-eyed at the statement, but Tamura wasn't done. Symbol of peace, he practically spat. Peace for who? Certainly not for everyone. People are tossed aside and forgotten about all the time, and no one cares about them. The other supposed heroes turn their noses up since it's not convenient for them, and the civilians look the other way because a hero will come to help for sure, but no one ever does. Not All Might, not anyone. It all needs to crumble. Stain considered him much more carefully now. What he was saying painted the villain in a much more three-dimensional picture than he could see initially, and he could even empathize with the sentiment. However, it still felt entirely too disconnected. The last of my injuries were so close to healing up, save for this arm, Tamura lamented. You shouldn't play around with knives, you d-head. We don't have healers in our party. I see now, Stain lowly began. You have conflicting ideals. No, not ideals, but your mind and spirit are in conflict. Huh, Tamura scratched his neck. The hell are you talking about? You truly believe what you're saying, but your actions speak a different tune, Stain continued. I can see your nature as well as the box you're inhabiting. Our goals fundamentally oppose each other, but this was not in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the current order for any change to be possible. I'm over this, Tamura sighed. Just leave. Drop dead. I'm the kind of person you hate the most in this world, right? I was testing your resolve, Stain countered while sheathing his blades. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death, and I got my answer loud and clear. There is a warp sprout of conviction rooted deep inside you, but you'll never be able to access it until you find out who you truly are. There was that phrase again, and it was really pissing Tamura off. Find that out, and then come find me, Stain instructed. We'll see how that conviction blooms, and if I like what I see, we'll do business. If not, I'll just snuff you out. You think you can get rid of me? Tamura growled, now reaching his last nerve with the older man. I'm free, Kurogiri interjected before Tamura could do something everyone would regret. Get him out of here, Tamura commanded. We don't need a griefer like him in our party. I strongly suggest you reconsider, Kurogiri urged. This man will be a great asset if he joins us. My business here is done. Now return me to Hasu, Stain gave a command of his own. There are still false heroes I must attend to there. Meanwhile, All for One was listening to the interaction with a frown. Tamura wasn't supposed to remember what he had referenced just yet. He was curious to see what would come of that if he did remember. It could either hasten his development or cause him to self-destruct entirely. Either way, he'd have to gently guide Tamura back onto the correct path. Back in Hasu, Ida had just finished his daily patrol with the hero he was interning with, Manuel, and they were back at his agency. Ida was a little perturbed that he hadn't caught hide nor hair of Stain, and that was largely because the entire city was on alert after what happened to Ingenium. Stain would probably only show his face in an alleyway, and Ida couldn't just break off from his mentor to search every alley in the city. The nice thing about having the whole city on alert is that no villains would dare come out, Manuel commented with his usual easygoing demeanor. Ada remarked, broken out of his thoughts by Manuel's statement. Oh, sure. Manuel's light countenance faded, and a serious look overtook his features. I got an interesting message from your teacher before you first showed up. Ada looked at the pro-hero in surprise and a bit of confusion. He didn't know what his homeroom teacher could have possibly reached out to Manuel about, especially if it concerned him. He suspects that you took this internship so that you'll be in the same city as the hero killer, he gravely spoke. Ada's face remained carefully blank, but his body went rigid. Manuel sighed, and he pulled up a chair. Sit down, Tenya. Ada did so, stiffly grabbing a chair of his own and sitting at the table across from Manuel. I know what you're going through, he began, and he put his hand up to halt Ada's protests. Trust me, I do, just hear me out. Ada settled down and made no further indication that he'd speak. My parents were killed by a villain when I was in my last few years of high school, the man revealed, and Ida's eyes went wide. Butchered them. Started out as a regular mugging, but they tried to fight back. He had an alligator mutation, and he literally tore them apart. Ada did not know how to respond to that, but Manuel continued on regardless. I wanted to be a pro-hero even before then, but that only fueled my drive even more to get licensed, partially to do what I've always wanted and help people, but mostly to find the man who killed my parents and get justice for them. A bitter chuckle escaped him. What justice even meant for me back then, I had no idea. I still don't, in all honesty. Ida was silent at that revelation. He would never have guessed from his mentor's light, laid-back demeanor that he was carrying such pain with him. Did you find him? Eventually. Yeah, he answered while looking at the floor. Another silence followed as Ida worked up the nerve to ask his next question. Did you? Yes. A much longer silence came between them. Manuel did not bring his eyes up from the floor, and Ida did not expect that answer from him whatsoever. The silence dragged on for a few minutes while the teen processed what he had been told, and Manuel finally wrenched his gaze from the ground and focused it onto it. The commission was able to write it off as unfortunate accident, but there was nothing accidental about it. I knew exactly how much water pressure was necessary to crush a skull, but the fact that he was violently resisting and was an active danger to innocents around him gave me plausible deniability. Ida was beginning to feel way out of his depth the more the conversation progressed. There was way too much to unpack from that simple statement alone. Still, there was something he needed to know. Did you feel any better afterward? No. The immediacy of the answer struck him right in the gut. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Avenging his parents' murder did not do anything for him. You're starting to get it. I see. Manuel continued after taking stock of Ida's pale, pained expression. It didn't bring my parents back. They're still gone, and they always will be. The only difference is that I have blood on my hands now, too. I don't feel any better having done it, and I don't think my parents would have wanted that for me anyway. Manuel gave Ida a long, hard look. You still have your brother. He's still alive. Don't throw away your ability to live alongside him, because that's exactly what going after Stain will accomplish, regardless of the result. With that, Manuel stood up and exited the room, leaving Ida alone with his thoughts. Izuku was very much enjoying his internship with Ms. Joke. She recognized right off the bat that there wasn't much that she could teach him as far as combat went, and that wasn't her ultimate goal with the internship anyway. Instead, they spent time in 3 areas, experimenting with his quirk, working on his outward presentation, and getting more perspective on what circumstances can make a villain out of anyone. Of all 3, he could confidently say that he enjoyed his visits to the VRP the most. The first talk he had with them was rocky, as many of them were understandably cagey about their pasts and what specifically landed them there. However, after some time had passed and a few of the braver souls shared their stories, more people began to open up. The stories he heard were even more sobering than the salary talk he had with Ms. Joke on the first night. Everyone had come from and with some kind of trauma. The duo of brothers he met on the first day were products of a neglectful and drug-addled household, and on nights when their parents were too strung out to care for them, they turned to attacking and mugging random civilians for cash to feed themselves. One such incident resulted in their Mark being left crippled when he tried to defend himself. Their story was one of the lighter ones of the bunch. There was another tale from a young man with a snake mutation who ran away from a group home he was in and joined up with a small-time gang that made and sold Trigger. Apparently, that gang encroached onto Yakuza territory, and a confrontation resulted in him being the only survivor. The haunted look in his eyes when he recounted how the only family he ever really had was reduced to bloody smears on the wall with a single touch stuck with Izuku, and he didn't press the young man any further. He, surprisingly, didn't get much out of Vanta. He figured that one of the first to recognize and approach him would also be one of the first to open up. But all she really revealed was that she and her best friend were victims of some vicious anti-mutant quirkism at their old high school, and something horrible happened to her friend that led her down a dark path in the pursuit of revenge and venting her anger. She wouldn't go into detail about the revenge or why she even sought it out. And if he was reading between the lines correctly, he didn't imagine she ever would. Not to him, at least. He wouldn't push her, though. When Izuku and Ms. Joke weren't with the VRP, they were in one of the training grounds. Ms. Joke had taken to trying to bring out Izuku's orange flames as more than just a reflexive action. That usually came in the form of her punching him while he was forbidden from moving a muscle to defend. Since his orange flames made a habit of coming out when he truly needed it, he could attempt to become familiar with the sensation and possibly draw it out manually. He was successful to a point. He couldn't draw it out all of the time, but in the instances that he was able to, he could maintain and even manipulate the size and shape of the barriers rather easily. It just took a bit of concentration. Nicely done, Beacon, she complimented after the barrier he maintained blocked a final punch from her. That was another thing. She had taken to referring to him as only his hero name so that he'd get in the habit of internalizing and responding to it. Thanks, Ms. Joke, Izuku replied as he dispersed his flames and took a seat on the floor to catch his breath. They had been at it for quite a while, and the day was drawing to a close. Now, usually we'd round out the day with an evening patrol, but the areas surrounding hero schools are usually pretty safe by virtue of so many pros being in a smallish area, she began. So, since I want you to get a little bit more practical experience in a fairly safe setting, we'll be going on a field trip. Izuku's interest was piqued. Where to? Shibuya, she cheered. Wait, Shibuya in Tokyo? Izuku fretted. But there are so many people there, and I don't want to potentially embarrass myself before my career even starts. That didn't stop you in the sports festival, she replied with a quirked eyebrow, and Izuku had to concede that point. It'll be fine. You've already made yourself semi-famous, so you're working with goodwill to start. Plus, a larger population density equates to more hero agencies, so their attention won't all be on you anyway. Izuku nodded, and after a quick break to regain their stamina, the two set off in her car towards the train station for a quicker trip into the massive city. In the bar that played host to the rebuilding League of Villains, Tamura stood in one of the booths while Kurogiri resumed his barman without customers routine. Tamura, what are you thinking about? Came the familiar deep voice from the monitor. The hero killer. He talks all high and mighty, but he's wasting his time focusing on a small stage, Tamura rasped. You shouldn't spurn his methods, Kurogiri spoke up. The reality is that in all of the cities that Stain has appeared, the crime rates have fallen significantly, be it out of fear or out of a greater presence from the heroes. Whoop-de-effing-do. Heroes are working harder because they'd be killed otherwise, Tamura spat. Such a noble incentive, right? Absolute horseshit. You seem upset about the situation. All for One commented with an unseen grin. What do you intend to do, I wonder? I, personally, would not take that level of disrespect in my own base, and no successor of mine would, either. Tamura quickly transitioned from stewing to festering. And, much to All for One's delight, he stood up and slammed his uninjured hand on the table, decaying it in the process. Sensei, how many nomas are ready? Tamura asked in his anger. I will allow you 3 of them, the man answered. Tamura ignored the mild condescension that came with the non-answer to his question, and he looked to his misty companion. Kurogiri, we're going to Hasu. Omake. Izuku yawned as he blearily made his way down the hall and towards the kitchen. Upon arrival, he opened the fridge and looked around for anything he could slap together for breakfast. His eyes landed on a carton of milk, and he grabbed it and instinctively put it up to his nose to check the freshness. The sour aroma hit him in the nostrils with a vengeance, and his face contorted before he made to toss the milk out. However, before he could, he had a strange thought. It was a dumb, completely ridiculous thought, but it was a thought nonetheless. Could I heal an upset stomach with my pink flames if I drank this milk? He wondered aloud. He looked around the room to ensure that he was alone and no one would catch him in the act. And when he was satisfied that he wouldn't be interrupted, he slowly brought the milk to his mouth. Suddenly, a bright, yellow light flashed in the center of the room, and a teenage girl with long, white hair, a horn on the right side of her forehead, and wide, red eyes wearing a tattered, blood-stained version of his own hero costume appeared beside him. She frantically smacked the milk out of his hand before he could react, spilling it all over the floor. When he turned a bewildered gaze to her, she lunged and hugged him so tightly that he was certain she truly believed that he would disappear otherwise. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but he felt compelled to gently pat her on the back, which elicited a sniffle from the girl before she choked her tears back and stepped away from him. Just as quickly as she was there, she vanished in the same bright, yellow light as before. Izuku was left alone in the kitchen and standing next to a puddle of sour milk until he heard the floorboards creak. And he saw Ms. Joke standing in the doorway looking equally befuddled. She looked at him, then she looked at the puddle of milk, and then she looked back at him. Is she coming back to clean that up? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.